Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 251, Chapter 250, Arsenal's Legacy. Chapter Start. When Horizon arrived at the destroyed city, the wave of relief was immediately followed by a sense of urgency. He instantly took command of everyone, pro-heroes and civilians alike, and organized the site as needed. With a wave of his hand he cleared out massive sections of land and had people setting up tents. Constantly using his scan to relay orders via Mandalay's telepathy quirk while she stands beside him, because since arriving he hasn't once left the main medical tent. Keeping track of everyone and everything within the ruined city and organizing them while simultaneously performing life-saving operations one after the next. Even as the other medical professionals and heroes rush about outside, they could see pieces of rubble and debris moving as if possesses. Carefully and perfectly floating through the air, avoiding collisions with each other and the nearby people, as Horizon is constantly making more space for the ocean of smaller medical tents being assembled around his. Hours after arriving on the scene, Horizon had already performed hundreds of operations, and yet that was not the most miraculous thing he'd done thus far. This was all within expectations. After all, he is Horizon. Rearranging the destroyed city, performing surgeries, healing those who need it, and commanding all the people present while tracking them with his quirk. According to him, that's all simply what's expected of him. But everyone present and the people watching around the world via the dozens of news crews here were entirely amazed. Watching someone contend with the aftermath of a force of nature so easily, it was breathtaking. Inspiring. Calming. Everyone was able to relax, knowing the worst had already passed. Even if another typhoon appeared now, nobody would be worried, because Horizon is here. Now Horizon is standing in the large tent, curtained off from the other patients as he operates on a man with severe internal bleeding. Beside the curtain is Mandalay, sitting on a chair with her eyes closed, constantly using her quirk to relay his commands across the area. But within the entire tent was a faint blue fog, cool to the touch. Simply standing within it was soothing, causing everyone to relax as their muscles and joints didn't feel tense anymore. Suddenly feeling as if their body was actively resting even while moving. This energy vapor that was pouring out of Horizon and filling the tent is a miracle in itself. The first and only occurrence of a mass area of effect healing ability. The strange fog itself is enough to heal minor injuries such as scrapes, cuts, and bruises. It takes a few minutes to heal such wounds, thus the pro-heroes and civilians would constantly rotate groups of people into the tent after their wounds are clean to be healed. Simply being in the presence of Horizon was enough to heal them, one step closer to the entity he shall soon become. And now even more people understood. They took one step closer to believing that Horizon isn't a person, but a blessing, a miracle born of mankind's need for him. While the tent filled with 24 people, all of which were having their minor injuries healed at a visible rate, was quiet. Mandalay broke the silence yet again. Ectoplasm says the next convoy of buses should be here with the hour. The roads leading through the mountain is almost repaired. Any news on the boats? Horizon asks while still working. The seas are still too rough, they have to move even slower the closer they get to us. The buses will have to do, Horizon says as he finishes the operation and steps out from behind the curtains. Mandalay, tell Kamui and Ectoplasm to meet me at the camp entrance. Seeing him already walking toward the tent entrance, Mandalay gets up and begins walking beside him, quickly catching up. What's going on? More people are being brought in for healing. She glances back at the tent, seeing the healing vapor already fading away. The sea of people injured and otherwise part as Horizon walks between them, making his way to the edge of the camp, overlooking the destroyed city. I sensed something, it ran away before I could act, but it'll be back soon, Horizon says much more quietly as they leave the crowded areas. Have all the available pro-heroes stand by on defense, leave any combat to me and Kamui Woods. Ectoplasm needs to spread his clones out to catch anything I miss in the chaos. Mandalay's expression immediately gets much more serious as she concentrates, relaying his orders via telepathy. Horizon raises his hand and grabs the air, only for Scalpel to warp into his grasp. Seeing this, the onlookers immediately realized something was wrong and became curious. The other pro-heroes immediately take action, now getting their orders from Mandalay and making sure everyone was quickly ushered into the camp, behind a line of pro-heroes. Looking around, Horizon sees all the news cameras and helicopters focusing on him, clearly sensing a story about to manifest itself. What's going on? Kamui Woods asks as he rushes up beside them. Nomu and Shigaraki, Horizon points out in the distance. Looks like the same thing Endeavor fought, guess they have clones of that one. Seriously? Kamui Woods was disgusted. They would attack when we're just here helping these people, just when I thought they couldn't get any worse. How far away? Mandalay asks. 17 kilometers, Horizon says. 16, 15, they're rushing right for me. What do you want us to do? Kamui Woods asks. You and Mandalay stay with the people, no need to evacuate, I'll just keep the fight contained. Are you sure? Kamui Woods asks. I saw what Endeavor had to do to beat that thing, this could get messy. Especially with Shigaraki here, Mandalay adds. Yes, it could, but it won't, because I am here, he looks back at them. Now go make sure everyone stays calm, these people are in no condition to be rushing anywhere, so it's better that I just keep this contained. Besides, if I can't stop them, nobody here stands a chance. Right, Kamui Woods immediately retreats back to the other pro-heroes setting up defenses with Mandalay rushing after him, heading back to the main tent. It only takes a few seconds for everyone to notice a small dot in the distance, quickly growing and growing as it approaches them. The civilians weren't aware of exactly who was approaching, but they were quickly informed and almost began to panic. But looking out at Horizon's back as he stared at the approaching villains, a sense of calm and peace washed over them. Something they haven't truly experienced since All Might. And it was already here, within reach. The image of a man raised with unconditional love and devotion to and from his parents, who now fights for their memories. A man who shall build his name as a pro-hero upon the great lessons of compassion and integrity they taught him. The calming sensation of standing behind a truly unbeatable superhero. Seconds later the Nomu arrives, skin torn up and loose around its head and neck, forming a hood which hides its face. Two glowing yellow eyes shining brightly on the otherwise dark purple skin, exposed muscle glowing slightly red, which is new. All while it hovers in the air, constantly releasing air from different angles of its body to stay airborne. And on its back, the would-be king of villains, Tamura Shigaraki. Wearing a simple outfit, long black pants and a matching t-shirt, gray boots, and no longer sporting the dismembered hands which were held to his body. His eyes immediately narrowed onto Horizon, and a standoff began. Shigaraki glances at the crowd for a moment, his hands begin twitching as he can feel his skin itching. The desire to disintegrate everyone here bubbles to the surface. But he takes a deep breath and calms his mind, knowing of all the people in this world, Horizon is among the two he can take the least amount of chances with. Hero. The Nomu asks, deep and grating his voice echoes across the mostly quiet area. Horizon. That's him, Shigaraki says. That's the strongest hero in the country, or maybe even the strongest in the world. Second in the world, Horizon says. Star and Stripe is still a monster. Shigaraki takes a mental note of that, so guess that means you aren't invincible after all, and you're clearly not as sharp as I thought. Letting me get this close was a bad idea. Shigaraki raises his hands and cracks his fingers. Doesn't matter, it's only you, Horizon shrugs. You damn. Shigaraki begins getting riled up, but composes himself once more. I'm not the same person you met at USJ. I didn't even meet you at USJ, you weren't even good enough to get to me, remember? Hood. Shigaraki commands, let's kill him, then everyone else here. Fina, the Nomu instantly disappears, swapped with a single leaf. Shigaraki suddenly finds himself 30 m above the ground, falling, unable to do anything about it. Alright, let's call your bluff, Shigaraki twists his body into a direct nosedive toward the ground below. Now you have to save me, otherwise your sheep will watch you let me die, and you care so much about what they think, isn't that right, hero? As Shigaraki suspected, the public was truly shocked at this move, and when he was less than 3 m from the ground, Horizon immediately warped him away. Booster shot. He felt and everyone heard most of the ribs on the right side of his body shatter as Horizon stops his vertical momentum with a strong right, sending him rolling through the mud and dirt. Shigaraki eventually rolls to a stop, now covered in filth as he forces himself to stand, holding his right side. He was already struggling to breathe, blood running down his lip as he forces his eyes to stay open. It shouldn't take Hood long to get back here, if I can stall him until then, maybe we can split his focus with some of Hood's new ranged energy attacks, that could let me get a hit in. Shigaraki immediately rushes forward, all the while Horizon stands still, not even drawing his blade. Something isn't right, there has to be some kind of trick. This has to be a trap. Why isn't he doing anything? Is Hood doing something to split his focus this much? His thoughts are still racing, doubting the situation as he closes the distance and jumps forward, and to his disbelief, to the horror of everyone watching. Horizon doesn't react. Not even as both Shigaraki's hands are wrapped round his neck. Shigaraki's eyes go wide as a feeling of ecstasy overtakes him. Ha! You got too cocky, hero. Shigaraki screams as the body glove only around Horizon's neck immediately disintegrates and he sees his real skin, he feels Horizon's skin below his fingers. All the onlookers and people watching at home feel their hearts break as this happens, but after a few seconds, nothing else happens. The battlefield is entirely silent, and even Shigaraki is confused. Because the familiar feeling of matter becoming dust beneath his touch isn't there, he could still feel Horizon's skin. Shigaraki's confused expression become one of horror as Horizon grips both his forearms. He spreads his arms, holding the smaller men in the air as if he weighs nothing. Horizon stretches his neck, allowing Shigaraki to see his unbothered skin, then explains to the now relieved audience what just happened. So, your quirk really does work by tactile telekinesis, but instead of telling matter to stay together, you tell it to fall apart. Shigaraki's eyes wide, realizing this was all just a game. That's too bad, nobody can tell Hand of God what to do. You were just Tez-Argh. Shigaraki feels and hears the bones in his forearms get crushed and snapped, fragments immediately break the skin. The onlookers are slightly horrified, but after all they've been through at the hands of these villains, and all Horizon has done and risked to protect them, they couldn't bring themselves to care as much as they would have months ago. Horizon's ideals of being less restrained against violent villains was becoming more popular through the public at every level, something the government was vehemently against. But he is Horizon, so they cannot stop him. Even when he completely snaps Shigaraki's forearms and rips them off, dropping him into the mud as if he were nothing. Oh. Shigaraki's screams echo across the battlefield, the media cruise gets every moment. As the severed limbs are tossed aside and blood mixes with water, as the so-called king of villains wails and cries in the mud in unbelievable pain. As Horizon stands unbothered, looking down at his victim, as if daring anyone to speak out against this. Yet nobody bothered to protest, and the very few who wanted to, were terrified of standing against Horizon. Not because they thought he would hurt them, but because of how everyone else would treat them for standing against him. Because Horizon is a remarkable gentle person when dealing with anyone who isn't a violent criminal, but his fans are much less kind. Thus small voices begins to cheer, screaming in joy that he was there to deliver justice. Then more begin to cheer with them, that their hero destroyed the monster poised to strike at them. And the few horrified faces quickly became torn. They could either show their approval, or be amongst the few who wouldn't stand for such brutality. But just before they had to decide. Anrunner. Shigaraki's screams suddenly stop, his pain disappears and he sits up, as if he were completely fine. Then a wave of confusion hits him as his severed limbs dissolve into a brown sludge. Wait, wait, wait. Shigaraki screams as his main body begins to dissolve the same way. I can't be a double. I'm real. I'm a real person, I'm not a daub. His head becomes brown sludge before the realization can even set it. Twice has been practicing a lot, Horizon thinks, he too was perfectly fooled. My basic skin didn't detect anything because that sludge becomes living cells, I'll have to do deeper scans more often, he thinks while collecting a sample to study. But to the public, the infallible Horizon obviously knew it was a double, and they all breathed sighs of relief, now certain he would never treat a villain in such a cruel way. After collecting his sample, Horizon gets up and places it in his medical pouch at his back, turning for the crowd to see him. All eyes are immediately draws to the damaged part of his body glove, seeing blue energy completely shrouding his skin as it pours off of him. Further reinforcing the public belief that he need the body glove to sustain his life and contain himself, but the public recently learned that the energy within isn't destructive, but heals those it touches. His few detractors who thought he was some type of walking talking bomb were relieved to hear that. Alright, let's get back to work. Horizon announces as he begins walking to the crowd. As he does this he raises a hand and grabs the air beside him, dropping scalpel so it hovers beside him. They immediately see bright green motes of energy gathering, being pulled toward him, ripped from a dozen kilometers in every direction to gather at his hand. They all gather into a pulsing sphere which he compresses and crushes into his palm, and the sounds of glass constantly cracking is heard. The scent of burnt air fills their nostrils. Horizon casually strikes out to his side with it. Shambles. Hood, the Nomu which nearly killed Endeavor in their duel months ago suddenly appears beside Horizon, swapped with some rubble. And before this powerful and feared Nomu can realize what's happening, Horizon attacks its brain. Gamma. The green energy expands into a sharp stake and penetrates its skull, and a small layer of frost forms on the mud around their feet as all the energy is pushed into its head. Knife. As the bright light disappears, Horizon is already walking away, and behind him the Nomu falls to the ground, its entire skull incinerated beyond any healing. So thoroughly destroyed that not even DNA can be recovered from that part of the body. A monster the entire nation, and most of the world feared, brought down in one swift act. Kamui, Horizon commands as he walks past the crowd. Secure that Nomu, I have to run some tests on it, and have some people guard it since high-end Nomu samples are rare. He casually waves his hand at Kamui Woods behind him. And with that Horizon returns to his duties as a medic. As if what he did was nothing special at all, because to him, it wasn't. This is simply his job, it's what's expected of him. Nothing worth celebrating. But to everyone else, this was the moment Horizon showed that when he is around, they truly have nothing to worry about. This is the moment they realized, all the hard work his parents did to raise him into the great superhero he is, has now been focused on protecting them. And when the video of this event spreads, the legacy of the people who built such a great hero will only grow. End chapter. Chapter 252, Chapter 251, Arsenal's Legacy PT2. Chapter start. USA, Los Angeles, January 11th. Angels Park is a massive area in the middle of Los Angeles, a city that has expanded in the century since the advent of QUIRKs. Its size is slightly larger than New York's more famous Central Park, but its origin is drowned in blood and tragedy. Now, nearing noon, tens of thousands of people swarm to the festival being held in the park, enjoying the food stalls that area already set up and waiting for even more to arrive. Children are playing games, families are having picnics at the many ponds. All while stages are set up all across the park and the scheduled performances take place. In the middle of the park is a labyrinth of massive stone obelisks that could be seen from the surrounding cities. Standing out in the greenery is almost unsightly, but demanding reverence. Many people were walking by, taking moments to gaze in awe at all the names carved into it, and some stopped at the memorial stone for the tens of thousands of people who could not even be identified if found to be etched into the stones. And a few families were placing flowers at the stone memorials for the people who were lost during that night. But the faces of all the people looked strangely happy, considering what they were doing. As if they were finally at peace. As if they knew their lost loved ones could finally rest. As if they could finally believe in justice again. Elsewhere. While all of this is going on, surrounding the park there are streets of impressive skyscrapers, even by 2315 standards, and on top of one of the tallest is a woman, standing on the helipad. At 150 stories in the air she looked down, barely able to hear herself think over the howling winds. She wore a pair of gray sweatpants and a matching hoodie, with the hood currently on. She stands at only 5 square feet 157 cm. Her loose, short, brown hair swayed slightly in the wind but was mostly tucked away. A pair of thick black-rimmed glasses helped her dull brown eyes to see even on the clearest day. And on her feet were a pair of blue boots that looked a few sizes too big. She looks down at the park, and sees all the people like and swarming about, celebrating justice and vengeance in one festival. But her heart is still gripped by fear, the kind of fear that many of those people recently overcame and a few could let go of. But to her, who had more power than anyone else in the world. Power she flexed and used to threaten entire nations to exact that justice and vengeance on her behalf, fear still grips her heart. As if deep down she knew that the monster was still coming after her. She looks down at her phone, and sees the timer. Only 11 seconds, and I feel like my heart is already about to explode. She wipes her forehead, and the sleeve of her hoodie is covered in sweat. Even in the cold wind at this height, the fear was affecting her this severely. Still scared of a ghost, as if that monster can ever hurt you now, as if she could hurt me from in the grave. She berates herself. But even thinking about the object of her fear that much had her stumbling back away from the edge, breathing heavily and slowly succumbing to a panic attack. Luckily absolute focus is needed to activate her quirk, or else an even worse tragedy would have befallen this city, Angels Park. Down below as all the people are enjoying the festivities, closer to the memorial stones a few camera crews were set up in front of a small stage and podium. On it was an older white man in a fine suit, ready to answer their questions. Mr. Major, one reporter raises her hand. As the mayor of Los Angeles, do you really think it's appropriate to throw a festival on such a tragic anniversary? The man takes a moment to think, as if he didn't have this answer rehearsed before coming here. This isn't a festival to celebrate tragedy, he says. As the announcement and ads explained, this is about celebrating justice. A horrific monster was put down for what she did to us and an uncountable number of other people. That is cause for celebration. Because I know that the families of all these wonderful people, he gestures to the carved stone behind him. We're beginning to wonder how many decades it would take before justice caught up to that monster, and now they can rest easy knowing the worst of humanity has been put down, for good. The crowd seems pleased with his response and take a few notes, before another set of hands is raised. Yes, you, he points to a lady in the back rows who quickly stands up. And what do you have to say on the questions regarding the motive behind this attack? Some people still find it hard to believe that all of this, she gestures at the park, which used to be busy city streets, would be cleared out for the sake of killing one person alone. The mayor nods. Yes, I understand that understanding such true and vile evil is impossible for our good-intentioned American citizens, but believe me, it exists. And she's among the worst villains. The murmurs stop as the lady sits back down, noting the serious expression on the man's face. I, much like some of the people here, was living just a few blocks from this very park when that attack happened. Granted, it wasn't a park at the time. It was just me, my brothers, and my mom. Us against the world, when suddenly there was a loud noise, our ears were ringing, all the windows were blown out. All the glass from windows shatters and blew into the apartment. Hell, if not for my brother jumping on top of me I would be a lot uglier than I am today, a few reporters laugh. But as the hours went on, it just got worse. Suddenly we heard noises all around. Mom was getting my younger brothers under the bed when I looked through the window and it looked like a meteor was falling from the sky. But it was just the biggest plane I'd ever see, crashed only a few blocks away into the spot we stand on now. We thought that was it, this is the end of the world, couldn't get any worse, right? Well, when the gas mains started exploding, when buildings started falling all around us, things just kept getting worse. And every minute of the 39 hours we were buried in rubble waiting for someone to rescue us, we couldn't even breathe properly because we were terrified of it getting worse at any minute. Now my brothers, my mom, and myself, we all lived and only had minor injuries, we got lucky. But the almost 100,000 people who didn't get out, well, they didn't get lucky. And their families probably felt like the unlucky ones for being left with a pile of rubble and graves to dig. Now keep in mind, one person caused that kind of destruction and death. One person was that vile and evil, to do all of that, for money. To kill one person. Now I personally think that person being put down like the filthy animal she is certainly deserved a celebration, and I wanted it on the anniversary of that day so that they could celebrate with us. He gestures back to the memorial stones. The reporters nod along. Now I'm not claiming to be a saint, but I like to think some people have a God-given purpose, and I'm still looking for mine. But some people find theirs early in life, for some it's their quirk. For others it's their heart. Some realize their purpose is upholding and representing freedom and liberty while protecting the people of America, and they become Star and Stripe. Others look into their own hearts and find peace and justice for all, and they become All Might. Heck, some people are lucky enough to be born and raised to heal the impossible as if it were easy, and that's how miracles like Horizon exist, who I did send an invitation to this event by the way. He gets a laugh from the crowd, because they all know Horizon can't leave Japan so easily. But others, they're just born evil, and unlike most people, they don't try to change. They embrace the evil, and sadly for us good people of the world, some of them are too damn good at it. Good enough to become arguable the most brutal, excessive, and bloodthirsty villain in the history of quirks, and that's how Arsenal was born. Now we're here to celebrate her being put down like the filthy animal she is. After every member of the United Nations hunted her for decades, she was caught in Japan just over a year ago. So how about we make the next few questions quick and join the others in celebrating the good work of our friends in Japan for helping us rest easy at night. Elsewhere. Back on the roof, the young woman was on the floor gripping her chest, breathing heavily and sweating as if she ran a marathon. No matter how deeply or quickly she breathed, it was never enough. It still felt as if the entire world was resting on her chest. Her eyes were already watering as she tried to focus her thought, trying to use her quirk to make the fear go away. Beep beep beep. The emergency alert on her phone suddenly snaps her out of her panicked state and draws her attention. That familiar beeping triggers her pro-hero instincts and focuses her mind. Hello, she immediately answers in a very high-pitched voice, then slaps a hand over her mouth. Huh, why do you sound like that? The nab on the other side of the call asks. What did you need? She deepens her voice slightly and tries to dodge the question. Why are you in LA? When you said you were stepping out of your agency for lunch, I thought you meant down the street, not to the other side of the country. I just felt like going for a fly. 2,500 miles, the man sighs. First time since that night you've been back to LA, and this is the day you choose, when what stupid festival is going on, really Kathy? She frowns. I thought I could handle it all right. But. She rolls her eyes, but, I still need time. Every time I think about her, I feel as if there is part of her out there that'll still be coming after me. And I saw what she did to my family, I can't just ignore that. The man is silent for a moment before speaking. Arsenal isn't sending some kind of ghost to haunt you, Kathy. You just need to trust that she's really gone for good. I mean, you pretty much threatened to attack Japan yourself to get to her if they didn't do it. No country is dumb enough to risk that. Yeah, especially since now we know All Might was already sick back then, she says. But still, doesn't feel right unless I did it with my own bare hands. That doesn't sound very heroic of you. I don't care, she says. She's dead, Kathy. She can't come back for you from in the grave, and even if she did, you're the most powerful being in the world, you'd crush her. She smiles at that. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm coming back now, I'll be there in an hour or two. The man hangs up and she sees the timer on her phone, paused at 20 seconds. I couldn't even last 20 seconds without falling apart. How pathetic, she thinks while holding the phone very gently. She begins walking to the middle of the helipad and focuses on herself. New order, I will be just like All Might. Her mental image of a prime All Might is fed into her quirk yet again, and she begins growing. As she grows, her casual clothes is torn apart to reveal the hero costume beneath. The red, white and blue, striped costume like the American flag takes full effect as the cape expands out from the back of it. All her hair shifts from brown to blonde and her eyes become shining bright blue. And as the eyes shift, her vision becomes better than perfect, allowing her to put her glasses away and put on the thin domino mask similar to Miss Midnight's, but red. Her boots now fit as she grows to 6 feet 4-193 cm, just an inch shorter than Horizon and Endeavor, but not close to All Might 7 square feet 218 cm in his muscular form. Because even her mystery class quirk has, and pushing her own physical body to the point of matching one for all is certainly a limit of it. But she is roughly 90% there, most impressive considering this effect has no exact time limit. In fact, all the time she's spent out of this form across her life since receiving her quirk can be added up to less than 10 minutes. This was her first command of New Order, to make her into the men she saw as invincible. And among her new few commands was, New Order, I can move freely through the atmosphere. Star and Stripe immediately begins hovering off the floor, suddenly gaining flight. Over her career, Star and Stripe has used her quirk to create hundreds of effects, most of which are listed online by the media and fans. But this is her most common combination, and it's almost always more than she needs. Without any more hesitation, she rockets into the air, clearing the city skyline and soaring into the clouds. And with one last look below at the gathering crowd, her eyes zoom in to see the faces of the happy crowd, then lock onto the horizon toward New York. Boom. A small sonic boom is left in her wake as she goes from floating in place to hypersonic instantly, heading back to her hero agency in Manhattan. Still feeling as if Arsenal would still come after her one day, in some unknown form. Luckily, she is still the most powerful being in the world, but that would change in the coming months. End chapter. Chapter 253, Chapter 252, Bird of Prey. Chapter start. January 23rd. Look, it's Hawks. A woman screams on the sidewalk while pointing toward the sky. Soaring through the city streets, weaving between the skyscrapers, they see the number 2 pro hero Hawks, moving casually and waving down at them. Everyone on the street stops and some take out their phones. Hey everyone. Hawks yells back, giving a friendly smile and gentle wave. You all doing okay? We love you, Hawks, the same woman screams, excited to see her favorite pro hero in person. Who is that ahead of him? A man asks while looking further up the street where Hawks is going toward. They see someone swinging between buildings by constantly stretching his arms and retracting them, and they look to be in a hurry. That's Reacher, a child says, excited by all of this. The guy Horizon saved from Stain. A man asks, slightly confused. I guess Hawks is working with small-time pro heroes now, huh? He's so cool. The woman keeps staring at Hawks as he catches up to Reacher. If those people could see Reacher up close, or hear how his heart was pounding against his ribs, they'd see a very different situation. Reacher glances back, seeing Hawks closing in, and speeds up. He grabs the side of a building and swings right, putting him on a straight route to his target. Sweat is pouring down his face, drenching his hero costume. Reacher. Hawks yells, come on buddy, slow down. He instinctively pats his pocket to make sure his cargo is there when he hears Hawks closing in. Stay away from me. Reacher yells. He glances down, considering going to the street level and getting the crowd involved, but the last thing he wants is to put the civilians in danger. He couldn't even trust other pro heroes to help him, he was alone against the entire world. Because that's what happens when you try to stand against Horizon. Hawks keeps smiling, but narrows his eyes as some of his feathers disperse, taking alternative paths around the buildings. Reacher looks ahead, seeing a large police station at the very end of this long street, and suddenly safety was that much closer. Reacher glances back a moment later, and doesn't see Hawks. He feels the wind get knocked out of him. Gah. His eyes close for a moment as he's suddenly moving faster than he ever could on his own, and he barely opens his eyes fast enough to see the city street disappearing below him. Eventually the entire city becomes distant below them, and he realizes what happened. Hawks tackled him, knocking the wind out of him and wrapping his arms around Reacher, taking him into the clouds and away from the city. Now they were miles above the buildings. Let go of me. Reacher rears back and punches Hawks in the back of his head, but the smaller hero doesn't let go of him. Just listen. They have to know. Reacher extends both his arms upward 33 feet -10 m, and brings them back in much faster, transitioning into 2 palm strikes at Hawks' shoulders. Arg. Hawks lets go and drops Reacher, who instantly nosedives through the clouds, ready to grab a building and make his vertical momentum into a horizontal swing. But he was over a mile above the nearest building, so before he could even get close, Hawks wrapped his arms around his torso again. Don't make me hurt you, please. Hawks says while dragging him out of the city again. You can't protect him. He's a murderer. I know that, and I'm not trying to. Hawks yells while continuously being punched in the head, but even as blood flows through his hair and down his face, he doesn't let go. Oh. Reacher feels 2 feathers pierce his back, into the joints at his shoulders. His arms fall limply at his side for a while as Hawks takes them to a small forest outside the city. There, now can you please let me explain, he asks while dropping Reacher on the ground in a clearing. Explain what? That you're covering up a murder. Reacher asks as he gets to his feet, flexing his fingers and trying to move his arms. All of Hawk's feathers leave his back and begins hovering around Reacher, like hundreds of swords at his sides. I don't want to hurt you, Haru, Hawk says. These feathers tell a different story. He looks around nervously at Hawk's feathers. I'm just trying to do the right thing, to be an actual pro hero, or did you forget what that was like? How dirty are those talons, huh? This isn't like that, it's just a matter of timing, I promise. Just let me explain, please. There is no timing. I saw a murder and I will act on my instincts and report it. Everything that happens after will be justice. It's not that simple. Hawks yells, and his calm expression gives way to anger. If it was that simple I wouldn't be in this problem, but it's Horizon. That's why we must act now. He's dangerous. I know that. Hawks screams. Believe me, I know that more than anyone. If you got past the first few files on that flash drive you stole, you would have seen what he did to me. How he tore me apart piece by piece and kept putting me back together. Why do you think I was missing for a month? Reacher looks shocked as Hawks begins to tear up, clutching his head as if physically suppressing the memories. I couldn't function after the things he did to me, after he made me stay awake the entire time. I don't want him to do that to you, to everyone. So please, just give me the flash drive, and we can go talk to Pontu together. Pontu. Reacher finally puts the pieces together. So that's why my phone hasn't been working. She blocked me out, so she's in on it too. The police. That report was never going to happen, Haku, Hawks says calmly. I don't like hurting innocent people, but if you got to that police station a lot of people would have had to die after hearing that report. But that's a lot less than what we'll lose if Horizon goes crazy. So please, just give me the drive. I don't want to hurt you, or worse. If you keep covering up his crimes, they'll only get worse. You'll make a real monster. I trust Pontu to deal with him before it gets completely out of hand. Right now he's just being a bit excessive with villains. Just a bit excessive. That's what you call what he did to Wolfram. Reacher looks disgusted. The man was begging for his life and Horizon just kept tearing into him. He looked like bloody burger meat when he was done. A freak incident, not a pattern. The amount of files on this drive say otherwise, and what about you? Don't you want justice for what he did to you? Yes, I do. Believe me, there isn't a day I don't dream about locking him up, or worse. But he's Horizon, it's impossible, plus that was part of my job, I knew what I was doing. Reacher grits his teeth. Yeah well, being a hero is my job, and if I'm the only one in Japan with any sense of justice then so be it. I'll just upload it and let the world decide. Wait. Reacher begins extending his arm forward to grab Hawks, but before his attack can even begin dozens of feathers pierce his back. He flinches for a moment, and unconsciously blinks. And by the time he opened his eyes Hawks was in front of him swinging a feather sword at his neck. Damn it, Hawks says as Reacher's head falls to the floor, rolling away from his body. All of his feathers return to his back after shaking off the blood while he searches the body. Taking a few steps away he examines the drive while calling Pontu. Did you get it? Was the first words out of her mouth. Yeah, but he's dead. Good, that's better than him being alive and us having to worry about him eventually talking. He had a family you know, and now they'll never see him again. That's the occupational hazard of being a pro hero. He just ran into a villain on patrol and didn't make it back home. Send him a card if you care so much. Hawks sighs. How the hell did he even get this info anyway? This morning someone hacked into our most secure servers looking for info on Horizon. They left a small backdoor and that information got out. So they hacked us for data on Horizon. No, they wanted something in his file but none of the personal data, and honestly aside from this there wasn't anything else there. He really doesn't exist in our files, they only got this because we used it for his counterpart in the simulation. Right, so they got what they wanted and left a backdoor, then that group Reacher just busted up got these files using that same backdoor. Yes, and I've already sent a team to deal with them. Him arresting them made things much easier. Gotcha, and what did the actual hackers even want? Our people are still working on that, I should know by the end of the day. Good, just tell me as soon as you. Hawk stops talking as a purple warp gate manifests in front of him. I'll call you back, my bestie needs me. As he hangs up Dobby walks out of the warp gate. Since when are we friends? Ah, and here I thought we were best friends. Both men glare at each other for a moment, then Dobby glances down at Reacher's corpse. Nice work, trying to impress me. He got a bit too nosy, had to cut it off. Hawks shrugs. You missed the nose then. Dobby walks forward and observes where they are. So did you need something? Yeah, the boss is calling a meeting. Now, let's go. The boss, Shigaraki, will be there. Everyone will be there, Dobby says. Congratulations, you're more useful than untrustworthy. Now let's go. And obviously don't try anything stupid. Dobby begins walking to the warp gate, but stops in front of it. What? Mind if I take credit for this? He gestures to the corpse. Sure, make the League look good and cover my tracks, that's perfect. Dobby rolls his eyes. When you say I'm helping you it almost makes me not want to do it, but I just love watching heroes burn. With a wave of his hand he sets a raging fire in this part of the woods, starting at the corpse. A bit much, don't you think? I like the scent of burning trees. Dobby walks through the warp gate. Before Hawk steps in the looks back and tosses the flash drive into a blue flame, making sure it melts before he fully enters the warp gate. Time to meet the boss. End chapter. Chapter 254, Chapter 253, All Against One. Chapter start. No pat down. Hawks asks as he steps out of the warp gate, entering a well-lit hallway that gave the impression of a mansion. Don't need it, Dobby says. Keep those feathers to yourself and follow me. Walking behind Dobby, he looks around curiously, wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, and he does contemplate sending a few feathers to get a proper look of this building. But ultimately, he plays along. Ah, and here I thought you didn't trust me. TCH, we don't need to take your phone. The radio wave Nomu controls all broadcasts in this area, including blocking any trackers, microphones, GPS in your phone. Sounds useful, can I have one? Dobby stops walking and looks back at him, annoyed at the smiling pro hero, then continues walking. Eventually they make it to the end of a hallway and Dobby pushes open the double doors. Wow wow. Hawks gawks about as he hovers through the room. A massive formal dining room overlooking the ocean. He entirely ignores all the villains sitting around having lunch. Around the massive table was Shigaraki, at the head. Spinner to his right and Twice to his left. But beside Twice was Toga, in a wheelchair, which Hawks made special note of. Across from her was Magni, and a seat prepared for Hawks. On the table was a monitor that remained blank, but right now everyone was glaring at Hawks who hovered above them. Take your seat so we can get started, Shigaraki says in an annoyed tone. Sure thing boss, Hawks says as he sits beside Magni, who continues to glare at him. Kurogiri, let's begin, Shigaraki says. Immediately a warp gate appears behind him, and another appears above his right shoulder. Kurogiri stands behind him as the larger warp gate closes, but above his right shoulder a small Nomu, reminiscent of a frog, drops onto his shoulder. It has dozens of large eyes all across its body and back, each of which are tracking the people in the room. Cute, Toga says. Gross. Magni covers her mouth in disgust. This is Shinji, Shigaraki says as he pats the Nomu, who nuzzles up to him. In light of recent revelations, he'll always be with me from now on. Dobby rolls his eyes. I hope this isn't just to show off your new creepy pet. No, this meeting is about this. Shigaraki snaps his fingers and the monitor turns on, showing a picture of Horizon midway through, ripping the arms off his double. Toga sees this image for the first time, laying eyes on Horizon for the first time in months. And immediately begins hyperventilating. Hawks looks at everyone as they are immediately concerned about her. You don't have to worry about him, baby, he isn't here, Twice says as he pushed her out of the room, shutting the door behind them. Horizon really left some scars on you guys, huh? Hawks teases. Shigaraki gives him a bored look as he rubs his arms. Well, after seeing what he's willing to do to me, you can understand why we've been extra cautious since. Not like you're one to talk, Dobby says to Hawks. You're sweating more than us. Hawks passes a hand on his forehead, feeling it drenched in cold sweat, and holding his hand out they could all see him shaking, even before he realized it. Yeah well, you got the hypothetical, I got the real thing. He adopts a somber expression. He did things to me that I'll never get over. We heard as much, Shigaraki says. That's why you're here now, we finally realize that you don't really care about our cause, right? I do. Shinji ribbits on Shigaraki's shoulder. That means you lied. They all get ready to attack him. Stand down. But. I said stand down, he silences Magni. Hawks was never on our side, but he was always against Horizon. Because let me guess, the government thought they could control him, but he's a bigger monster than any villain, right? And he turned against them. Not exactly, Hawks says. Pontu has a deal with Horizon, and she's willing to let him literally get away with murder if it means he'll stay in Japan as our #1 pro hero. Because his presence is more than worth a few bodies in the ground ever so often, especially since they've all been villains. But you disagree? Dobby asks. Horizon isn't that simple. First he didn't want to be a pro hero, but now he's enjoying it, but now the public is being swayed to accept his more honest self. You mean them cheering when he tore the arms off my double? Shigaraki asks. Yeah, and that kind of stuff has been happening a lot, Hawks says. You guys have done so much to hurt the public that they want you gone, by any means necessary, and now they're just taking bets on how he'll do it. Are there any other pro heroes that want to help us out? Shigaraki asks. I know a few, Hawks admits. But, they wouldn't associate with villains, especially not your group. And even if I got all of them together, it's Horizon, we can't win. Shigaraki sighs, I want to become an invincible demon king, but it seems I'll have to get rid of one first. There is always a bigger monster, for now. Yeah, even Horizon isn't the absolute strongest, right, Magni says. That star and striped chick is a monster, and I remember he said she was stronger than him, but that was a few weeks ago. Well, we might have something that can kill him, Shigaraki surprises them all with that. Only he and Kurogiri knew about Makia's new upgrades after all. If I leave a trail of breadcrumbs, can you feed it to Horizon and put him where I want? Hawks considers it. It'll have to seem like I spied on you to get it, since Ponta sent me to spy on you and he figured that out. And it'll only be possible once, because if this goes wrong and you miss, he'll probably kill me. Kurogiri. Shigaraki asks. It can be arranged, within a matter of weeks, Kurogiri says. And what bait might entice Horizon? Pontu has us collecting info on 2 people, Hawks points at Kurogiri. You, and twice. Everyone else she just knows we can get whenever you pop up. Well, that's insulting, Dobby says. It makes sense, Shigaraki says. They're the backbone of our operation. This places us in great danger, Kurogiri says. Judging by Horizon's track record, he likely won't fall for the same double trick again. The bait will have to be live. Then you will be our bait. We'll collect some samples and have twice use his quirk to replicate yours. Aren't you getting a bit cocky there, brat? A mechanical voice comes from Shinji. It can talk. Hawks asks. It's not the Nomu, you moron. The Nomu opens its mouth so they can all hear. I'm speaking through it, something I didn't think was necessary until this brat decided to put one of my most prized Nomu in danger. Kurogiri will be fine, if your weapon actually works. You're doubting my work. How dare you? Don't forget that I'm not one of your loser lackeys. I'm a dear friend of your master, the true demon lord. You only get to use our Nomu soldiers because for some reason he thinks you're worth more than gum under my shoe. And I can take them back whenever I want. Are you saying you're so scared that your newest masterpiece can't handle Horizon you aren't willing to use Kurogiri as bait? I'll consider it. Shinji's mouth closes as Shigaraki plays on his mysterious benefactor's ego. That guy is also on Pontu's list, by the way, Hawks says. I'm supposed to be collecting data on whoever is making the Nomu for you. Well, you'll need to get in line, or question all for one, Shigaraki says. Even I don't know who he is, he says. I haven't earned that honor yet. Seems like we're all working with some annoying people. Hawks relaxes a bit. So, what info do you want me to feed Pontu about you guys? After we sort that out we can deal with what to do about Horizon. Well, you can tell her we'll be expanding outreach and being more aggressive in controlling contraband movement in Japan. I already have all the major criminal groups under me. It's time we put them to work and stress out the public. You want me telling her all of that? We'll be operating too loudly to hide it. The new year has begun. Now get to stress out the public and show them they can't rely on pro heroes to solve everything, that they have to fight for themselves. And slowly we'll erode the quirk regulations of this nation. Alright, I'll tell her I uncovered that. Oh, Hawk snaps his finger. Someone hacked into the Hero Public Safety Commission to get into Horizon's files. Was that you guys? No, the last thing we want is a trail leading back to us, plus that what you're here for. Did they get anything good? Spinner asks. They weren't looking for personal files. Pontu is still looking into it. Getting that person on our side could be useful. Keep your ears open for anything about that. Got it, Hawk says. Right now we're keeping that incident away from Horizon, because then he'll go on a warpath to silence loose ends. I'd imagine so. Now, let's discuss the breadcrumb trail we need to set up to trap him. End chapter. Chapter 255, Chapter 254, Incremental Improvement. Chapter start. Wednesday, January 25, 2315, 6 weeks until Ascension. After lunch at UA Class 1A are all dressed in their PE uniforms, sitting outside at the training area on some bleachers for close combat training. Horizon was at the top row of the bleachers sitting beside Jiro. She had one of her earphone jacks plugged into his phone as he showed her a new song. As she leans against him and nods along to the music, just as he was doing, they carefully watched Ojiro and Bakugo fight in the field. Trading blows in the small circle painted on the dirt field, both aspiring heroes give their all in this exercise. But Ojiro was quickly gaining the upper hand. Tailboy got better during the winter break, Horizon says. That almost sounded like a compliment, Jiro says. Careful, or else people might think you have a heart. Can't have that, my public image would be in pieces. Jiro giggles and leans into him a bit more, and he drapes an arm around her. I bet Bakugo wishes he had more room to use his quirk in that circle. They see Bakugo continuously try to line up his explosions only for Ojiro to react faster and swat his hands away. He should just use his explosions away from Ojiro, spin himself with them to gain momentum for powerful kicks. He's so used to swinging his palms he only fights like a boxer in times like this. That's pretty smart. Any insight on how I could have done better in my fight? Jiro asks. Yeah, don't fight Kirishima close up. Jiro sighs and Horizon pats her head. Some matchups just aren't good no matter how you try to go about it. Yeah, well, I've got the bruises to show for it, Jiro says. While they were talking, on the other side of the bleachers was Momo, chatting with Uraraka and Toru, who as usual was entirely visible. She really offered you that, already? Toru asks Uraraka. You've only been working with her for like 3 months. Yeah, it's kind of a strange situation since this really wasn't in my plan. But you have to at least consider it, Momo says. We know your heart is set on being a rescue hero, but a contract with Ryuko for after you graduate isn't something you can simply turn down. Yeah. Toru cheers. You've got to think about her ranking too, she's super high ranked, almost in the top 5. If you work with her even for a year or two, then every rescue hero will send you offers and you can just pick anyone you want. And you'll be able to negotiate for better pay, Momo adds. That is why you're becoming a pro hero after all. If you do this, then you can better provide for your family. Uraraka blushes a little but awkwardly smiles at them. Well, yeah, and I guess it's better to know how to fight strong villains before I go into being a rescue hero. The last thing I want is to get caught off guard and be defenseless, and since rescue heroes don't fight much, I won't have many chances to sharpen my skills when I find a rescue agency to work with. Exactly, Momo says. Better to be a warrior in a garden than the other way around. Just be sure to think carefully before you commit to any contracts. Consider how popular and capable you'll be at the time of graduation and judge the offer against that version of your ability. Yeah, I'll be sure to think a lot before giving her an answer, but what about you, Toru? Me. Yeah, didn't MT. Lady sent you an offer to work with her, that'll make you a member of Team Lurkers, sort of. Oh yeah, I already accepted, Toru says. Working with a team that does stealth and infiltration stuff is perfect for my quirk, plus 2 of the top 10 pro heroes are on that team, so everyone will be watching me. That also means you'll be seeing Zero a lot, Momo says. He's still working with Edgeshot after all, and his previous pro hero mentor Kamui Woods is also on that team. Maybe I'll even get a part in whatever next big Operation Horizon is planning. Toru gets so excited she fades in and out of visibility for a few seconds. That'll make me super popular for sure. As they continue talking, not even a minute later a loud whistle is blown. All eyes go to Aizawa as he raises a hand. Bakugo is out of the circle. Ojiro wins, he announces. Ojiro respectfully bows as Bakugo just gets up and stomps back to his seat, not returning the gesture. Alright, the next match, Aizawa reaches into a box and takes out a ball with the number 18 on it. Midoriya, you're up. Deku jumps out of his seat and rushes over to the circle, confident in his close combat skills. And his opponent, Aizawa, takes out another ball, and winces when he reads it. Seat 19, Horizon. The entire class goes silent as they look back to Horizon, even Jiro stiffens as she's leaning against him. Me and Deku, well, it's about damn time. Shambles. He warps into the small circle, standing opposite Deku. The entire circle was only 5m-15 feet wide, and suddenly it felt entirely too small for Deku's liking. Aizawa looks over at them, seeing Midoriya already getting nervous. Horizon, when I blow the whistle you stop, understand? Understand. Yeah, I got it, Horizon says. This is a training exercise, so don't use countershock. I want to actually see Midoriya's progress, not just watch him get fried in the first second. Play it out and have some fun, got it? Horizon raises his hands in a boxing stance. Come on, Deku. Taking a deep breath, Deku enters a low stance, ready to pounce forward at any time. One for all, 30%. Small arcs of current begin bouncing across Deku's body as he focuses on Horizon. Booster shot. Begin. Deku launches forward and upward, spinning his entire body and kicking toward Horizon's face. Horizon raises both his arms and takes the hit onto his forearms. HNGH. Horizon's bones quake as the hit was much harder than expected, but he immediately uses booster shot to amplify his physical strength once more and pushes Deku back. I've barely seen my classmates train these past few months, that caught me by surprise, Horizon thinks. Deku recovers instantly before even approaching the edge of the circle and rushes back in. A lot faster too, Horizon thinks as he notices Deku's features becoming harder to track. One serious hit from him and I'll get pushed out of the circle, need to be careful. In the same millisecond it took him to realize this, he also analyzed the result of the skin he did when they made contact. Deku's teeth are different now. Quirkless people can't regrow teeth, they're less evolved like pre-quirk era humans, but this Deku can regrow teeth and metabolize enamel. One for all must be fully integrated into his body, that's why he can use this much power without breaking himself apart. He's no longer a quirkless little shit that got handed a quirk, now it's more like he was simply born with one for all. He's indistinguishably melded with it, just like All Might the first time I scanned him and couldn't tell he was born quirkless. Looks like he's one step closer to surpassing All Might, maybe if we ever get a real fight it'll actually be fun, well, at least until I get bored. He's still only human after all. In the millisecond it took for this analysis to happen, Deku also realized something. For the first time against Horizon, he had an advantage. His mind doesn't move as fast as Horizon's, but when they clashed he could feel Horizon buckle and have to summon more power before pushing him away. And that was all the confidence boost he needed. One for all, 32%, shoot style. Deku crouches down and leaps forward, intent on spinning to deliver another kick without ever making contact. Horizon knows what he's about to do and rushes forward, getting into Deku's personal space before he could finish the kicking motion and grabbing his leg. Realizing his kick wasn't possible anymore, Deku takes advantage of Horizon's grip keeping him in the air, leaving Horizon to hold his ankle. He twists his body and kicks at Horizon with his other foot. Booster shot. Horizon grips his ankle so hard it felt as if he would snap it, then pulled downward, slamming Deku's back into the dirt. NGH. Deku spins on the floor, trying to kick Horizon's leg and sweep him off his feet. But his foot makes contact with nothing as Horizon leapt up. He barely rolls out of the way before Horizon lands on the dirt, right where his chest was. Deku does a flip and gets back onto his feet, raising his hands once more to continue the fight. I need to keep things simply and contest him with just pure strength, and I can't take my eyes off him even for a second, Deku thinks as he rushes in once more. This time he performs a non-stop barrage of punches, all at 30% power. Horizon and the spectators alike can feel the air being pushed past them with each attack. Horizon constantly uses booster shot to heal the damage being done to his forearms as he blocks all the attacks. Beneath the body glove, the muscle and bone were constantly being damaged and healed. So that's how strong you've gotten, Horizon says as he begins emanating blue energy vapor from his arms. He pushes Deku back and immediately prepares a strong right and launches it at Deku. Let's just wrap this up, show me if you're even worth having a real fight with. Hearing this, Deku smiles, looking back he wouldn't even understand. But it just felt right, and he couldn't help but smile. He rushes forward and the ground gets cratered beneath him when he launches into another shoot-style attack. Horizon's entire right hand is shrouded in the blue energy mist as they make contact, but even as Deku pushes away all the air around them, the mist clings to Horizon. Deku's foot makes direct contact with Horizon's gloved fist, and a shockwave rips through the air. Boom. A cloud of dust covers the area as everyone covers their eyes and gets caked in dirt. A few people begin coughing and moments later the dust begins to settle. Arg, I can't feel my leg, Deku winces as he sits at the edge of the circle, holding his right leg. Did you break it again? Aizawa asks as he swats the dust away from his face. No, it's just numb, Deku says. Why did I do that? I've never used 45% before, but in that moment it just came out. Looks like you won, congratulations, Horizon says as all the dust is finally cleared. My new variation of booster shot still needs some work. And everyone is shocked to see both his feet carved out a trench in the dirt, ending a few inches outside the circle. Deku is most surprised to see this, but he frowns at the result. You only moved back a few inches further than me, I've still got a lot of training to do. Horizon chuckles as he casually walks up to Deku, who was still on the floor, and here I thought you'd be happy to finally beat me at something. Deku forces himself to stand on his numb leg, a fight where you could only use your weakest attribute, which happens to be my strongest. How can I become the #1 hero if that's the only victory I can get? That's the thing, you don't become the #1 hero, I do. I'm still growing too, you know, Deku says, surprising everyone as he actually stands against Horizon. Don't count me out yet. Aizawa looks at the scene carefully, ready to intervene, and everyone stares on in silence. But Horizon just looks down at Deku, clearly more amused than anything else. Alright, small might, then prove it in a real fight. Deku's face immediately pales. I'll be in the finals at the sports festival, as usual, just meet me there and you can show me what you've got, that should be easy, right? Mr. #1 Pro Hero. As Horizon walks back to his seat, Deku is finally able to breathe again. What the hell is wrong with me? That could have gone so badly, but he's right. If I want to prove it, then the sports festival is the best place to do that, and I've only got a few months to master my new moves. End chapter. Chapter 256, Chapter 255, Global Test. Chapter start. Friday, January 27, 2315, Berlin, Germany. Just as the sun was about to set, alarms began ringing all across the city. The cold winter air was disrupted as explosions began ringing out through the city. Lumbering through the streets, smashing buildings with each clumsy movement, a massive quadrupedal robot stomps about. 75m-246 feet, and 50m-150 feet, wide, tall and firing off an assortment of artillery and guns. Dozens of pro heroes are already assaulting this enemy, but the tough armor is harder than even modern military tanks, causing their attacks to barely do anything. Nearly an hour into the battle, the civilians in this section of the massive city have all been cleared out. Now news choppers buzz around trying to record as much of the battle as possible. It seems that the pro heroes have made little to no progress in stopping this weapon, either manned or unmanned we aren't sure, and we'll only know when they break it apart and look inside, a news reporter says from inside a helicopter. Hold on, the pilot screams, and the man looks back at the battlefield to see a rocket heading directly toward them, too fast to be avoided. The man doesn't even have time to scream before a bolt of electricity descends from above and detonates the rocket at a safe distance. The purple electricity immediately causes a wave of hope to spread across the battlefield as the pro heroes and civilians realize what happened. The camera looks up to see a group of pro heroes descending. One of them is creating a floating platform of green energy beneath his feet while two others ride on it beside him. To his left is a woman who has her eyes closed as her black hair constantly pulses blue. As they descend past the helicopter, the camera zooms in on the man standing to the right. He wore a skin-tight purple suit with pieces of armor sparsely spread across it. There was a purple and black lightning bolt across his chest, and his moss only covered his eyes, leaving the top of his head free to show off his short blonde hair. As they quickly descend, there was already purple lightning crackling around him, and his gaze was fixed on the enemy. "Do you sense a pilot inside?" he asks the woman beside him. "No, it's a drone, or a pre-programmed robot, either way you can hit it hard," she says. "We need to make this quick, these things are attacking in other countries as well, this could just be the first wave," the man maintaining the platform says. "I told everyone to give you some space, you can go in now," the woman says. "All right, I'm going in, stay above and coordinate the other heroes, and send me any electric types if this thing manages to get back up," he says before jumping off the platform. He immediately goes into a nosedive, dropping over 1,000 meters toward his target. "Blitz just dove into the battle," the reporter yells as they watch him descend, approaching the top of the skyscrapers. "With our number one hero here, the situation is about to be resolved in a flash." Locking his sights onto the massive robot, Blitz activates his quirk and embraces the acceleration toward the ground. As he falls in the dim sky, he shines brighter with every meter. Starting off as a barely noticeable purple flicker, into a consistent purple dot, and now into a massive bright ball of purple light, with electricity crackling all over it. As he descends between the skyscrapers and directly above his target, arcs of electricity leap from him and onto the nearby buildings, melting and shattering the glass windows as well as some of the concrete holding it up. The people present and watching at home are once again forced to sit back and take in the grandeur of their number one pro hero as he uses his maximum output super move. Ultimate Blitz Bolt, his voice ripples across the air, carried on the small currents that spread out from him as he suddenly absorbs all the arcing electricity and purple light into himself. And for a moment the battlefield dims. Krakum. A pillar of purple electricity is shot downward, almost 10 m-33 feet wide and descending from 100 m above the road. The robot is hit in the middle of its head and immediately topples forward. Its large back is easily sliced and melted by the beam as it falls forward, cutting the entire thing in two as if it were pushed into a table saw. As the attack ends and people can finally uncover their eyes, they see the robot cut in half with molten metal leaking out of it, and the road directly in the middle of it has a hole that they couldn't see the bottom of. But the sides of it were entirely molten. This is Blitz's peak. His quirk, kinetic electric conversion, allows him to convert his kinetic energy into electric energy. No, it allows him to convert it into a vastly disproportionate amount of electrical energy. But he cannot store this energy and must discharge it before he stops moving. This is why from the moment he left to come to this battle, the entire hour he has been storing energy on the ride here. And when he began falling, he only added more and more energy into his attack. But the downside is, the more energy he uses, the longer he must wait for his quirk to cool down, meaning right now he is vulnerable. These are all facts the public is blissfully unaware of, as they think he has a basic electricity quirk, but his teammates are already at his side ready to protect him on the road. "How long?" they ask, looking at the damage. "At least a day after something like that, but I definitely beat my old record," Blitz says jokingly. "Might have overdone it," the woman says. "What if they have another one?" "We'll be alright, we aren't alone, remember," Blitz says as the other pro heroes begin returning to the robot's location. "Besides, I've got the most powerful electric attacks in the world, wouldn't look good if I couldn't fry a robot." Both true statements. Blitz does in fact have the global record for the most powerful documented electric attack of all time, and on this day he even beat his previous record. But he would not hold that record for much longer. In fact, in 3 months it would be beaten, during the final round of this year's UA Sports Festival, Mexico City, at the same time. Just before people began going on their lunch breaks, a set of quakes rocked the massive metropolis. Those closest to the epicenter got the horrific pleasure of witnessing the roads and some buildings break apart and pieces of an identical quadrupedal robot to the ones attacking all across the globe assembles itself. Unfortunately for this robot, however, Mexico's top rescue hero happened to be in the capital today. In fact, she woke up in her hotel room because of all this excitement, grumpy after a long night of saving people. And she could see the robot from her bedroom window. "Cha," she sighs and closes the curtain. "On my day off too." Moments later she leaps out of the window, 5 stories above the road she freefalls down. Wearing a blue and green hero costume, her slender figure is well hidden beneath an assortment of pouches and equipment to make her more effective on the job. One of these items is her bulky helmet, which comes with a built-in snorkel and air canister, giving the appearance of armored scuba diver even in the middle of the city. Her helmet unfolds to secure itself around her head as a piece of her backpack launches itself into the air, expanding into a drop looking down at the area. All of this happens before she belly flops into the stone sidewalk. Splash. The stone she impacts splashes and is transmuted into crystal clear water. Her bulky boots act as jets and propel her forward as she dives a bit lower, transmuting a tunnel of water beneath the road and hiding her approach. In her helmet she gets an ultrasound reading of the streets to know exactly where she can go, as the drone gives her a view from above. As the civilians are running about in a panic and pro-heroes from all around the city are rushing to this location, only a handful of the closest responders arrive in time to see the robot. Because as they arrive they witness the entire gargantuan robot become gelatinous over the course of a minute, then fall apart as clear water, almost flooding the street. As people arrive and take out the phones to record, they see Transmuter pull herself out of the road as if it were a swimming pool. Her quirk is water transmutation. It allows her to transmute inorganic material into water, or water other inorganic materials. She can and has reached into a barrel of water before and pulled out perfectly crafted tools needed to rescue people, and her creations is so well made it's as if they were always the tool they are. And there is no time limit on anything she transmutes. Mexico's #1 rescue hero, but #3 pro hero overall, Brussels, Belgium, at the same time. Stepping onto the roof of a skyscraper hotel, a 13-year-old boy clutches a crystal puppy in his arms. Not a toy puppy at all, but an animated puppy made of green crystal was translucent. It nuzzles the boy as he steps out of the stairwell into the snow, and reaches up to bite the edge of his hat and pull it down properly, protecting him from the snow. He steps into the snow protected by his winter gear and holding his puppy and walks to the edge, and beside him is a tall, thin man, wearing similar and casual winter clothes as he walks to the edge. Whoa, the boy stares out as he reaches the edge of the roof, the stone wall ledge almost blocking his vision. A nice view, right? The man asks. Yeah, look, we can see it from here. The boy puts the puppy on the ledge and points out at the giant robot causing havoc in the distance. The man pats his head and begins fiddling in his own pocket. Yeah, those pro heroes are really giving it their all. I wonder how the new kids are doing down there. Everyone says that new kids' quirk is a lot cooler than mine, you know. I still think you're cooler. The man chuckles and takes his cigarettes out of his pocket. Yeah, well, I'm your dad, of course you think that. But just between us, I still think I'm cooler too. The man lights his cigarette and takes a long drag of it. He closes his eyes and focuses his energy, and a circle of blue energy begins spreading out from his feet. It encircles everything for 3M around him as he leans against the ledge, and his so doesn't even react. Alright, let's start the show. He exhales the smoke as blue crystal lions begins rising from the circle. One of them rises directly below his son and holds the boy up so he can see better, and the others hop onto the ledge and begin running down the side of the building at full speed. Moments later nearly 50 blue crystal lions become blurs as they rush toward the enemy. Whoa, his son is amazed at the sight of it, especially as in the distance the lions begins tearing into the robot. But ever so often there would be an explosion of blue energy, causing the robot to stumble after it takes damage, but the man also winces. Are you okay? His son asks. The man takes another drag of his cigarette. I'll be fine, just shouldn't be using this much energy with my condition, but can't just sit by and watch people die, right? Yeah, but you're sick. Yeah, but I'm not dead, the man says. Which is more than I would have been able to say for them. Besides, I'll be around to bother you and your mom for a few more years, don't worry about me. As the duo watch the robot fall, they enjoy this moment together. The soon-to-be retired #1 pro hero of Belgium, Le Golf, Lion Surge Dash. His quirk, Pack Tactics, is passed through his family to all the men, allowing them to manifest crystal versions of certain animals from an area they determine as their starting point. Their body begins releasing energy into this area to make the constructs out of it, and must remain within this zone to maintain them, but Lion Surge was able to overcome this by extending his senses through his constructs, and far surpassing his predecessors in the amount he can make. Capable of stopping entire swarms of villains on his own, even if he lacks a super destructive super move, his efficiency is commendable. And his quantity is a quality in itself. End chapter. Hi, author here. I hit a pretty rough burnout, so taking a small break from writing won't be more than a month long ideally. The next volume is amazing, everything we've been waiting for, as you can guess from the title being Ascension. So I need to be at my best when writing this, thanks for understanding. Chapter 257, Chapter 256, Global Test PT2. Chapter Start. Friday, January 27, 2315, undisclosed location. In a room of smooth and cold metal, eerily silent even as a dozen holograms play. Each of them display one of the massive drones currently attacking cities across the planet. There sits one man. Tech. A decrepit older gentleman who appears to be one step from death, at least judging by his body. He was frail, so much so that his bones were almost ripping through his own skin, sitting in only a pair of long pants on a large metal throne as dozens of thick cables jacked directly into his body. And one particular cable plugged into the back of his skull. His eyes are glazed over, but occasionally, they flicker blue as he shifts the focus of his quirk. His pale skin nearly matching the few strands of gray hair on his head, and the sneer that forms on his lips is the only true sign of life he's shown in the past few days. Too many heroes. His throat struggles to speak after all this time in silence. His eyes shine with blue light as he focuses on one of his screens, seeing one of his massive spider-like robots attacking the Pentagon. Closing his eyes, he directly taps into the cameras around the battle, getting an up-close view via his technopathy. Even 7,000 kilometers 3449 mi away, the connection was instant. His dominance over technology was absolute, almost absolute. The Pentagon. Only minutes after his massive spider-like robot began lumbering toward the Pentagon, Star and Stripe had already taken off from New York to fly over. Compared to her, it was gargantuan, 75 m-246 feet tall and 50 m-150 feet wide, its 8 legs keeping its stables, and guns and rockets are fired at anything that moves. But the pro-heroes and military responded immediately, launching their counterattack. In the precious minutes it took for Star and Stripe to fly into the battle, many lives were lost and hundreds of millions of dollars in destruction had been done. Looking down from above, she narrowed her eyes, thinking of how to best approach this situation. The most overlooked downside of her quirk, New Order, by the very few people who know about it that is that it can theoretically do anything. Which means making the wrong decision is extremely easy. This forces her to consider the outcome of all actions before taking them. She could create a giant version of herself from the atmosphere and crush the robot, but that could set off any explosives in it. If she tries to move it, the same thing could happen, showering the city in dangerous projectiles. Breaking it apart could also cause problems, because to her knowledge this thing could be nuclear-powered, and that's not a risk she can take. So in the second it takes her to assess the situation, she's already flown down and landed roughly on the robot. Crocum. The sonic boom she entered the battlefield with has all heads turning, and immediately smiling as the red, white, and blue blur enters their sights. The massive robot buckles from the impact, even with its 8 legs distributing the pressure, the ground below it cracks. The camera of every news drone and helicopter focuses on her atop the robot, seeing her get down on one knee to rest her palm against its reinforced metal armor. Deciding on the most logical course of action, Star focuses her mind. She deactivates her second rule, removing her ability of flight. Then speaks softly, New Order, this robot, down to its smallest parts, will be frozen in place. Mid-step the robot immediately stops moving, suddenly, as if no longer even attempting to move. Star stands up and raises a hand to her communicator, get someone to take a look at this thing, I need to know if I should make it fall apart or not. From the looks of it, blowing them up is safe, that's what Blitz did, the rough voice on the other side answers. Blitz. The lightning guy in Germany. She asks. Well, that's what his name means in German, so yeah. This isn't just some crazy deciding to build a death machine. Sadly no, looks like a lot of other countries are dealing with the same thing, keep this one frozen for as long as you can, maybe we can pull some answers from it. Copy, but I can't do this all day, be quick Admiral. Sure thing Kathy, and keep an eye out for any other enemies while you're out there. Tech's eyes flicker as his focus returns to his body, a frown on his lips. Looking at the screens with a bored expression, he sees his robots falling one after the other. Too many heroes, too many different quirks to account for, he says. This little test proves it, I can't build an army to contend with them. No army, organic or metal, can contend with them. I doubt I can build anything that could put down that one. He looks at Star and Stripe. And she's not even the only one like her anymore. He looks at the holographic screen showing Japan's fight against his robot. The docks of Yokohama, Japan, just south of Tokyo, were a complete mess. The robot was freely wrecking everything it could, and killing anyone it could find. But as the battle went on and on, Horizon didn't show up. For minutes Tech watched the feed, until he eventually grew tired of it and simply searched for Horizon himself. Activating his quirk and focusing in on the thought of Horizon, he scans every camera feed in Japan, listens in on every microphone. Anyone who even says Horizon in range of a microphone or any posters and murals of him across the nation on camera are filtered until he can find him. But once again, Horizon eludes him. He growls in annoyance, Nizu, he mutters. Ever since Wolfram's blunder, Nizu, he's been able to just barely keep even his technopath-empowered technology out of his private network. But while that means Horizon would sometimes be in a blind spot, only a few such blind spots exist in the world. He's nearby in Horizon Tower but isn't rushing over to help, he must be busy with something else, Tech realizes as he cuts off all the camera feeds. But the results are clear even without his involvement. Building an army capable of defeating all the heroes and forcing humanity to submit is impossible, so I'll use the olden ways. As Tech says that, his eyes glow bright blue, and they don't stop. As if his body was frozen in place with his glowing eyes wide open, all the screen in front of his switched to different sets of numbers and letters constantly being changed and scrambled millions of times each second. Containing many different languages, with many different alphabets. Because in the age of quirks and heroes, humanity has certainly not forgotten what made the first superpowers of the world some 4 centuries ago. And ever since then, countries have only improved the efficiency of their nuclear arsenals. With this, even those mystery-class freaks won't be as powerful as me, because unlike them, I can be everywhere at once, Tech thinks as the information bombards his mind. I'll finally be at the top, as I was born to be. A god, because what else could a technopath be in this modern world? With this, I'll be stronger than anyone and everyone. As he begins the process of deciphering the launch codes for the world's arsenal of nuclear weapons, Tech resigns himself for this long and taxing process. I've waited this long to have the world in my hands. What's a few more months, he thinks while shutting off his focus from the rest of the world, focusing only on the task at hand. Horizon Tower. In the absolute darkness of Horizon's bedroom, two people are sleeping peacefully. Ryuko has her arm and a leg draped across Horizon's naked body, softly purring in her sleep. Beep. 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 Both their eyes shoot open, trained to always respond to the sound of the Hero Network emergency alert. They both immediately sat up, then Ryuko took a moment to remember that she's not a hero anymore and lays back down, diving back under the blanket. She groans as Horizon checks his phone. A moment later she hears Horizon speaking, Juzo, Yokohama, giant robot, take the team. Then she feels him lay beside her once more. You aren't going to deal with it yourself? I had a long and annoying night tracking some Nomu, they can handle this without me. Ryuko giggles softly, you can just admit you want to spend more time with me, I won't judge, much. Horizon groans, believe what you want woman, he says while pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her once more. End chapter. I'm back, small chapter to get the ball rolling. These next 2 volumes have me pulling my hair out so I hope it's worth it. Still Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. Chapter 258, Chapter 257, A Casual Friday. Chapter start. Within Horizon Tower there is no shortage of luxury. From the massive entertainment room to the entire floor dedicated to its indoor pool, it has everything a person needs to unwind after a week of fighting crime. But arguably its greatest asset is the gym. The gym in which Horizon currently sits. Within this massive room filled with both traditional equipment for the more normal users, and more high-tech weights and machines for individuals like Horizon and Dark Shadow who can easily move about weight by the tons. He sits on the sparring mats with his legs crossed, wearing only his body glove and visor, showing off the intricacies of his newly upgraded body glove to the missing audience. Now sporting even more defined plating layered atop his muscles, designed to accentuate his physique, while also having a blend of his own hair. This was added recently just in case the new bursts of power gained from his quirk reacts poorly to things outside his body, and it makes him releasing massive amounts of energy more apparent and flashy. Even now, with both hands out, palms upward, scalpel rests across his hands, blade out laying flatly on his palms. His room was small, only covering a meter around him, and his focus was entire on the sword. His body glove showed flowing blue rivers of energy moving between the plates, but there was no obvious origin for the energy. It was as if every cell in his body produced it at once, but the flow was clearly moving up his body, along his hands and toward scalpel. When the blue energy flowed through him and reached his palms it becomes the energy vapor, a direct evolution of booster shot. This vapor is cool to the touch and heals anyone that comes into contact with it, granting them temporary minor cellular regeneration. With the blade laying flat across his gloved palms, the energy rose up and clung to it under his command, shrouding it in blue energy that appears almost liquid, if not for small bits of it floating away and dissipating in the air. Focusing his mind he coats the blade in layer upon layer of this energy, until beneath his visor he began to sweat. Not from the amount of energy being used, that would be absurd for the organic nuclear reactor he was slowly becoming. No, the focus was stressing his mind, controlling every movement of his energy down to the molecular level. It demanded all his focus. But this is the norm for any ability he is developing. When he created Curtain, that was his first attempt at controlling energy that would be exposed to the atmosphere, but even that was different. That was simply forcing the energy to be attracted to itself and bind together. For him, it was as if he had to get bricks to attach to each other, but each brick was magnetically attracting the next. It came as easy as breathing. But this, to weaponize the same energy within the atmosphere, it is akin to getting a sea of magnets to stick together, but they all carry the same charge, pushing against each other. He is forced to individually layer the magnets or change their polarity until his masterpiece is made, until he has the ability to divide in the most brutal of ways. And from this, he would lay the foundation of the next stage of his progress, for the abilities that would take him beyond the realm of heroes. For those that would come after his ascension, a slew of abilities he'll create and shackles he'll break free of to become a truly liberated superhuman. But first, he must solve the matrix of energy for this variation, no, this evolution of his incision ability, he must first solve, divide. A few minutes later, the energy coating the blade becomes thick, like a thin coat of water gripping onto the exposed blade. He noticed the energy shaking in an unstable manner as he opens his eyes, seeing the ripples within the energy room. He shuts off his quirk and the liquid energy immediately splashes onto the sparring mat, forming a light blue puddle. As Horizon catches his breath he looks at it, and after a minute it begins to quickly dissipate into the air. Well, that's interesting, Horizon says as he takes a small break. Maybe I can make something out of that, put it to use. As he ponders the thought, Ryuko walks into the training room, wearing a pair of blue shorts and a matching sports bra, long blonde hair in a ponytail and scalpel in her hand. Not the scalpel he has currently, but the exact copy he leaves in Horizon Tower, just in case he has to go from Lamatani to Horizon and can't afford a quick trip to UA. And ever since she found the secondary sword in his office months ago, she's been training with it. Ready for your lesson? Horizon asks as she walks over. Have you seen the news? Ryuko asks, walking over to the large monitor built into the wall. No, I've been busy doing more important things. She turns on the monitor, and they both see an interview from almost an hour ago starring Mudman. There was a massive collapsed robot behind him, some parts of it and the ground obviously softened and hardened again judging by the deformations, and how some of its legs were in the earth. Pro heroes were in the background being treated by medics or helping to clean up the rubble, torn down buildings and cratered roads filled the background. But that was hardly noticed when they both saw the state of Juzo's suit. The visor was cracked as were many of the armor plates, and the way he held his arm was telltale sign of a hairline fracture. Mudman, the reported asks, a older man with 3 eyes. Before Team Horizon arrived, the pro heroes on the scenes were uncoordinated and scrambling about, but you were able to take charge and focus everyone on the enemy. Is there anything you can tell us about how you did that? Well, I just figured if we stop the robot then it'll destroy less of the city and less people will get hurt. Horizon did pick me for his team since I'm good at coordinating people during chaotic situations and constantly adapting my plans. That's why I'm supposed to lead our team on any case if he has to step away for a bit, but we still have to take the specifics into account for this. For example, of the pro heroes that were already here, none of them really have quirks made for this kind of situation, so the best choice for them was definitely to evacuate and rescue people. I just happen to have a quirk that works great on giant robots, he says politely. I see, and is there any particular reason why Horizon himself didn't show up, the reporter asks. I imagine this situation could be handled within seconds by him. Oh, it definitely could be, but Horizon was busy. Juzo immediately raises his hand to stop the reporter from speaking. I can't say what he was doing, so please don't ask, it's delicate hero work. I see, the man says. Well, if Ryuko shuts off the monitor, it goes for another 20 minutes of them praising your team, mostly Juzo obviously. Good for them, worked out perfectly, Horizon says as he stand up. 700 people died and even more were injured. It took them half an hour to bring that thing down. So. Ryuko gives him a tired look. So, you could have dealt with it in seconds and saved a lot of lives, but you didn't. Of course not. Pain is a good teacher, and Japan needs to learn not to always depend on me to run around solving its problems, Horizon shrugs. That's the same attitude that led to the situation we're in right now with All Might retiring and crippling our pro-hero system with it. Ryuko raises a brow at that. I thought you wanted the entire country to be dependent on you so you could become president or something. Did that plan change? Horizon chuckles. The plan was never to be president, just to be untouchable, and that's still in effect. But occasionally people need to get hurt, so they can better appreciate how good I am at stopping them from getting hurt. Ryuko narrows her eyes at him for a moment. Are you sure you're a hero? Because that didn't sound very heroic to me. Horizon chuckles and walks up to her slowly, placing a finger below her chin and raises her head up. Have you really not figured it out yet? I'm just a supervillain that wants a quirk license. Her hands instinctively reach up to his shoulders, ready for him to warp that visor off so she can kiss him. Oh yeah, and what would that make me? Mine, that's all you ever need to be. Ryuko begins leaning forward as Horizon immediately pulls away. Ryuko pouts and follows him onto the mat after taking off her shoes. Just so you know, you really aren't subtle with the way you just let bad things happen that you could stop. And yet you're still here, madly in love with me. Ryuko rolls her eyes. I just figured, with a quirk like yours, if you weren't some selfish cold-hearted jerk. Hey. She sticks her tongue out at him. You'd never rest, because with a quirk like yours, if anything bad happens you'd blame yourself, so either you be, well, you, or you'd go insane with guilt. That's a lot of mental gymnastics to justify me sleeping in instead of going to fight the robot. It's something I've noticed for a while. She takes a fighting stance with her scalpel. I was a bit worried when I did. Thought I was a villain. Thought I was crazy for not caring that you could be. She rushes forward, starting another of their practice sessions. Metal clashes and sparks fly, until an hour later Ryuko is laying on the mat drenched in sweat. One day, she pants, still catching her breath, I'll land a hit on you. You're still hesitant, Horizon says, standing above her. As he takes a seat beside her on the mat she explains herself. It's a sword, it's sharp, and I, you know. Am madly in love with me, I know, he teases. You're the worst. And you love me anyway, but hey, you're the one who wants to learn this. I know, she sits up beside him as the both look out the large windows at the Tokyo skyline. But swinging a sword at people still goes against my pro-hero instincts. One wrong move and I cut their head off. True, but that's what training is for. And that's why you have to use a real sword, to get over that mental hurdle. I don't know, still seems weird, and unsafe. It's how I learned, and I turned out great, Horizon shrugs. Sure. But aside from that. You're much better than last week, I like those new moves. Thanks, I've been researching a lot to surprise you, didn't work thought, she frowns. Oh, you meant with the swordsmanship, I was talking about last NI, Ryuko shoves him hard and he immediately beings laughing. You're the worst, she gets up completely red-faced and stomps away. As she's a few steps away Horizon's phone beeps, stopping both of them. They both look over to it beside the sparring mat before he raises a hand to the side of his visor, answering the call. Ryuko frowns, knowing this means his day off just got cut short, but she patiently waits for his call to end. So much for taking it easy, Horizon says as he gets up. Anything big? Got some intel on a Nomu Lab, I'll be going over there tonight with some pros to clear it out, and this one should have a mainframe with good intel for us. I feel like you aren't supposed to tell me that, Ryuko points out as they begins walking out of the training room. I'm not worried. I've got one spy trying to get intel on me, and you aren't her, plus at this point I mostly trust you, he shrugs. Ryuko stops walking and turns around, raising her hat to gently tap his visor, mostly. She continues walking. Well, some things can't be helped. I know, she says sadly. But we've still got some time, how about we take a shower then I make us some lunch? That sounds perfect. End chapter. Chapter 259, Chapter 258, Building Confidence. Chapter start. Within the mountains of Jero, Japan hides a Nomu manufacturing lab, hidden underground in the forest. Within this lab stands a slim man, tall with a head of curly brown hair. Wearing a lab coat over standard office attire, the only feature that made his quirk apparent were the walrus-like tusks in his mouth. All around him are large tubes containing gestating Nomu, more forces for Shigaraki to deploy when they're ready. And his job, maintaining the genetic integrity of these Nomu, overseeing the transformation process, recording it all for Shigaraki. The man is sitting at his desk typing away on the computer. On the screen is a constantly updating report of each and every Nomu in this building, alongside precious data that his mysterious boss has allowed him to record. After this maybe the boss will finally let me help make a Nomu instead of just babysitting corpses, he grumbles. I'm an accomplished geneticist, yet they only have me here watching corpses. But at least I can learn from watching them evolve. He continues typing away for a few moments. They are superior. He screams angrily, leering to his right, to the empty room. TCH, the damn hospital board called me crazy for wanting to reverse engineer Nomu, but I'll show them. He sits back and reads the reports for a few moments, before getting up angrily, throwing his chair at the wall. I'm not crazy, he points at where the chair landed. And you people won't be laughing when I evolve myself and... Clang. The metal door to the room slams open and in walks a young boy, seemingly plain in Japanese, no older than 15. He was wearing a traditional Japanese high school uniform of all things with a revolver in his hand. Doctor, the heroes are coming. Ack, he slams his palms on the desk, and growls at where he threw the chair, this will work. The young boy gives the man a strange look before remembering why he came here. What do we do, sir? The man sighs and takes a few deep breaths. We stick to the plan. But it'll work, the man says. You're here because your quirk can get us both out of this situation, so just play your role and Shigaraki will reward us. You get to meet that silly girl you like and I get my reward. She's not just some girl, she's Himiko Toga. TCH, the man turns back to the computer as the boy walks up to him. They're all some silly girl, and no matter how hard you love them, when the world starts laughing at you, she'll join them too, isn't that right? He looks at the same spot he threw the chair in disgust. The boy shakes his head and is just thankful this mission is over. He no longer had to be stuck here with this crazy man. Bang. The sound of steel twisting and concrete breaking echoes through the base as the entire structure shakes. The man and boy share a glacé, both equally afraid of what happens next, but already resolve themselves to see it through to the end. Too late to go back now, the man says. Those eyes of yours can work on a crowd, right? Too many uses can mess up my eyes and brain, but yeah, hopefully they didn't bring too many. Just remember not to use it on the big guy, that quirk of his would probably feel it. The boy swallows harshly, right. The sound of yelling and boots stomping down the hallway soon follows as the officers clear the base floor by floor, quickly approaching this room. As the sound of footsteps gets closer, it immediately goes silent. The boy raises the gun, aiming at the door, his entire body shaking. Krang. The entire metal door suddenly implodes, crumpling itself into a metal ball and floating in the air. The men begin sweating alongside the boy, staring in horror as Horizon casually steps into the room and hovers the ball of metal in place above his head, slowly walking toward them. Scalpel hovers at his other side, not even drawn, even as the boy points a revolver at his visor. No threat. Horizon yells back at the hallway. Secure to other rooms, and have some men escort this kid out of here. Copy, he hears from the hallway as the armored officers continue searching the building. Horizon then drops the metal ball onto the floor and approaches the computer, looking at both enemies. He looks the doctor up and down, then turns to the boy who had the revolver barely a meter from his visor, still pointing directly at him. But the boy was trembling more than ever. "Put that thing down before you hurt yourself," Horizon says. The boy immediately drops the gun and raises his hands. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The gun hovers in place where he dropped it and Horizon sighs. "Don't drop loaded weapons," he says as some officers enter the room. "We aren't fighters," the man says, his hands also raised in surrender. "Please don't hurt us." Without another word the officers pin the boy to the ground and place special cuffs on him that lock up both his forearms behind his back. As they get him up to take him away, more of them move to apprehend the doctor, only for Horizon to raise his arm. "I need a few minutes with this one." "Yes sir," one of the officers responds as they escort the boy out of the room. "Wait, no," the boy says, but still not struggling as the two men carry him away. He looks up at one of them and says, "I just wanted to meet Toga." The man looks down at him with disgust, and the moment their eyes met, the boy's eyes shimmered like a kaleidoscope. The man blinks a few times, as if he'd just imagined it all. "Haven't you ever been in love?" he asks the other men, and as the man glances down at him the exact same thing occurs. Each and every time they pass by an officer on the way to the surface, if the boy makes eye contact the exact same thing occurs. Even when they got to the surface and he was greeted by a dozen officers and 3 armored trucks to transport prisoners, he saw everyone glaring at him, and took his chance. Too many people, he thinks, but steels his will and activates his quirk anyway. Pushing his limits, his eyes shine much more visibly for a moment, pain racks his mind and body. His vision now becomes permanently blurred as the result of forcing his quick beyond his limits, and his brain struggles with maintaining control of the commands. He stumbles and falls over, only held up by the men escorting him. As they get him back on his feet they look at him, seeing blood flowing from his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. His eyes are bloodshot and slightly gray now, all the veins on his head raised and bulging. "What the hell, what's wrong with him?" one of the men yells as they continue dragging him to the transport. "Should we go get Horizon to take a look at him?" his partner asks. "Who gives a fuck?" one of the men standing beside the truck asks, glaring at the boy. "He's a villain, just throw him in the back, scum like that isn't worth the hospital trip," he says while opening the door to the back of the truck. "This one is still a kid, you know," one of the men says even while laying him on the floor in the back of the truck. "So we're a lot of the people the League of Psychos killed, and he joined them. He ain't a kid anymore." The man shuts the back of the truck and locks it. "Anyone else down there?" "Just one other man. We'll load him in the back when Horizon's done and take them to an outpost. Everything else is just those Nomu things." In the lab, Horizon was holding the doctor in the air by his head, hands wrapped tightly around the man's skull as he slowly crushes it. "I read about you," Horizon says as the man struggles in his grasp. "Wife kicked you off of the board of directors for the hospital you founded together because you went crazy, right? Obsessed with researching Nomu." The man continues struggling, eyes going red and his jaw and teeth begin breaking, blood flowing down his face and onto the floor. But Horizon's hands were glowing blue, constantly healing him, keeping him awake to experience the pain. "You were a top suspect for people we thought would join Shigaraki. Guess we were right, but you disappeared before the cops could get to you, huh?" Horizon loosened his grip slightly. "How did you contact Shigaraki?" "He found me." The man struggles to say, some loose teeth falling from his mouth. Horizon drops him to the floor before reaching down and grabbing his shoulder, lifting him up with one arm, keeping contact to find any lies. "What are you here to do?" The man struggles to catch his breath, clearly taking too long as he suddenly feels the bones in his shoulder cracking. "Arg. Observing these Nomu. I swear that's all. He said I could do real work on them after proving myself. They're the cure to humanity, and I want to study them, to perfect them. Are any of these Nomu operational?" Horizon slightly releases the hold he had on the men. "No, they're not developed enough, their nerves don't fire properly right now, and their brains can't function to do more than breathe." Horizon glances past the men at the computer. "Is everything you recorded on that computer?" "Yes, it's all there, I swear." "And the people who became these Nomu, do you know the names?" "What?" Horizon continues crushing his shoulder even harder, shattering some bones but still holding him up. "Arg." The man writhes in pain but Horizon is like an iron vice. "Booster shot." The man suddenly feels a soothing sensation flow across his body as he calms down. "Now, the names. That's not recorded here. I doubt Shigaraki even cares. These people are just meat to him." Horizon drops him to the floor, and as the man is on his hands and knees he kicks him in the face, breaking his jaw and shattering his teeth. But this time he doesn't heal him, he simply steps over the man. "Just like you, useless meat," he says as the 2 officers who were standing in the room haul the man away. Horizon quickly gets to the computer and connects it to the device on his forearm. With a few commands Nisa's program is instantly ripping all the data out of this computer and all the networks it's connected to. Horizon schemes some of the folder names and nods, finally something useful. As it downloads he finds the command to cut all power to the Nomu pods, and does exactly that. The vitals of every Nomu immediately drops to 0, returning them to being lifeless corpses. He looks back at some more officers entering the room, and before they can speak he taps the side of his visor. The man nods, understanding Horizon was speaking to someone, and does a hand signal asking if they were done and should move everything out. Horizon responds with a thumbs up and everyone gets back to work. As the men are working, Horizon's call connects. Hawks Hero Agency. Laying flat on the couch with his feet up, Hawks enjoys his pack of potato chips. Standing nearby leaning against his desk is Dobby, glaring at the nonchalant pro-hero, clearly annoyed. It was late at night so the agency was mostly empty, all the sidekicks are out on patrol while only a few remain in the building to act as communications and logistics. This allowed the villain to warp into Hawks's office for a private meeting. Beep. 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 Hawks sits up and answers the phone on loudspeaker. Horizon, how'd it go? Hez asks. Your intel was good, Horizon says, and Dobby glances at Hawks wearily. How good? Well, you were right about this place being a Nomu research lab, looks like it was to observe the Nomu so there wasn't any fighting like you said there'd be, but that's good. Also you were right about who would be here, 2 non-combatants sent here just to keep an eye on the place. What about the intel, anything good? Hawks asks. Better than the last 2 raids, this time they had a local mainframe with over a dozen terabytes of data, it'll take me a while to sort it, but there is a lot of good intel about the Nomu here. Good, but this is gonna make Shigaraki suspicious of me so I'll have to keep my head down for a while, Hawks says. Not many people knew about that particular facility. Yeah, it was very well hidden, I'll need time to sort the data anyway so it's fine, villains are captured and gone, now I need to get back to work, tell Ponta what I told you, I don't like repeating myself. Sure T, Horizon hangs up on him. He really doesn't like you huh, Dobby chuckles. What gave it away? Hawks relaxes on the couch. I've met you, can't imagine anyone wanting to be around you, Dobby shrugs. You and your bad jokes, everyone loves me, Hawks says. But seriously, looks like it worked. Shigaraki offering up the data and facility should make Horizon question my intel a lot less, especially since this is the 3rd time in a row we've done this. Yeah, but this time we get something back from it, Dobby says. The public is getting a bit too relaxed, gotta remind them that we're still on the loose. After tonight Ponta won't be able to keep us out of the news since she'll have to explain why a bunch of cops are dead. Yeah, and next time we do this, Makia deals with Horizon for us, Hawks says. Dobby narrows his eyes at Hawks. What, admiring my handsome face? Hawks grins. Dobby rolls his eyes, I was thinking maybe you would have been a good villain after all, but you just had to ruin the moment. Aw, you're softening up to me. TCH, go fuck yourself bird boy, Dobby takes a step away from the desk. Kurogiri. A shroud of purple mist immediately forms around him and warps him away. Hawk sighs and picks up his phone, making a call that instantly connects. Hey President Pontu, everything worked perfectly, raid complete. Elsewhere. In the back of the armored prisoner transport vehicle, the doctor sits with his arms cuffed behind his back, opposite the young boy who was still bleeding and had all his veins nearly bursting out of his skin. The boy was also sweating, struggling to remain conscious. The doctor looks around the otherwise empty prisoner area of the truck, then at the small holes that allowed the driver to hear what was going on back here. Moving his food forward he nudged the boy's foot, getting his attention. The boy looks up at him, clearly struggling to stay awake. Hey, think about Toga, the doctor says. You love her, you want to meet her, right? The boy nods tiredly. Then you need to do this, do it for her, we should be far enough away now. Hearing that the boy musters all his strength and activates the 2nd stage of his quirk. His eyes glow bright white for a moment as he feels at work, and with his job done, he then immediately begins having a seizure on the floor. End chapter. Chapter 260, Chapter 259, Team Players. Chapter start. His eyes glow bright white for a moment as he feels at work, and with his job done, he then immediately begins having a seizure on the floor. Seeing this, the man doesn't react, he simply leans back against the cold steel of the armored truck and waits. Scree. The truck's tires grind against the road as its driver slams on the brakes. HNG. The man is thrown out of his seat and onto the floor, but smiles. The kid really pulled it off. Getting off the floor he moves toward the door, hearing some chatter outside. He presses his ear to the door and listens carefully. Hey, what's going on, why'd you stop? One man asks, likely the driver of the vehicle behind them. He doesn't hear anyone respond. The man then hears the locks on the door moving as someone opens it. He quickly steps back as the doors open to see 4 men looking at him, all armed and armored officers. One of which looked confused at what was going on. They were stopped on a desolate mountain path, late at night, perfectly isolated. What the, why'd you? Bang. One of his friends quick draws their pistol and shoots him in the head, and nobody even reacts. The doctor looks around, seeing all the men unresponsive, so he takes a moment to look around, skeptical that things would work this easily. Walking to the side of the truck on this desolate mountain path, he sees the officers in the vehicle ahead of them also standing idle and unresponsive. The man says to himself while fumbling through one of the officer's pockets, thought he was supposed to command them to do a dramatic finish. Bang. He drops the phone as a gunshot goes off just beside him. Falling to the floor, he holds his chest, not expecting that. Only calming down when he looks to the side, seeing one of the men had killed himself. All around him the remaining officers did the same, until he was standing among a crowd of corpses. Taking out the phone, he dials a number, and after it rings once he hangs up. Okay, that'll do it. He pockets the phone and gets back into the back of the truck, kneeling beside the dying boy. He feels for a pulse, getting a faint response, then lowers his head to hear the boy still breathing. Are you done in there? Shigaraki's tired voice asks the doctor, causing the man's head to snap to the left, seeing Shigaraki, Dobby, and Mr. Compress all looking at him. The boy, he's barely alive, but he can be saved, the man says as he eagerly approaches the villains, hopping out of the truck. Would be a waste to let him die like this. That quick sure was useful. Dobby looks around at all the bodies. His body wasn't functional with his quirk, Mr. Compress says. The more he used it, the more it destroyed him. At best he could be a Nomu now. Engineering that would take too much of our resources, assuming it's even possible, Shigaraki says. Our mysterious benefactor says it's not worth the hassle, so we'll be leaving him to die here. The news like to report on dead kids after all. Hearing this, the man nervously glances between the villains. And what about me? You did well, so we'll be sending you to a remote lab where bodies are prepared to become Nomu, Shigaraki says with a sigh. Honestly, we're a bit understaffed when it comes to competent minds in that department, and our mysterious benefactor doesn't want to reveal himself, so twice can just make doubles of him to work more efficiently. A competent geneticist like yourself with a desire to study and create Nomu is invaluable, Mr. Compress says. As they're speaking, Dobby checks his phone. The cops notice this convoy's GPS stopped. They're on the way here. Oh well, Shigaraki sighs. We'll finish this talk back at base. Let's get out of here. As he says that, a large warp gate manifests behind them, allowing the villains to enter, escaping with no issue. But before the doctor enters, Shigaraki stops him. The phone you used to signal us. Oh, right. The man takes the phone out of his pocket and hands it to Shigaraki, who immediately disintegrates it. Now we can. Shigaraki stops, looking past the men at Dobby, who was inspecting one of the bodies. What are you doing? Dobby takes the badge and gun before getting up and walking over to them. What? You never wanted one. Shigaraki just shakes his head. Whatever, let's get out of here before Miracle Boy shows up. And with that they all enter the warp gate, disappearing once again. 1 hour later. As the other police officers set up a perimeter to keep the press away while recording and cleaning the crime scene, nearby stands Tsukachi and Horizon at the back of the detective's car. His police laptop was open on the trunk for both of them to look at the footage recovered from the scene. As the videos download from the cameras, Horizon looks over the car out at the press, seeing many cameras aimed at him, then looks back down at Tsukachi. So much for this being a quiet hunt for the League of Villains, huh? Yeah, now that the word is out, all their spies will be on even higher alert, making our job a lot harder, Tsukachi says. Why were you even nearby? Didn't expect you to be here so soon. I was waiting at the holding facility to question our newest mad scientist, but he had other plans. He nods toward the crime scene. Why didn't you escort them yourself? The press will definitely want to know that. I couldn't leave the base. There was too much data that the League couldn't afford to give me there. A lot more than we expected, honestly. If I leave they could destroy it all. I couldn't even come here till I copied everything. And the other pro heroes that were with you? Only 3, and there were so many Nomu that they had to go with that convoy. Some of those things were the high-end Nomu, the kind that Endeavor fought last year. Damn, Tsukachi sighs. Yeah, good call then. Compared to those things, these prisoners were worthless, and still Shigaraki only sent people to attack this convoy, and didn't even bother to save the kid. Likely to make a statement to the public, reminding people that he's out there lurking like the creep he is, Horizon shrugs. But honestly, all this shows is that he's scared of me, didn't even risk coming to demolish the data at the base while I was there. True, but people still died, including a kid. A villain. True, but something tells me the news will focus on him being a kid more. What was wrong with him anyway? His quirk acted like a degenerate disease. The more he used it, the more it destroyed his body and mind. He was blind and his brain was torn apart, which wasn't like that when I saw him at the lab. Must be one hell of a quirk if it caused all of this. Yeah, but a quirk that degenerates the user at a DNA level, not useful to them since they can't clone it into a Nomu without a lot of resources. Assuming they can clone it at all. What did it do anyway? Something telepathic, and with his eyes, but he also had trigger in his system, a very powerful variant, so this wasn't natural. That explains how he was able to kill himself with it, as Tsukachi says that the videos begin to appear on screen. Now let's find out exactly what it does. A few minutes later they pieced together enough footage from all the videos to figure out exactly what happened. So he made them into some kind of sleeper agents via eye contact, Tsukachi says. That's messed up on so many levels. And it explains all the mental strain, Horizon says while typing away on a projected keyboard via the wristband May made him. Anything from your search? Just one, looks like one of the components of that new trigger formula comes from Otheon, a flower that only grows there. Otheon? That far away. Tsukachi rubs his chin. Guess I'll send this up the chain of command, get them informed of what's going on, but it's likely just someone exporting it or growing it somewhere else anyway. I wouldn't be so sure. Ryuko and I questioned a chemist last year about trigger. He said there was some kind of contest held by someone, they paid a lot, and the goal was to create the strongest variation of trigger possible. A lab in Europe won. A lab in Otheon maybe, then I definitely need to get this up the chain of command, I'll make a few calls tonight. Good, now I need to get back to the tower, I'd rather not be seen outside of Minato Tokyo for too long. Working on sorting all the Nomu data tonight. Yeah, what better way to spend Friday night, right? The work never ends, Tsukachi sighs. Well, I'll be done as soon as I close off this crime scene, good luck. Yeah, you too. Horizon says as he warps away, swapped with a leaf. Horizon Tower, 11 p.m. Sitting on the couches, Horizon, Shiro, Juzo, and Shinso are watching the late-night news. To the surprise of no one, the story of Shigaraki's latest movements have already made headlines. So his quirk just made them kill themselves? Shinso asks. That's messed up. Says the guy with brainwashing, Shiro says. Yeah, but I can't make people do anything that they know would get them hurt, can't even make them walk off a roof much less shoot themselves in the head. Not yet, Horizon says. But with enough training you'll get there eventually, hopefully. But his quick was more like he'd give a hypnotic command that can be activated later, making people into sleeper agents. The trigger just amped it a lot, but that quirk also killed him, so you know, more power, more drawbacks. Unless you're you, Juzo says. All the power, no drawbacks, right? That's one way to look at it, but with me the power is the drawback. I thought the fishbowl on your head was the drawback. Shiro asks, and both the other boys start laughing as Horizon just sighs. I need a snack. Horizon gets up and walks over to the kitchen, still in view of everyone on the couches. Can you get me some chips? Thanks. Juzo says. As the news finishes, Shiro checks his phone, and a wide grin appears on his face. Good news, Yui is in Tokyo tomorrow, well, in Chiba. Why the hell is she in Chiba? Shinso asks. Something about a villain they're looking for being part of a group in Chiba. Honestly, I wasn't really listening. What a great boyfriend you are, Juzo says. What does she even sound like? Horizon asks as he returns with a bag of peanuts, and hands Juzo a bag of potato chips. Like a gentle maiden, what else would she sound like? Huh, figured her voice would be annoying and squeaky, Horizon says. I assumed the same thing, Juzo adds. I thought she was a mute, Shinso confesses. She can talk, she's just really shy, that's all. It's a bit weird, Horizon says, earning nods from the other two boys. Whatever, Shiro grumbles. So what, you gonna see her in Chiba tomorrow? Shinso asks. Actually, this group they're going after sounds pretty tough, so I figured we could go over and lend them some muscle. Shinso, Juzo, and Horizon look at each other for a moment, then speak in unison. Pass. Come on guys, if it's just me the pros running it will probably turn me down, but if Team Horizon shows up to help. I have a lot of work to do, Horizon says. I'm resting after dealing with that giant robot, Juzo says. I'll be busy thinking of an excuse, Shinso says. Come on. Shiro please, it won't even take long with all of us there, then we'll have a day in Tokyo with the girls. This gets their attention, what girls? Juzo asks. Well, you'll be happy to know that Majestic is part of this little team-up, which means Setsuna will be there. Shiro looks at Horizon. And Momo, perfect timing too since Ryuko is visiting her team this weekend. I have enough time with her at UA, Horizon says. Yeah, and I just think Setsuna's hot, it's not that serious to have a day in Tokyo with her. All the hero course girls are attractive, Shinso shrugs. It's not that special. And it doesn't mean we need to get dragged into a team-up with some annoying pro heroes just because you want to show off for your girlfriend, Horizon says. Come on guys, their mentors already promised that when the raid is over they'd get some time in Tokyo. This is a golden opportunity, please help me out here. They all look at each other for a moment, then Horizon speaks. Sigh, fine, but I'm gonna complain the entire time, and I'm obviously not running around Tokyo shopping with you people. Yes. Shiro cheers. Thanks, you guys are the best. Hey, quick question, Shiso says. Since I'm the only one here without a desire to be around these girls, can I just sleep in tomorrow while you guys? No, it's a team exercise, Horizon says. And if I have to suffer through this, so do you. End chapter. 259 chapters deep, really struggling with these titles. Chapter 261, Chapter 260, Gold Chain Gang Raid. Chapter start. You know you don't have to be so nervous, Lizardy, Setsuna Tokage says. She was in full hero costume in a police building waiting room, sitting around a desk opposite Rule, Yui Kodai Dash. Rule's red and blue hero costume was now sporting some small extra satchels on her utility belt and arms, along with a matching mask. Yui hums before taking another sip from her can of orange juice. Trust me, it'll be fun, Lizardy says. Your last work studies mentor was super lame, no offense to Death Arms. Working with Majestic is way better, that's why I recommended you. Lizardy sighs, yeah, being part of a big joint operation in your first week does seem a bit stressful, but we're the long-range team so our job is a lot easier to coordinate. Is something wrong? Kriati Momo Yayorozu asks, wearing her new and improved hero costume with a few pouches on her utility belt. She hands Lizardy a can of coffee before sitting beside her. Thanks, Lizardy opens her drink and nods to Rule, she's nervous about her first big team-up. Oh, that makes sense, Kriati says. On our first one with Majestic we honestly didn't do much, pro heroes usually don't want new and untested students directly confronting villains, which makes sense. But now Majestic trusts us more to handle ourselves so he's much more confident in us, and that includes you. And it helps that we're not exactly melee fighters, Lizardy says. Rule hums. Kriati looks at her, then at Lizardy for an explanation. I think she said she'll follow our lead, right? Rule nods. The ladies talk amongst themselves for a few more minutes before their mentor, Majestic, joins them. All right ladies, I've got some good news and some bad news. He takes the seat beside Rule. How about the bad news first, Lizardy says. Right, well. Since we had to call this raid on super short notice and with limited intel before these guys moved to a different city, again, he sighs. Most of the local pro heroes were already committed or just didn't have the manpower to both patrol and help us out, so the team is gonna be very small, and that includes the police officers we'll have accompanying us. But this is a dangerous gang, Kriati says. Shouldn't stopping them be their top priority? That's not really how it works all the time, Majestic says. Because the Gold Chains gang hops from city to city so often, the local pro heroes don't really care since they aren't around long enough to raise the actual crime stats for an area. Plus the gang is pretty big, we're honestly lucky we were able to find out what area they'd be in and put together this many people. Especially since we only gave them 36 hours notice, if so much, Kriati says. But it still doesn't sit right with me how much of this statistics and politics nonsense affects some people's pro-hero work. It's unavoidable, Majestic says. With how the system is set up, pro-heroes have to compete with each other just as much as with villains. Dropping down one spot in the popularity or other rankings could mean a big pay cut, and a lot of our families solely depend on our hero work to eat. Sadly, I can see the logic in that, Lizardy says. But with the horrific things this gang does, it's not very heroic to not intervene. Agreed, Kriati adds. Is there any good news? Well, we have a better idea of the area we need to search. The cops found some of the people we took pictures of last week and tailed them all to one district. We think it has to be where a big safe house is. That saves us time. Hopefully this time we can strike before they move again, Lizardy says. What about other pro heroes? Do we have any help? Because I don't feel confident with just the four of us and a squad of police taking on such a heinous gang. Majestic chuckles. Well, let's just say we'll have more than enough firepower, but that's a surprise for you girls. Is it Wash? Lizardy asks. He said firepower and the first thing you thought was a washing machine. Kriati asks. Well, when you say it like that. Lizardy frowns. Rule nods a few times. Ah, what does that mean? Majestic asks Lizardy. She's just nervous about meeting more people. That's understandable, especially since you're representing me of all people, the magnificent and magical, Majestic. Majestic laughs softly, but I wouldn't bring you here if I didn't think you could handle it. Yui gives him a thumbs up. After a few more minutes of talking, a team of 3 police officers, already armed and armored, approaches the table. Majestic, one of the men says, we'll be controlling the badges on the ground. Everyone is ready for you to brief us on what we're getting into. All right, let's go, Majestic says as they all begin walking with the men. The other team is already in the meeting room, and just so you know, putting this together on such short notice wasn't easy. I hope you appreciate it. I always do, Majestic says. This is why when I've got something to do in Chiba you're the one I call. Lucky me, the man sighs. But this gang is a bit volatile, you know what kinds of things they do. Sure you want to send these girls in there? They look nervous enough as it is and we're not even in a fight yet. The man glances back to see the 3 girls clearly on edge, confident but still showing how new they are to big raids. Who wouldn't be nervous about this? Majestic asks as they approach the meeting room. It's impossible not to be when the stakes are this high, but being a pro hero means you need to get the job done anyway. Same goes for you guys. When any call can be your last, you learn to work despite it, the man says as he opens the door. Ahaha, laughter echoes through the hallways the instant he opens the door. They all enter the room at the head of a massive, U-shaped table with a projector on the far wall showing some information about the Gold Chain Gang. At the far end of the table is Horizon, who was leaning back in his chair busy doing something on his phone, not even acknowledging them. Beside him is Simon, who was busy fiddling with his mask. And after Simon was Mudman and Cellophane, who were the source of all the laughter. Well, I guess not everyone is nervous, Majestic says as they all enter the room. He notices all the girls freeze in place looking over at Team Horizon, who are now trying to be more professional, aside from Horizon of course, as everyone greets each other. Surprise. Majestic says. Horizon said since Minato Tokyo is just across the bay his team would lend us some muscle, and I figured you girls would like to team up with your classmates. Rule smiles at Mudman, who already has his full visor on as they all take their seats, with Creati moving stiff as a board. Alright, is everyone ready? Majestic asks, standing at the head of the table with officers sitting to either side of him. His students already moved to the far end mirroring their classmates. You can start, Horizon says, still on his phone. This is important, I'll be done soon, but I'm listening. All the officers and Majestic resist the urge to groan as he seemingly ignores the meeting. Majestic takes a deep breath and begins, right, well let's get started, it's currently 6 a.m., by this time tomorrow the Gold Chain Gang will be gone from Chiba, and since my source is now most likely dead, I won't be able to know where. They move around a lot after pulling off certain jobs or getting too much attention. The crimes are hard to piece together because they never get caught and take advantage of how our law enforcement and pro-hero system is. Finding a pattern is hard when you have to put together the individual crimes of almost 50 people all across an entire country. And just when we get their scent they move and the process starts all over again. The leader is a villain that goes by Gold Chain. He's a real monster. Majestic takes the control for the projector and goes to the next slide, showing a man with a mouth of gold-plated teeth and surprisingly no gold chains on his person. No gold chains, shouldn't he be Gold Grill or something? Cellophane asks. We believe it has something to do with his quirk, and considering the fact that some of his victims look like they were beaten to death by chains, it's likely the case. But we weren't able to find any kind of material in the wounds, so his quirk is still a mystery to us. What does this gang do exactly? Any pattern in their crimes? Mudman asks. That's the point, no pattern, so it's harder to track, Majestic says. Think of it like just a group of villains that help each other avoid us. They all do their own thing then put a cut of their money into a pile for the group. This isn't really uncommon since All Might started his war on villains. But one this sophisticated is concerning, Cellophane adds. How long did it take you to get this info? Weeks, Majestic grimaces. They've got people that do everything from pickpocketing and car theft, to robbery, burglary, break-ins, murder, rape, organ harvesting, blackmail, kidnapping, extortion. If it makes money or gets them a thrill, they can do it, so long as they contribute to the pile. So no need to be gentle with them, Cellophane says. That makes things easier for us. Yes, but the problem is we have less than 24 hours to find and raid their base. Majestic goes to the next slide, which shows a map of the nearby districts. My source confirmed it's within this area, but I lost contact with him before I got an exact location. With the help of the police officers and some other leads I have, we can find the space within a few hours. The next step would be having some scouting done before entering since we don't know what we'll be facing. After that, simple takedowns and arrests, we move quickly and crush them, but unfortunately we're going in blind regarding quirks. Now remember, these guys spook easily, so if you see one of the marked members don't engage, report back and await further instructions. Is everyone clear? Yes sir, the girls, aside from Rule, both say, while Team Horizon just glanced over at their leader, who was still on his phone. Ah, Horizon. Majestic asks. Yeah, 1 second, I'm just connecting to the projector, Horizon says, confusing everyone. A few seconds later a simple map appears on the screen. This is a map of the hideout, at least from what I can tell. They've got 37 people in there including Gold Chain himself. The building has a basement that looks like they dug it out using quirks since it's not reinforced in the same way as the rest of the building. How did you get this, and where is this? Majestic asks. Oh, when we got here I looked at the slides and started looking around for Gold Chain. That stupid jewelry in his mouth made it super easy to find him, then I just mapped out the building and made a sketch on my phone. You can do that? From here? One of the officers asks. Oh yeah, it's only like 13 kilometers away. They don't seem to have any hostages in there, just their own members, so we can stick to the original plan. Wait, one of the officers got up. Can't you just warp them into cells from here? I could, but I don't want people, especially my team, being entirely dependent on me. I especially want my team to get tested against power types if that gang has any. Obviously I won't let anyone die or get seriously hurt, but for this I'll just be acting as Overwatch in the control van. Oh, but you don't have to send any police officers inside, just form a perimeter in case things go badly. That might actually also be why we didn't get much assistance from other pro heroes on this. Whenever I join a team up like this on the hero network, it doesn't let it show up as much. Something about everyone flooding the system to team up with me and it ripping manpower away from other places that need it, and simply because it's overkill to add a dozen more pro heroes when I'm here. At least that's how she explained it. She. Kriati asks. Our boss. Thank you, one of the officers said. My men will be happy to hear that they don't have to get involved in the action much. Majestic was entirely blown away. Huh, and here I almost thought you were just being a cocky, disrespectful kid. Only to the villains, Horizon jokes. Right, well I guess that leaves the planning to do, Majestic says. Normally I'd want to send as much firepower as possible in there, especially since my students will be involved, but you're sure you'll be able to warp anyone out before they get seriously hurt? I promise you, if anyone is about to get hurt I'll either warp them out, or join the fight myself. Well, I guess since I'll be going in too it should be fine. Now we just need to plan our attack. Majestic sits to take a look at the map. Mudman. Horizon asks. Right, guess I'm up. Mudman gets out of his seat and walks closer to the screen, getting a better look at the map. Well, this building is huge, and has multiple floors. That looks like an armory in the basement levels, right? Yeah, Horizon says. And a vault lower down, and these tunnels, that means either the building above ground or wherever these tunnels lead to are the entrances. Two-pronged attack, our team rushes from the front through the doors, drawing as much attention and making as much noise as possible. Team Majestic uses the tunnels to get behind them, meeting us at the vault where they should have their strongest forces, and likely Gold Chain himself. Best possible route. Simon asks, speaking for the first time since the meeting began, and everyone else just sat back and listened to the two students. I think we enter on the roof and go down from there, force them to fight in the building if they want to get to us rather than taking the fight to the streets where innocent people or public property can get damaged. 37 people, that's a lot for a cramped space. Want to just pour some wet cement on a group of them to start it off? Cellophane asks. That's risky without knowing their quirks first. I can deal with the stupid ones while Cellophane tries to bait out their quirks, Simon says. And you stay a floor above and get your quirk ready. Think bigger, Horizon chimes in, silencing his team as they try to figure out what he saw that they didn't. You've got new assets at your disposal, use them, he gestures to the girls and Majestic. Is there anything on the upper floors we need? Mudman asks Horizon. It's mostly empty space aside from some furniture, everything is underground in the massive vault. What does the armory have? Some small arms, but each of these guys only has a Tonto, it's weird, Horizon says. It's their signature, they chop up their victims, Majestic adds. Well the guns are mostly in the armory, above ground there isn't anything useful. I see, Mudman ponders this for a moment, then looks over at Kriati. How many thin steel sheets can you make, like floodgates? Kriati tilts her head slightly. How many square meters do you need? End chapter. Chapter 262, Chapter 261, Gold Chain Gang Raid Point 2. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon warps back into the back of a disguised police van, filled with monitors and other devices to coordinate efforts on this raid. Both officers from the meeting earlier were sitting with their headsets on, watching the screens, patiently waiting as everyone gets into their positions. Majestic and the students were closing in on the building while the officers already formed a perimeter on nearby rooftops. Both commanders look over at Horizon as he sits beside them, only to see him with a large cardboard box, gently placing it down on an empty table. Got everyone breakfast for after this is done, he says. It's from this place with great egg sandwiches, hope nobody is allergic. You went to get breakfast, one of the men asks. I thought you were preparing for the raid too. Prepare? I'm already here, not much else to do, Horizon shrugs as he leans back in his chair. Sorry if that came off as an insult, the other man says. It's just, we've even worked with All Might before, and you're very carefree, compared to what we're used to. I took no offense from it, it's understandable to those who don't have the full picture, Horizon says. But if you had Hand of God, you'd understand. See, my quirk can be flashy, but the most useful aspects of it are all subtle. Like the fact that all my cards are outside so if anyone gets hurt I can instantly warp them away. Or the fact that I can feel everything that happens in and around the raid, down to the individual hairs on each person swaying in the wind. From here, if every gun in that building was fired at once, I could hold every bullet in place with a thought, but if I really wanted to help I'd just stop the triggers and firing pins from moving like I usually do. So trust me, I'm only this seemingly carefree, because my mind is constantly combing over the entire situation each second, keeping everyone safe. Wow. It's starting, the other officer says as Team Horizon enters the building and Team Majestic breaks into the tunnel. After the first tense minute of everything going perfectly, the first officer glances over at Horizon, seeing him still relaxed. So, can I ask a question? Sure. Can you QUIRK really do anything? In theory, but it's not in the way most people think. Normally people imagine it like I can just wish for something to happen and it happens, but that's usually not the case. Usually, the second man asks. Sometimes you just get lucky, Horizon shrugs. But it's more like it manipulates the world to my will, but the different things I manipulate are each a skill that must be perfected. So even you can't create something from nothing. Not even Genesis can do that, Horizon gestures to the screen. So is there a limit, the man asks. I mean, you did lose to All for One before. It was more like a tie if anything, since I'm sure he was asleep for days just like me after that fight, plus if he didn't have months to prepare then ambush me before I knew he existed, I would have won. But still, that was 7 months ago, I'm on an entirely different level now. What about the doctor thing, the second man asks, glancing away from the monitors for a moment, can you really heal anything? Because I've had this back pain for a while now and... Bang. The sound of a gun going off causes both men to get startled and scan through the monitors. Crap, the kid got shot. One of them yells. Nothing to be alarmed about, Horizon says. If I sensed the bullet would be lethal, I would have stopped it. Minutes earlier. I wonder what's taking him so long, he's almost late, Cellophane says. He was leaning against the back wall of the gang hideout, out of sight alongside Simon, who had 3 rolls strapped to his back. They had a similar appearance to black yoga mats but slightly wider. Maybe the tunnel had some more guards than we expected, Simon says. Nah, he would have alerted us. You don't have to be that worried, you know, we won't make you look bad in front of your girlfriend. Oh, I'm not worried about that, she loves me. Careful now, with that ego you're starting to sound like Horizon, but if I were you I would be very worried. Cellophane gives him a curious look, why do you say that? Well, if she's dating you her standards can't be that high in the first place. Hey. Simon chuckles just as Mudman arrives from around the wall. You two ready, he asks. How'd it go with Team Majestic? All good, they're waiting on us to make some noise. Then let's get started. Cellophane grabs Mudman and shoots a length of tape to the roof, quickly taking them both to the top of the building. Quickly ascending to the rooftop, they vault over the wall built on the roof to provide the criminals more privacy, and land across from a group of 3 men playing cards. Well, The air gets tense for a moment as Cellophane speaks. Deal us in. All the men immediately draw their short swords and rush the heroes. Cellophane rushes forward as Mudman drops to one knee and places his palms on the floor. As reaches within striking distance, one of the men prepares to do a wide swing with his blade, only for the concrete floor beneath his foot to become entirely liquid, throwing him off balance. Whoa, the man yells, and as he falls the softened material hardens yet again around his foot, sticking him in the floor. Cellophane takes this chance to backflip into the air while kicking him in the face, and mid-air attaches lines of tape to the other men and pulls himself toward them at dizzying speeds. He plants a kick in each of the remaining men's faces, knocking them out completely. So, think they know we're here? Cellophane asks as he picks up one of the men, taking him to the far wall and taping him to it. Well, considering their friend's leg was hanging through the ceiling, yeah, they probably know, Mudman says as he helps him stick the other men to the wall. Hurry up. They hear yells from behind the door blocking the stairwell access to the roof. Something's going on. A chorus of yelling greets their ears. Oh yeah, they definitely know, Mudman says. And this is where the fun begins. Horizon is definitely rubbing off on you, just remember, only tape them to the outer walls, don't want anyone drowning, Mudman says before activating his communicator. Simon, alarms are ringing and they're heading to the roof, you're up. As the rooftop brawl began, Simon was still outside the building, simply waiting. But the moment he got that message he began walking over to the back door, and quickly picked the locks, a useful skill Eraser had taught him. Opening the door he hears people rushing upstairs and patiently waits until they all go past him. Seal the basement and deal with the heroes. One of the men yells as Simon listens in. It's just 2 of them, we need to hurry before more show up. As the men leads another group toward the roof, Simon adjusts his mask to perfectly copy the man's voice. A few moments later and the first floor is eerily quiet, allowing Simon to walk out unbothered. Moving slowly he sees the empty warehouse mostly unguarded. In panic, only 2 men at the front door and 1 at the bottom of the main stairway to the upper floors. Taking a deep breath he speaks clearly, is anyone else down here, in the copied voice. It bounces all around the mostly empty warehouse and reaches the 3 men. Is something wrong? Sir. What's going on? Brainwashing complete. Focusing on the 3 men he mentally commands them to join him at the bottom of the stairs, a new improvement made with his quirk, one that he keeps away from the cameras. After the men join him at the stairs he looks at them properly, not seeing any unusual or discerning features. Follow me, he commands. Walking up the stairs with his new followers, he turns around and unrolls one of the mats. I hope Momo was right about these things holding up, he thinks while unrolling it over the doorway, sealing it shut. You, stand here and don't let anyone touch the barricade, he commands one of the men. As the man takes his place he rushes off toward the other end of the building. How's the fight going up there? He asks his allies. We're focusing the guys with super strength, stuff that can break out, Mudman says between grunts. Good, I'm heading to the second doorway right. Bang. A gunshot rings out through the building. HNG. Simon grunts and immediately takes cover behind a wall. Get down, he commands his followers, and they both lay on the floor. Taking a few deep breaths he focuses on his quirk, focuses on not losing his control, now more thankful that even for all the grueling training Horizon put him through to make his pain threshold that much higher. Bang. Another shot goes off, directly into the concrete wall at his back. Simon. Mudman yells. I'm fine, focus on your fight, Simon says. He glances out from cover for only a moment, then moves back just in time for a bullet to go flying past his head. Seriously. Not just using a gun, but shooting me in the back. How can you be such a coward? Well. Brainwashing complete. Simon breathes a sigh of relief. If there was anyone else on the floor with you, before me, and these three came up the stairs, fire your gun into the air. He waits for a moment, and after hearing nothing he peeks out to see the man standing there like a statue, revolver in hand. Honestly surprised it took this long before I got shot, Simon says with a groan as he walks up to the man, hand on the bullet hole in his shoulder. But I'm guessing Horizon is gonna make me do a lot more training because of you, thanks a lot for that, jerk. He takes the gun from the men. Follow me, he commanded the men who were laying on the floor before running to the second stairwell. As he gets to it he looks at one of the men and hands him the barricade. Seal this doorway behind us, he says, before taking the last man down the stairs with him. After double-checking to make sure the barricade was properly sealed, he speaks to his allies. Mudman, second floor is sealed up, I'm taking one of these guys to show me to the boss's office, I'll go collect all the data I can while you two have some fun. Copy, and for the record, I feel like I'm the only one on this team who doesn't see fighting villains as having fun. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Simon says as he rushes into the basement with his last follower. While he was moving to the next step, on the roof Mudman and Cellophane were fighting almost 24 men, each wielding swords. But now both Mudman and Cellophane had taken a sword each, and were holding off the men when they got Simon's message. Yeah, stick in the mud, very funny, Mudman groans as he and Cellophane inch their way to the far wall. All along the far wall were men either taped to it or sunken into it, there were no unconscious bodies on the floor at all, by design. Now. Mudman yells out as Cellophane jumps onto the edge of the wall. He takes this moment to crouch down and use his softening quirk on the entire floor. By now all the men were aware of his quick, especially since it wasn't much of a mystery judging from his name. But what they didn't expect was for the floor beneath them to not have the consistency of mud, but of water. The entire thing fell away instantly, and by running his quirk through the small platform he left for himself to stand on, down the outer wall and through the building. When they harshly landed on the fourth floor in the building, it immediately developed the consistency of wet mud. Ah. The men scream as they fall down to the third floor of the building, all the columns, furniture, anything but the outer walls of the building were immediately liquefied. And as the men impacted the third floor, that too fell away beneath their feet, dropping them directly down to the second floor, with up to their shoulders in grey muddy water. The window of the buildings break as liquefied matter begins flowing out, but the sealed doors ensure it stayed at least waist level. Net shots. Cellophane yells out as he launches some pre-made nets of take from his suit, blanketing the either group in it and making it more difficult for them to get up. Looks like pretty much everyone is standing up now, no risk of them suffocating, Mudman says as he deactivated his quirk, instantly returning all the liquefied matter to its solid state, locking the men in place. As the men are complaining about being entirely stuck in concrete, as if it were poured over them and hardened instantly, Mudman and Cellophane look at each other and nod. Pretty good plan, huh? Mudman asks. Making a 4-story building into a concrete swimming pool, didn't know you could do that. You two aren't the only ones making progress, you know, I was a recommended student after all. Oh yeah, you're so normal that sometimes I forget, Cellophane shrugs. Now let's get to the boss fight before Team Majestic. He leaps off the building and swings down to the main entrance in a hurry. Mudman rolls his eyes as he softens the wall behind him, then softens a handhold before sliding down by constantly softening the wall below his hand while hardening the wall above him. And then he wonders why Horizon was so hesitant to let him team up with her. End chapter. Lost my sanity and found it back rewriting this fight, hence the chapter being a bit later, sorry about that. Chapter 263, Chapter 262, Golden Chain Gang Raid. Point 3. Chapter start. Alright, Team Horizon just went in, Majestic says to his team. Beside him Lizardy, Creati, and Rule were standing ready, looking down into a hole Mudman made for them in this alleyway. He'd liquefied the material between the surface and the tunnel below to give them a quiet entry. Lizardy, you're up, Majestic says. Hearing this she closes her left eye, and her right eye socket with the eyeball still in it detaches from her body, floating in the air. Looks like the tunnel is dark, Lizardy says as her eye floats down the hole. One of her ears then detaches and follows it. Can't hear anything either. Oh, I see light in the distance, toward the main base. Well, it should be clear enough for us to enter without being noticed, we just have to get to their armory and seal it up, Majestic says. Everyone on. With a wave of his hand he creates 4 prismatic rings of energy as large as manhole covers for them to hop onto. Quickly taking everyone into the tunnel, the rings provide light to see the roughly cut stone surrounding them. Definitely some kind of quirk to make this, Majestic says as he carries them toward the base. As he does, Kryati makes a small steel square, the size of her palm, and hands it to Rule. She activates her quirk on the item and drops it behind them, suddenly expanding it until it completely seals the tunnel. Alright, get ready for a fight, Majestic says quietly as they reach the main base. They stop and quietly peek out, seeing only 8 men there preparing to move upstairs, arming themselves with swords and knives. Majestic looks at his team, and they all share a nod before bursting into the room. Magic. Majestic yells as he forms some prismatic energy rings, breaking away from his students and drawing all the enemy attention onto himself. One of the men instantly reacts and punches in his direction, and out from his fist fires a stream of high-pressure water. Majestic continues moving, right past a pillar that the stream cleanly slices through before impacting the energy ring. Majestic wastes no time in creating another ring beneath this man and launching him upward, crushing him against the ceiling until he was knocked out. 2 more men instantly recognize the pro-hero and rush over to him, one of them growing slightly as his muscles bulge and expand, the other fires lasers from his mouth at Majestic. Lizardy, full sweep. Majestic commands. Hearing this, Lizardy immediately rushed to the door while breaking into 70 pieces, all of which entered the hallway and spread throughout the base, leaving her head and an arm hovering in the corner of this room. She hides her head and arm from the fight while closing her one remaining eye, focusing on her pieces and the information they collect. Focusing on how the air hits them and how her cells react, creating a vague radar map of as much of the base as possible in real time to know where people are moving. Helped immensely by already knowing where the hallways and rooms are thanks to Horizon. He makes processing information look easy, Lizardy thinks as the map forms in her mind. Nobody knows this fight is going on yet, they're all still focusing on Team Horizon. If we've got 8, then they could be fighting almost 30 guys, I hope Juzo will be okay. As she's doing that, Rule is fighting 2 of the remaining men. One of them seems ordinary, rushing her while flailing about with his blade. Seeing this, she grabs a nearby metal chair and throws it at him, activating her quirk the moment she makes contact. So as he tried to swat it away, the chair became 15 times larger and heavier, slamming into him like a metal wall and knocking him out. Just before it was about to entirely crush him, she deactivated her quirk, leaving it to gently lay atop the unconscious man who was now bleeding from his head. As this happened, the other man who was focusing on her shot a bolt of fire out his palm. Rule barely dodges it, almost losing some of her hair in the process. 2 more shots fly toward her before she hides behind a pillar. Seeing her hide behind the pillar, the man smiles and raises both hands, forming a large fire bolt between his palms, taking all of his effort to make an attack that would certainly cause grave injuries to any of the heroes present. Just come out and I'll make it quick, you're outnumbered anyway, heck, maybe I'll just let you go after we've all had some foo. Rule suddenly pops one hand out from behind cover and throws a small object at the man. He wastes no time in releasing his attack, but as the fire continues moving forward, the item expands into a massive metal net, not melted, but now quite hot. Arg, he screams as the red-hot steel slams into his body and face, burning his skin even through his minor fire resistance. As he falls to the ground, Rule then activates her quirk again, shrinking the net and capturing the screaming men. While that fight was happening, Kryati had 3 enemies of her own to deal with. The first man lunges at her with his sword, intending to skewer her, but with some deft footwork and redirection, she not only trips him but stabs him in the shoulder with his own sword on the way down. Ah, he screams before she kicks him in the face, knocking him out. She quickly leaps to the side, avoiding a set of sharp steel fingernails, almost a foot 30 cm long. This man had long sharp steel fingernails on each hand, and was ready to rush her down and shred her to pieces. Seeing this, she quickly reaches into one of the pouches on her costumes and withdraws a Kryati-themed handgun. The barrel was oddly thin, with most of the material being in the handle, and on each side of the handle there is a small hole. The man hesitates as he sees the weapon, but a tennis ball-sized chunk of ice snaps him out of it when it's launched toward Kryati. She barely dodges it before glancing at her other opponent who was making them in his right hand. Stupid toys won't save you, the man with sharp nails yells while rushing toward her. These aren't toys, she says calmly before firing twice. But instead of the usual bang they expected, each shot was accompanied by a pshhh sound. This creation was designed by David Shield himself to utilize a unique mini air compression system in the weapon. The intake hole on the handle facing away from her palm takes in air, and the intake hold against her palm takes in the ammo she makes for it. The trigger determines how much air is used per shot depending on how far she squeezes it down, but the weapon can only hold one shot at a time, which means she has to create ammo between shots. But when she needs versatility instead of power, this is perfect. Since the 2 shots she made this time immediately slammed into the man's hands and began expanding into a gray foam, hardening as it was exposed to the air. What the? The man gets kicked in the face as he realizes his hands have become useless with the insulation. Kryati immediately spins around and aims her gun at the man who launched ice at her, just as he's aiming an ice spike directly at her. And they both freeze for a moment, holding their breaths as they're in a standoff. The man looks into Kryati's eyeless mask, but on her body he finds not a drop of hesitation or fear. And in his eyes, she sees the soul of a man that easily takes lives. But this was never a duel. Magic. Majestic's yell is followed by the large brawny man he was fighting crashing into the ice user, knowing him out and sending them both into the far wall. Kryati lowers her gun, noticing all the fighting was now over. Well, that was almost fun, she says. Yeah, almost, but it's not quite over yet, Majestic says as he walks up to her, gesturing at the brawny man. What's his quirk? Kryati asks. Some kind of generic muscle quirk, but it makes him such an annoying sandbag, do you mind? It's no problem at all, sir, Kryati says as she takes aim at the man. As he gets onto his feet and begins rushing at them, then fires a shot directly at his mouth. Just before impact it capsule activates, and as it enters his mouth the foam expands blocking all his airways. The man drops to the floor as he suffocates, writhing in pain. Seeing this Majestic frowns, I meant to immobilize him, not this. But this is more efficient, it only takes 1 shot this way, Kryati points out. See, this is what happens when you spend too much time with a certain someone, Lizardy teases as he head floats out of hiding. Heroes have to also consider how we take down our enemies, Majestic says, even as the man is still writhing on the floors. It's an inherent disadvantage we face, but that's the cost of being a pro hero. But I think it might be evened out by the fact that we have entire schools that teach us compared to villains that just have to figure it out themselves. I know that, but it's just, well, no, never mind, Kryati says as Rule approaches the now unconscious man and taps the insulation, shrinking it into her hand so he can breathe properly. Let's just restrain these men and get to the boss. After taking a few minutes to properly restrain all these men, Team Majestic leaves the room and begins following the fully reformed Lizardy down the hallways. We need to get to the lower levels, that's where the last fight is happening, she says. Last fight, what about upstairs? Majestic asks. That finished a while ago, they took down everyone else and are about to head for the main guy. Sure, Simon is copying all this gang's data before he joins them. Wow, no wonder you girls were nervous about looking bad in front of them, these kids are better than a lot of pro heroes, Majestic says. Now I get why Horizon is willing to sideline himself instead of just joining the fight. Yeah, they're pretty cool, Lizardy says. How long before Simon joins the fight? Kryati asks. With his quirk he could end it instantly. Not sure, but they reported that he got shot, Lizardy says. What? Both Kryati and Majestic yell while Rule's eyes wide. In the shoulder, Lizardy says. But he lost a lot of blood, that will affect his concentration, and his quirk. Either way we have a job to do, Majestic says as they quickly approach the fight, the sound of stone breaking already reaching their ears. They prevented his escape, no we simply need to apprehend him, Kryati says as she readies her guns. Get ready. Majestic yells as they approach the door. Magic. He forms a ring of prismatic energy then shifts it into a bolt of energy, blasting open the heavy steel door. They all rush into the room and are immediately greeted by a large golden chain, seemingly constructed of energy, whipping directly toward them. End chapter. Chapter 264, Chapter 263, Golden Chain Gang Raid. Point 4. Chapter start. Magic. Majestic yells out, throwing his arms forward and forming a ring of prismatic energy which the large golden chain bounces off of. Before their eyes it seemingly moves as if alive and whips back to the other side of the room at incredible speed, directly at Cellophane. As he quickly fires a line of tape to the side and pulls himself toward it, avoiding the attack, Team Majestic gets a proper look at the fight. Gold Chain was hovering in the middle of the room. There were golden glowing chains of different sizes forming on his clothes which were glowing in the same color, some of them were attached to the walls, floor, and ceiling to keep him aloft. But most of them were thrashing about to strike Cellophane and Mudman. The man himself was thin as they saw, and plain looking for a Japanese man, his grill of golden teeth showing every time he growled at the heroes. Ladies, circle him, he can't have eyes everywhere, Majestic says as his team enters the fight. Genesis and Rule break off to one side, opposite Team Horizon, while Lizardy takes a few of Rule's shrunken objects and begins floating them about the battlefield on tiny pieces of herself. What took you so long? Madman says as he avoids a few strikes and is promptly joined by Majestic. Didn't think that, Majestic forms 2 prismatic rings below them, quickly launching them both into the air to avoid chains sweeping the floor. Your team would get here so fast. We get that a lot, Cellophane says as he's hanging from the ceiling, but fires 2 lines of tape to grab them both, pulling them away from a trio of chains fired at them like spears. As they get out of the way, Gold Chain feels something hit the back of his head and winces, only for foam to immediately begin forming around his head. What the? His head is shrouded in golden energy before a few tiny chains manifest on it, scattering to foam to the floor below. Looking around he sees the female heroes on the battlefield, and locks his sights on Genesis. Another capsule flies directly at his face, only for a chain to manifest on his body and bat it away. Annoying bitch, trying to choke me. He flings his arms forward, and a collection of sharp-pointed chains manifest on his back and arc above him, raining down on her like arrows. Technically I was trying to suffocate you, Genesis says as she fires directly into his attack, but this capsule shatters and forms a smoke screen that seems to linger in the air around the men. She leaps to the side as all the chains begin spreading out, and forms a tungsten tower shield to crouch behind, holding her ground as vibrations ring through her arms. The golden chains shatter against the shield and dissipate before they fall to the floor. He can't see through the smoke, his targeting was off, Mudman says. So we know he can't sense us with these chains. We need a minute to regroup, Majestic says. Rule, Lizardy, hit him with something to take his focus or immobilize him. Rule, Lizardy, Mudman says. Just like we practiced in school, Maneuver 9. We'll take his focus. Cellophane says as he rushes off. Within this massive open room he was at a disadvantage, but he made up for it by attaching his tape to the chains flying about, bounding off them like tree branches in a forest. Beside him Majestic made a prismatic ring below himself and flew over to Gold Chain as well. Annoying heroes. Gold Chain yells as he sees them. You ruined everything. Some of the smaller chains moving about the room dissipate as he forms one massive chain from his chest, reminiscent of chains used to attach anchors to the most gargantuan of ships, each link being the size of a small car. Majestic sees this attack incoming and makes a fist, punching forward against the air, magic. 10 prismatic rings form in front of him and quickly collapses into a single energy bolt, darting forward as a beam and colliding with the gold chain. One of the massive links shatter, then another, then the prismatic beam dissipates. Crap. Majestic says as he sees the link within a few meters of him, knowing the attack he just did could punch through multiple buildings. In the same moment he glances to his left, seeing Cellophane already having attached a line to the ceiling and vaulting over the massive chain, and decides to keep Gold Chain's attention on him. Magic shield, he screams at the top of his lungs, making 10 concentric prismatic rings in front of himself to take the hit. The massive chain links shatter against it and continue to shatter, even as Cellophane vaulted over it and began running along them. Gold Chain obviously sees them and prepares to attack Cellophane simultaneously, but a smoke bomb capsule slams into the side of his face, shattering to block his view with a cloud. Taking the chance Cellophane attaches 2 lines to the far wall, firing them through the smoke and past either side of Gold Chain's head, reeling himself in and kicking the villain directly in the face at full power. As he plants both his feet into the villain's face, ARGH, he screams out as 2 gold chains tear through his feet, through the soles of his boots and out the top. Gold Chain had manifested them at the moment of impact, along with a shroud of energy around his head so he could actually stay conscious after that hit. Cellophane. Genesis yells, ready to fire another shot. She aims at the golden glow above his feet and fires. This time a hardened slug shatters each chain before a third slams into the energy protecting the villain's face, harmlessly bouncing off. Her eyes open wide, realizing what she just did, what she instinctively did after seeing him hurt one of her dear friends, and being thankful that the villain could actually defend that attack instead of having a hole punched through his head. Wasting no time, Cellophane attaches his lines to the ceiling and pulls himself away, leaving a trail of blood from his feet as he rockets through the air. As he sticks himself to the ceiling he notices Lizardy's right arm and head floating by themselves directly above Gold Chain, right beside Cellophane. You okay? She asks, looking at his bleeding feet. I'll be fine, he tries and fails to hide his obvious pain. You're a bad liar, Lizardy says as her arm spins, throwing the small cube in her hand at Gold Chain, directly down at him. Expand. Rule touches her fingers together and activates her quirk, having touched this item once before she can activate her quirk on it remotely a limited amount of times. Suddenly the metal cube expands until it was 5m-15 feet wide, crashing into Gold Chain. As the shadow is cast above him he looks up, just in time to stop his attack against Majestic's shield and create one of his own. But the force the cube was thrown at and the material it comprises shatters his web of chains and slams into his, ready to crush him against the stone floor. Luckily Mudman already softened the ground below him into water, so as he slammed into it. Shrink. Rule deactivates her quirk on the cube, allowing the softened ground to swallow the men as he's a few meters deep. Hardening it now, Mudman says as he deactivates his quirk, sealing the men below. We need to take care of those wounds, Genesis says as Cellophane lands and sits on the floor. No time, that won't hold him for long, Cellophane says. He's right, Mudman says. That guy is using trigger, he'll be out any second, we need a plan. Trigger, that explains why he's so much more powerful than we expected, Genesis says as she begins wrapping bandages around Cellophane's feet. He juiced up the moment he recognized us, guess he thought, ah. Cellophane winces. Sorry. I guess he thought Horizon was gonna show up, lucky us, he sighs. Crack. The stone floor begins to break apart, directly above Gold Chain. His quirk, what is it? Majestic asks. Hard light constructs, Mudman says, but he only makes those chains, different sizes and some things can be altered, but always chains. Do we have a plan? Lizardy asks. Yeah, the ground shakes as another crack forms. Simon is on the way down, he finished downloading this gang's intel cache and treating his own wound, now he should have enough energy to shut this guy down. Crack. A massive fissure forms in the stone floor as multiple gargantuan golden chains erupt from the ground. I thought Trigger gets weaker over time, Majestic says while simultaneously forming energy rings below the students and moving them to safety. It should, but he's getting strong, this variation was purple, Cellophane says. Another unique formula, Lizardy grumbles. They all continue to back away, with Cellophane being supported by Genesis, the adrenaline now dulling and taking his ability to stand with it. You know, I don't mind fighting villains, Lizardy says. But stuff like this is why I'm a long-range recon specialist. As the dust clears they see more and more massive chains forming, attached to thinner chains that expand the farther away they are from the villain's body. Dangerous things like this is why my wife also asked me to step back from being a frontline combatant, Majestic says as he takes a few steps forward. Rarf. Gold-chained pained cries echo through the room as the dust clears enough for them to see him, bleeding from his eyes that were glowing golden. Majestic takes a deep breath and steels his will, glancing back at the students and giving them a thumbs up, but don't worry, I was the number 9 pro hero at one point, now I'll show you kids why. End chapter. I wrinkled my smooth brain this time and actually got her name right, sorry she just shows up so rarely I forget about that. Also, I reread the manga recently so that didn't help, the last 2 arcs were, oof. Chapter 265, Chapter 264, Golden Chain Gang Raid Point V. Chapter Start. Magic Rush. Majestic yells out, drawing Gold Chain's eyes to him and away from the students as he rushes forward. Breaking into a full sprint, a prismatic ring appears below his left foot and launches him into the air. More appear with each step in the air as he pivots and twists, effectively running on air at all different angles, eventually running along the ceiling and swinging his arm down. Magic Crash. 10 large prismatic rings appear at his side while 2 keep him standing upside down above Gold Chain. Just die. Gold Chain screams out as his eyes glow even brighter for just a moment. He punches forward at Majestic and 1 regular-sized chain manifests from his fist. Hydra, he screams out, and as it extends barely a meter it suddenly splits like a hydra's head, constantly multiplying and snaking around, approaching Majestic at all angles as spearheads manifest at their tips. From the sidelines all the students back away as the entire room begins shaking, energy from both sides colliding at Gold Chain's attack constantly manifests more chains and Majestic rapid fires prismatic rings into them. The air begins to heat up and the light is almost blinding, all the students shield their eyes as they begin to back away. Lizardy helps Cellophane back away as Mudman slams his palms down, softening the stone at Gold Chain's feet. As Gold Chain feels his footing becoming weaker, chains manifest from his legs and extend around, holding him aloft and away from the floor. This is intense, Mudman says as he backs away, after hardening the ground once more. I didn't know Sensei could fight like this, Genesis says as she backs away beside him. As they get to the other she makes some dark sunglasses and hands them to Lizardy and Rule so they could also see what was going on. Yeah, it's insane, Cellophane says as he winces, pain shooting through his feet as he tries to stand up, still supported by Lizardy. He's keeping up with that guy even after he took Trigger. Yeah, that's nice and all, but where the hell is Simon? Lizardy asks. I'm running down the hallways now, Simon says through their communicators, is everyone alright? Lizardy glances at Cellophane's injured feet, We're all fine, Cellophane says. Just hurry up man, Majestic is fighting this guy and I don't think our quirks will be of much use anymore. It must be this new variation of Trigger, Mudman says. He's able to mostly keep his control and focus, allowing him to think clearly and fight with some actual strategy. So, at what point does Miracle Boy actually get involved? Lizardy asks. I mean sir, Cellophane has holes in his feet, feel like this is where he should step in. It's not that big of a deal, none of us are that hurt, Cellophane says. Rule, Lizardy, and Genesis look at his feet and grimace, very glad their mentor doesn't treat them like this. But Mudman never takes his eyes off the fight. Genesis records every moment through her mask as does Team Horizon, intent on learning anything she can. The purpose of working with Majestic after all, was to predict and adapt to the ever-changing battlefield. And now more than ever she could see it, not nearly as clearly as Mudman or Cellophane can see the actions. While Majestic was 12 steps ahead, Mudman was 10, Cellophane was 6, and Genesis was 3. Even as hundreds of chains were flowing through the air, piercing and whipping at Majestic. They see chains begin to curve in large arcs away from the fight, moving to stab Majestic in the back, and Genesis immediately raises her gun to fire at them, but Mudman blocks her with his hand. "Don't fire, you'll throw off their rhythm," Mudman says. "If you fire and those chains break, then when they repair they'll act like a hydra's head and keep multiplying. Let Majestic deal with this for now, trust your sensei." As he says this, Majestic casually waves a hand behind him and a large prismatic ring of energy forms, immediately collapses in on itself and fires out like a laser. It shatters the chains and follows their links, curving around the room all the way to the villain, who pulls himself away from the attack at the last moment. Gold Chain is hit in the chest with another blast as he dodges the first, but an aura of golden energy envelopes him and takes the hit. As the explosion clears and the light fades slightly, they see the aura having a large crack in the chest area of it, which immediately repairs itself. "A full body shield, huh?" Majestic says with a wide grin. "But you look tired." He immediately launches another volley of attack at the villain. As he batters Gold Chain with attacks that shake the room, causing cracks to appear in the walls and ceilings, shockwaves push the students toward the edge of the chamber. "I'm here," Simon says as he rushes into the room. "What's going on?" "That's the last guy as Mudman is pointing at the villain, he is suddenly speechless as Gold Chain wraps himself in hundreds of chains, creating a thick sphere to defend himself. The chains begin glowing brighter and brighter as Majestic yells out, "Get down," and clasps both his hands together. Both his arms start glowing, energy flowing from his palms up his shoulder into his chest, forming a small prismatic ring in the middle of his chest that hovers just above his body. Majestic fires his energy blast directly at Gold Chain, causing an explosion that shakes the entire base and the road above. Rule. Genesis creates something in her palms and throws it to her friend just as the explosion and light washes over them. Boom. Clouds of dust and bits of stone were across the room for a few moments, but when they cleared, all the students found themselves swimming in the floor. "Ugh, this is so gross," Lizardy says as they begin getting out of the small pool. "Says the girl that breaks her own body apart," Mudman says. "Hey, swimming in mud is still gross. Swimming in stone and concrete actually." As they all get out, Genesis looks around, seeing the small blast shield she made for Rule to enlarge at the far wall behind them. "We didn't react fast enough, but luckily Juzo was here." She scowls at that realization, mentally berating herself. As they all get out and the ground is returned to normal, the entire room finally clears enough for them to see Gold Chain at the other side of the room slumped against the wall, blood flowing from his shoulder and mouth. And across from him, Majestic's hero costume is torn and tattered, sleeves and bits of the chest and back missing, bruised arms bare for everyone to see. "Wow," Simon says. "Yeah, wait till you see the replay," Cellophane adds. "Sensei, are you okay?" Lizardy yells out. Majestic gives them a forced smile and a thumbs up. "Yeah, but let's not tell my wife how dangerous this got." "Thank God this is over," Cellophane says. "Because honestly guys, my feet hurt." Mudman and Simon chuckle at that as Majestic begins walking over to them, only for Gold Chain to move. "Sensei." Genesis raises her gun at the villain as he brings an injector, housing a vial of green liquid in it, to his neck. PSH. Her gun fires, but a moment too late as the new shot of trigger is injected into the villain. From his spot on the floor, Cellophane fires a line of tape at the exhausted pro hero and pulls him over to the students as Genesis and Mudman step forward, ready to fight. "Gold Chain, that much trigger could kill you." Simon yells out as the villain gets up, glowing brighter than ever with golden energy. "No. I can." Gold Chain's words are cut short as his shoulders slump. Brainwashing complete. Mudman relaxes and looks back at his friend. "Honestly man, your quirk is so ridiculous, glad you're on my team." "And it's always impro." Simon stops speaking as his eyes widen, looking at the villain. He broke out. "What?" Mudman turns around to see the villain moving freely once more and immediately drops to place his palms on the floor, intended to trap the villain once more. But before he could touch the ground, the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room glow green and are seemingly coated in a thin layer of energy. From all the surfaces of the room, including the floor beneath them, spear-tipped chains begin launching at the heroes as they frantically evade. "Simon?" Cellophane asks as he feels excruciating pain with each forced step until Majestic begins carrying them all on his prismatic rings. But even his rings were dulling now. "The trigger and injuries must be causing him pain," Simon says. "And pain breaks your control, damn it," Mudman says. "Genesis, any ideas?" As they continue avoiding the chains that were thankfully less accurate now that the villain was hurt and tired, they also notice the shield on his body returning. She looks at her allies, seeing them tired or injured, ideas spawn in her mind, but the risk of people being hurt was too much for her. So with no hesitation, Genesis raises a hand to her communicator. "Horizon, we need backup." Hearing this, Mudman immediately takes out the metallic card Horizon gave him and throws it toward the floor, and the moment it's almost at the floor. Shambles. Appearing in the room, Horizon's eyes and brain are confused for a moment, his quirk not matching the visuals of what he's seeing. Hard light, annoying, he says. Since he's so reliant on scan, light-based abilities are effectively invisible to him. If an attack is made purely of light, he simply cannot detect it, because to do so he'd have to detect all light within his room, which would make the room almost entirely solid within his mind since light is almost everywhere. And even he cannot separate individual light particles in real time. Shambles. Horizon warps scalpel into his hand as he sees a legion of chains descending down onto him, with a slash at the space between him and the chains. They all shatter as Amputate strikes out. Gold Chain's eyes lock onto Horizon, now ignoring the other, immediately causing chains from the walls and floor to manifest and rush toward Horizon. Horizon feels one of the chains manifesting beneath his boot, creating a pointy spearhead to stab him through the foot as it did to Cellophane. He instantly detects it as the material of his boot is deformed, even before his body can feel the pressure his room detects it all, still unable to see the hard light attack causing this effect. He immediately thinks to swap places with Gold Chain, but notices the man is attached to all the energy flowing through the room like one solid object. He cannot be warped without moving at all. Not impossible, but I don't know what'll happen if I just warp him and his quirk reacts poorly. Best not take the risk. Booster shot. Horizon's entire body begins releasing blue energy vapor. The grooves of his body glove that are visible on his gloves are glowing bright blue as well. And all the hard light attacks shatter against him as the energies collide. More and more attacks rain down on him, but no matter how hard they try, they simply break against his new defense, leaving him unbothered as he stabs scalpel into the floor. Booster shot. He surges an immense amount of power through his blade and down into the floor, sending a pulse of energy through every surface of the room. Where the glowing golden energy exists, it's shattered and overtaken by a wave of rolling blue that leads all the way back to Gold Chain. Seeing the energy wave coming and easily overpowering him, the man uses everything he has to push against it, but he feels as if he's throwing pebbles at a tsunami. It reaches him as he's depleted all his energy and collapses onto his knees. And the exhausted villain slumps forward, looking up at Horizon, who's casually walking over to him, sword in hand. The others descend as Horizon reaches the villain, almost as amazed at what just happened, but looking up at Horizon, Gold Chain understood something they never could. Having his energy collide with and be so easily overpowered by Horizon, he had a level of understanding that very few people have. An understanding of exactly what was looking down at him right now. At the living nuclear reactor's worth of energy, pretending to be human beneath that visor. So looking up at Horizon, through his exhausted eyes, he musters up the energy for one last question. That much power. He gasps between breaths, veins bulging purple as the trigger is slowly killing him. You can't be human, are you? Horizon chuckles, I'm better, now bow. Gold Chain raises a brow at that, until he's surprised as there's an intense pulling force on his golden-plated teeth, yanking his head down to the floor. Crack. He cracks his skull on the stone floor on impact as his teeth are ripped out of his mouth by the invisible force. Horizon kneels down and places a hand on the villain's back, then as he's working looks at his allies. So, this guy was a lot tougher than we thought, huh? That's one way of putting it, Cellophane says. He used trigger like it was candy, Majestic adds. That's hard to account for. Unpredictable things happen all the time, I'm just glad nobody got hurt. Ah, Lizardy gestures at Cellophane's feet. It'll take me seconds to heal that doesn't count. Still hurts, Cellophane says. You'll get over it. Horizon says as he finally raises a hand from the villain's back, and with it comes a marble-sized sphere of green liquid. Is that the trigger? Majestic asks. And here I thought you were healing him. I don't heal villains, but this, the trigger hovers above his palm for everyone to see. This I must study. Now, let's get out of here. End chapter. So, I was in a car accident Thursday, hence chapters being delayed. I'm all good now and back to business. Sorry about the delays. Chapter 266, Chapter 265, Miracle and Magic. Chapter start. You know, this isn't exactly what I expected to find here, Majestic says as he looks around Horizon's medical lab. The pro hero was now wearing some casual clothes, a backpack on, holding his hero costume within. Standing beside him is Horizon, wearing some more casual Horizon brand clothes over his body glove while inspecting a vial of trigger, collected from Gold Chain. The lab or the tower? Horizon says as he takes some notes on a digital screen built into the table. Both I suppose, Majestic says as he looks around. You do realize the public thinks this tower is a doorway to heaven, right? Can't imagine why they'd think that, it's just a building where I live, Horizon shrugs. Well, a god lives in it, Majestic says as he notices some containers with frozen pieces of flesh labeled, Nomu Sample 289, at the lowest. Don't tell me you believe my propaganda too, Horizon chuckles as he places the vial in a secure glass case. If I didn't meet you maybe, or if I didn't have a certain student that's dating you, Majestic stops himself for a moment. Well, from the way she talks, guess I should think you're a god. I tend to have that effect on women and fans, Horizon says. I finished studying the trigger, so let's get out of the lab while the computer double-checks my work and cross-references it with some other samples. Oh, well that was shambles. Majestic suddenly finds himself standing in the penthouse living room beside the couch, looking at Horizon who's already sitting on the couch with a bottle of water. Fast, Majestic shakes his head and sits down. I still haven't gotten used to that. Well, we only met yesterday. Horizon snaps his fingers and a can of coffee appears on the table. So there really isn't any way to say no to your warping? Majestic asks while taking a sip of his coffee. It's no secret that I can't simply warp anything too freely, but unless you weld yourself to the floor I can move you. So things that are bonded in such a way act as one body. Pretty much, Horizon shrugs. That's Majestic thinks it over. That's actually very concerning, good thing you're a pro hero. Well, I'm still just a student. Majestic chuckles, good one, but you might be the only person in the world who still thinks that. Maybe, but what about you, your magic quirk? Prismatic energy rings, that's what the doctor suggested we call it, but as a kid I preferred magic, not bad, right? A lot better than I expected, Horizon says. You were a rescue hero before you became more all-rounded, didn't expect those moves. Yeah, well, I only figured out how to shape the rings into energy blasts about 5 years ago, started taking more aggressive villains on. And then you suddenly dropped out of the top 10 instead of moving up. Yeah, well, a year in the top 10 was enough. Majestic takes a large swig of his drink. Plus a few months into it, I found out I was gonna be a dad. Suddenly the extra money from the specific people the HPSC wanted me to track down wasn't worth the danger. I didn't know you had a kid. Because I don't, Majestic raises a finger to his lips. Smart move, Horizon nods understandingly. Do you want any updates on what I find about the trigger or maybe the gold chain gang files we stole? Just between us, this got a lot more dangerous than I told my wife it would be, so I think I'll go back to my regular work. Never would have guessed her of all people would go from running through buildings like a wrecking ball to such a worried mom, Horizon chuckles. Yeah, she used to really like being a pro hero too, but it's like a switch flipped in her. Looking at the rain pouring outside, Majestic finishes his drink. You know it's not too late to go meet up with your friends, they're probably still in a mall about now. If only life was that simple, but with power comes sacrifice, Horizon taps his visor. Well, I should really be getting to the train station, would you mind giving me a lift? Horizon pauses for a moment, looking out at the floor, but Majestic knew he was focusing on the nearby train station. Shambles. Later that evening. Sitting on his couch, Horizon has Momo in his lap, still wearing the sweater dress she wore to the restaurant earlier today. Sitting on the floor at the coffee table playing cards are Yui and Siro, and on the other couch are Tokage and Juzo. Horizon can sense Shinso already in the gym training immediately after they all got back, not wanting to be a seventh wheel to the group. Wait, so you guys got into that new restaurant, how? Horizon asks. It was actually pretty easy, Siro says. Remember that rich jerk I saved from the helicopter? Lomatani, right? Horizon asks. Yeah, that jerk. Well, not as much of a jerk as I thought, Siro says. Siro gave him a call and asked for a reservation tonight, Juzo adds as he and Tokage awkwardly sit beside each other. Apparently that dude owns the restaurant and the building, and he owns Golden Hearts too. Huh, that really is a good person to know. Well, I don't exactly know him, Siro says. I called and some guy answered, must have been his assistant or something, but I think that's about as many favors as I can get from that dude. Well, that's still better than most people you save that are just useless afterward, Horizon says, causing Momo to pat his chest a bit harshly. Being a pro hero is about saving people, remember? Momo asks. An eerie silence fills the room as Juzo, Siro, and Horizon share a few glances at each other, then immediately burst into laughter. And that's one more reason you aren't in Team Horizon, he says while giving Momo a gentle slap on the butt, causing her to blush. So what's the reason you guys actually save people then? Tokage asks. Money, Siro says. To train my quirk, Juzo adds. I made a deal with Nizu, Horizon shrugs. Oh, and Shinso just wants to show people that villain quirks isn't a real thing. Well, at least Shinso has a good reason, Tokage adds, giving Juzo an annoyed look. So the requirement is to be a selfish jerk. Selfish, yes, I just happen to also be like this, Horizon says. Tokage groans and holds her head dramatically. How did the two kindest, most gentle and compassionate girls in our classes fall for you people, ugh. Hey. Siro yells out. I'm a great person. And I'm Horizon, who else would she be in love with, Deku, he laughs. Horizon likes to act like a jerk, Momo says. But nobody who truly believed most people were worthless would dedicate themselves so full to helping people. Are you sure about that? Tokage asks. Momo gestures around them. We're sitting in a monument built out of his desire to help people, so I feel fairly confident about that. Maybe I'm just a horrible person that takes jobs they accept seriously, Horizon says, earning a concerned look from Momo. After giving him a scrutinizing look, she frowns and shakes her head. No, that doesn't make any sense, she says before leaning back into his chest. Anyway, how was the shopping today? Horizon asks, and as the girls begin talking he focuses on Juzo and Setsuna, who were still sitting awkwardly, constantly stealing glances at each other. Eventually he decides to be bold on behalf of Juzo, and uses tact on his friend's watch, controlling his hand with a sudden jerk to rest atop Tokage's. He sees panic shoot across both their faces for a moment, before Tokage smiles and leans her shoulder against his. Hours later. In the absolute darkness of his bedroom in Horizon Tower, Law sits with his back against the cushioned headboard with a naked Momo on his lap, after a long and invigorating night of celebration. Momo gently passes her fingers along his face, the closest she can ever come to knowing what he looks like, trying her best to memorize all his sharp features. After a few more seconds she can't help herself anymore and assaults him with a legion of intense, passionate kisses. That little trick you did. With Juzo's hand, on Setsuna's, she speaks between kisses. You noticed. MHM. I thought you didn't care about other people. Most people, but he's a teammate. Momo pulls away as she begins adjusting herself on his lap, feeling his excitement between her legs again. So you care. It's a start, but in this world there are only two types of people, those who are important to me, and everyone else. Playing hero puts the people I care about in danger. Momo groans and she lowers herself down to his lap. Have you thought about playing villain? Law pushes her back down onto the bed, and she immediately wraps her arms and legs around him, pulling him on top of her. Just not playing at all, but I think I'd be a good villain. Let's find out. Show me what you do to his weak and helpless pro-hero you've captured. End chapter. Chapter 267, Chapter 266, Hero Course Class Clash. Chapter start. March 3rd, 23:15, 2:17 p.m. What's up everyone? Present Mike yells out as he enters a dimly lit viewing room, holding popcorn in one hand and a can of soda in the other. He's immediately greeted by the annoyed looks of Eraserhead and Vlad King, and a polite wave from Nizu. Ms. Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Snipe all stay focused on the wall of monitors before them, taking notes on their clipboards. What? Nobody else brought snacks? Present Mike asks as he sits beside Snipe. This isn't a show, Mike, it's a training exercise, Eraserhead says. Every time these classes clash they put on a main event. You did keep Horizon out of this one too, right? No, Vlad King says. We need him involved in this one, but he isn't on Team 1A or Team 1B, we want to see how they deal with an insurmountable third party. Translation, how good the kiddies can play nice when a bigger threat is on the field, huh? Because sometimes they'll have to work with pro heroes they don't like, right? Mike asks. Precisely, Nizu says. I recommended that we call over the Ketsubutsu students to really test that, but Eraser didn't want Ms. Joke here. If you met her you'd know why, Eraser grumbles. I think you two are cute together, Midnight teases. Are you sure nothing ever happened there? Well. Eraser cuts off Present Mike. Focus on the students please, Eraser growls out. As fights begin breaking out all across the Simulation Metropolis training ground beta, the teachers notice one particular student not moving. Not even attempting to gain a single point. At the same time, sitting atop a 7-story building, Horizon has his feet hanging over the side as he snacks on some pieces of chocolate. Noticing massive explosions erupting in the distance, constantly shaking the entire training ground, Horizon is unbothered as he senses Bakugo trying and failing to land a hit on Juzo. He glances to his left, where Scalpel hovers in place, and looks toward the other end of the training area where Todoroki and Manga are having an intense fight. Even from here he can feel the air becoming more humid, he can smell the ozone on the wind as they throw fire, ice, and lightning at each other. I expected you to jump into the fight and collect all their points, Eraser's voice speaks through Horizon's earpiece. Busy. Eating chocolate. Jiro made me this for Valentine's Day, it would be disrespectful not to eat it, Horizon says. So did Yaoyorozu, and about half the girls in UA who left gifts for you at the dorm. Do you plan to sit on that roof and eat all the candy you got? No, I plan to give Eri most of it when you aren't looking, Horizon chuckles. Don't, but seriously, you won't get any points at this rate. And we'd like to see how they work together against you, Nizu adds. I figured, but I don't descend to challenge people weaker than me, that's bullying, and well, they're beneath me, Horizon shrugs. But I'm sure some of them will come to me, actually. Horizon leans forward slightly and looks down the side of this building, on which is Red Riot, Kirishima Dash, with his fingers hardened and clawing into the side of the building allowing him to scale the smooth wall leading up to Horizon. Kirishima is still a dozen meters below Horizon, awkwardly looking up at him. I figured that collapsing the stairs would be a big enough hint not to bother me. Horizon eats another piece of chocolate, staring at Red Riot who was now frozen in place, not sure what to do. Well, I fig. Tact, Horizon says loudly enough for him to hear. Wait. The slab of wall Red Riot is on begins to crack. Wait, he screams as it breaks away from the building and he falls 6 stories down to the street below. As Red Riot is crushed by the piece of wall he was climbing moments ago against the street, Horizon resumes his snack. He's not bad, but not quite what I'm looking for. Tokoyami really is the only option. Horizon looks out into the distance, focusing on another fight, Monoma and a few of his classmates chasing after Deku and slowly gaining ground against him. Deku, he'd probably be a good choice, at least physically making up for what they lack, but his mentality isn't any good for us, Horizon sighs. If he wasn't so obsessed with being a mini All Might he could fill in the gaps pretty well. As Horizon is enjoying his snack, he suddenly stops chewing and turns around, looking at the barbed-tipped arrow that was frozen in the air behind him. He sighs and gets up, standing on the ledge. Do you realize how much this would have hurt? Sorry, Genesis says, holding an already reloaded crossbow in her hands on the other side of the room. Beside her were Uravity, Lizardy, Froppy, Pinky, Battle Fist, Kendo Dash, and Emily, Yanagi. No, it was smart. Use pain to distract me and fire something more silent than a gun, Horizon says as he hops down from the ledge. What is this supposed to be, Girl Squad? Yeah. Pinky yells out. That was a coincidence, but these ladies are gonna kick your butt. Kendo yells as she rushes forward. As she covers the dozen meters between them, Horizon pops a piece of chocolate in his mouth and frees his right hand, ready for her assault. As she swings her fist forward she enlarges her fist midway through the attack, earlier than she's been training to do, costing her some power on the potential impact. But the massive fridge-sized fist served a secondary purpose. As she swings he doesn't seemingly react, until... Shambles. He swaps places with her, causing her to punch the air. As he swapped he was met with 100 telekinetically controlled shuriken, courtesy of Emily's telekinesis quirk and Genesis's creations. TAKT. Having already sensed the blades they attempted to hide behind Battle Fist, fully expecting him to simply swap places they had already thrown them at their friend's location, but his ability to sense and stop each blade surprised them. But they reacted instantly. Battle Fist pivots, using the force of her first punch and swinging around to swat him away. Doing a full spin she's suddenly surprised when she feels 100 blades pierce her enlarged hand. Ah, she cries out as blood splatters across the rooftop. At the last moment Horizon had swapped places with her once again, causing her to slap the blades full force. As the pain racks her hand and arm she flinches for a moment, Froppy fires her tongue at Battle Fist to get her away from Horizon, but it was too late. In one smooth action he grabs the girl by her ponytail and throws her off the rooftop. Her pained cry echoes for hundreds of meters as tears build in her eyes, feeling like her scalp was about to be torn off, but also being rushed by a soothing sensation in the same moment. As she goes hurling off the roof Horizon looks at Uravity. Fetch, he commands. Uravity grits her teeth and glares at Horizon, even as she makes herself weightless and dives off the rooftop to save Battle First. As both of them are out of the way Froppy redirects her tongue to whip at Horizon, knowing he can't telekinetically control her body, taking advantage of her organic abilities to assault him. Counter shock, Horizon says as lightning begins arcing across his body, ready to tase Froppy the moment she makes contact. He expects her to back away from him after simply speaking those words, but to his surprise the girl makes full contact with his forearm. He feels like a sledgehammer slammed against him as the muscles in her tongue are pushed to their limits. Without even using booster shot he swings his arm and bats it aside, but her tongue twists in the air and tries to wrap around him. Counter shock, once again lightning crackles across his body, and she doesn't hesitate to wrap her tongue around him anyway. Shambles. He swaps places with Genesis, directly beside Emily who he grabs by the throat. He sees the fear in her gray eyes, pupils focusing as his heart rate immediately skyrockets. Counter shock, he says quietly, sending a surge of lightning through her, more than enough to put her in the hospital, but nothing happens to her. And then he notices a device beneath their clothes running through their boots, grounding them and keeping their body safe as the current flows across it through to the ground. Genesis, he mutters while yanking Emily forward, slamming her head into his visor while reinforcing it with booster shot, knocking her out, and holding her off the floor. As he does so Uravity swings over the side of the building with a combination of her quirk and grapnel gadget, Battle Fist in her arms. She does a spin and throws Battle Fist at him, and the girl rears back with her one good hand as the bandaged hand hangs at her side. Seeing her incoming Horizon casually throws Emily over the side of the building and raises a palm to Battle Fist. You jerk! Uravity yells as she once again dives over the edge to save a friend. This time Battle Fist perfectly executes her punch while rocketing down at Horizon, enlarging her fist at the apex of her swing to maximize the damage. She expected to be dodged and punched the roof, but to their surprise, Horizon meets her fist with his palm. Booster shot. A wave of blue energy vapor wafts off him as the force of her strike moves through him, not hurting his body but cracking the concrete at his feet. After the clash he casually steps to the side and pushes her fist away, only to lean his head backward as another arrow zips past his face. He glances at Genesis through the corner of his eye as she loads another bolt, and he keeps focus on her even while his fist clashes with battle fists and constantly pushes her back. With every hit he feels himself get more comfortable with this variation of booster shot, just as she feels more and more of the super strong bones in her hand and fingers break with each clash. Eventually Genesis loads a bolt into the crossbow, this one slightly thicker than the others, something she's spent months thinking about for a moment just like this. She nods at Froppy, signaling for the girl to also join the melee with Battle Fist, and as she does Genesis begins the other half of this combo. As both girls rush in, Genesis lines up her perfect shot, their only chance at gleaming victory against this force of nature. Between all the attacks Horizon doesn't notice Froppy adjusting a bead hidden beneath her tongue. All the attacks he dodges, as expected, makes him cocky. The girls expected this, and they truly were doing their best, because he would notice otherwise. But they knew they could beat him head to head. Yet instead of a true victory, they only wanted progress. If they could land one hit, it would be enough for them. Uravity returns to the rooftop with Emily now awake in her arms and land beside Genesis. The girls share a few glances and immediately get to work. As the fight goes on and Horizon toys with their friends, Uravity uses her quirk on Genesis's unique bolt, and Emily activates her quirk on it. Her face immediately drenched in sweat as she pushes her quirk to the absolute limit. And at the perfect moment where Horizon sidesteps an enlarged fist from Battle Fist, Genesis fires her weightless bolt. It moves faster than any bullet or artillery, much faster than Horizon expected, but still slow enough that he can react to it. Because even this projectile couldn't outdo the speed of his thoughts. But he didn't react to it, by choice, because as he sidesteps Battle Fist's arm, the projectile slams into her forearm, shattering it completely and barely missing his head. But what he didn't expect was for it to collapse in on itself on impact, releasing an orange gas that instantly clings to his hero costume and visor. A combination of Emily's quirk and Genesis's special creation built with the extremely rare material of his costume in mind. His vision is immediately blocked as the gas coats his visor in an orange substance. Shambles. He warps away, only focused on his hero costume and body, but the substance stays with him even as he swaps places with Battle Fist. It's bonded to my suit, what the? As he's confused, Froppy opens her mouth after cracking the bead, and taking advantage of the fact that sensing suck-thin gases is something he has to specifically put effort into, blows out a purple mist from her mouth. It's instantly attracted to the orange and clings to it, as they both begin burning his hero costume. A special nanite fusion to cling to him and ignite like thermite on his body. Not something that they could even use on villains, but for this scenario, Principal Niza gave Genesis his permission, because Horizon was beyond any villain. HPSC President Pontu's office. Lady Pontu. A man bursts into the room, causing Pontu to look up from her paperwork with a stone-cold facade. What is it? We figured out what the hacker from a few weeks ago stole, he says while frantically rushing over to her and placing some files on her desk. She immediately takes the files and begins looking over them, and for one of the rare moments she loses her focus and shows an emotion. Dropping facade as confusion shows on her face, this doesn't make any sense, they could have stolen anything, but they only took this, are you sure? Yes ma'am, we made sure, what should we do, should we alert him? Pontu ponders it for a moment, but decides to let this play out and see what happens. No, even if they stole a copy of the building layout, there isn't anyone in the world stupid enough to break into Horizon Tower. Minato, Tokyo. Standing atop a skyscraper opposite Horizon Tower, a dapper gentleman with gray hair, wearing an exaggerated street magician-styled tuxedo sips from a cup of tea. Beside him a short woman, less than 4 feet 120 cm, tall with bright red pigtails and a matching costume also sips from a cup of tea, looking at Horizon Tower. Today is the day la brava, the man says. Today we write our names in the grandest halls of villainy, today, we break into Horizon Tower, and steal ourselves a trophy. End chapter. Someone actually guessed that Gentle and La Brava were the ones to hack the commission, congratulations. Chapter 268, Chapter 267, Unplanned Events. Chapter start. I think he's mad, Present Mike says as they watch the termite-like compound burning away Horizon's hero costume. I'd imagine so, but what gave it away? Erasers asks. This, Mike drew their attention to his popcorn, some of which was now floating in the air. Across all of UA and some nearby parts of Muzurafu, small objects began floating on their own as Horizon's annoyance bubbles over into affecting his quirk. A surge of energy flows out from him as his entire body is coated in the energy of his booster shot, coating him in a thin blue liquid that rapidly dissipates into that atmosphere, but subdues the burning chemicals on him. The stinging sensation on his body fades as Horizon takes a few deep breaths. That was annoying. He turns to look at the girls. Any more tricks? Pinky looks between Horizon and her stunned friends for a moment, realizing nobody expected him to deal with that so quickly. Acid man, he yells while rushing forward, creating a translucent armor of acid around her body that moves with her. Dashing toward him, each step she takes melts a hole into the concrete rooftop, all her focus on raising the acidity of her armor as she dives directly onto him. Curtain, Horizon says as he raises a palm to her, forming a large square barrier to block her attack. Ugh. Pinky yelps as she slams face first into the shield, made even more painful by the fact that he swung it into her like a bat, knocking her off the rooftop, completely unconscious. As he knocks her off the roof, he raises his right hand, and with a thought scalpel appears in his hand, blade exposed and shining under the sun. Froppy immediately rushes forward as Uravity leaps off the rooftop to catch Pinky. Genesis immediately creates one of her unique guns and prepares to fire at Horizon's shoulder to delay his swing. But with a thought he activates Booster Shot, and his right arm and shoulder release a bit of the blue energy vapor as a burst of strength surges through his arm. Before Froppy could get to him, the blade slashes downward into the roof, and as the top of the blade makes contact. Booster Shot plus Incision. The entire 7-story building is split right down the middle, immediately shaking and beginning to collapse as his attack sends a quake through the entire training area. The girls lose their solid footing as the fight continues and Froppy's attack with her tongue is about to make contact. Shambles. Horizon swaps places with Genesis at the other side of the rooftop and slashes horizontally. Amputate, 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 amputate. A flurry of wide arcing slashes sunders everything and everyone in front of Horizon. The girls are diced harmlessly into cubes, along with everything and everyone for an entire mile behind them. Multiple city blocks reduced to rubble and stones with barely any effort, unable to defend or perceive the attacks that sunder it. A large swath of the training area is reduced to rubble that harmlessly falls to the ground at a slowed rate, preventing the few students who were also mined from being crushed by the rubble. Shambles. Horizon warps all of their pieces onto the rooftop beside him as the other half of this building collapses to the street below, leaving them all in one pile with a few eyes looking at him. Many of them weren't even involved in this fight, simply caught in the aftermath of Horizon's annoyance. They'd never seen him actually take a hit before, and seeing his hero costume in this state was dizzying. Good trick, Horizon says as he walks to the edge, getting a good look at the field of rubble he created, but I don't think you people realize how much I've been holding back. His words send a shiver down the spines of almost everyone in the viewing room as they watch the monitors. So, he can just do that to Tokyo, if he wanted to. Midnight asks, looking at the mile-wide field of destruction he caused so casually. Yes, incredible isn't it, Nizu says excitedly, a wide smile on his face. My calculations show his range of manipulation is at least 20 miles-32 km, so he could get most of Tokyo with that attack. Eraser size, so, who wants to tell Cementos that he needs to rebuild most of the training zone Gamma? He's used to Horizon's antics, Nizu says. Bet he's glad this kid doesn't have a super move yet, Present Mike says. Wait a minute, Midnight says, you're telling me that thing wasn't a super move. Uravity lands on the roof beside Horizon, holding Pinky in her arms, and just stares out at the destruction before her, not even paying attention to Horizon. This was a city, Uravity mutters as she gently places Pinky on the rooftop, eyes unable to look away from the scene ahead of her. I got a bit carried away, Horizon admits. But I can only do this kind of thing at UA, so I guess it's good to practice this too. As she walks to the edge of the rooftop, Uravity finally begins to truly wrap her mind around how powerful her classmate truly is. For his quirk is difficult to measure. Compared to most top pro heroes, his strength cannot be measured traditionally like All Might's punches or Endeavor's firepower. And it truly is rare to see him lean into the more destructive aspects of his quirk, and they all realize how fortunate it is that he rarely takes the meathead approach to combat. And now they're absolutely sure they'd rather never see this side of him again. Finally, Red Riot yells out as he climbs back onto the rooftop once more, completely ignoring the destruction around him or the other students that were diced on the rooftop. Horizon turns to face him, leaving Uravity at his back, who immediately begins shaking her head and signaling for Red Riot not to pick a fight right now. But he tunnels only on his target, knowing and trusting the teachers and other students not to actually harm anyone, allowing him not to be concerned with his nearby classmates. Because even now he trusts Horizon not to truly harm anyone. Red Riot. Red Riot screams out as his entire body hardens. Unbreakable. Everything from his hair to his toes harden, even his eyes have the distinct angular appearance caused by his quirk. This super move pushes his hardening quirk to its limit, even affecting his internal structure. This limits the time he has in it as his hardened lungs can't take in any air, but makes him a reinforced wall for his allies. With a sudden burst of energy he rushes forward, feet cracking the rooftop as he pulls back his hardened, sharpened fist to strike Horizon. Seeing this, Horizon grips his sword tightly to attack, and as he raises the blade, Uravity rushes past him, tackling Red Riot. She instantly uses her quirk on him to make him weightless and pivots, using his momentum to launch both of them off the rooftop and away from Horizon. Uraraka. Red Riot yells as he deactivated his quirk, if only to avoid his body slashing her. What the hell? Horizon is in a bad mood. Okay, she yells as they land a few streets away. Let's not try to fight him right now, okay? As she says that, another person lands on the destroyed rooftop beside Horizon. Ugh, Horizon groans as he turns to face Deku, already crackling with bits of electricity, full cowling pushed to 35%. I was just about to go find Tokoyami and give him a little test, but if you insist. Yeah, I insist, Deku says as he takes a fighting stance. I can't be the best if I never challenge the best. Yeah well, this fight is long overdue any. Hearing that Deku launches forward, but as he's mid-air launching a kick at Horizon, he notices Horizon's head turn slightly. Suddenly Deku is down on the street just beside this building, not surprised at all, but slightly annoyed. With one leap he makes it back to the rooftop to see Horizon angrily looking at his phone. Who the, damn it? Horizon yells before he warps away, leaving a confused Deku behind. Beside Deku the Dice students immediately reform into full bodies, some looking more traumatized than others, with Bakugo and Shoji more annoyed than bothered. In the observation room Nizu got the same notification as Horizon, and immediately understood what was about to happen. Without a word he leaps out of his chair and rushes to his office. 2:35 p.m. Security breach at Horizon Tower. Minutes earlier. Is everything ready, my dear? Gentle criminal asks La Brava. Almost gentle, La Brava says as she types away on her laptop. They were both still sitting atop a skyscraper opposite Horizon Tower. When I'm done we'll have 15 minutes before the silent alarm triggers. Sorry I couldn't do more. Months of planning and hacking, yet all I could do was delay the alarm. Nobody could have done better, my dear La Brava. This is Nizu we're talking about after all. I guess that's true, La Brava says, a bit happier now. Now we must simply break into the tower, record a few scenes for our soon-to-be adoring public within the tower, steal something valuable and leave our mark, then the world will never forget us again. He breaks into a fit of exaggerated laughter. Ready. La Brava says. We've got 15 minutes before Horizon and Nizu get the alert, but he and his team are confirmed at UA, so we're fine. Then away we go. Gentle says as he holds La Brava under his arm as she clutches her laptop tightly. With no hesitation he leaps off the rooftop, unbothered by the 150-story drop to the street below as he activates his quirk. Below his feet the air itself becomes elastic like mini trampolines that barely catch the light, allowing him to chain them together and leap all the way over to Horizon's penthouse. With practiced ease they make their way to the penthouse. La Brava holds the camera in her hand, already filming, as gently dives toward a reinforced glass pane at the top floor and places a hand on it. The glass becomes elastic and flexes, bending inward and warping, and at the apex of it he deactivated his quirk, causing it to harden at an odd shape and shatter immediately. With a roll and tumble they both land inside Horizon Tower, bright smiles on their faces. Only to look up and lock eyes with a busy blonde woman, standing in the kitchen at a chopping board, knife in hand. Her wide blue eyes freeze for a moment as they're stuck in a standoff of sorts, and with no further hesitation she places a hand on the counter, causing the stone countertop to rocket toward the villains. End chapter. Chapter 269, Chapter 268, Former Pro Hero Ryuko Tsuchikawa. Chapter start. Crash. The sound of glass shattering has Ryuko looking up from the chopping board. She wears her usual pair of shorts and a t-shirt, preparing a special meal for when Horizon arrives in Tokyo tonight, only to look up and see Gentle Criminal rolling into the hallway, La Brava tucked under her arms. Her eyes immediately focus on the laptop in La Brava's arms and, more importantly, the camera she had facing Ryuko. A surge of adrenaline, bolstered by a healthy dose of fear, not for the fact that she's staring down some villains, but fear of the outcome of her presence here being revealed, floods Ryuko's mind and body. With no hesitation she places her hands on the granite countertop and activates Earth Flow, which launches the countertop directly at the villains. As this happens she turns to lunges to grab her phone from the counter. In the same moment Gentle had thrown La Brava to the side before raising an arm to the projectile. Blocking it with his forearm, he creates a few layers of elastic air between them to cushion the blow and launch it back toward the kitchen. Never one to cause unnecessary harm to those who attempt to stop him, in the moment Gentle couldn't afford the few precious seconds to hold back. Seeing Ryuko's left hand reaching for her phone, the thought of an angry Horizon arriving moments later spurred him to action. "No," he yells while launching the granite countertop at her phone, bounced off his layers of elastic air. Crash. It slams into her phone and the wall, along with her left hand. The bones in her left hand shatter and shrapnel riddles her forearm and causes many cuts across her body. Ah. Ryuko cries out as she falls back, a small stream of blood flowing down her forehead and covering her left eye as she looks at the villains. "Sorry miss," Gentle says, looking genuinely surprised at what he just did. "But a maid wasn't in the plan, so if you could just stand down, we'll." "I'm not a maid." Ryuko yells as she uses her hand that's on the floor to activate her quirk. Suddenly the floor rises up to swallow La Brava and Gentle Criminal, breaking the laptop and camera first as it begins crushing them. La Brava says between desperate gasps, each syllable releases air that the stone won't allow her to reclaim as it constricts her lungs. I need a boost, my love, Gentle forces out as he sees Ryuko forcing herself to stand. NNGH. La Brava groans as both her and Gently Criminal begin glowing bright pink, clearly showing a transfer of energy from her to him. He activates his quirk on himself, making his body elastic to ease the pain and absorb some of the force before suddenly reversing it, sending the stone constricting him flying across the room. He immediately turns to La Brava and rips apart the stone imprisoning her as she crumples to the floor, struggling to breathe. All our training in case we ran into Horizon, yet his mate is the problem, Gentle says. 14 minutes, was all La Brava said, snapping him back to his senses. His eyes widen as he turns around, noticing Ryuko gone. The moment she recognized his sudden power boost, she bolted out of the room, down the hallway into a security console built into the wall. What? But the alarm went off. Ryuko reads the screen, not understanding why the security protocols were happening yet. The laptop, she must be a hacker or something, she says while looking back down the hallway toward the kitchen. Gentle rushes around the corner at that moment, spotting her, bleeding and with her left arm hanging limply at her side, and the moment their eyes met she touched the wall. Earth flow. A large section of floor, wall, and ceiling moves toward him like a living landslide, but the man bounces off multiple surfaces and the air itself to move around it, finding himself rocketing back down the hallways after Ryuko. He gets just a glimpse of blonde hair entering a room at the end of the hallway before it disappears. No, he yells, knowing she likely went for a phone, and that La Brava's program only delays signals being sent by the tower itself. As he's in midair rocketing down the hallway, all sides of it immediately collapses onto him, trying to crush him into paste. With a twist he creates layers of elastic air like a tunnel guiding him all the way to the end of the hallway where he flips and lands on his feet. Rushing through the door, still glowing pink thanks to La Brava's quirk, he barely leans back in time to avoid a blade being swung at his neck. He loses an inch off the front of his hair before tumbling to the side and standing to look at Ryuko with surprise in his eyes. You could have killed me, he says, looking at the woman who held scalpel in her one good hand. He was confused by this, because the public didn't know there were two such swords. But what concerned him more was the vicious and hateful look in Ryuko's eyes, tempered by fear and sadness. You were trying to kill me, he mutters the realization as she lunges forward. Now in Horizon's bedroom, Gentle barely dodges slash after slash, some leaving shallow cuts across his outfit and body, but that's to his agility being boosted by his and La Brava's quirks. They were merely superficial wounds. Gentle makes the entire floor elastic as he pushes down against it, launching them both into the ceiling. Ack! Ryuko yells as she slams into the ceiling while he makes the spot he hit elastic to soften his impact. She then falls back to the hardened floor with a thud and a crack, feeling the familiar ache of broken bones through her body, and the new sensation of loose teeth rattling about her mouth. Gentle lands just in front of her, looking at the battered woman laying on the floor, sword still in hand, and tries to understand what she could possibly be doing here to ruin the plans. Already knowing Horizon would retaliate far more than they could have predicted due to this unforeseen complication, but they've come too far to quit now. A trophy, Gentle says as he reaches down to grab this scalpel, but pauses for a moment, confused as the sword isn't there. WHA, he screams as it pierces his back, barely missing the heart. Ryuko tilts her head to look up at him, having used all her focus to quietly have the floor swallow the sword and maneuver it to backstab him with it. All in barely a moment. Shocked by the intense pain, Gentle freezes for a moment, then feels the sword being twisted, breaking bones, and tearing his body apart with each motion. He can't even catch his breath during the immense pain to activate his quirk, and surely would be unconscious if not for La Brava boosting his body and quirk to inhuman levels. Earth flow. Ryuko places a palm on the floor and orders it to launch him into the ceiling, crushing him against it hard enough for him to break through to the roof. The upper floors of Horizon Tower rumbles with the impact as the scalpel clatters to the floor beside Horizon's bed. On the rooftop, under the afternoon sun, Gently Criminal feels pain like he's never felt before. His costume was torn up, his face battered, broken and bruised. There was a 1.5-inch wound through his back and out his chest, only kept from being fatal by La Brava's quirk, and his internals became more elastic. Forcing himself to get up, he crumples back to the floor, realizing his entirely right leg and foot were crushed in that last attack. But even through all that pain, he grits his cracked teeth and forces himself to sit up, taking breaths that burn his throat and lunges each second, keeping one thought in his mind. The only thing that truly mattered, now that he's had such a close call with death, to put things into perspective. La Brava, he says, forcing himself to get back up and begins walking to the edge of the rooftop. One floor below him, Ryuko also forces herself to stand, using scalpel as a walking stick. Keeping her mind focused on all that she will lose if either of these people get away. If the public learns about her being here. If anyone learns about her and Horizon. If any witnesses that can't be trusted should get away. With that she stumbles out of their bedroom and down the hallway, using her quirk to clear a path through the wrecked penthouse, easily finding her target. NGH. Ryuko tries and fails to speak through her shattered jaw and swollen mouth, causing herself to wince as she aims the blade at La Brava. The much shorter villain was busy looking through any cabinet and drawer she could find for a trophy of sorts, waiting with much trepidation for the fight to be concluded so they could leave. So it's no wonder her eyes got teary when she turned around to see Ryuko pointing the blade at her. Gentle. La Brava mutters, looking scared and confused at how Gentle could have possibly lost. Gentle, she screams desperately, getting no response. Ryuko narrows her eyes at the villain and begins moving forward. And in a desperate and heartbroken showing, La Brava haplessly rushes the woman. What did you do to Gentle? She screams while tears fall from her eyes, running at Ryuko and flailing about. Ryuko doesn't hesitate to swing the blade, and La Brava feels a numb sensation in her right hand and right eye, followed by an indescribable heat as she screams out, falling back onto her butt. Oh. She screams while raising her right wrist, the hand on the floor as she's bleeding out. She could also feel the warm blood and other fluids flowing down the right side of her face, and knew what her sudden lack of vision meant. Ryuko doesn't hesitate and lunges forward, thrusting down at the woman's chest with the sword, but in that very moment. Crash. Another pane of glass shatters as Gentle breaks back into the penthouse, launching himself at full force and drop-kicking Ryuko in the side as she brings the blade down. The tip of the blade was just inches away before he made contact, launching her into the nearby wall and collapsing the entire concrete wall on impact. As Ryuko's launched into the other room, he drops to one knee, now finding it becoming harder and harder to breathe as La Brava's quirk is weakening. La Brava, my love, I believe that we must leave, he forces out as blood begins trickling down the edge of his mouth. Our lives will be trophy enough, he says while reaching down to pick her up. But Gentle. No, my dear, there will always be another show, he says while holding her at his side and quickly making their way to the window. As they're leaving, La Brava's body begins losing sensation as a way to cope with the pain, allowing her to raise her left hand, her one remaining hand, and look at her watch. But we have 3 more men, ACH, her words become thick gargling suddenly. 2 steps from the window, Gentle looks down at the love of his life cradled in his arms, and sees a massive katana blade protruding from her chest, through her back. His mind goes blank for a moment before he looks back, only to see Ryuko sitting up in the pile of rubble, one eyeball shattered and most of her skin bruised or battered, face entirely swollen and chin split in 2, looking at him. At the last moment before she slammed into the wall, she used her quirk to soften the impact, just barely keeping her in the fight, and in his panic over La Brava, he lost focus of his opponent. Gentle's rage-filled outburst is cut short when Ryuko reforms the wall between them, forcing him to make a hard choice. Either pursue revenge, which would take time, or try to save his ally. Understanding this, he immediately took La Brava, sword and all, and leapt out of the window. End chapter. Chapter 270, Chapter 269, Breaking and Entering, Aftermath. Chapter start. Shambles. Shambles. Shambled. Constantly opening massive rooms, Horizon warps over and over, more than a dozen times to travel the 400 kilometers minus 248 miles between UA and Horizon Tower. And only a few minutes after receiving the security alert he was already present. What the hell, he mutters while looking around at the wrecked penthouse, the familiar sight of Ryuko's earth flow quirk being used all over the rooms. Shambles. He warps into his bedroom to find the woman laying on the floor, beaten, battered, and broken, bleeding out on the cold tiles. With no hesitation he lifts her up and places her in the bed, but the moment he touches her an entire shroud of blue energy vapor erupts on his body and rushes to cover her. Her broken limbs begin adjusting on their own before the flesh and bone heals itself, perfectly and without leaving a trace on her flawless skin. Her jaw aligns itself as the healing energy pushes away the blood on her face, revealing her shattered gums being healed before her teeth regrow at a visual pace. You'll be all right, Horizon says, not a trace of emotion in his voice. He gently moves some strands of her hair away from her face just as she stirs awake. Ah. Ryuko's eyes shoot open as she immediately tries to sit up, only to feel searing pain in her ribs and hips, and Horizon's hand pushing her back down onto his bed. Don't move, I'm still healing you, Horizon says. The villains. Ryuko yells before she gasps in pain, feeling a sharp pain in her chest before a soothing sensation takes over. Are gone, Horizon says as he looks around, and I can't sense anyone unusual in the surrounding area. Hearing that, Ryuko finally calms down a bit, now taking a proper look at Horizon, seeing his melted and burnt hero costume smattered with some orange substance. Her eyes immediately begin to tear up, and a moment later the tears begin flowing. Did they? No, this was a training exercise. I was at UA a few seconds ago, Horizon says as he sits beside her on the bed, gently caressing her head. I'm so sorry, Ryuko chokes out as she raises a hand to cover her eyes, wanting to hide in any way she could right now. Anyone who attacked this tower must have considered I'd be here. If they're willing to take that fight, I'm just glad you survived whatever they prepared, you did nothing wrong. I'm sorry, she mutters over and over as the tears continue flowing. Horizon lets her get it all out, quietly comforting her as he uses scan on the entire tower and surrounding area. It took me seconds to get here, but the villains are already gone, and the only other missing thing is my backup scalpel, hopefully they kept it. Ryuko's tears stop for a moment as she notices him frozen, sensing the cold void of emotion he's become in this moment. It makes her uneasy, she expected anger, disappointment, anything, but now he was here, and there was none of that, only concern for her. Beep beep beep. His phone goes off for a moment before projecting a message inside his visor. So the cameras caught what happened, he asks Nizu. I'm sending you everything now. Horizon looks toward Ryuko, performing another scan on her, making sure she's completely healed before getting up. Focus on resting for now, I'll be back in a moment, he says coldly before stepping out of the room, into the destroyed hallway. Reaching up to his visor he grips it, and with one swift motion crushes it in his hand, ripping it off his head. Ah, much better, he's finally free from the strange attack his classmates did earlier as he walks to one of the monitors built into the wall. Tell me what you found, he says while loading the camera footage onto the monitor. They delayed the alarm by 15 minutes, Nizu says. So they had 15 minutes to attack her before we knew, how? Horizon's voice becomes a slight growl before he takes a deep breath. It looks like they got in through the Hero internet somehow, they must have hacked into another Hero office or HPSC system to get into here. That's supposed to be impossible, didn't you code this yourself? Yes, I did, Nizu says. And from the looks of it they started making this program not long after you bought Horizon Tower, months ago, they've been planning this for a while. And who the fuck are these people? Horizon asks while looking at Gentle Criminal and La Brava on the monitor. Danjuro Tabita, aka Gentle Criminal, a small-time villain that likes to be flashy and post his crimes. He had a surge in popularity that got snuffed out by Shigaraki, I'm assuming this was his attempt at stealing the spotlight. Horizon fast-forwards the video a bit to get into the second half of the fight. And the little thing he brought with him. Manami Aiba, Nizu says. She disappeared from public life years ago, made some money developing software on her own, she was actually offered multiple scholarships for her programming skills, and some official positions in the government. A real prodigy. Too bad she's dead, Horizon says as he pauses the video just as Ryuko throws scalpel and pierces La Brava's back. Were the police alerted? No, I programmed the tower to only alert US, can't have your public image tarnished after all. And luckily it wasn't loud or destructive enough to get noticed. And their camera was destroyed, public cameras, anything. No, after they left the tower no cameras caught them, either they found a blacked out route through Tokyo, somehow, or they had a way to hide from cameras already set up. Horizon raises his phone to look at it, seeing the stolen sword not appearing, the tracker in the blade must be either disabled or jammed too. It's built into the blade itself, so they must be jamming it, that thing is impossible to find, Nizu says. Well, if it shows up, I'll be there quickly, Horizon says. I'll do some longer warps and chain them together just like I did to get here. Honestly I don't understand why you don't do that more often, is it exhausting? A little bit, but mostly it's because most things aren't worth the effort. And how would you like to proceed from here? Nizu asks. Keep this one quiet, let me deal with this, Gentle Criminal, but until then, I guess I'm remodeling the penthouse a bit. Horizon looks around at the destroyed pieces of floor, roof, and walls. I see, I'll keep looking in case they appear, Nizu says before hanging up. Horizon sighs and restarts the video, still wearing his burnt and discolored hero costume, but now with the visor off, showing the full mask below. After a few minutes he hears Ryuko's voice behind him. Are you mad at me? She asks with much trepidation, carefully stepping past all the rubble at their feet. No babe, you did, honestly much more than I would have expected. He pauses the video when she swung the blade at La Brava, destroying an eye and chopping off a hand. What happened to that hero training? I've been spending too much time with a bad man, Ryuko says as she stands beside him, feeling his arm wrap around her waist, pulling her to his side. He might have corrupted me, convinced me some things are worth killing for. Horizon doesn't speak for a moment, only restarting the video again, then breaks his silence. Protecting this tower is worth killing for? He asks. Ryuko frowns and almost starts crying again, leaning her head against him. They saw my face, and I know how important it is for you that nobody knows about your personal life, so I was scared that I'd get rid of you after they saw you. She nods silently, wrapping her arm around him as the tears begin flowing again. You don't have to worry about that, I'll deal with this, but you can't come to Horizon Tower anymore. Okay, she says meekly, sniffling a few times. I expected you to be so mad. I am, not at you, so don't worry about that, but I am livid. He pauses for a moment, considering his words carefully. But I guess I'm more confused than anything, because I've only felt this once before. Felt what? Well, usually I don't have to think about this, but now I find myself unable to decide. I'm not quite sure exactly how I'll kill these villains, so many options. Hearing that Ryuko isn't even bothered, just happy that Horizon isn't mad at her, or worse, breaking up with her. I think I got one of them, she points at La Brava on the screen. Horizon actually manages to smile at that, giving her a gentle squeeze. Nice throw. Minutes earlier, Minato, Tokyo. Landing roughly on a rooftop, close to Horizon Tower, Gentle falls onto his back, holding his beloved La Brava to his chest, sword still skewering her. He feels her quirk entirely fade now, the pain and exhaustion crashes into him like a wave as his body weakens. He's barely able to fish around in his pocket and take out his phone, doing something he promised both himself and La Brava that he'd never do. Please, Jean, please, answer, Gentle pleads to the heavens as the phone rings. Yo, a voice comes through the phone followed by a loud belch. Thought you said you were a duet and would never join us, huh? What changed, Gentle? We're hurt, please, he begs. La Brava is dying, we need help. I'll do whatever it takes, I'll join your heist for free, just save my La Brava. There is some muttering through the phone before he picks up a conversation in the background. Told you he'd come around, Dobby, let Compress know his team is coming together. As he hears more arguing back and forth, friendly as far as he can tell, Gentle sees a purple mist manifest around him, and as his vision is blocked his consciousness fades. End chapter. Chapter 271, Chapter 270, Nuclear Hot Potato. Chapter start. Sitting in a large conference room, Shigaraki slumps down in his chair as he anxiously taps the table, still carrying Shinji on his shoulder. Even now in this luxurious base he still wore his simple clothes, the only new addition being a large coat with some fur lining. So many complications, Shigaraki grumbles as he looks at Scalpel, Horizon's blade lying on the table in front of him, as if taunting him. Damn it, he leans forward and reaches out for the blade, but as he's about to grab it he stops, not even daring to lay a single finger on it. She leans back in his chair and rubs his face. If I touch that thing I'd better be sure to disintegrate it instantly, but what the hell do I do with this? As he's considering his options, the door to the room opens and in walks Dobby and Hawks, closely followed but Twice whose shoulders were slumped. Oh no, was Hawks' immediate reaction to seeing the blade, so this really is where it went. Seems like a bit of good luck to me, Dobby says as they take their seats. Horizon must have a way to find this thing, right? Perfect way to get him face to face with Makia, right? Depends. Shigaraki looks over at Twice. Jean, Gentle just woke up, so tell us everything he told you about how this happened. Wait, who is this Gentle anyway? Hawks asks. He's a small-time villain, Twice says. A wannabe, glorified street magician, Dobby grumbles. He got on our radar when we were forming a special team to operate under Compress, a team that could break into UA and acquire some things for us, Shigaraki says. But that plan is dead now. So this wannabe just woke up and decided to break into Horizon Tower. Hawks asks. Jean. Shigaraki asks. Well, you see, Gentle was actually someone I scouted, but he didn't want to team up with us and share any spotlight. See, it's a funny story but him and his girl. Get to the important shit, Dobby says. Sorry, he broke into Horizon Tower and stole a trophy of sorts to get the public's attention, but there were some, complications. Someone was apparently at the tower. Dobby and Shigaraki look between each other, confused. Team Horizon and the Psycho himself were confirmed at UA, Shigaraki says. We always keep eyes on Musurafu to know when we can operate. Hawk sighs and rests his head on the table. Fuck, he mutters. Shigaraki and Dobby look over to him. Something you care to share with us, Hawks? Dobby asks. Was the person who hurt them a woman? Hawks asks. How do you? Blonde. That's what Gentle said. Ugh. Hawks groans loudly and leans back in the chair, taking off his eye protector to rub his face. You've got to be kidding me. So you knew about this person? Shigaraki asks. Pontu keeps an eye on her because of shit like this, Hawks says. Well, you gonna leave us guessing or what? Dobby asks. She's Horizon's girlfriend, I think, not exactly in a position to ask, Hawks says. Nobody is supposed to know about her, and Pontu usually has people keeping an eye on her in case some idiot villain attacks her. Everyone at the table feels a cold chin run down their spines, faces suddenly drained of color. So, he attacked Horizon Tower, fought his girlfriend, then stole his sword, Shigaraki mutters in disbelief. And then he called us afterward and made this our problem. I'm sorry boss, I didn't. Shigaraki raises a hand to stop Twice apology. It's not your fault, Jean, nobody could have expected anyone to be this stupid, or suicidal, now we just have to focus on a plan to move forward and get ourselves as far away from this as possible. How's the girlfriend? Dobby asks. That La Brava woman is dead, Horizon's girlfriend must be some kind of savage animal. Twice looks down at the table. She's probably dead. Everyone in the room groans at that, feeling yet another headache starting. Really glad we aren't in Japan right now, Shigaraki says. So, I'm open to suggestions to how we deal with this. I say we dump Gentle and his girlfriend's corpse in Japan and let Horizon deal with it. We should get as much info as possible on the girlfriend and Horizon Tower before we do. It would be a waste to not gain something from this, Dobby says. And La Brava's quirk. Twice added. It's a power-up for her allies, but I'm sure our mystery doctor can mass-produce it for us. Both good ideas, Shigaraki says. Until Horizon gets his hands on Gentle and rips that information out of him, then suddenly it looks like we sent him to attack Horizon Tower and kill the girlfriend. Do either of you want that problem? We also can't not send him back, otherwise Horizon will keep searching until he finds us. Dobby and Twice frown at that thought. We can't even harvest her quirk, because eventually he'll notice it in a Nomu and the same thing will happen. We just have to dump them somewhere. Or you could get the best of all worlds, Hawks says. Let me call Pontu. I'll organize a spot for you to drop them off and have one of our people there to find them quickly. They get captured and interrogated. I leak the info we get about Horizon to you guys, and maybe La Brava's corpse vanishes from the morgue before it gets to the incinerator. That's a lot. Can you really make it happen? Dobby asks. Pontu wants everything she can get on Horizon, and you guys, and this gets you away from the issue when her interrogation reveals that you refuse to help Gentle. Horizon will still want a piece of him. Can Pontu deal with that? Shigaraki asks. Nobody can. That's why she's so worried about him, Hawks says. But better her problem than yours, right? Whatever gets this bomb out of my hands, Shigaraki says. Go make your call. As Shigaraki says that a purple mist shrouds Hawks and warps him away. Hawks suddenly finds himself back in his hero agency, sitting on the same chair he was in a moment ago, warped along with him. Before he can even take out his phone it begins ringing, and looking at it he sighs, Yo Lady President, what's up? You've been at the Shigaraki's base for a day. Things have happened that I need your focus on since then. I already know, and I've got some good news for you, Hawks says. The duo that broke into Horizon Tower is currently in Shigaraki's base, along with the sword they stole. Was Shigaraki behind this? No, even he isn't dumb enough to make a fight with Horizon personal. How's Ryuko? She hasn't been seen leaving the tower, but Tokyo isn't falling from the sky, so she must be alive. Which is more than I can say about La Brava. Horizon's sword through the heart put an end to her. I see, Pontu says. So if Shigaraki wasn't the man behind this, who was? Gentle and La Brava wanted to break into Horizon Tower for the attention. Apparently they're the only people who didn't get the memo to avoid Horizon. They called twice when they got beat up. Turns out they had a number for him since Gentle was on a short list of wanted recruits for a heist they wanted to do at UA. That's literally all the info I have on it, Hawks says. But Shigaraki doesn't want to be the guy with this hot potato when the music stops and Horizon comes knocking. Where will we dump them? That's all I need from you, a location. They'll do it within a city. That's as specific as he'll ever go since he's scared of people running through the warp gate into their base. Send them to Ryukyu City. The dragon can collect them and fly them over to a mountain facility for interrogation, Pontu orders. And do you have any leads on where his base is? Sorry, still no signals, and I never even get to go outside, but it's on a mountain of some kind. That's all I can tell. Alright, good work Hawks. Contact me if anything else comes up. Gotcha, Hawks says before hanging up. Kurogiri, I'm ready, he says quietly as the warp gate manifests around him once more. In but a moment he's back in the meeting room with the villains, all looking at him expectantly. Pontu was already calling me to talk about this exact thing, just like I said, and I'm sure you heard from the bugs in my office. She wants to rip intel out of Gentle and La Brava. Good, we'll drop them off in 5 minutes, close to Ryukyu's agency, on a rooftop, Shigaraki says. Good work Hawks, and stop sulking like that Gene. Mistakes happen, and nobody could have expected this situation to ever arise. Well, I should get out of here and go call her, and I need to show my face while doing some hero work. The weekend is starting after all. Right, you're mentoring that UA trash still, Shigaraki says. Hawks narrows his eyes at Shigaraki. Tsukimi is a good kid, not UA trash. Whatever, Shigaraki waves his hand and Hawks is warped away once again. So, we keeping the sword? Dobby asks. No, it has a tracker built into the metal of the blade. The moment we send this back to Japan, Horizon will show up looking for blood and answers. But the radio wave nomus we have here don't allow the signal to leave, so shouldn't we keep it? Twice asked. I mean, don't we want Gentle to be taken alive by the government? I'm not taking any chances, so go pack. We're moving to a base on the opposite side of Korea just to be safe, Shigaraki says. Plus, Horizon wants Gentle dead, so if he shows up when the government has him, that puts them against each other, and that just sounds fun. Minutes later. What? Gentle yells as he's harshly dropped onto a concrete rooftop, only wearing a pair of shorts. Bandages wrapped around his chest and arms, as well as his head. The impact of him hitting the rooftop sends shockwaves of excruciating pain through his body, but those are easily ignored as he looks to his side. Hearing a thud and metal clattering, seeing La Brava's bloody corpse and Horizon's sword dropped beside him. La Brava. He crawls over to her and holds her in his lap, looking at her precious face once more, wishing he had just another moment with his love. They couldn't save you, he mutters as tears begin falling from his eyes to her body. His quiet weeping goes on for a few minutes, until the sound of loud flapping and the feeling of strong gusts of air pushing against him are felt, but not enough to move him. He looks over his shoulder and through tears' eyes sees Dragon Hero Ryuko landing on the roof behind him, then he looks at La Brava once more, ignoring the pro-hero. Gentle criminal, Ryuko's voice was intense, but had a certain softness to it as she took in the scene. I need you to come with me, it's for your own safety, please don't resist. Why would I resist? Gentle asks, still not looking away from La Brava. Life is already over for me, he gently caresses La Brava's cheek. Seeing his injuries, Ryuko realizes the man is in no shape to fight, and shrinks down to her human form. I know this is hard for you, she says while walking up, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. But if you stay here, you'll die, and so will the memories and love you have for her, then there won't be anyone left to remember her. Gentle sniffles a bit then wipes his eyes, you're right. He takes a moment to recount what she said when she first got her. Wait, you said I'm in danger. What did you mean? We need to get you out of here before Hor. Shambles. The three people and sword disappear from the rooftop, swapped for simple leaves. End chapter. Chapter 272, Chapter 271, Monster and Dragon. Chapter start. NGH, Ryuko stirs awake, face down against the grassy mountain floor. She opens her eyes slowly, feeling a headache pounding against the back of her skull as she looks around her. She lifts a hand to shield her eyes from the afternoon sun while looking around, immediately seeing her city at the base of this mountain, with the ocean just beyond it. To the far left she could see the highways wrapping around this mountain to connect her city to many others, and for a moment all seemed still in her world. She sits up and rubs the back of her head, trying to remember what happened, and why she's on the ground now, but the memories don't return until she notices Horizon standing a dozen meters away looking out at the city. Her heart begins racing as she raises a hand to her ear, trying to activate her earpiece, only to find it missing. She begins sweating while reaching for her phone, not finding that device either. She looks around, hoping to find one of them on the grass around her, but she sees nothing, aside from bits of dried blood scattered about. She naturally looks down at her body, not finding any blood on her at all, then looks back to the splattering of blood. Looking between the trail and Horizon she notices he's not moving, and forces herself to stand up, terrified, but more worried about whoever is clearly injured. She notices the trail leading away and around a bush, away from Horizon. But she nearly loses her lunch when she looks back at him, noticing both his hands were blood-stained, all the way past his wrists. From here she could only see his back, his hands hanging at his side while scalpel hovers in front of him, slowly rotating and allowing her to just barely get a glimpse of it. Ryuko swallows harshly before returning to the blood trail, scared of what she's most likely to find at the end of it. But things quickly become more than she expected within only a few steps. She followed the trail, and along it found bits of torn-up flesh. Teeth, entire eyeballs either intact or crushed, more than a dozen thus far. He hurts people and heals them so he can hurt them more, what a monster, she thinks while following the trail. She begins finding bits of white hair still connected to pieces of scalp, clearly torn away from the skull. She eventually finds entire fingers, toes, feet, hands, then whole limbs. Ugh. She blocks her mouth to keep her lunch down when she notices what are clearly internal organs laying in the grass. Pieces of liver, intestines, 4 whole kidneys, rib bones, and many, many other things, all of which made her regret the choices that led to this moment. A few steps later she finds Gentle Criminal, appearing perfectly healed aside from the sword pinning him to the floor through his midsection. While trying to desperately drag herself and the victims away, Ryuko feels a sharp pain in her chest as she drops them and crumples to her knees. She places a hand over her chest and looks over to Horizon, now noticing him holding a still beating heart in his bloody hand while walking over to her and Gentle Criminal. As she feels the square-shaped hole in her chest, she notices her phone and earpiece in his other hand. Well, I hope you had a good nap, Horizon says as he stands above her. Because reality is here now. Ryuko narrows her eyes at him, still trying and failing to get up. Are you going to kill us? She questions through grit teeth. Horizon shakes his head at her, disappointed. Oh QQ, TSK, I'm a hero, we don't kill, he lies. Especially other pro heroes, I mean Japan really can't handle losing one top pro right now, definitely not two. That would just make me look bad by relation, and we both know I can't allow that, right? She looks genuinely confused, not sure where he's going with this. But, I can't just have you go unpunished, he raises her phone and earpiece. Especially since my very heavy suspicions about you being a spy for Ponto have now been confirmed. But maybe that's my fault. After all, villains have many examples of why they should be afraid of me, but I never really gave Pontu a proper reason, until now. She feels her blood run cold and stomach turn at that. I don't care, he cuts her off. You people need to be punished for trying to meddle with me, and Gentle needs to die so, 2 birds 1 stone, he gestures to the floor at his feet, and there she sees another still beating heart appear, kept neatly in an invisible jelly-like substance. Ryuko's eyes go wide as she stares at it, even now in somewhat disbelief. She glances over to Gentle Criminal's unconscious body beside her, then up at Horizon. No, I won't be a murderer, I'll die before I become a monster like you. Bold words, Horizon says as he gently squeezes her heart in his hand. Arg. Ryuko's pain screams flow through the forest as she feels a dozen small heart attacks, as if her chest was about to explode. Seeing her heart being slowly crushed only made the experience all the more traumatizing. But no matter how much it hurt, she never once tried to reach for Gentle Criminal's heart. And eventually Horizon stopped. Wow, impressive, Horizon says. But I half expected that since you're the true hero type, but you people have a very clear weakness. As Ryuko's half listening to him, struggling to catch her breath, she suddenly finds herself at the edge of the forest at a cliff overlooking the city. Wah. You superhero types can't stand being helplessly on the sideline while people die, because of you, right? She looks from the bustling city, then back to him. No. You can't. I can do whatever I want. QQ, Horizon growls out. Now crush it, he gestures to the heart in front of her. Ryuko can't even hide how terrified she is anymore, looking at the heart in front of her. I can't, she pleads. You've got till I get to 3, then people start dying, Horizon says coldly. Those people haven't done anything to you, Ryuko says angrily. They're innocent. Yes, they are, but unlike you, I embrace what I am, Horizon says. And I'm a monster, remember. So if people need to die for me to get people to stop bothering me, then so be it. But 1. Hearing that her lunch nearly rushes back up her throat. She looks at the city below, and genuinely considers actively and intentionally taking a human life, even if it is to save others. She weighs the options, 1 life, versus oh so many below. She considers calling Horizon's bluff, but instantly discards that idea. He seemed serious, and even if she thought he was bluffing, could she take that chance with so many lives on the line? 2. She squeezes her eyes shut, placing her hand atop the heart, ready to crush it. But the beating of it against her palm causes her to hesitate. It fills her mind with memories of her precious students. Of Nijire, Uravity, and Froppy. Of all the little girls she's met over the years who cheer her on and say they want to be just like her. Strong, dependable, kind, a true hero for everyone to look up to. 3. Oh. Ryuko screams at the top of her lungs, squeezing her eyes shut as a few tears are forced out, and slamming her hand down on the heart. With a quick squelch it splatters under her palm, splashing her with a bit of blood and causing her to instantly throw up on the floor. Ryuko unconsciously rubs her hand against the grass and dirt around her, even as the skin peels away she can't stop, desperate to get the sensation off her flesh. Seeing the woman slowly losing her mind and failing to come to terms with what she just did, Horizon simply drops her own heart in front of her before looking out to the city. That's the difference, I suppose. You can only be a dragon, but I'm so much more. He takes a step in front of her and raises a hand to the city. Too bad you moved a bit too slowly. And with that he shoves his hand forward, sending a simple command to many of the tall buildings and subway tunnel support columns supporting a few blocks of the city. Tact. In the next few minutes, entire buildings crack and fall apart as what would later be described as an unprovoked villain attack occurred. Bringing down buildings and collapsing the crowded subway tunnels below the city, suddenly and without any warning. Leaving thousands dead and countless more injured. All while this city's main pro-hero was forced to sit on the sidelines and watch. The first of 2 great tragedies that would befall this city within a mere 2 weeks. End chapter. Chapter 273, Chapter 272, Home Visit. Chapter Start. Tuesday, March 12, 1:30 p.m. We're here, ma'am, a stern voice says from the driver's seat, causing Punta to look up from her phone. The 2 agents with her in this car were on the highest alert. The woman rarely ever leaves Tokyo, or the HPSC buildings, so this was as vulnerable as she's ever been. Hearing the men, Pontu sighs and reaches into her purse, taking out a small remote control as they pull up to a massive black gate built into 10-foot stone walls. With a click, she opens the gate and they drive in, seeing a large property, perfectly cut grass for 100 meters in every direction wrapped neatly by the same high wall. A few small dogs run about in the grass, and at the end of the long driveway, she sees a mansion waiting for her. When did we get dogs? Pontu asks. A few months ago, if I recall correctly, one of the agents says. Your grandson couldn't decide which one he wanted, so you had to send him the litter. Oh, right, of course, Punta mutters. I suppose it's been a while since I've taken any personal time. The car stops in front of the house and Ponta steps out, still wearing her usual work attire, but cradling a small gift-wrapped box under her arm. I won't be staying long, wait here, she orders the men before getting out and walking to the door. Taking a deep breath, Ponta opens the door and steps into the massive entranceway, hearing the sound of faint music and laughter from down the hallways. Putting a smile on her face, Ponta briskly walks down the hallway toward the backyard, only to be met by a younger Japanese woman with long black hair, wearing a simple sundress, carrying a birthday cake. Mom, the woman says. You, actually came. Well, try not to sound that surprised, Ponta says. I want to meet my granddaughter. The woman nods for Ponta to follow her as they make their way to the backyard. Well, she's already a few months old and you finally made time to see her, or visit us. This is your house, remember? Or did you really forget that? Can we please not do this? I have to get back to work after the party, Ponta says. The woman stops and gives her a harsh glare. Right, because after not seeing you for months we can't even get you to spend a night at home. She rolls her eyes. My work is important, you know this, Ponta says. Especially with Japan as fragile as it is. Always concerned with your work, whatever, just spend some time with your grandkids for a change, the woman says as she pushes open the back door, leading to the pool area. At least you sent a gift that the kids actually enjoyed, her daughter says as they enter the party area. And that put my mind at ease. They see kids in the pool, some adults lounging about watching them or preparing food, and strangely some of the pool toys floating in the air. Ponta gives it a curious look before continuing to follow her daughter. Yes, well, he wanted a dog, and children need pets. Oh, no, I was talking about. President Ponta, a chill runs up the woman's spine as she turns to see Horizon, standing there, her newborn granddaughter in his arms sleeping peacefully. Her expression becomes one of horror and shock for a split second before facade takes over and it becomes cold and unreadable. Ah, she fell asleep, Ponta's daughter says as she sets the cake down on a table with all the food and moves to take the baby from his arms. How was it? Perfectly healthy, Horizon says. But you have my number so if anything happens be sure to call. Thank you, the woman says. And I was just telling my mother about how nice it was to have you come give her a checkup, although I'm sure your schedule is so busy this must have been a real bother. Oh no, Horizon says, looking at Ponta. It only took me seconds to get here from Horizon Tower, honestly, I can be anywhere in Japan that quickly if I really wanted to. Really? Yes, he turns back to the woman. But let's keep that between us. Right, of course, she smiles and nods along. Now I need to get this one to bed then I'll be back, she gestures to the baby before walking away. Ponta looks back at the pool, seeing the kids playing on the pool toys hovering in midair, then turns to Horizon. Why are you here? Who, me? Horizon asks. Well, you asked me to come give your granddaughter and daughter a checkup, after those little medical complications they had, what a caring lady you are. Follow me, Ponta turns on her heel and begins walking inside, followed closely by Horizon. As they enter he relaxes, while she remains her usual self, leading him upstairs. This place is nice, lots of space, big yard, heated pool, away from any big city, Horizon goes on as he looks around the house while following her. And the security system, it's pretty good, especially the fact that nobody knows the people living here are related to you. And yet you found them, Ponta says as they arrive before a pair of heavy double doors. Well, finding people who don't want to be found, who are worth a lot of money, was part of my training, Horizon says as he follows her into her home office. As the doors close behind them Horizon begins looking around the office, at all the family pictures. Ponta's daughter, her late husband, grandson, and son-in-law, no pictures with the new baby yet. Ponta walks to her desk and turns around to face him, arms folded, wearing a frown. Why are you here? Horizon shrugs, just figured I'd come notify you that repairs on Horizon Tower are complete, took a few days longer than expected but it's all back to normal now. You tracked down my family home for that? Ponta asks. Was this threat really necessary? What threat? Horizon asks. I can't visit my family, so I might as well get some family time with yours, nothing wrong with that. You made enough of a point with Ryuko, Ponta says. Oh that, well, yeah I was playing along with the spy game for a bit, and honestly I would have kept playing, mostly because she's, well, you've seen her. But I was just not in the mood for games that day. I noticed, as did the thousands of people affected by a city block collapsing spontaneously. Horizon shrugs, these villains, they really are unpredictable, but we must always strive to help who we can, right? Right, Ponta nods. Anyway, you really should try to spend more time with your family, they really miss you. Managing all the hero-related dealings in Japan doesn't leave me much personal time. As if on cue her phone rings, and she doesn't hesitate to answer. Yes. I've got another good lead, this time it's big, Hawks says. How big? Kurogiri. I'm putting you on speaker, Horizon is here, Ponta says. What's going on? Horizon asks. I have a time and place for where Kurogiri is going to be this evening, Hawks says. Send the details, I'll go there personally, Horizon says. Alright, if I get any more info I'll be sure to forward it, Hawks says before hanging up. The work never ends, Pontu says. Now, I'd like you to low. There are 3 loud knocks on the door before it is pushed open, revealing Pontu's daughter. You aren't even here for 5 minutes and already went back to working, she asks. My fault actually, Horizon says. I got an emergency alert and wanted her opinion on it before I left. Oh, you're leaving, she frowns at that. Can you at least stay for a minute so we can cut the cake? Sure, if that's what your son wants. Elsewhere. Sitting in a lounge area, Shigaraki and Hawks are talking, with Kurogiri standing beside them, and a blank screen on the other side of the room only showing no video on it. Well, that's my part done, Hawks says. Now we just need to wait for Horizon to stumble upon our bait, and Makia will handle the rest, Shigaraki says. Assuming Gigantomachi can actually handle Horizon, Hawks says. I mean, it is Horizon after all. The special modifications will be enough, a robotic voice speaks through the speakers. It took the focus of most of our resources, but with the latest modifications to Gigantomachia and the few specialized quirks I had to crossbreed and create for this fight, he will be more than a match for Horizon. I hope you're right about this thing being able to kill him. Hawk says, and the small Nomu on Shigaraki's shoulder doesn't detect any lies. Time until Ascension, 4 hours 23 minutes. End chapter. Chapter 274, Chapter 273, Taking the Bait. Chapter start. Tuesday, March 12, 5:43 p.m. Standing atop Horizon Tower, looking out over Minato, Tokyo, Horizon takes a few deep breaths, enjoying the fresh air. Are you sure you don't want us there? Mudman's voice asks through his visor. Nah, I've got this, Horizon says. And my source says villains are keeping tabs on my entire team. Right now I'm showing my face in Tokyo so they relax a bit. Alright man, good luck with whatever big case you're working on, Mudman says before hanging up. Horizon glances over his shoulder, seeing Scalpel, now recovered, hovering in the air behind him, alongside his hoverboard. Any second now, he checks the time on his watch, then looks up as the sound of a helicopter reaches his ears. He sees a news helicopter passing by the tower, the camera pointed directly at him, gladly broadcasting his location to put the city at ease. Seconds later another call connects through his visor. It's time, ready. Pontu asks. HPSC Tokyo headquarters. Sitting at the back of a massive monitor room, Pontu looks out over dozens of agents coordinating teams of pro heroes. There are 4 senior agents at one long desk just ahead of hers, before the ocean of other agents managing situations and pro heroes involved in this. On Pontu's desk, there are only 2 monitors, showing a direct feed from Horizon's camera in his visor, and Endeavor's camera built into the chest plate of his new suit. Is everyone ready at Endeavor's agency? Pontu asks, glancing at the monitor to see the entire Endeavor Hero agency assembled and waiting. Ready, Endeavor says. Horizon, sending coordinates now, you'll be 18 miles 30 km, outside of Daga City, Pontu says as she finally gets the specifics from Hawks. The massive monitor at the far end of the room projects a map of Japan, showing Horizon Tower in miniature Tokyo, and Daga City, 700 miles minus 1,125 km between them. Hawks was right, Pontu thinks. They wanted this weapons test as far away from Horizon as possible, but that doesn't matter, we only need Kurogiri. Got it, Horizon says as he receives the information. Warping us there now. Track his jumps, Pontu orders her agents as she focuses on the screens. In one instant he's standing atop Horizon Tower, looking at the incredible Tokyo skyline. And in the next, he's standing in Endeavor's Hero Agency. 53 kilometers 32 mi dash. One of the agents yells out as he immediately marks Horizon's new location on the map. As Horizon and Endeavor are talking, Pontu does her best to understand what she saw, or more accurately, what she didn't see. No materialization of another substance that helps him make space malleable. Is this really warping? Seems like something else. She recalls his words during the UA Sports Festival. I simply tell the world what to do, and it does what I want, because it knows better. Mystery class monsters, Pontu thinks. Probably close enough to compete with Start and Stripe right now, and only 16 years old, concerning. The view on her screen changes again, instantly appearing in a forest away from Tokyo, along with Endeavor and the flaming sidekicks. 40 kilometers 24 mi, the man announces once again, making the warp destination and the number of people moved during it. After a few more of these jumps, Pontu leans back in her chair and considers all that she just saw. His warping it, inconsistent, but clearly it's not exactly him affecting space. Something is off here. Before she can finish her thoughts, the heroes arrive in a forest overlooking the ocean, 28 miles 45 km, up the coast from Daga City. With Horizon. We're here, how is the connection, he asks Pontu. Clear for now, if anything happens I have people in place to figure something out, do you sense anything? I still don't get why I'm here, Vernon says. If whatever they have is meant to be used against this freak, what am I supposed to do exactly? Act as support and distractions if necessary, Endeavor says while Horizon is focused on checking out the area. Combat isn't just about who hits harder, matchup matters. Yeah, Burning rolls her eyes, not liking how useless she's expecting to be in this conflict. President Pontu, did you contact Ryuko? Endeavor asks. Her city is nearby, if we need more backup she'd be a good person to have ready. It's already taken care of, but try not to let it get to that, Pontu says. Honestly, regarding backup, if you and Horizon can't win a fight, adding Ryuko won't change the outcome. As if that guy knows how to lose, Vernon chuckles confidently. Got him, Horizon says, drawing their attention to him. Kurogiri is a few miles west, inland, he's standing by a communication device maybe, doubt that's the weapon. Are you ready to engage? Pontu asks. Ready. Horizon asks Endeavor. Endeavor nods in response. Shambles. Standing in a wide grassy field among the otherwise thick forest, Kurogiri is staring at an antenna device intently, playing along to Shigaraki's machinations under the orders of his true master. Being the perfect bait. Kurogiri's eyes widen as the device is suddenly cut in half. Before he can activate his quirk to find a resistance, Horizon swaps places with the top half of the device and thrusts scalpel through his chest. Ugh. Countershock. Large arcs of electricity dance around both of them and flow through Kurogiri's convulsing body as he drives the Nomu to the ground and pins him against the forest floor with scalpel. The current flowing in the ground causes some of the grass to blacken and burn away around them before Kurogiri goes unconscious. As Horizon gets up and removes the sword, he swaps part of the device with Endeavor, who immediately glances down at Kurogiri. Before the purple mist can hide it, he sees the hole Horizon left in his chest before glancing at all the burnt grass and dirt. Is he still alive? It is a Nomu, so who cares? Horizon asks. Aizawa, Endeavor says. Whatever, Horizon steps back and warps the device back to them for inspection. Looks like they were trying to set up a communications array, Endeavor says. Doesn't matter now, Horizon says. We just rue. Makia, wake up, Shigaraki's broken voice echoes through the forest as the ground begins to rumble. Horizon. Endeavor's flames become hotter in response to the potential threat, remembering the fight Bwaka and Hodori had with Gigantomachia. I don't sense any speakers or other devices, and, Horizon turns to face the middle of the clearing, as a massive rock rises from the ground. Some kind of stone body quirk to stay hidden. As the rock rises out of the forest floor, it begins to crack open and release brown slime that coats it, without spilling a single drop onto the ground. It simply clings to the stone. Then the stone shifts, changing colors to a deep purple as it unfolds itself, beginning to reveal a giant Nomu. Shambles. Before the process can be completed, Horizon warps it away, and in its place is a simple stone. They made Gigantomachia into a Nomu, Endeavor says in disgust. Where'd you send him? Bottom of to Os. As Horizon is speaking, a ball of the same brown slime manifests in the space where Gigantomachina was, starting the size of a basketball and growing rapidly. As it grows, Horizon recognizes it, all for once warp quirk, he says while slashing at it with scalpel. Amputate. Horizon slashes downward, causing a thin division through the middle of the clearing and extending into the forest, perfectly slicing through trees and earth alike. But to their surprise, the brown slime simply took the impact, becoming deformed for a moment that was nearly impossible to notice because of how fast it was expanding. And when it became the size of a bus, the slime fell away to reveal Gigantomachi, standing upright. He was 2 stories tall, shorter than when they last saw him, and much smaller as well, but he was magnitude stronger, that much was obvious. His muscles were more accentuated, covered by dark purple skin, but only for a mere moment as the brown slime immediately manifests across his body and coats him entirely in a centimeter of it. Flashfire fist. Endeavor yells out and fires a blast of superheated flames at Gigantomachia, but the monster doesn't respond. Not moving, not even turning to look at the heroes standing in front of him, only remaining there like a statue. Fire resistance, Endeavor grumbles, noticing the Nomu was entirely unaffected by his attack. But then he sees the area where his flames hit glowing red for a moment before returning to normal, causing the muscles there to flex and tighten slightly. Metabolizing fire maybe, Horizon says. Shambles. Horizon once again warms him away, and less than a second later the same brown slime appears to warp him back to the clearing. Amputate. The slime deforms slightly but continues expanding. Maybe if I'm faster, Horizon says as he begins warping about the clearing and attacking from all sides. Amputate, 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 amputate. He flickers all about the area, but the slime simply takes all the hits. Some parts of it seem to dissipate, but eventually, it grows and Gigantomachia is warped back into the clearing. Any more ideas? Endeavor asks as he gets ready for a fight. I'll think of something, but I'm guessing this is the weapon, Horizon says. So that quirk works, Shigaraki's voice echoes through the forest once more, causing all the heroes to look around. Endeavor looks to Horizon, who just shrugs. He must be sending his voice through Machia somehow. Stay on guard, Endeavor says. Horizon looks back to Machia and addresses Shigaraki directly. This is the part where you reveal your evil plan, right? Can you make it fast? Still have to drop this one off to jail. He gestures to Kurogiri. Plan? Shigaraki asks, seeming genuinely confused. What plan? There can be no plan while you're here, propping up Japan, being a pain in our side. Thanks, Horizon says. Don't suppose you can keep this between just us, how about it? Shigaraki's broken laugh echoes through the forest. No, that won't work for me. See, we had a plan, but then you decided to exist and ruin everything. Endeavor and Horizon share a knowing glance, and he leaves Horizon to speak to the villain alone. So what is it that you want then? Horizon asks as Endeavor quickly backs away. You, dead, Shigaraki says plainly. With the resources we dumped into Machia, we could have taken over Japan already, but while you're here that goal is impossible, so you have to die first. And you think this big meathead is enough? Shigaraki's boisterous laugh echoes through the forest. This new Machia grows in response to threat and danger, and he hasn't grown an inch since you so-called heroes got there. We sacrificed his mind and pushed his insane constitution to the limit and beyond to fit these unique quirks, all engineered for his body, just so he could kill you. So you can't simply wave your hand and get away from your death. You've met your match, Horizon. Wow, you put a lot of thought into this. Killing you is all I've thought about. Huh, I rarely think about you, Horizon shrugs. TCH, make your jokes, you can't run from what's about to happen to you. You did all that just so I wouldn't warp him into the earth and be done with it. Are you that scared of me? Come on, I've never even touched you, Horizon says playfully. The sound of Shigaraki's teeth grinding reaches their ears. You're an abomination, everything wrong with this hero-centric society, even if you pretend to be a true hero. You're the biggest liar. You're the most cruel of all the government-hired muscle, eager to perform so-called lawful violence against those who wish to be truly free. What about the people who choose to live in a peaceful society, who don't want to have to fight for survival against their neighbors at every turn? What about their freedom? Horizon asks. Sheep. Brainwashed by your lies and propaganda. They don't know true freedom, so of course they can't choose it. They're blinded to the choices in this superhuman society. Just like All for One brainwashed you to be his pet monster, right? Shigaraki's low growl is all they hear for a moment before he speaks. My master's plan failed, now it's my turn to take control. Yet you still call him my master, seems you're just a puppet that can't see the strings. Shigaraki's frustrated grumbling is all they hear for a while, then he goes silent. Gigantomachia. Machia's head raises up, eye glowing, ready to accept the command. Get to the middle of the nearest city, then start killing everyone, prioritizing Horizon, go. Rarakug. Gigantomachi's roar sends a shockwave through the clearing, nearly knocking Horizon and some other heroes off their feet before he breaks into a full sprint. The draft from his two-story, bulky body moving that fast rips Horizon off the floor, forcing him to warp to the other side of the clearing to avoid being ragdolled by the sheer force of the wind in Gigantomachia's wake. Shambles. Machia disappears once again, but only for a few seconds before he returns and continues running southwest through the forest, easily uprooting and snapping entire trees without even noticing. Endeavor. Horizon yells out before warping onto his hoverboard and giving chase. Endeavor rockets into the air and flies beside Horizon. Good job stalling, Punta contacted Ryuko, evacuation is already going well. Endeavor says as the wind is rushing past them. How'd you know he would take the fight to the city? They can barely hear each other over the sound of trees being destroyed, the earth being excavated, and Machia's footsteps causing quakes with every movement. Shigaraki is a drama queen, he needs the world to see him win and acknowledge it. I'm just glad you got my hint. If Shigaraki wants Machia in the middle of the city fighting me, he thinks that's the only way to make me stay in the fight. Isn't it? If the city is empty it won't matter, Machia can't actually hit me, we'll have time to figure out how to put him down. As they're speaking and following Gigantomachia, Horizon constantly tries warping the Nomu away, only for him to immediately warp back to his previous location and continue his task. TAKT. Horizon rips a chunk of earth upward, directly in the middle of Machia's path, only for the Nomu to run directly through it, as if it wasn't even there. TCH, it's like All Might. Endeavor growls out. I need to know what quirks it has, Horizon says before warping forward, swapping with a piece of rubble as Machia is running, reaching forward to place a hand on his back and skin him. But the moment he's about to make contact, 24 holes open on Machia's back, causing him to warp back to Endeavor just in case. Incoming. Horizon raises a hand, ready to activate curtain as the cannon-sized holes are aimed back at them. But instead, each hole launches a cannonball-sized sphere into the air, above the heroes. Endeavor and Horizon look up at them, expecting an attack. But instead, each sphere unfolds and expands into a high-end Nomu, each unique aside from the fact that every one of them can fly. And with exceptional speed, they rocket back toward the clearing, past the heroes, past Burnin, who was doing her best to keep up with her mentor and friend. Looking back, they all immediately realize exactly what's happening, and the situation becomes many magnitudes more difficult. They're going for Kurogiri. Horizon says as he turns around. Keep following Makia, he orders before warping away, back to the clearing. Time until ascension, 10 minutes. End chapter. No more waiting, the next chapter is the chapter. Happy New Year. Chapter 275, Chapter 274, Ascension. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon suddenly appears beside Kido and Anima, two of Endeavor's sidekicks that are guarding Kurogiri. What's going on? Kido asks, seeing Horizon still standing on the hoverboard. I thought you guys were going after that big thing. Didn't you hear, 24 high-end Nomu are coming this way for Kurogiri? Communications went down when Makia ran off, Anima says. Damn it, Horizon looks in the direction of the incoming Nomu, seeing them all flying toward him. I need confirmation from Ponta before I just warp Kurogiri to a holding location, otherwise these things might be able to track him somehow. What do we do? Kido asks. Just focus on staying beside Kurogiri, let me deal with the Nomu, I need to finish this then go help in Daga City. Horizon draws his blade and begins hovering slightly higher above the field. Shouldn't you be more focused on the people in the city? Kurogiri is worth more than one city of people, Horizon says. He's vital to Shigaraki, and since he said Makia's variety of warp was entirely unique, they probably don't have any more warping quirks. Horizon. Pontu's voice reaches his ears. Are you there? I'm here, did you beat their signal jammers? No, we were forced to reconnect via public satellite frequency, so be careful of what you say and do, it won't be long before the public begins recording everything our cameras and mics pick up. Horizon grumbles lowly, 24 high-end Nomu on me, what's the status with Makia? You've got a few minutes before he gets to the city, evacuation won't be done before he gets there but we mapped his path and will at least have the middle of the city empty, hopefully we can keep the fight there while the people complete the evacuation. Good, Horizon raises scalpel to point at the approaching Nomu. When I'm done here I'll drop Kurogiri off at a safe place then go to Daga. Copy, Pontu says as Horizon warps forward. He suddenly swapped places with the second to last Nomu in the pack, sword perfectly aligned with the Nomu at the back. The Nomu at the back continues flying forward with its massive bat wings causing Scalpel to easily pierce its skull up to the hilt. At the same time, the Nomu he swapped places with looked down at Kurogiri and rocketed toward him, only for Kurogiri and the remaining heroes to be warped away. The moment Horizon pierced the Nomu's skull, the others turned to swing at him. Shambles. He swaps back with the Nomu in the clearing while swinging his free hand out to the side, toward the Nomu's head. As it raked through the air, motes of green energy gathered around his hand before collecting in his palm, and with the sound of a hard smack, he palms the Nomu's skull. Gamma, strike. The radiation surges through the Nomu, irradiating its skull and brain, completely killing it in an instant. 1 down, 23 to go. A dozen Nomu and a few minutes later, Horizon finds himself on his hoverboard in the air, caught in a dogfight like he's never experienced before. Limbs are being stretched and enlarged to strike at him, multiple Nomu breathing fire, causing him to either use curtain to block it, or more frequently use booster shot to coat himself in protective energy, matching the flames. A dance of swords and quirks occurs, almost seeming graceful from the viewing eyes of Kido and Anima, as well as all the viewers that have tuned in. It took barely a minute to word to spread about this operation after being forced to use public channels. Pro heroes from all around the country were rushing to Daga City to help in either the fight or evacuation. And most of the country, alongside much of the world, were watching through Horizon's camera, and listening to every sound of exertion he makes that his mic captures. Ree. One of the Nomu's body vibrates as it releases a high-pitched sonic attack in all directions, while flying only inches away from Horizon. Badum. Horizon's eyes go bloodshot as his nose and ears begin bleeding. Shambles. He warps behind the Nomu and slams a palm into the back of its skull. As the radiation attacks its body, the vibrations now have direct contact and shred the muscles and bones in his left arm, causing immense pain, but still, he maintains contact for the seconds it takes to kill the Nomu. Arg, he warps away, arm hanging limply at his side until a wave of healing energy emerges from it and coats it, all while he continues fighting. Well, at least they aren't going after Kurogiri, he thinks as the fight rages on. After killing 2 more Nomu, he slashes one of the smaller ones across its chest, and barely notices a shining light emerging from beneath the skin. Shambles. He warps away just in time to avoid the massive explosion of electricity as the creature self-destructs only inches away from him. Badum. His headache is growing, his heart is pounding against his chest. He can feel the inside of his body glove becoming more uncomfortable as ever so often he collects injuries. Moments later a Nomu swipes at him with its massive claws, and he manages to block with his sword, reaching toward in the same moment to grab its head and kill it with radiation. Only for it to surprise him. The downward slash it did with both hands activated a quirk it had never used before in the fight, causing 10 blades of invisible wind to slash down against Horizon as he was reaching out. Shambles. He warps away, avoiding most of the attack, but the top of his visor and his skull were pierced, causing blood to begin getting absorbed by the mask below. With the new cracks atop his visor he warps behind the same Nomu and grabs its head, instantly killing it. Badum. He stumbles for a moment, and another Nomu takes that chance to strike forward with a punch. Thoughts blurry. Horizon reacts on instinct and raises a palm to the fist. Antibacterial curtain. A blue dome is erected around him, protecting him from all sides as he hovers in the air. The impact of the fist sends a shockwave through the forest below, but doesn't even crack the shield. He begins taking that moment to catch his breath, pushing aside the pain in his mind, forcing Hand of God to stay active in this fight. But a wave of invisible force slams into him, knocking him off the hoverboard and disrupting his focus enough to drop the shield. He feels his own body glove and hero costume crushing and wringing his body, almost hard enough to crack his bones. Seeing the same Nomu who attacked with its fist in the same position, he realized what was going on. A secret telekinetic quirk it didn't use till now, he thinks, but this attack only lasted for a split second before he used tact to regain control of his items. But a split second is all it takes to change a fight. So the instant Horizon reached out and grabbed the same Nomu, who was still frozen in place since it was using its telekinetic quirk, he felt a warm sensation in his torso. HNG, he flinches for a moment, ignoring the 5 blades piercing through his back and out of his belly, made entirely of solid white light, and formed out of the chest of a Nomu behind him. The Nomu behind him morphs its neck and head, stretching forward and growing, attempting to bite Horizon's head off, a mouth filled with sharp and jagged teeth excitedly extending toward him. Horizon ignores that for now and quickly pumps radiation into the Nomu who used the telekinetic quirk against him, then spins around with the sword still in his torso. They slash and tear his flesh, muscles, and bone as he twists, swinging his arm wielding the radiation at the Nomu who was trying to bite him, and in one motion pierces its skull with gamma knife. As that corpse falls to the floor, now just like most of the others unable to use its quirks because of the radiation damage to the brain, Horizon turns around on his hoverboard to see the final Nomu re-entering the fight after being knocked away earlier. He's still holding his heavily bleeding torso as it rockets toward him via flames firing out of its back and abs. "Okay, what's your gimmick?" His voice, for the first time, allowed the public to realize that even Horizon can get tired. But he couldn't think about his public image right now, he was more focused on the fight. As the Nomu gets closer its eyes flicker bright blue for a moment. Crack! Horizon hears the sound of shattering metal from his hoverboard as it suddenly loses power. Scalpel tries to fly out of his hand as he's falling, but his grip is so strong that instead, it pulls him upward. Magnetism, he thinks before swapping the Nomu and scalpel, allowing him to easily make contact with its skull and fry its brain. Shambles. He warps into the tree lean beside Kido and Anima, who are staying hidden with Kurogiri. "Oh God, are you?" Horizon raises a hand to cut Kido off as he leans back against a tree. He was still holding his bleeding torso, but a thin layer of blue energy quickly gathered around it which caused the bleeding to stop. Pontu, status. Horizon asks as he checks the condition of his hero costume. His shirt, jacket, and vest were completely shredded due to all the different types of attacks. Discarding them he reveals his body glove, in which most of the white fabric was now red, blood-soaked. His visor had a crack at the top of it, but he easily took out his spare and swapped them. "How are you still alive?" Kido asks, eyes wide and amazed, as is everyone who saw that fight through Horizon's camera. Gigantomachia is a few minutes away from Daga, and I've double-checked security at location 3 for Kurogiri, Pontu says. "Right, I'll be there in a minute," Horizon says as he takes a moment to catch his breath. He feels the pounding headache fade away, and is thankful Hand of God didn't shut off on him during that fight. "I can't believe you won that," Onima says. "That fight was insane, 24 high ends, my god." "My thoughts exactly," Shigaraki's voice is projected through the area. "How did you do that?" Horizon stands up, holding scalpel at the ready. "What, months of research, putting together a team of 24 Nomu and Machia all perfectly designed to kill me, and you thought that would be enough?" "They almost did," Shigaraki says. "Welcome to the real world, where almost doesn't count," Horizon says. Shigaraki grumbles a bit, then scoffs, "With the resources we put into these 25 creatures, we could have overthrown countries, but you just had to be a pain in my neck. Enjoy your near-death victory, because these Nomu were nothing compared to what Machia will do to you, and you won't survive that one." "Big talk from a guy who won't fight me himself," Horizon says. "Why would I bother fighting someone that's hacking the game?" They wait for a moment, but Shigaraki doesn't say anything else, allowing Kido and Onuma to finally breathe. I hate that guy, Kido says. Don't worry, I'll put my hands on him eventually, Horizon says as leans back against the tree. Are you sure you'll be okay, man? Onuma asks. Doesn't matter, Horizon says. Makia will get to the middle of Daga, then his secondary command will activate, he'll start killing anyone he finds then move to the next city. Unless I'm there, since if I'm there he should ignore everyone else until I'm dead, so regardless of how I'm feeling, I have to go. What about your friend, can't he give that thing a new command? Kido asks. Horizon begins walking over to Kurogiri, before he became a full Nomu, probably, but Nomu get commands via some kind of frequency or radio quirk Shigaraki uses, copying a voice won't work. Damn it, Kido frowns. Okay, can you warp us to Daga while you take Kurogiri away, they'll need all the help they can get until you're there. Yeah. Daga City, minutes later. News helicopters and drones were swarming the city, getting the position to record every moment of the upcoming fight. Some of these drones were even following Gigantomachia as the monster carved a path through the nation in a straight line toward the city. Endeavor was still giving chase, having left Burnin behind miles ago as she simply couldn't keep up with their speed, but still, nothing he did had any effect on the monster. Looking ahead as he's flying, he sees a highway filled with people, most of whom are marching out of the city since the roads are too crowded with cars. Daga City rests behind it, he rockets ahead, past Gigantomachi and higher up to observe the situation. He sees the city being evacuated, but toward the outer regions, there are still massive amounts of people and traffic. In the distance, he sees a legion of boats sailing away from the city, already filled with as many civilians as they could possibly carry, and likely even a bit extra. Noticing Gigantomachia is about to trample the highway, he realizes something was wrong here. They were supposed to lead the civilians away from the angle Gigantomachia would be entering from just to avoid this. Did these people not listen to the pro-heroes here? Trying to think of a solution, he's greeted by a voice he hasn't heard in months. Endeavor. Nijire-chan yells out as the flies up beside him, looking at the villain trampling its way toward them on the horizon. Nijire-chan, Endeavor says. Where's Ryuko? Nijire-chan points toward the far side of the city. She's flying out the bedridden patients from the hospital. The roads are filled with too many cars. Then I guess you and I will have to be enough. We need to launch Makia into the air, Endeavor says. Okay, what? Nijire-chan looks at him confused. There are too many people here, they won't all make it out of the way in time, and look down there, he gestures to the edge of the city Gigantomachia will be entering from. There are crowds at the perimeter of the city there, but maybe you and I have enough power to push him over them. His command should make him continue to ignore them and run to the middle of the city. That's a terrible idea, Nijire-chan says. I know, but our quirks won't do anything to him. If you can raise a platform below him I can help push it with my flames. He won't have any leverage in the air to fight against it. I really don't like this, Nijire-chan says one last time as Makia is only a few hundred meters away. This is the most we can do, Endeavor says. Our quirks can't help in this kind of fight, but that's not our job. Because being a pro-hero is about keeping people safe, not beating villains. This is our job. Looking around at all the scared and desperate people trying to get away from the city, Nijire does her best mean face, which still turns out rather cute, and flies toward Makia, ready to sacrifice it all to save the people behind her. Like a true hero would. Endeavor is beside her as they fly forward, and now she can see Makia as the two-story monster of muscle and flesh he is. Spiral Wave. Nijire-chan charges up all her power, devoting every drop of her vitality to this. GR. Shambles. Gigantomachia suddenly disappears, and the sound of a loud crash is heard from within the city. Nijire-chan and Endeavor immediately spin around and rocket into the city. That was too close. Did you secure Kurogiri? Endeavor asks into his communicator as they're flying toward the battle, already seeing a skyscraper falling in the distance. He's captured and hidden. Now come give me some help here, Horizon says. Help? Since when do you need help? Endeavor asks jokingly. Since Shigaraki designed 25 Nomu, including this Titan, specifically to kill me, now come on. As they arrive at the city center, they see Gigantomachia exactly as he emerged from the ground, charging at Horizon and throwing pieces of buildings or entire vehicles at the hero, only for him to constantly warp about and dodge everything. Do you have a plan? Endeavor asks as they hover above the battle, landing on a building to observe. Keep dodging until a lot more people get here, Horizon says. I need more resources, more people, more quirks to plan around, more options. Can't you just cut him in half or throw him into space? Nijire-chan asks. They gave him a variation of warp, it's much weaker and just lets him return to wherever he was warped away from. That's why I had to warp him here, since getting here was his goal he wouldn't leave. It's designed to keep him on the battlefield. I see, they knew that would be your first instinct, which it was, Endeavor says. You did instantly warp him to the ocean floor when he showed up. As the battle is going on, Nijire-chan notices Horizon moving slower, his body sluggish, and all the blood and damage on his hero costume. He actually can get hurt. Fighting 24 high-end Nomu must have been hard, especially when they're built just to kill you specifically. Nijire-chan snaps her fingers, having a great idea. What about the move you used to deal with the other Nomu today? If they were designed to kill you, then it would probably work on this guy too, right? Even if I was fresh out of bed, I don't have nearly enough energy to use it effectively on this guy. He's too big. As the fight continues, more and more pro heroes arrive, including Ryuko. Amputate. Horizon slashes vertically, and splits the road for miles along with Makia, but the Nomu puts itself together yet again. Eyes go wide all around the world as the slash reaches from the middle of the city, 13 kilometers away to the ocean, a thin line only an inch wide. Makia doesn't even flinch, but Horizon notices its body acts slightly differently. Shambles. He suddenly swaps places with Endeavor, throwing the men into the fight without warning. Endeavor launches a wall of fire to shroud himself before flying upward, then looks back at his previous location to see Horizon gone. I need a minute, stall him, Horizon says through their earpieces. If I can pull him apart long enough, then I can scan him, and we can attack his weakness directly, he says before going silent. Alright, everyone with ranged attacks, don't stop firing. Endeavor yells out as he leads the dozens of pro heroes into the battle. As soon as Horizon leaves the battlefield, Shigaraki's grating voice begins booming through the city. Running away, huh? Can't blame you. Makia is a titan of a different class, and he hasn't even registered a single threat here, he gloats. The new foundation of his body, his Titan quirk, it causes him to physically grow in response to any danger he senses, and he hasn't even grown an inch today, which means he can't even use his more fun quirks yet. TCH, then we'll destroy him before he can, Endeavor says while launching wide blasts of flames at Makia's eyes. If you want me to call him off, just give me, Japan, Shigaraki says. Otherwise I'll just break it down to rubble and rebuild it how I want. 1 minute until ascension. Endeavor, I'm ready, get everyone away from him, then I'll swap with you, Horizon says through the earpieces. Everyone scatter. Endeavor yells while flying toward Makia. The entire main street of the city was rubble, city blocks blasted apart or demolished by the Nomu. There was a 300 feet circle where not a single building was left intact. All around this zone the news helicopters and drones drank in the sight of this battle, gladly transmitting it to the masses so everyone could see the heroes struggle. Eventually, as most of the pro heroes got away from the fight, Endeavor was the last, as instructed. He sends blast after blast of flames at Makia, not focusing on the heat and pressure of them, but the width of the columns. His only goal was to blind the monster for as long as possible, giving everyone a chance to keep their distance, and their lives. A handful of pro heroes are already dead, mostly from the sheer destruction in the wake of Makia's charges. Get close to him, Horizon says, and Endeavor instantly rockets toward the monster, at the edge of the destroyed zone. As he's closing in, Makia raises a giant hand to swing at Endeavor. Shambles. Horizon appears in his place, scalpel in hand, and slashes down at Makia. The moment he swapped places with Endeavor he shrank his room, only big enough for the move he was about to do. Amputate. Just as he noticed earlier, Makia's body was slower at knitting itself back together, something had changed. I didn't imagine it, his quirks must be causing his body to degrade. Horizon thinks as he warps away, swapped with some rubble on the opposite side, and slashes down again. Amputate. Shambles. Over and over again he does this, appearing as a flicker in hundreds of places at once, as if he suddenly learned to clone himself. Wow, Nerger-chan's eyes go wide. But he said he doesn't have a super move. He doesn't, Endeavor says. This regards this more like an attack combo. Seconds later Horizon stops, and Makia is diced into thousands of pieces, mixed in with the rubble on the floor. His head, neck, and right shoulder are intact, too healthy for Horizon to separate from the rest of him. Shambles. Horizon doesn't hesitate to warp up to him and place a hand on the back of Makia's head. Scan. A surge of information floods his brain, then suddenly the information seems to multiply many times over, increasing by magnitudes in an instant. BADUM. 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 Arg. Horizon yells out as the headache sets in, his brain hemorrhages, eyes, nose, and ears bleeding. He stumbles back as Hand of God shuts off to protect his brain from destroying itself. In the same instant, the seemingly unconscious Makia's eyes shot open as a spike of flesh formed on his head, and pierced Horizon through the right thigh. Before anyone could process what was happening, Makia's pieces warped back to his main body, and he shook his head, causing Horizon to fly through the air. As he's falling, Nijire-chan and Endeavor rocket toward him and Ryuko just stands back and watching, conflicted on what she should be doing. But before they could catch him, Makia had reformed, and with all his might he formed a fist that was larger than Horizon's entire body with his right hand. Whoosh! The air pressure from the punch he landed on the falling Horizon caused Nijire-chan and Endeavor to go rolling through the air before catching themselves. They steadied themselves just in time to see Horizon skip across the battlefield, slamming into the rubble and debris before embedding himself in the second-story wall of a far building. His right leg, which had been pierced, was entirely gone now. From mid-thigh it had been torn off by the force of that attack. His visor was cracked, and the right eye and forehead area missing to show a bloody mess below. Gigantomachia stopped for a moment, unable to hear Horizon's heartbeat, then released a victorious roar. Roar! The entire battlefield shakes as people all around the world are left speechless. And as the monster instantly turns its attention back to Endeavor, Shigaraki laughs. Ah! His wild manic cackling echoes through the city, instilling a new sense of fear in the civilians and even some pro-heroes. Dead, just like that. Shigaraki gloats. That moron, he really thought we wouldn't learn anything from his fight with my master. We knew that skin ability of his was his strongest ability and his weakness, and he really fell for that trick. Giving Makia the ability to shut off his bodily functions and healing quirks to lure him in worked better than I expected. Now, Makia, kill them all and bring me Horizon's body. Flashfire fist. Endeavor screams out with a new sense of hate and anger as he launches a concentrated column of fire at Gigantomachia. Some of the other pro-heroes join him in the fight, willing to fight to the death against the villain. But a handful of them crumble to their knees, feeling their hopes crushed and wills broken. All across the nation tears are shed, as the news cameras all focus on Horizon's body, stuck in the wall, still clutching scalpel tightly in his grasp. Ryuko, get Horizon's body away from here. Endeavor commands as he has Makia focused on him, but Ryuko is still frozen in shock staring at the corpse. For a few seconds, Endeavor shows why of all these people, only he could be the #1 hero, because only he stands against Gigantomachia. And the rising star Nijire-chan rushes off in the direction of Horizon's body, not paying any attention to her frozen mentor. Makia ignores the girl and moves to swat at Endeavor, just as the man prepares to unleash his strongest attack, gathering his flames above his chest. Badum. The monster flinches, and a chill is felt across the battlefield. All the hairs at the back of Endeavor's neck stand up, as if there was an immense danger behind him, yet Makia was standing in front of him. But the monster was frozen in place, its gaze lifted, looking past Endeavor. Room. A sense of dread washes over the entire city, and miles surrounding it. The entire world begins to shake and rumble, buildings for dozens of kilometers crack and fall apart, and rubble around the battlefield floats in the air. The air itself becomes more stiff, making it hard to breathe. Endeavor feels his heart rate speed up as a new surge of adrenaline flows through him. A new sense of fear blooms in all living things for dozens of miles around, in the world itself. Endeavor's flames flicker out without his command, causing him to fall a few feet to the ground. The news cameras pan around, and while entire buildings are floating, skyscrapers begin torn from the ground and sundered in the air. The ocean at the coast was almost a mile away. As if the waves were running away from the city itself. Endeavor musters his courage and turns around, leaving Makia at his back, to see the source of this phenomenon, and his eyes immediately fall onto Horizon. He was still stuck in the wall, but the crack in his visor was releasing a fountain of thick energy vapor. The blood-soaked areas of his body glove were saturated in it, causing the blood to become mist and blow away, revealing the glowing blue lines between the plates. Endeavor swallowed nervously, and before he realized it he was backing away, steps only quickening as the entire building Horizon is lodged into crumbles apart for him to fall to the floor. In the time it takes him to fall 2 stories, his entire right leg regenerates before their very eyes, allowing him to land roughly and crack the ground. The glowing blue leg was exposed, yet it appeared as if it were made entirely of blue energy. He was simply releasing so much that they couldn't see the flesh below. Everyone watching this didn't realize it, but they hadn't taken a single breath since his presence was felt, and deep down, they knew why. Because this was not Horizon. Not yet. This was a being of pure instinct and power, and every fiber of their being screamed for them to run away and never look back. Endeavor was the first to snap out of this state, not because he had the will to overcome, nobody does, but because of what he saw. He had unconsciously backed up, stepping past Gigantomachia who he turned his back to without realizing it. Realization dawned on him that he was this much more scared of Horizon than the Titan. But then he noticed something. Gigantomachia was scared too. The Titan was now 25m-82 feet tall, 5 times the size it had been all day. It grew in response to the new danger, Endeavor realizes as he now consciously takes cautious steps away, raising a hand to his earpiece. Clear the area, we don't want to be here when they start, he says quietly, but nobody moves, they were too terrified to even hear him. Horizon raises his head, gripping his sword, and for the first time in months, Hand of God didn't fight him. Now after death, all the quirks had become perfectly in sync. He'd found what Dr. Ujiko took centuries to discover, that the only thing powerful enough to force proper quirk assimilation is the innate desire to survive. That alone will force them to work together, that is why the Nomu must be corpses. And that alone is the baseline primal instantly, in absolute control of Horizon's body. Rarara. Makia rushes forward, his skin becoming tough scale armor and his muscles bulking up as he closes the distance. Finally sensing a threat, Horizon's instincts kick in and pilot his body. A surge of power like never before flows through him, bringing a feeling of adrenaline and bliss as it manifests as thick blue vapor, some of which falls to the ground as a liquid before evaporating. Arg. Horizon's roar echoes for dozens of miles, far beyond the city and surrounding mountains, shaking the world around him as he swings scalpel upward. The blade is instantly coated in a bright blue energy, and as he swings it through the air an arc of that same energy fires toward Makia, growing to the same size as the monster before colliding directly with him. What would later come to be named Divide, the first of his many new abilities to be created with his newly realized power. End chapter. Okay, so a few things. 1. I realize people are excited about this and I do read the comments, so I decided to minimize the inevitable cliffhangers by making this mega chapter to get us into the real fight before the end of the week. 2. This chapter was a few hours late because I had to write and edit it, sorry about that. 3. I'd really appreciate some power stones or reviews or any support really, smiley face. Chapter 276, Chapter 275, The Gigantomachi. Chapter start. Horizon's energy collides with Gigantomachia before it explodes in a blinding blue light, knocking the giant off his feet and through the air. The pro-heroes and news teams widen their eyes in horror and amazement yet again as the Titan clears the entire length of the battlefield, crashing into a 70-story skyscraper at the edge of the destroyed zone and barreling through it as if it were paper. They watch Makia land like a cannonball through the building before disappearing behind the other buildings, hundreds of meters away from Horizon. Horizon. Endeavor asks, voice concerned as he looks back to the young hero. Rubble all around the battlefield was constantly floating in the air and being held in place by an invisible force, causing Endeavor to have to push some of them aside to get a view of Horizon. And when he saw him, he immediately knew they weren't safe. Horizon was twitching, his limbs constantly moving, as if he were on a sugar high like no other. The blue energy was pouring off of him as mist or a glowing liquid that was pooling at his feet. His blade was entirely glowing blue, coated in the same energy but much denser, to such an extent that the metal of the blade was entirely hidden. The crack in his visor and his exposed leg were also glowing with a blinding blue light as they released the most energy, completely hiding any flesh beneath. Seeing Horizon's constantly twitching and shaking, Endeavor raises a hand to his earpiece and speaks very clearly and calmly, expand the evacuation zone, and get everyone, including pro-heroes, out of it, now. As the most experienced combatant on the battlefield, he noticed the signs. Horizon's body language and surging energy made it obvious, at least to him, that he wasn't thinking clearly, making him potentially more dangerous than Gigantomachia. But yet Horizon simply remains in place, not reacting to anything as the pro-heroes quickly begin retreating. His mind and body were being flooded with so much power that his higher brain functions were being overwhelmed. His mind was adapting, but he needed time, and in that time his most basic instincts were in absolute control. Form. Endeavor activates his quirk, ready to fly above the battlefield to keep an eye on things while everyone else gets away, but the sudden appearance of fire triggers a primal response from Horizon. Horizon slashes out, almost too quickly for anyone to react to, and a blue arc of energy rockets toward Endeavor. The man propels himself to the side with his flames while also turning, making himself as tiny of a target as possible. But he wasn't fast enough. Hell's Curtain. Endeavor releases all his firepower at once to defend against the energy of the slash, the surrounding rubble instantly melts into slag. But the arc of energy easily cleaves through the attack, and the number one pro-hero within it. Endeavor barely manages to tilt his head away, preventing the top of the arc from cutting his head off as it takes his left shoulder and arm off. Endeavor. Nijire-chan and Ryuko both begin flying over to him, toward Horizon. Endeavor, while lying on the floor, face down, bleeding out, in immense pain, raises his one good hand to stop them. Stay back. He commands, creating a flame at his severed shoulder to burn the flesh, stopping the bleeding. He's just reacting to stimulus, keep away from him. They look at Horizon, seeing him still unmoving now that the threat was seemingly dealt with, then back at Endeavor. We need to get you out of here, you'll die if we don't, Ryuko says. Endeavor looks up at her, his vision already fading. Focus on the evacuation, don't get close to him, he says between ragged breaths. As the last of Endeavor's strength is fading, and everyone around the world is forced to watch Japan lose another number one pro-hero, a high-pitched humming is heard through the battlefield. A pencil-thin line of red and black electricity fires through the buildings and rubble, between the point where Makia was flung and Horizon. The energy being released from Horizon pulses as he sprints forward, and the lightning barely misses him. He runs alongside it toward Makia, only for the attack to suddenly begin expanding to the width of a road, coming directly at the hero. Everyone expects him to do what he always does, warping away, but instead, the The energy around him surges yet again as it becomes more dense, and the lightning, now 10m-30 feet wide column of red and black lightning, slams directly into him. Ryuko wastes no time in descending to scoop up Endeavor, and as she does so, she sees the silhouette of Horizon, glowing blue, running through the column of lightning toward the Titan. She and Nijire don't bother staying on the battlefield, immediately taking off with the injured Endeavor, who begins muttering a few words. "Can't think, too much," Endeavor says weakly. "Don't try to think, just stay awake until we get to a healer," Ryuko says. "No, Horizon, can't think, so can't warp," Endeavor says. "Too much energy, need time, adjust," Endeavor says before he stops talking. As everyone is running away from the fight, Horizon makes it over to Makia. He's unable to perform the explosive feats of athletics like All Might or even Deku can, but with the energy flowing through him, his running speed is beyond regular superhumans. His bounds clear meters with each step, and running through the lightning attack gave him a direct path to the monster, hundreds of meters away into the city. Rarg. Horizon screams as he makes it to Makia, who is now 35m-114 feet tall, to compensate for the added power he'd have to draw from his quirks to combat this threat. Makia responds and stops his lightning attack, instead hardening his fist as the tiny form of Horizon rushes directly toward him. He punches forward with all his might, and his fist, that's the size of a bus, exudes heat while glowing red. Horizon makes direct contact, swinging scalpel with both hands as he pours more energy into his body and the blade. Krakum. The sound of thunder echoes out as a shockwave ravages the city, breaking every window and setting off every alarm that miraculously hadn't already gone off. Makia stumbles back as the armor on his arm immediately repairs itself. But Horizon is sent skidding back a dozen city blocks. His body couldn't hope to take that kind of force, nor the recoil from his own attack. All the bones in his legs, arms, and spine shattered upon impact, but were also instantly healed. His muscles tensed and flexed to hold everything together, his entire body stiffened as he was knocked away. His feet remained grounded, sending him skating backward through the street, his one boot and his bare foot carving out a trench in the street as it crumbles against him. The cars that were stuck on this road and abandoned during the evacuation either crumple against him or get knocked away as the energy flowing through and around him makes him seem indestructible to the outside viewers. Makia roars once more as he breaks into a full sprint. The backdraft from his sudden acceleration picks up entire vehicles and pieces of rubble as each step causes a quake throughout the city. Horizon matches him, and somehow each of his steps causes even more shaking. For dozens of miles in every direction people could feel his footsteps. As they get closer they clash one more, but this time at the last moment Horizon avoids the attack and sends an arc of energy at Makia's face. The giant isn't even fazed by the attack as he swats at Horizon, but the hero leaps up, onto the hand as he passes underneath him, and launches off it toward Makia's face. As he's at Makia's face, ready to slash at him, the giant simply exhales, and with no leverage in the air, Horizon is blown away. But before he can leave Makia's reach, the Titan swats upward with his hand, palming Horizon's entire body. As he does this, his palm glows bright red before erupting in a blue flame, and he releases a column of blue fire and red lightning from his palm, sending Horizon rocketing through a 90-story building beside them. Horizon slams through the wall of the building, into the middle floors, and through every ceiling between him and the roof before he rockets out the top of the building. A nearby news helicopter captures the entire thing and is amazed when he erupts from the top of the building, destroying the roof, and keeps hurtling toward the sky. The reporter and his cameraman stay with jaws dropped, eyes wide as they keep focus on him in the sky as he's still moving away. Can he survive that? The reporter asks absent-mindedly. Whoa, the pilot yells as the helicopter suddenly jerks to the side. The reports and his cameraman fall forward, but are kept aboard thanks to them being strapped into the cabin. And only 100 feet away from them 7 missiles of blue fire mixed with red lightning rocket into the sky. The attack splits apart, and all seem to home in on Horizon as he's made it to the peak of his travel, beginning his descent. They zoom in, trying to get an idea of what's about to happen, and the last thing the camera sees is Horizon's energy expanding for a moment before condensing onto his blade. Arcs of his blue slashes begin raining from the sky, minding the fire and lightning missiles with ease as they rocket toward the city below. The camera below the helicopter sees entire city blocks suddenly get minced into rubble with Makia standing in the middle, seemingly annoyed by the attacks. Then suddenly both the camera feeds are cut off, as the area of effect for Horizon's attack develops the helicopter and multiple districts of the city. As the ants are crushed on the battlefield while a Titan and God collide, neither Horizon nor Gigantomachia seem to care. Makia instead slams his palms onto the floor, activating a quirk that Horizon perhaps would have found familiar if he was thinking clearly, but to a level that could never naturally be achieved. A blunt 50m-150 feet wide column of dense earth rises upward, extending for 100m-300 feet, before it breaks away and simply rockets toward Horizon like an oversized pillar. The remaining news helicopters and drones immediately began climbing higher to avoid what they were sure would be a devastating dust cloud when it fell, but they were sure to not miss a single moment of what happened next. Horizon sees the column launch toward him and casually swings scalpel at it. Amputate. The column is instantly split, along with everything behind it. Makia suddenly has a chasm form for miles with him directly in the middle as Horizon Slash had split the earth, causing him to almost fall in. Makia catches himself by extending his arms to the side, forming massive claws that allow him to dig in, but everyone notices the so-called chasm itself is still expanding, widening. Rarg. Makia roars as he grows once more, now 45m-150 feet tall, muscles becoming bulkier as pieces of metal begin forming plates atop his scale armor. As he looks up, ready to use another long-range attack on Horizon, a massive arc of blue energy slams directly into his face. This arc was half Makia's height and thicker than usual, for on the fall downward Horizon had gathered his energy before launching it. The giant column Makia had launched was split, either side of it going to the left and right of Horizon as he falls through the middle of it, and when he emerged from it, he'd already gathered the energy for this attack. The arc explodes as it hits Makia, breaking away the earth he had his claws in as the chasm widens further, causing him to fall into it. As he falls into the 500m deep chasm, Horizon raises a hand before bringing it down toward him. And both sides of the massive column of earth Makia had launched don't simply stop moving, but instantly reverse course and accelerate. They move so fast that they rocket past either side of Horizon and slam into Makia before Horizon can even reach the ground, still falling through the air. The impact sets off earthquake and tsunami alarms even in the neighboring regions of Japan, crumbling roads and weaker houses as a dust cloud envelopes Daga City. Horizon's body disappears in the dust cloud as all the cameras lose sight of him, and not even a minute later, more quakes are felt. The air itself seems to shake. Krakum. Thunder rolls through the sky as lightning begins striking down, but all the bolts collide in the air before moving toward the same target. From outside the dust cloud, people begin speculating, most expecting Makia to be using yet another of his unique quirks. But as the dust clears, mostly due to the constant shock waves, they see Horizon constantly clashing with the now 60m-180 feet Makia. But with each clash, before his sword strikes Makia's fist, sending the Titan stumbling back as Horizon is sent skidding hundreds of meters away. Lighting arcs through the sky and strikes Horizon, seemingly without harming him as it clings to his body, dancing around him before moving to the blade in his grasp. As Horizon is sent skidding away one last time, Makia, instead of charging at the hero, opens his mouth, releasing a column of red and black lightning. Responding to this, Horizon aims scalpel forward in a piercing stance, and releases a matching column of the collected lightning directly at the giant. The result is a blinding light, a deafening explosion, and a wave of electromagnetic interference that causes all the electronics in the R to temporarily stop transmitting. Leaving everyone to wonder how this new era Gigantomachi will end. End chapter. The Gigantomachi is the battle between the Olympian gods and the Titans, just in case anyone was confused. Chapter 277, Chapter 276, The Gigantomachi 2. Chapter start. Well, that didn't go as planned, Nizu mutters as his monitor goes black, having lost the connection from the fight. Principal Nizu was sitting in his office watching the fight before it cut off, and the moment it did he leaned forward and began accessing the most appropriate national satellite to perhaps get a view of the battlefield from the sky. While he's typing away on his keyboard, the phone on his desk rings. Yes, Pontu, he says without even looking at the caller number. What the hell is going on? Pontu asks in an annoyed voice, a rare bit of emotion showing through her quirk. Why is Horizon doing more damage than Gigantomachia? Endeavor explained well enough, Nizu says while still getting into a satellite. He's acting on instinct, I'm sure after the fight he'll be better than ever. He's already personally killed hundreds with his attacks, not to mention Endeavor is in critical condition. Gigantomachia pushed him to new heights, it seems to have taken him by surprise which caused this reaction, Nizu says. When the fight is over I'm sure Horizon will explain. Nizu, he killed hundreds, Pontu says. If he was anyone else I'd already file for his provisional hero license to be taken and to blacklist him from all national hero courses. Yes, but he isn't anyone else, he's Horizon, Nizu says. But you could do that which would nullify the contract, and I doubt he'd blame you at all, he's actually quite reasonable when he's at fault. That's actually not something I can individually decide. Since he's been listed as a national asset such as yourself, the Supreme Court will have to decide what happens to him. Besides, if he learns to control that power, the next time the villains make a monster like that, it won't stand a chance. I see, then it's out of our control, Nizu says. What about communications from the battlefield? Still being blocked, but Shigaraki was projecting his voice somehow, most likely through a quirk. Nizu's monitor shows an aerial view of the battlefield, flashing and shining with blue lightning arcing about battling red and black lightning. As he and Pontu continue speaking, the door to his office is pushed open with Aizawa and Simon barging into the room. Principal Nizu, we're going to Daga, Aizawa says. You won't make it in time, the battle will be over by the time you get there, Nizu says. Who is that? Pontu asks, only hearing Aizawa's voice. Eraserhead, he and Simon just entered my office, Nizu says as he gestures to the phone. President Pontu and I were discussing how to move forward after this event. Simon's eyes widen but Aizawa's narrows at the phone. Then you can organize some kind of transport to get us there faster, right? I can, but you should stay in UA, Pontu says. Both of you. But people are dying, Simon says. And many of them are already dead. No hero can save everyone, Pontu says. But the risk of losing Erasure to the villains is too great, so I don't want Eraserhead anywhere near that battlefield, and your brainwashing quirk doesn't work on Nomu since their brains only take orders from the specific frequency the villains communicate to them with. But she cuts off Simon. Legions of pro-heroes are rushing to Daga City to help in any way they can, but we can't endanger more valuable assets by sending in the two of you. Have faith in your team leader to overcome this monster. It's Horizon. He doesn't lose, remember. Simon sighs. Yes ma'am. What about Endeavor? Shoto is worried about his father, Aizawa says. He was handed over to a group of support heroes for healing close to the battlefield. The last update I got stated that he's conscious and still giving orders. Aizawa breathes a sigh of relief. Shoto will be glad to hear that. Simon, Pontu says. As a member of Team Horizon you should have some good insights into how he fights and the abilities the public isn't aware of. Call out anything in the fight that we should be concerned about. Some of the broadcasts are about to reconnect. Yes ma'am, Simon says as Nizu projects his screen onto the monitor built into the far wall. The video broadcast resumes, showing Horizon constantly rushing about around Gigantomachia, constantly firing off arcs of energy slashes at the monster while it's trying to squash him. Anything you say that's useful I can relay to the ground forces via the public channels, Pontu says. What's with the energy slashes? Aizawa asks as he and Simon sit on the couches. It looks like his healing energy. Booster shot doesn't hurt people, right? He's been working on that since the summer camp, Simon says. He realized that if someone like All for One appeared he didn't have a way to do actual damage from range, so he forms blades out of his energy and launches them, like a mix of antibacterial curtain and incision. How long has he had that? Nizu asks. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen it work, Simon says. Usually he can't even get the energy to make a tangible shape like that. And the lightning from the sky? Pontu asks. Do we have to be concerned about storms? Can he control the weather? No idea, but he mentioned controlling gases is very difficult. If his mind isn't focused enough for him to warp I doubt he can cause storms. But he is an order of magnitude stronger than he was before this fight, and is only growing by the second, right? Aizawa asks. Undoubtedly so, Nizu says. Then how wide is the evacuation zone? Aizawa asks. If Makia knocks him into one of the nearby cities this grudge match will flatten it. The evacuation zone has already been expanded to include the entire region, but the constant quakes from the fight have destabilized or collapsed many of the main roads, so people are forced to walk as fast as they can. Wow, as they're talking some of the news drones reconnect to show the fight while the manned helicopters fly away and give a view of the evacuation. Tens of thousands of people marched across the broken highways and roads leaving the nearby cities with anything they could carry. The flood of people looks like ants marching, so crowded together that you couldn't even tell there was a road there as some have taken to walking in the grass and bushes beside the highways. My God, Aizawa mutters as he watches the screen. How far away are they? Only a few miles out of the city. Hopefully the fight doesn't spread much outside of it, Pontu says. The video feed then goes back to showing Horizon and Gigantomachia's fight, or at least what it could. The news drones had to keep their distance, but even from city blocks away, they could clearly see the lightning constantly arcing through the buildings, blasting them apart while simultaneously melting the concrete and steel within. Lightning bolts rain from the sky onto the city, all focused on Horizon. With each slash they strike his blade and seemingly clash against the energy he was releasing. Makia got bigger again, Aizawa says, noticing the Titan was now 70m-210 feet tall, making Horizon difficult to see on the screen if he wasn't glowing bright blue and being struck by lightning. Horizon charges forward, and beneath him pillars of earth and rubble are raised from the ground, elevating him toward the Titan. People watching all around the world hold their breath as he gathers his energy into Scalpel, while clearly aiming at Makia's head. The Titan stomps the ground, causing the pillars Horizon was leaping between while climbing up to him to break, but the tops of them stay in place, and when Horizon is up to Makia's chest he swings Scalpel. Before he could complete the motion Makia released a shockwave of invisible force, launching him back and into the road below, which collapsed as Horizon disappeared beneath the street. While everyone was waiting for him to show himself, Makia was already on alert. Sensing a rising threat he flexed his muscles, tensing them as the armor on his body developed spikes. Beneath the surface, on the 4th level of the underground train system below Daga City, Horizon lays flat on the tracks for a moment. He can feel his slashes becoming more and more useless as the fight drags on, and in a moment of anger, laced with something he's rarely ever experienced. A healthy amount of fear moves his hand forward, making a pushing motion toward where he could sense Makia, standing before he closes his hand, crushing the air in his grasp. From the drones above, everyone watching sees rubble all around the battlefield floating, as if gravity had suddenly been turned off. Simon leans forward, swallowing nervously, one of the few people who knew what could be coming next. "Oh no," Simon mutters as all the rubble suddenly rockets toward Makia. The Titan doesn't react, not even feeling tons of concrete and steel hurtling into him. "Tell everyone to run, now, and avoid the rubble, don't get pulled in." Simon yells out, so terrified of what's about to happen that he issues a direct order to President Pontu. And hearing the fear in his voice, she simply obeys. Makia grows large mole claws on his limbs and begins digging through the earth to get to Horizon, only for massive chunks of it to be torn away from the ground and carry him into the air above the city. All while the other pieces of rubble are gravitating toward him. He breaks through one segment of rock and dirt, only for another to slam into him and take him higher. Over and over again more of the earth is sundered and piled on while carrying him toward the heavens. The ground above and around Horizon breaks apart and moves away, but the news drones had long left the area to avoid this attack, so nobody could see Horizon standing in place with one hand to the sky, focused on this technique. Off in the distance, civilians are escorted by pro-heroes out of the city. MT Lady is in her gigantified form clearing a path beside the highway for the people to walk more clearly, moving trees, and flattening the earth as she goes to effectively add more lanes to the roads. She suddenly stops as Pontu's message rings through her earpiece, confusing her. "Avoid the rubble." She asks, looking around, "What rubble?" "Run," she hears hundreds of people yell in panic behind her, causing her to turn around and see everything in the city rising up. Entire skyscrapers were torn from the earth, along with massive chunks of earth itself. The phenomenon expands outward like a wave, and her heart sinks as she sees it coming toward them, faster than any of them could escape. "Use whatever quirks you have to get away from this, and don't get pulled in by the rubble." MT Lady screams, her voice carrying for a great distance. She sees chunks of earth rupture and launches into the air before floating in place just above the ground, then with incredible speed they all rocket toward the city. All around her this happens, and the men, women, and children being evacuated are hopefully unprepared. Flying rock launches them about or crushes them as it rakes across the earth toward the city. MT Lady is knocked down as massive boulders slam into her back, but she rolls to the side away from the people, only to turn away from the city and see what could be a meteor swarm rushing past her. She looks to the side, seeing most of the thousands of people that were marching away from the city reduced to bloodstains, turning dirt to red mud and leaving a trail back to Daga City. "You!" Kamui Woods yells out as he swings and jumps between large pieces of rubble as they float through the air, directly toward his girlfriend. Seeing him she extends her hand while more rocks slam into her, battering her body, but the moment she feels his roots wrap around her hand she shrinks. The force of her shrinking pulls them together, and he wastes no time wrapping his arms around her before shielding them both in a wooden sphere. As it felt like the world was ending around them, with civilians dying by the hundreds each second, all he could do was protect the woman he loves. Now sealed in this wooden sphere he extends his roots as much as possible, trying his best to keep them on the ground and avoid being picked up by that attack. From within they can hear the destruction, rocks grinding and shattering, trees snapping, and below it all the drowned-out sound of hundreds of people screaming for anyone to help them. This nightmare persists for nearly a minute before everything goes silent, and Kamui begins making an opening in the sphere. "No," MT Lady says as she weakly grabs his hand the moment light enters. "We need to see what's going on out there," he says, holding her shaking body in his arm. As he opens their sphere they see nothing. There was no road, no forest, no people, just nothing. It was as if something had raked the earth all around them, excavating anything and anyone that was here. Off in the distance away from the city, miles away, he could see a wall that looked a few stories high. A wall, he narrowed his eyes, but it was hard to see at this distance. As if they were now in a massive plate or dish and he could see the brim on the horizon around them. "That's just how high the ground was," MT Lady says in a shaky voice. "Look, he put everything there." Kamui Woods turns around, and stumbles backward, falling as he cranes his neck upward. Seeing the 3 kilometers minus 4.8 mi sphere of earth hovering high above where Daga City was. He looks below it, but doesn't see any city, only excavated earth and an ocean still miles out, as if scared of the ongoing battle. As seconds go by people around the world see exactly what they see, and can't comprehend the insurmountable dread of facing this calamity in person. Kamui Woods gets back up, and raises a finger to his earpiece. Did anyone else survive? "Just focus on getting out of there for now," Pontu says, and that told them everything they needed to know. Before they could collect their thoughts, a loud roar echoes across the entire region, drawing their attention to the side of the satellite as Makia burrows through the side of it. He uses his massive claws to cling to the side and from the distance they see him launching balls of energy downward, seemingly at Horizon. Before new drones can get back to the battlefield to get eyes on Horizon, the satellite begins to rotate, intending to place Makia directly beneath it, and everyone who sees this knows what's about to happen. In the distance Ryuko and Nijire rush toward the injured MT Lady and Kamui Woods, knowing they can't escape. But as for the couple, they simply hold hands, and look upon the satellite in awe. "Is this how the world ends?" MT Lady asks. I don't know, Kamui Woods says. I hope they can come back from this. The satellite suddenly, without warning, accelerates toward the Earth. Faster than a simple falling object, as if it's being pushed toward the ground by some invisible force. I'm glad we were together at the end of the world, MT Lady says as she removes his mask and gives him a kiss, all while the entire nation and surrounding countries shake, and a blast wave is speeding toward them. End chapter. Chapter 278, Chapter 277, The Gigantomachi 3. Chapter start. Ouch, Horizon mutters as he pushes some rocks off of himself, sitting up in the rubble of Daga City, surrounded by massive bits of ruptured earth and the broken satellite. Looking around he sees some dust clouds in the air, and extends his room farther than he'd ever done before with complete ease, sensing all the corpses buried in the dirt. In the distance he senses 4 broken bodies, faintly moving, struggling to breathe, but ignores them for now as he focuses on himself. He stands up, scalpel in hand, and looks down at his exposed right leg. He looks down at his hero costume, now reduced to only the body glove, and sees holes and tears in it exposing the flesh below. Raising a hand to his visor he feels the entire right half of it missing and the mask below shredded to show some of his face. Puntu, he calls out, then raises a hand to his communicator, hearing no response. Broken, he says while looking around. His eyes can't even see past the miles of destruction he's caused, and when he looks to the ocean the sea is muddied with the fallout of his attack. He stretches his body, feeling pain racking him as he groans. Dropping a small moon onto myself, not my brightest moment, he says. But considering I was just moving on instinct and couldn't think, dropping a small moon, pretty cool. Taking a few steps forward he senses some of the news drones that survived the harsh winds of his attack flying toward the impact site, and immediately activates booster shot. All of his exposed skin glows blue, hiding himself as a much thinner energy mist wafts off his body. Okay, earning back my public image is gonna be harder than killing this thing. He looks off to the other side of the city where large pieces of rubble are moving. Makia slowly rises from beneath the rubble, using his mole quirk to dig through the rubble and reveal his new metallic skin, adding a silver hue to his dark purple Nomu skin. Makia sniffs the air and immediately looks toward Horizon. He just doesn't quit, Horizon mutters as the Titan begins sprinting toward him. I'll deal with you in a minute. Around the world, even on public streets, this fight is being shown on digital billboards, and anyone who could watch was devoting their full attention to this clash. As if the entire world was holding its breath, knowing that the winner would decide the fate of all their lives. Because if Horizon could overcome this monster, what villain could stop him? And if Gigantomachia could kill Horizon, then one could imagine eventually they'd create a monster to kill Star and Stripe. When the drone broadcasted Horizon standing in the rubble, stretching his limbs as Makia was miles away sprinting at him, their hearts both sank and rose. They'd hoped the villain would be dead, and feared Horizon had ended his own life in that absurd attack. Yet both combatants got up, ready to continue. Seeing the energy pouring off of Horizon, his exposed flesh glowing bright blue, they grew concerned that the battlefield would spread even further. That nearby cities were already heavily damaged, and now the berserk Horizon was standing yet again. And only some of the viewers realized, at one point or another, their fear had moved from being placed on Gigantomachia, over to Horizon. But much of it was relieved when Horizon looked at the drone, and casually waved, as if to signal that he was back in full control. Shambles. He disappears from the scene, causing Makia to skid to a stop and sniff the air again. A few seconds later, he turns and sprints off southeast, toward one of the small nearby cities. Shambles. Horizon appears in the parking area of a small hospital where a field of tents were set up, people who couldn't walk are waiting for helicopters of pro heroes to come to collect them. Injured pro heroes were under many of the tents getting healed by the few healing quirks that were available here, ready to get back to helping the evacuation. And on the nearby streets were thousands of people marching out of the city, forced to walk due to all the highways collapsing after that last attack. The mountains beyond the city were clearly broken, having suffered massive landslides due to the quakes, and the buildings in the city were all cracked, many of them were completely collapsed. Yet this noisy place became completely silent, as if the world itself froze when Horizon warped into the middle of it. Behind him were the broken bodies of Ryuko, Nijire, MT Lady, and Kamui Woods. Ryuko and Kamui Woods were in the worst health of the group, having taken most of the damage onto themselves. All the pro heroes in the area, healthy or not, get ready for a fight, but Horizon just drops scalpel, letting it clatter to the ground. I'm just here to drop these off, he gestures to the pro heroes behind him. But the crowd is still petrified. Go back to what you were doing. Endeavor's voice roars through the silence. Get back to work, now, he yells while walking up to Horizon. He had an 4-pole with bags of blood and drips connected to him as he walked, moving it along in his one remaining hand as his left stump was burned shut. Sorry about the... Endeavor raises a hand to stop Horizon's apology. You can fix it later, Makia is coming this way, we don't have much time before you need to warp away again. I know, Horizon says as scalpel hovers back into his grip. I just came to drop off these 4, I stabilized them, they'll be waking up any second now. Good, and Makia, do you have a plan? Endeavor asks. Those slashes you used before weren't effective, neither was throwing a moon at him. Brute force can't really work on him, but I wasn't in any state of mind to think clearly enough to realize even that obvious aspect of the fight. Horizon looks around, still seeing people keeping an eye on him, more scared than anything else. And a lot of people suffered for it. Problems for later, first you need to destroy that Nomu, Endeavor says. Do you need backup? I can provide a distraction to buy you a few seconds if needed. Not in this kind of fight you can't, Horizon says. And I think enough people have been hurt so far in this disaster, focus on the evacuation, let the monsters fight it out. Nishia. Horizon turns around to see MT Lady wakes up and kneels beside Kamui Woods. I stabilized him, Horizon says, and the moment he speaks she turns around and glares at him. When I'm done with Makia, I'll start healing everyone. As he's speaking she stops up to him, fist clenched, and punches him directly in the face, cracking the left side of his visor. He doesn't move, and doesn't try to block it, and for a moment he just sees the hate and anger in her eyes as the tears don't stop flowing down her cheek. Yeah, I know, Horizon says as he just reaches up and takes her earpiece out before warping away. Arriving on the battlefield Horizon sensed Makia, reverse trajectory, following him back to where Daga City once stood. Pontu, Horizon says after replacing his broken earpiece with MT Lady's. Finally, Pontu sounded actually relieved, the first time he's heard emotion from her. I hope your brain is working again. I've adjusted, so yes, and I can promise you that won't happen again. Good, you've already created a big enough mess as is, she says. Do you have a plan for Gigantomachia, do you need anything? No, I am enough, but about all of this, he gestures to the destruction around. As a national asset, I'm limited in what I can do to punish you, depending on how the Supreme Court rules, well. I know, not looking good, Horizon admits. Either way, this is on me, you don't have to worry about anything, I'll deal with the consequences. Right, we'll finish this conversation later, this is still a public channel after all, Punta reminds him. Now please, finish this fight, by whatever means necessary, I need to apologize to the people of South Korea. South Korea? Daga City is only 120 kilometers from South Korea, and whatever you did to the sea, plus the earthquakes you caused, damaged their coastlines. Did I? No tsunamis, not for a lack of effort, but Japan is about to get a large bill for flood damages, Pontu says. Put it on my tab I guess, Horizon sighs as he sees Makia, only a mile away. Taking a deep breath he steps forward into a combat stance, gathering blue energy around the blade of his sword. Time to really test out the new ability, he slashes out at Gigantomachia in the distance, and a slash of blue energy leaves the blade. One slightly taller than him it soars through the air and harmlessly slams into Makia, completely ignored. Horizon looks down at the sword and nods, okay, now I get it. I just need to make the energy dense and infuse it better, enhance it, he chuckles. Guess it did have a use after all. Shambles. He warps a few miles away just as Makia strikes his location with a massive open palm. One of the other cameras instantly locks onto him, seeing him already charging another slash. But this time, the energy becomes denser and thicker. Clinging to scalpel and seeping into the blade as it shifts from a bright blue, almost white, to a dark blue. It pulses and builds as the Titan gets closer, before Horizon slashes upward, vertically in the direct middle of Makia. Divine. He takes one step forward, pivoting with all this as he slashes upward. DV. Clink. The energy dissipates harmlessly into the air as he completes the slash, and half of Scalpel's blade goes hurtling forward, snapping in half from the strain of his energy. Horizon sighs and looks down to examine the blade, seeing it completely broken in two. Of course that would happen today, he says as the last of the energy dissipates into the air. And I'm not efficient enough with that attack to make another one right now. Shambles. He warps away as Makia gets to his new position, still looking down at the blade. Horizon takes the hilt of Scalpel and throws it as hard as he can, high above the destroyed city before closing his eyes. The cameras see him take a new stance, holding his right hand out, palm to the sky, and the other holding onto his wrist. The viewers are both curious and terrified at what he's about to do, and Pontu's words only build their fears. If you do that, with enough power to take him down, can you manage the fallout? Pontu asks. Yeah, I've been practicing a lot, Horizon says as shimmers of green energy begin flowing toward his palm. Makia closes the distance with each second, yet Horizon remains unmoving. He shrinks his room, keeping the damage as low as possible while gathering enough radiation to put down this monster. 8 kilometers-5 mi away, frost begins forming in a circle, creeping toward Horizon in the middle of the room. Motes of green energy begin to manifest at the edges of the room, hovering in place like fireflies all about the battlefield. As Makia is at point-blank range with Horizon, he warps away, now able to maintain his focus on preparing this attack while warping. The hilt of scalpel appears in his previous location, and Makia wastes no time turning to the sky to get a view of Horizon. Rayorwarg. Gigantomachia roars as it strikes out with a massive fist. Gamma. Suddenly all the motes of green energy collapse into the middle of the battlefield so quickly that they appear as streaks of light. The frost spreads inward from the edges of Horizon's room as he drains all the heat from miles around him. The ice seems to chase the green radiation and heat as it gathers in his palm. All across Japan alarms go off as the national Geiger counters spike, picking up what would usually be a nuclear bomb detonating. But less than a second later all the radiation seems to disappear as Horizon strikes out at Makia with a glowing spear of solid radiation. Smite. He pierces Makia's fist with the spear, shattering it, and a blinding green light explodes outward, brightly visible even from space. The entire world seems to fall silent. Where people took cover, expecting an explosion, they only heard a ringing in their ear and the sound of static in the air. A moment later the light disappears and the air smells scorched in the area, and when the cameras focus on where Daga City was, they only see a molten pit of slag, miles wide. In the middle of the site is Gigantomachia, or at least that's what it was called. Now they see a charred skeleton, brittle and broken apart. So frail that the ocean breeze was breaking pieces of it away and scattering them about. And standing in the middle of the skeleton, floating on the molten rock, was Horizon. His entire body glove scorched and burnt, visor and mask below entirely destroyed. Identity only hidden by the fact that he still had a blue glow about him, no longer releasing energy as mist because of how exhausted he was. He takes one painful step forward, and can feel Hand of God about to deactivate. Oh no, he thinks as the blue glow begins fading away, and soon his features would be made visible. He looks down at his scorched fist and takes a deep breath, not enough energy to warp away, might as well make it look good. And as he clenches a fist, moving to raise it to the sky, to mirror All Might's last stand, a wall of orange fire erupts around him, hiding him from all the cameras. End chapter. Chapter 279, Chapter 278, Political Fallout. Chapter start. The death toll of the Gigantomachia incident centered on what was formerly Daga City continues to grow as more people are either found in undesirable states or reported as missing since the event. Many demands for justice against Horizon have been brought to the attention of both the government and the Hero Public Safety Commission, as much of Japan and its surrounding neighbors feel unsafe after yesterday's events. As of this moment there are hundreds of protesters outside of UA High, Horizon Tower, and the Hero Public Safety Commission main office, all demanding justice for the loved ones that were lost during the battle. No sign of further villain activity has been reported in regards to the League of Villains, nor has Horizon appeared in public since he was abruptly escorted away from the battlefield by Endeavor. The South Korean Coast Guard are still trying to study and make sense of the strange phenomenon caused during the battle which somehow avoided any tsunami in the nearby ocean, but the Republic of South Korea is still calculating the cost of the devastation caused by the sudden floods brought on by the quakes. Repairs on all major roads affected surrounding Daga City and her neighbors have been non-stop since the battle in a desperate bid to re-establish routes, but in the meantime pro-heroes, military personnel, and first responders have been working non-stop to get everyone out of the ruined areas. By the second we become more aware of the magnitude of this devastating battle, and we must wonder, where is Horizon now? In further news the United Nations QUIRK Council is considering. Pontu mutes her computer and leans back in her chair, massaging her temples and catching her breath. In her silent office she takes a moment to compose her thoughts, tapping the desk with her fingers as the pressure on her continues to build. Pontu picks her phone up from the desk and begins walking to the large windows looking out at Tokyo. As she does she makes a call and raises the phone to her ear. While the phone is ringing the stands at the one-way windows and looks at the street below. Thousands of people were chanting and screaming, not that she could hear them from her office. But she could see the signs they were holding, some with words that were too far for her to read. But the signs with Horizon's face crossed out didn't leave any mystery regarding their desires. Lady Pontu. Dr. Garaki's excited voice comes through her phone. Doctor, the sample we recovered yesterday, any progress? Well, it's only been a few hours since I've had it so. Any progress? Pontu asks again. Right, well I've ran the blood samples through many tests, they react to outside stimulus as regular blood normally would, but, well. Just say it doctor, Pontu says. His blood is different, as if supercharged with absurd amounts of energy, each cell is its own living thing. The samples you sent me are effectively still alive on their own, that's how much energy they have. That's impossible, that leg was torn off over a day ago, Pontu says. Yes, but he's mystery class, and Horizon at that, his cells are far from normal. Is there anything you can tell me about Hand of God from those samples? Unfortunately no, he says. None of these cells have even the smallest trace of a quirk factor, in the traditional sense, it's as if they belong to some energized quirkless person. That doesn't make any sense. I believe it was some sort of a defense mechanism built into Hand of God, its desire to be whole at all times. You speak as if it has a mind of its own. No, but Horizon's paranoia and other traits will influence it. Is there anything you'll be able to tell by studying it, regarding the project I've assigned you to complete? With these samples the task is far less impossible, but it doesn't have anything substantial, he says. Perhaps if I had more, bone marrow, or the entire leg maybe. Oh, and do you have a plan for when Horizon senses his missing leg in your lab and decides to confront you? Precisely why we left the leg for him to recover after taking those blood samples, Pontu says. Overstepping will only lead to angering him, Dr. Garaki. Studying him requires us to be cautious. I see. Well, I must get back to work. If anything interesting is discovered I'll be sure to call you. Thank you, doctor, that will be all. As Pontu is about to end the call, however, he speaks very quickly. One more thing, if you don't mind, that is. Do you need more funding? No, but I pounced at the chance to study Horizon for you, because I was curious about mystery class quirks, but things have gotten dangerous now, he signs nervously. What happens to me if he, well, discovers this, and doesn't approve? I hired you to study him because that's my job, doctor. As president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, I don't just manage pro-heroes, I keep the public safe from the pro-heroes. And we certainly need a way to do that after the Gigantomachi, Dr. Garaki says. Yes, but let me assure you, Horizon is not a reasonable person when people draw swords against him, and you've not only done that but invaded her personal autonomy with your research. There is nothing, and no one in the world who can stop what he will do to you if he discovers this. But, won't he come for you too? Yes, but that's the risk of my job, which I've long accepted, Pontu says. For you, use this as motivation to figure out how to keep him in line if he turns against us. She ends the call before he can respond. She continues to look out at the protesters for a few minutes before a voice speaks through her earpiece. President Pontu, the protesters are becoming more rowdy. Should we get the water hoses out? No, they're only scared. They don't want to hurt anyone, Pontu says. Contact the pro-heroes among them and update them on the situation. As you wish, ma'am. Also, Endeavor just entered the building. Send him to my office directly, and keep him away from any windows, Pontu says. A few minutes later Enji Todoroki enters the office, wearing casual clothes, a beige sweater and coat with simple slacks. The left sleeve folded up to the stump where his shoulder is. Lady Pontu, Enji says as he walks over to her desk, seeing her typing on her computer. Endeavor, please have a seat, I need to speak to you, she says before leaning back in her chair, giving him her full attention. Do you have any idea of what I want to ask? No, he lied while taking his seat. Pontu's face remains cold and stoic. I've read your debrief of the Gigantomachi incident multiple times, but it didn't detail what happened after the battle ended. And what would you like to know? Did you see his face? Pontu asks, not wasting any time. No, NG lies. Not many people know this, but I can detect lies, Endeavor. His eyes widen slightly before he deflates in his seat. What do you want me to do? Tell me who he is, that's all. NG thinks about it for a moment, then realizes something that doesn't make sense. Why don't you, the president of the HPSC, know the identity of one of your heroes? Legally, Horizon is his only name, it's on his birth certificate and medical forms, Pontu says. But that identity was only created a year before he joined UA, when Nizu found him. Really? Yes, it's not something I would have agreed to if I knew what he was, but at the time I was told the boy was a healer that could help All Might, nothing more, and admittedly in my eagerness to preserve our former #1 pro hero, and my trust in Nizu, I made a deal I shouldn't have. And now they won't tell you who he is. Precisely. NG considers it for a moment, then shakes his head. I'm sorry, but whatever business you have with them is none of my concern. Horizon asked me not to reveal his identity and I agreed to do just that. And if I order you directly to reveal it? Pontu leans forward slightly. Well, NG looks at his stump. I don't have much time as the #1 hero either way. So I'll simply retire a bit earlier. Are you that afraid of him? I'd be foolish if I wasn't, he says. They stare at each other for a moment before Pontu relents. Fine, moving on to other matters. How are you feeling? NG takes a relieved breath. He gave me a bit of healing when I got him away from the battlefield, not enough to trigger regeneration, but I'm not tired anymore and can use my quirk if needed. Did anyone see you enter here? Has anyone seen your current condition since you left the battlefield? No, NG says. National morale is low enough without the #1 pro hero being seen like this. Good, then you'll go to Musurafu immediately, Pontu says. Musurafu. Go meet Nizu at UA, he's the only person who knows where Horizon is and you need healing. Go get healed then show your face so people feel slightly better, but don't let people get close enough to ask you anything until after the court case. What court case? NG asks. Pontu reaches into her desk and takes out a stack of documents. You will deliver this to Nizu and Horizon. If you risk losing it, incinerate it. What is it? The details of the people of Japan versus Horizon. He's being called before the Supreme Court to make sense of what happened. You want this hand delivered? The details in here cannot be put on any electronic device until after the case, Pontu says. If people knew the true extent of the damages done, we could have riots on our hands, and I can't trust most of the people in this building with this information. Yet you trust me, NG says. Not entirely, but you've seen his face and you're still here, so Horizon trusts you. Right, I'll deliver it, and get healed. He takes the folder and begins to get up before she stops him. One more thing, Pontu says. Since Horizon is listed as a national asset, he's treated like his own sovereign body within Japan. That at least means nobody will be stupid enough to demand his arrest, but how would you like to see it end? Well, many people want him arrested. NG gestures to the window. Did you see the crowd outside? I saw. MHM, but those people haven't been in the kind of fights I've survived, NG says. If once a decade someone like Gigantomachia arrives, and we must sacrifice a city to stop him, then so be it. Because the alternative is, the next time a monster like that shows up, we won't have a monster to fight for us, and there won't be anything left to protect after that. So you'd like for everyone to simply get over it and forgive him? Pontu asks. No, but I'd like them to realize, we can't afford not to have Horizon standing in front of us, facing the monsters. End chapter. Chapter 280, Chapter 279, Expanding the Circle. Chapter start. Front gate opening. Law's security system speaks through the entire house before it's quickly silenced. Laying face down in bed he stirs awake, and with a wave of his hand all the lights in his bedroom turn on while the mechanized curtains slide open, revealing his backyard with the ocean at the base of the hill. Ugh, he groans while sitting up, taking in the view from his home that he rarely uses. Almost forgot what it's like to be Law, his stomach growls, shifting his focus to more pressing matters. Need breakfast. He gets out of bed and enters his private bathroom to get ready for the day, all while extending his senses. Room. He suddenly feels the movement of every leaf for miles around him, every drop of water breaking apart from the waves crashing against the shore nearby. He could feel the air being pushed aside with every movement his houseguests make. It was intoxicating, yet also calming, having such precision and control at his will. No more headaches, he smiles, resting a hand on his chest. And I'm even stronger now than I was yesterday. I've fully adjusted. He stands in front of the mirror, shirtless, checking his tattoos. Don't need to get any of them redone. Again, he looks at his right hand. He moves his right leg a few times, then looks at it carefully, regenerated in the exact state it was lost, no surprise there. After brushing his teeth he passes a hand through his hair, still completely normal thankfully, then gets into the shower. So, Hand of God is functioning perfectly again. Took a bit longer than expected, he says to himself as the water pours over him. But you'd have to be a psycho to let yourself die for quirks to adjust. No wonder Nomu are basically undead monsters. I've got more energy than before, but nothing I wouldn't have achieved naturally. He raises a hand and activates booster shot, causing the energy mist to begin pouring out of him. Feels like, maybe it accelerated my growth by 8 years, maybe 10, Horizon smiles while shutting off his quirk. Okay, that's dealt with, I'm back to full power. Now I need to just get to my quirk awakening. As he says that he takes a deep breath, activating his quirk, but the moment the rune begins to form in the middle of his chest, he stifles the instinct. As if forcing his own nature to change, he attempts to shift the origin point of his rune, raising his hand and guiding it to his palm. But as he does so, it simply causes a geyser of healing energy to erupt from his palm, so dense it erupts almost to the ceiling before falling down as glowing blue liquid. He quickly shuts off his quirk, definitely need more practice with that. He finishes his shower and dries off, getting dressed in a pair of black shorts, leaving his chest bare. Projects for later, I need to focus on my new abilities and liberating my current ones first, he says while walking out of the room, taking a casual stroll downstairs toward the living room. Halfway down the stairs he stops, then frowns. If I have to leave Japan, moving Mitani Industries' main office will be a real pain in the ass, he mutters before walking downstairs. Walking into the living room he sees Nizu casually tapping away on his phone, drinking a cup of tea as he sits on the couch. On the coffee table is a small metal case, clearly reinforced, and a large binder, thicker than a textbook, hundreds of pages waiting to be read. Across from Nizu on one of the single seats is Enji Todoroki, drinking a cup of coffee, looking around awkwardly as he taps his foot. As Law enters the room he looks at them, and Enji isn't sure what's about to happen, but Nizu just keeps drinking his tea. Then he walks past them toward the kitchen. A minute later he walks back into the room with a glass of liquor and 2 breakfast sandwiches they brought for him, along with some of his meal bars. Taking a seat on the couch opposite Nizu he leans back and begins eating. After a moment of silence Nizu speaks. You don't have my brand, he says between sips of tea. This is terrible. Firstly, I don't really drink tea, and secondly, nobody lives here, I just have people clean the place and make it look lived in, Law says as he continues eating. It's terrible. Then stop drinking it. I already poured it, Nizu says before he grumbles, I should have brought some of my tea. Enji just awkwardly looks between them, not sure what to do, so he tries to break the ice. The coffee is good, he says. Oh, did you want something stronger? Law raises his glass, gesturing to it. Fire and alcohol is a bad mixture, NG says. Also, I thought you were 16, aren't you? 17 next month, he says before taking another sip. Law quickly finishes both sandwiches and leans back to eat the meal bar. So, what did I miss? What do you remember? Nizu asks. Everything, but I've been asleep for. He looks at the clock on the wall, seeing it's 3 p.m., 22 hours. And now you're fine. Nizu asks. Better than ever. Law's eyes flash bright blue for a moment before he continues eating. Any updates from Pontu? That's what we're here to discuss, Nizu says. She's terrified, I'm sure. For good reason, Law says. I did tell her if she stabs me in the back-eyed. He glances at NG. Be very unhappy. Noticing NG is awkwardly just staring at Law, Nizu puts his tea down. Well, we should get this out of the way first. Now another person knows who you are, and that the excuse of needing your body glove to survive isn't true. Well, technically I only said, Horizon can't exist without it. Never said I'd die, Law shrugs. But anyway, NG, thanks for the help at the end of the fight, and not being blinded with rage over the whole, well, you know. Law gestures to NG's missing arm. I trust you'd bring it back eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, NG says. As for your identity, I never believed the excuse of needing that suit. But whatever deal you have with the government is not my business. Yet you helped, Nizu says. Japan needs Horizon, NG says plainly. But, Law Matani, really? What's wrong with me? Law asks, feigning offense. Well, a lot of Japan loves you, but a lot of people also think you're some kind of new age mafia boss. Neither Law or Nizu deny it, causing NG's concern to grow. This isn't inspiring confidence, NG says. Well, let's just focus on the important things, Law says. How much does the public hate you? They don't hate you that much, Nizu says. But take a look at how scared they are. He slides the metal case forward. Law opens it to see a new phone, and the moment he touches it the screen turns on, cloning everything from his destroyed phone onto it. Nope, Law immediately puts down the phone as it begins vibrating in his hand, flooded by all the notifications. It vibrates against the glass table, making so much noise that he simply commands it to float in the air above the table. So, people aren't happy with me, I'm guessing. MT Lady is jumping up the rankings after punching you, NG says. That should speak for itself. She basically punched a god in the face, Law nods, somewhat impressed. That's pretty heroic. You let her punch you, that was the most surprising thing, Nizu says. People were already nervous enough, and I earned that hit, Law says. I'm not unreasonable, you know that. Oh, I know, which is what I've told Pontu, even if she'll never believe me. I told her if I mess up then I'd just walk away, no bad blood between us, and I think the entire world can see I messed up, so where do we go from here? The people of Japan versus Horizon, Nizu gestures to the binder on the table. Law takes it and begins reading. I got lucky. If I wasn't listed as a national asset like you, she could have just expelled me from the Pro Hero program immediately. But this will also raise the question of whether or not you, national assets, should be treated with the level of sovereignty you already have, NG says. Speaking of being expelled, will UA still keep him? Of course, Nizu says. So long as you manage to win this case, otherwise my hands are tied. That will bring a lot of bad attention onto UA, NG says. I will deal with that, as I always do, Nizu says. Now, NG and I will most likely be called upon, alongside Aizawa, but he will refuse, so we need you to tell us exactly what happened during the Gigantomachi. Fuck, Law sighs and sinks down into the chair. We should get Pontu in on this, she'll most likely be requested to testify on my behalf. She's expecting our call, Nizu says as Law floats his still vibrating phone to his hand. Wait, should I leave? NG says. I mean, of course I'll testify if asked, but I feel as if I'm about to get involved in something I would want no part of. Too late, you've seen my face, Law says, casually. You learning a bit more won't change anything now, no matter what you divulge the consequences for you will be the same. What consequences? NG asks. President Pontu is scared of me, so what do you think? Law gives him a shrug as realizations dawns on NG. Oh, I see, NG sighs. Well, if I'm stuck either way, it's best I know as much as possible to best navigate this mess. Exactly, Law says as he's about to call Pontu, only for his phone to start vibrating again. Seriously. He denies the call but sends a quick message before going back to calling Pontu. Telling your classmates you're alright? Nizu asks. No, my team should know I'm fine, Law says. I was responding to Ryuko, she's been bombarding me this entire time. And how is she handling this entire event? Law shrugs, I'll call her later. So you and Ryuko were really a thing? NG asks. Nizu shakes his head, no, a different pro hero named Ryuko. Before NG can respond, Pontu's voice speaks through Horizon's phone. Are we in a secure location? She asks. Yeah, and the line is so secure you can't even track it, but you'll still try. One thing at a time, Pontu says. Firstly, regarding our contract. End chapter. Chapter 281, Chapter 280, Expanding the Circle 2. Chapter start. So, does anyone else feel like I shouldn't be here? NG asks as Law begins reading the documents. Not really much of a choice for you, Law says. You already know my face and who I am, which Pontu probably tried to get out of you but you didn't say because you're not that stupid, so now you're here. And having the current #1 pro hero on our side will make the courtroom matters that much easier, Pontu says. I can't imagine they wouldn't call you as a character witness to speak about him. I see, so what should I know? If I'm going to speak about this then I can't simply go in blindly, especially after what you did yesterday, NG says. Law glances up at Nizu, then back down to the documents. It's your life, tell him as much as you'd like, Nizu says. Law thinks it over for a moment, then sighs, okay, fine, so, I'm not really interested in being a hero. I always knew that, NG says. Because, my parents are Arsenal and the Heart Thief. NG chokes on his coffee, coughing a few times, they're what? Hey, you're in no position to judge, one of your kids is friends with Shigaraki, Law says. What? Nizu looks between them completely confused. His son is Dobby, Law gestures to NG. Your son is Dobby? The DNA sample also had some traces of Nomu blood mixed with his, NG says. So All for One likely pushed him deeper into darkness. Yeah, but he didn't start it, Law says. Anyway, I'm basically working off their sentences with my pro-hero stuff. NG takes a moment to soak it all in, as does Nizu, then he relaxes back into his chair. So, your parents are in Tartarus, that's why you're doing this. I moved them from Tartarus, Pontu says. Horizon claims to be honorable regarding deals he makes, but I couldn't risk it, we need his presence to stabilize the country. I see, so if he wasn't a national asset, would you have simply given him a slap on the wrist and let that be the end of this? Of course, Pontu says with no hesitation. Without him the next time a monster like that shows up there won't be a Japan, that is what you said, right? It is, NG says. I just didn't think the corruption would be this blatant, from the beginning too. Sometimes the people don't know what's good for them. Those words are often used to justify the most cruel decisions, NG says. I hope you don't make this kind of thing a habit. Horizon is simply that exceptional, Pontu says. My main concern is what happens if we lose, Horizon. You don't have to worry about that, Law says. I'll keep my word, you can execute them and I'll just go to whatever country makes me the best offer. Assuming you don't get some kind of prison time as a punishment, NG says. That would be a way of keeping you away from the public but within Japan, a break glass in case of emergency type situation. Law grumbles. Well, whatever punishment they decide, I've earned, but I'd hope they're smarter than trying to lock me up. Nobody is that dumb, Pontu says. Everyone knows the international pressure of having someone that can cure anything being locked in a hole would ruin Japan's standing on the world stage. This case is all about whether or not the people trust you to continue acting as a pro-hero without having another mental breakdown. The last thing anyone wants is you intentionally trying to hurt people, NG says. Have you ever done that, trying to kill people? Law feigns offense, what do you think just because of who my mom is that I'm some kind of trained killer? No, I just meant, Law cuts off his sputtering with a quiet laugh. I'm messing with you, she trained me in everything she knows, as I've mentioned before, let's leave it at that, Law says. Oh, I see, NG goes back to quietly drinking his coffee. Now can we get to the important things please, Pontu says. Can you give us an assurance that you won't have another episode like that? I'd hate to imagine you turning that kind of power against a civilian population, again. It won't happen again, that's just a little barrier I had with my quirk, Law says. Hand of God, the quirk you refused to give proper details on, I respected that before but after this, I need some answers. That is fair, Law says begrudgingly. It's a bit difficult to understand unless you experience it yourself, but, imagine my quirk as the ability to understand things around me, and myself. This includes energy, radiation, and if I push my senses, light, but that's still really hard to do. When I use an ability it's me giving the world an instruction, but each command takes a certain amount of my stamina, some more than others. Demanding change from the world takes the most, so at first my warping was so inefficient I could only do it once per day, and not even far enough to get to another room. As I was growing up and constantly training, the barriers became more mental as my body could store more energy within it. Techniques became easier to grasp but still nearly impossible to a regular person's understanding. I don't even know how I'd begin explaining what shambles and amputate really do if I was asked, so I often just say they're spatial and leave it at that. But after fighting All for One, I put my training into overdrive. I worked harder and grew faster than ever before, but it was like I had a wall instinctually built into my quirk, preventing me from accessing all the power I'd been developing, and I needed a push to break through it. Gigantomachia gave you the push when he killed you, NG says. And you woke back up with your brain running on pure instinct. That's why you couldn't use any of the abilities that require a more refined thought process. Well, I didn't actually die, but I was close enough to trigger it, yeah, Law says. And now I'm stronger than ever, and I can assure you that will never happen again. While I trust your word on this, Nizu says. The public isn't as logical, and fear is currently ruling them. They aren't wrong to be afraid, especially considering what you did so casually to the second most powerful hero in Japan. NG gestures to his own arm. But they are thinking too short-term, not realizing that if Gigantomachia could be made, another one is imminent. People are stupid, nothing new there. Law takes a sip of his liquor. Don't suppose if this goes bad we can cut another deal. Unfortunately, I've already been putting my job, my life, and the trading relationships of the entire nation at risk by keeping your parents alive, Pontu says. Did your mom really have to make half the UN personally hate her? Law shrugs. She was just very good at her job, it comes with the trade. How many people know they're still alive? NG asks. You made a false announcement that they were executed over a year ago. Is that secret safe? Aside from the people in this conversation, nobody knows who those mysterious prisoners were, only that they had to move them, Pontu says. That's why we didn't reveal any names or faces. At this moment Law finishes reading the documents and shakes his head. Okay, so I'm fucked. That was my initial thought, yes, Pontu says. But we have a few days to prepare. Ideally they announce which judge will be presiding over this matter and I can leverage my connections. That's highly illegal, NG says. I am the government, was her simple response. If I can get him to hand this matter over to the HPSC then I'll simply sweep this away. That could cost you your job if Prime Minister Bosa disagrees, Nizu says. What happens to them if you lose your job? The line is silent for a while before Pontu speaks again. Never mind, if I lose my job all the files will be passed on to my successor, including all the secrets holding Japan together. Bosa will insist on some punishment for Horizon, NG says. He became president by promising the people that pro-heroes would have a tighter leash. This flies in the face of his promises. This is a real mess I got myself into, Law mutters. Normally I'd just call up America's president and have him give me a hand, but if anything they want me to lose this case so I take his offer. Is that where you'll be going if we lose? Pontu asks. Well, it's a really good offer. I don't even have to do anything, just be in the country, Law shrugs. After a few more minutes of talking, Pontu got an important update. The official number from the battle just got to my desk, she says. NG's heart sinks into his chest as a grim look forms on his face. How bad was it? Confirmed dead, 470,000, confirmed injured, at least 7 million. The numbers are climbing by the second since more bodies are being found, and more reports of missing people are still coming in. Is that news public yet? Law asks. No, and it won't be until the trial is over. I'll delay it, Pontu says. Thanks. Law takes another sip of his drink, looking mostly unbothered, while NG can't even fathom loss of life on such a scale. He gets up and begins walking to the kitchen. I need more food, was all he said before leaving the room. As NG sits alone once again with Nizu, he looks over at his former school principal who was cutely drinking his tea. Does this not bother you at all? NG asks. Letting the past bother you is a large part of why you humans can't step forward together, Nizu says. I prefer to look to the future, a future where Horizon will save many more lives than this calamity has taken. NG sighs. You're really hopeful, as expected from the principal of the world's best hero course. You know you could visit sometime, maybe be a guest teacher like 13, Nizu suggests. Having the 3 greatest pro-heroes in the history of Japan on one campus would be quite something. Horizon isn't fully a pro-hero yet, Nizu, Pontu reminds him. True, but he's already better. End chapter. Chapter 282, Chapter 281, Divergent Thoughts. Chapter start. Minato, Tokyo, 11 p.m. Ryuko Tsuchikawa, formerly known as the pro-hero Pixie Bob, sits alone on a train after being sent home early from her workplace. She idly scrolls on her phone, but ever so often glances around at the entirely empty train. This is actually pretty nice, she mutters, enjoying the subway being completely empty rather than the usual crowds. The train slows and eventually stops at the main Minato Tokyo station, and she steps out before smoothing out her outfit. Her simple dark blue long skirt and matching long-sleeved shirt appear perfect as always, and holding her purse in hand she quickly makes her way to the streets above. She makes it all the way to the surface without so much as seeing a single person on her path. As she gets to the street above there are northwest cars on the road, only an eerie silence of the once-alive city lays still. She looks to the east, seeing Horizon Tower standing proudly in the middle of the city, directly in the middle of this long main street for all to see. Once a beacon of hope, now transformed into a symbol of fear and uncertainty. In the hours after the Gigantomachia, the area around Minato Tokyo had effectively shut down. Businesses and residences were sealed up as everyone got as far away from Horizon Tower as possible, aside from the mobs still protesting at the foot of it. A forlorn look claims her face as she sighs and turns her back to it, walking to her apartment. She slows her pace and lifts her phone to her ear, returning a call she got late last night, and before it can ring a second time the person answers. Ryuko, the voice of an older woman comes through the phone. Did something happen? Ryuko sighs, no mom, I was just calling to let you know the office is closed today, until further notice it seems. Good, then you can get out of that place before he comes back, you should come home, I haven't seen you in months. I'll call Shino and find out what I can. She said the mountain resort has been full for the first time since the League of Villains attacked it, so they may need an extra pair of hands. That's good, the more heroes around you the better, her mom says. I really don't think any amount would help, Ryuko admits. But I know you've been worried about me staying in Tokyo, so I was just calling to let you know I'm on my way home to pack. Looks like our office was the last to run away. She looks around at all the buildings boarded up or simply closed, the bustling streets of Minato, Tokyo now transformed into a ghost town in less than a day. Right, just get as far away from that place as possible, call me later before you leave. I will, and how are things back home? Lots of new people in Hokkaido, too many. But the shop is busier than ever, her mom says. Do you know if things will be changing soon? No idea mom, I'm not a pro hero anymore so they don't update me on that kind of stuff, Ryuko says. Shino says the hero network is put on high alert, everyone is expected to respond if something happens, even the rescue heroes. Oh. Her mother hesitates for a moment. Will you go help if they need it? Ryuko stops walking for a moment, looking back at Horizon Tower in the distance. Well, if he goes crazy again there isn't any point in me going, but if it's something less dangerous and my team is involved, maybe. Her mother chuckles softly, still my little hero. Ryuko sighs, rolling her eyes, all right mom, I need to call Shino, I'll give you another call before I leave. Okay, I'll be waiting, the woman says before ending the call. Ryuko sighs and looks down at the phone. Yeah, hero, tell that to La Brava. After another minute of walking, when her apartment building is within view, she calls Shino. Hey, what's up? Mandalay's voice reaches her ear the moment the call connects. Things are a bit busy here today so I can't talk long. Right, I was wondering if you could use another pair of hands, my office is clearing Tokyo until this mess is over, Ryuko says. That'd be great actually, all the nearby towns are busy too so lots of people are just coming to the hot springs for a few hours, Mandalay says. Oh, and can you grab me some stuff on the way here, I'll send you a list. Sure thing, I'll be there in a few hours. Great, see you then. Mandalay hangs up and presumably gets back to work. As the call ends Ryuko is already entering her high-end apartment building, taking the elevator up to the 43rd floor, still having not seen another person on her journey home. As she enters and locks the door behind her, turning on the lights, she quickly takes off her heels and breathes a sigh of relief. She immediately walks over to the kitchen to make herself some tea, and as the electric kettle is on begins walking to her room. As she's passing through the hallway she notices light out of the corner of her eye, and is immediately on edge. She places a hand on the wall while walking toward the living room, quietly and slowly, ready to activate her quirk at any moment. Only to relax as she looks into the room. Let me guess, you found the spare key. Ryuko asks as she moves to take a seat, glaring at Horizon who was sitting watching the muted news. Something like that, do you like the new apartment? He asks without even looking at her. Seriously. Ryuko folds her arms across her chest, taking a single seat across from him. You drop a city from the sky, disappear for almost an entire day, don't answer any calls, send me a, I'll call you later, text and never bother to call, then break into my home, and that's all you have to say. Well, how is it? He looks over at her. Ryuko just glares even harder at him. It's amazing, thank you, again. But why are you here now? Didn't even call me. I was busy, dealing with some things. Getting ready for court in 2 days I assume. Yeah, pretty much. He goes back to looking at the TV. It's been distracting. Hearing how unsure he sounds Ryuko's gaze softens. What's wrong? Are you scared of me now? Ryuko looks taken aback by that question. What? Everyone is scared of me. He gestures to the news which is once again updating people on the status of the battlefield. They don't know what to do with me anymore. Well, I'm not everyone, Ryuko says. I'm just upset. It was scary, you know, watching someone you love get hurt like that and then they disappear without a word. How do you expect me to feel? Right, sorry, I should have at least called, Horizon says. How have you been dealing with all of this? I don't have anything to deal with, at least compared to you. Ryuko moves to sit beside him, looking directly at him. But why are you here, when you should be getting ready for court, or healing people you hurt, or looking for bodies, or doing anything else? Why? They sit in silence for a minute. Then he takes her hand, because I have so much to do, so many options, but for the first time in my life I don't know what to do, and you're the only person I can really talk to, I don't have anyone else. Hearing him so lost and confused nearly breaks her heart. Nizu sees me as a weapon to use against evil. We're friendly, but that's all there is to it. Well, what do you want to be? Happy, Horizon says. But I don't think my original plan is the only option for that anymore, and that's what scares me. What was the original plan? Ryuko asks. Be a pro hero for a while, finish the contract, retire and disappear forever, start a family of my own. And what changed about that? Didn't count on enjoying being a pro hero, but part of me likes it, Horizon says. Maybe not actually helping people, but the way they worship me, the perks it brings, like being allowed to freely use my quirk in public, it's intoxicating. You're scared of going back to hiding in the shadows? Ryuko asks. I'm just unsure, but depending on what the judge decides, I could lose my chance to be a pro hero here, in Japan at least. And what would you lose if that happens? Is being in Japan that important to you? No, but that would make me break my contract and I'd lose some very important things if that happens. And losing those things scares you? That's the worst part, Horizon says. I thought the idea of losing them would scare me, but part of me doesn't mind that happening. Why do you think that is? Because they wanted me to move forward without them, and live life on my own terms, so I know it's what they'd want. But you just can't let go of them, Ryuko leans against him. Hand of God changes the world around you, but you're so scared of something in yourself changing, it's part of life. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it isn't scary, Horizon says. Accepting this is terrifying, more terrifying than fighting Makia, by far. Why not simply go get what you want anyway, even if you didn't earn it? Ryuko asks. You're Horizon, nobody can stop you. I can stop me, Horizon says. Family culture stops me, all the lessons my mother taught me about honoring any contract we make, will stop me. Sounds painful. It is, Horizon reaches forward as if touching the air. It's like everything you could ever want is right there, and the only thing stopping you from grabbing it is yourself. He lowers his hand. I could never do that, she says as she gives his hand a gentle squeeze, that's why only you could be Horizon. Yeah, I guess you're right. After a few more minutes of talking, Ryuko makes her tea and changes into more comfortable clothes before returning to her seat. This defense doesn't sound promising, Ryuko says after he explains the details of what happened during the Gigantomachi. I mean, you killed a lot of people, like, a lot of people. I know. And you think saying, trust me it won't happen again, is a good enough defense? Ryuko asks. Even for Horizon that might be pushing the extent of your special treatment. Well, I'm hoping with Endeavor and Nizu speaking for me that'll help. Oh, I won't be called as a character witness, right? No, Punta makes sure nobody knows about us, Horizon reassures her. That's a relief, Ryuko says. But, and I know you probably don't want to think about it, what's the plan if you lose the case? I've already gotten some offers, so it looks like I'll be moving to America. Oh, did they beat the offer from Germany? Ryuko asks. Easily, and much better perks, Horizon shrugs. Hearing this, Ryuko puts down her tea and climbs into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. You know, living in America could be a nice change. End chapter. Chapter 283, Chapter 282, The People of Japan vs. Horizon. Chapter start. 8 a.m., Tokyo. Sitting in the back of an armored SUV, Horizon is wearing his hero costume. Without scalpel. He relaxes in the luxurious seat and just watches out the heavily tinted window, seeing the empty buildings and streets on the other side of the glass. All of this, for you. He looks down at his provisional hero license, floating above his palm, above his hand that was resting on his lap, slowly rotating in place. I lose you, and I lose everything, Horizon thinks as he looks back out the window. Or maybe I lose the chains on me and regain my freedom. What would you want from me? He asks himself, questioning what his parents would be telling him right now. Forget about us and live for yourself, we love you no matter what happens, Horizon thinks. They'd probably say something like that, no matter how many times I tell them I'd never give up. Horizon looks back at the license, and commands it to hover just a bit higher above his palm. Maybe I'm a terrible son for actually wanting to listen to that stupid request, he thinks, closing his eyes and recalling the last time he spoke to them. But then, why don't I feel like shit for thinking like that? What the hell is wrong with me? You should stop doing that, Nizu's voice snaps him out of his own thoughts. What? He looks over to see Nizu typing away on his phone, briefcase at his side on the seat. Using your quirk, it'll make people nervous, Nizu says. You haven't lost the privilege to do that, but best not to make people more scared than they already are, don't you think? Horizon sighs and holds the license between his fingers. Sorry, just habit. I know, you're nervous, it's okay to be scared sometimes, Nizu says. Fear prevents action and focus, Horizon says. Nizu shakes his head. One last piece of advice, at least try to appear relatable and human when we're inside. I'll do my best. Your Horizon, that'll be more than enough, I'm sure. A few minutes later, as they're being driven further to the courthouse, Nizu receives a call from President Pontu. "We have a problem," Pontu says. "Wait till we're face to face." Nizu glances at the glass dividing them from the agents driving the vehicle. "Is it unsolvable?" "No, but it will certainly make things more difficult." "How long until you two get here?" "Less than 5 minutes." "Good, I'll try to make some calls and solve this." While they were still being driven to the courthouse, hundreds of people had already crowded the steps and sidewalks around and opposite the building. Chants and shouting were echoing through the empty city as their loud and emotional cries carried on the cool morning air. Many of the people here were the bravest members of the press, mixed in were disgruntled and mournful civilians holding signs with Horizon's symbol crossed out. And over half of these protesters were pro-heroes in full costume, most of which were at the front of the crowd riling everyone up. At the front of the crowd is MT Lady, wielding a megaphone in her hand as she leads the chant. Her hero costume was still somewhat damaged since the entire country had been focused on the Gigantomachi incident and helping the survivors and search parties. Her waist was bandaged along with her right leg being in a cast, and her other arm was holding a sign protesting Horizon. The roaring of the crowd only grows as they see the blackout-tinted armored vehicle approaching. Emotions begin running high as anger and fear builds in the crowd. And as the vehicle stops, and the door opens. For the first time since the Gigantomachi, the public lays eyes on Horizon, and the entire world seems to go silent. As if they were scared to breathe too loudly, they could hear their heartbeat drumming away in their ears. And all the words they wanted to say to him got stuck in their throat as a sense of dread and fear filled the area. Even Nizu's adorable body and his shoulder wasn't enough to draw their focus away from him, and not a single person was willing to move in his presence. "Be nice," Nizu quietly mutters in his ear as Horizon slowly looks around. "I am being nice," Horizon whispers back as he begins walking toward the entrance. As he's halfway there, MT Lady musters all her courage and cuts him off, standing in front of him to block his path. Horizon doesn't speak, only looks down at her. But he can feel everyone shifting nervously, terrified of the outcome. "I hope you're here to plead guilty," MT Lady says, beads of sweat on her forehead, a quiver in her voice. "I can't discuss that out here," Horizon says. TCH, she scrunches her face. "I hope I really do get called as a witness, because you need to be brought to justice for all the people you've killed." "I will accept whatever the verdict is," Horizon says as he simply steps around her, leaving the woman frozen in place. As they step inside, both of them notice all the security in the building has been replaced by pro-heroes from the top 100 ranking. One of which is Rabbit Hero Mirko, who anxiously taps her foot while she glares directly at Horizon, standing beside the door to the main chamber. Horizon begins walking to their meeting room with Nizu on his shoulder. "So if I did go crazy, what was their plan? Have all the top 100 pro-heroes here so Japan loses all of them?" "Pontu organized this so the people watching at home can feel a bit safer, seeing you being somewhat contained. They need whatever false sense of security we can afford them," Nizu says. "And Japan needs to flex its muscles for them to see I'm all-powerful," Horizon says as they enter the meeting room. As they enter, Horizon sees Endeavor in a fully repaired hero costume with his quirk off, sitting across from Pontu at a large desk. Kamui Woods is also at the table and immediately gets up, silently leaving the room as Horizon and Nizu enter. "What was he doing here?" Horizon asks. "He and Edshot agreed to be positive character witnesses for you. We were just going over details," Endeavor says. "That must mean Team Lurkers is destroyed, since MT Lady is outside getting everyone to hate my guts," Horizon says as he and Nizu sit at the table. "We have bigger things to worry about than the feelings of some mediocre hero," Pontu says. 14 of the judges have resigned." "What?" Nizu nearly falls off his chair in surprise. "Only one of them stayed. Why?" "Nobody wants the pressure of judging this case," Endeavor says. "And they were planning to rule against Horizon," Pontu says. "So I persuaded them to simply not be present if they weren't on our side." Horizon immediately places a hand on hers. "Is that true?" "Yes, they were going to rule to have you expelled from the National Hero Program," Pontu says. "Japan can't afford to lose you right now." "And the last judge?" Horizon asks, still holding her hand. "He's undecided," Pontu says. And Horizon detects no lies in anything she said. "This case should be delayed if this is the situation," Nizu says. "We can't afford that, literally," Pontu says. "Japan is essentially shut down right now, the country is losing too much money each hour, delaying this a week will be another problem waiting to happen." Horizon lets go of her hand. "All right, so we're neutral with the current judge, that's good, so now it's fair game on who wins or loses, right?" "It all depends on who they call as character witnesses," Pontu says. "Their prosecutor is very good. A better lawyer than the smartest creature in the world." Nizu gives a proud smile. "No," Endeavor says. "But unlike us, she's not fighting a nearly impossible uphill battle. Not to mention any character witness I can imagine her calling won't have nice things to say about the kind of first impressions you make. Your terrible attitude makes fighting for you very difficult," Pontu says. Luckily you're absurdly powerful, and hopefully that alone will be enough to persuade them, along with the medical miracles you provide for free. So is there any good news at all? Horizon asks. No, Punta says bluntly. Almost everyone hates you and at best we have a fair judge. Great, Horizon leans back and sighs. We need to go, Punta gets up as she checks the time. Endeavor and I need to take our places in the room before all the press are let inside, otherwise we'll be swarmed with questions. Endeavor gets up to join her only for Horizon to stop them. Wait, they both look back at him. If I lose, what happens to you? He asks Pontu. If you lose, I'll likely lose my job for siding with you, she says. But this is my job, keeping powerful assets local, protecting Japan. She leaves the room followed by Endeavor. Horizon closes his eyes and tilts his head back, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. Who are you texting? He asks Nizu, sensing the bear mouse typing on his phone. Backup, in case we need it. Hopefully he'll get here fast enough, Nizu says. Horizon chuckles. Maybe I should send a few messages, tell the White House to get a plane ready. And tell Ryuko to pack perhaps. I don't even know anymore. Your classmates would miss you, I hope you'd at least say goodbye to them, Nizu says. The best I can do is try to keep them as far away from this as possible. Luckily with Pontu's help nobody's tried to drag my team into this crap. They are promising your heroes, of course she will protect them, and what about your friends? Those girls like the idea of a perfect invincible hero, Horizon admits. So I think that, convenient fun, is dead now. Well that's one positive of this, Nizu chuckles. I don't have to worry about you seducing any more of my students, or teachers. She wasn't technically a member of UA staff, Horizon says. Oh no, I'm talking about one of my other teachers, one who got invited to a grand gala and was charmed by the sponsor of the event. Ring any bells? Horizon just chuckles quietly. That was fun. A few minutes of further discussion later and Horizon is walking toward the main chamber with Nizu walking in front of him. As he's about to push open the doors, guarded by both Mirko and Edshot, she raises a hand to block him. He internally grumbles, glancing over to look at her, seeing that familiar fire in her eyes. Do you need something? She holds his gaze for a moment, then scoffs, reaching up to pat his chest. Regular people and weaklings can't understand it, and they never will. When your blood is pumping, when the fight is getting serious, sometimes instincts just take over for you to win, right? Horizon nods. Yeah, they wouldn't get it. Mirko smiles at that. This doesn't mean I'll ever forgive you for all the people that became collateral damage, but we need you. So go be Horizon, and do what you always do, win. She gives him a hard punch on the shoulder before he enters the room, ready to face whatever fate has in store for him. End chapter. Chapter 284, Chapter 283, The People of Japan vs. Horizon 2. Chapter start. An eerie hush befalls the courtroom as Horizon enters. One step behind Nizu, followed closely by Mirko and Edshot who close the doors behind him. He stops for a moment and looks around, seeing the room filled with pro-heroes and press, rows of cameras facing forward to capture and broadcast everything to the world. And many people were holding cameras to capture his first moment in the room. Ahead of him he could see the judge's desk, 15 chairs elevated above the room with 2 seats slightly lower in front of it. In front of them are 2 tables, one on each side. Nizu walks to the right side while an older Japanese woman is sitting at the table to the left, a stack of documents on the table and 3 assistants sitting behind her. The prosecutor was currently having a meeting with her assistants, and Horizon just ignored it to get to his seat beside Nizu. She seems serious, Horizon says as he sits beside Nizu, glancing over to the prosecutor for just a second. Win or lose this case is a career ender, Nizu says. I forgot to ask before but, how many times have you had to use your law degree? Every time I want to really get new things done at UA, or deal with a mess on campus, Nizu says. You should have seen the mountain of paperwork after USJ and the summer camp incidents. Horizon chuckles at that, 2 national assets and this is what we have to do. I didn't slam a meteorite into Japan, Nizu says. TCH, Horizon leans back and takes his provisional hero license out of his wallet, dropping it onto the table. Can't wait for this whole thing to just be over. Why'd you take that out? Nizu gestures to the card. That's what this is all about, right? Might as well remind everyone. Watching Horizon relax in the seat beside him, Nizu realizes something, that since Horizon woke up after the Gigantomachi, he never once asked, how do you feel about all of this? Honestly, tired, really damn tired, Horizon says. But this ends today, so that's good. Nizu looks at him strangely. This case could last days, if not weeks. No, it won't, Horizon says. After a few more minutes of soft murmuring across the room, the Supreme Court Justice enters the room from the large double doors behind the judge's desk. Everyone in the room stands as the older Japanese man looks around, eyes lingering on Horizon for a long moment before he moves to the middle chair. Please be seated, the man says as 2 other men enter the room behind him, moving to the seats in front of his desk slightly lower, facing the room. These two men are the judicial truth seers assigned to this particular case, belonging to a collection of men and women who have pledged to use their lie detector quirks to uphold honor and honesty within the courts of Japan. I am the Honorable Judge Bushu, here to preside over the case of the people of Japan versus Horizon. The prosecution on behalf of the people of Japan is being represented by, he gestures to the woman sitting at the other table with her assistants. Lady Jisei of the Jisei law firm, Your Honor. The woman stands and says. The judge nods and gestures for her to sit. And the defense on behalf of Horizon is being led by, he gestures to Nizu who stands up on his chair to be seen. Principal Nizu of UA Academy, Nizu proudly says before he's instructed to take his seat. Now that everyone is introduced, please do be aware that everything within this room is recorded, the judge says. This case is a matter of both national and international interest and therefore all records of it will be made public by regulation. I urge both prosecution and defense to keep that in mind before any evidence is presented to the court. He gets nods from both Nizu and Lady Jisei. Very well then, Judge Bushu gestures to Lady Jisei. Let's begin. As of 9:13 a.m., we shall now begin with opening statements from the prosecution. Lady Jisei, if you'd speak. Thank you, Your Honor, Lady Jisei says as she stands and takes a deep breath. She glances over at Horizon for a moment, seeing that he was apparently more focused on the license on his table than her. On behalf of the people of Japan, I am here seeking justice for the millions of people affected by the excessive damages caused by provisional license holder Horizon. Over 250,000 people have been confirmed dead or missing and countless more are injured, not to speak of the billions of dollars in property damage stretching from every side of Japan all the way to South Korea's coastline. These damages and tragic losses are so severe that if it were anyone else, they'd be locked in Tartarus for the remainder of existence, yet here we are, holding a case in our sacred Supreme Court. The very act that proves how far Japan's preferential treatment of Horizon extends, and now we are here to question how we should treat him moving forward, if this is how allowing him to act freely in good faith is rewarded. This is our chance to truly show the world that at least within these islands we call home, not even Horizon is above the law. Lady Jisei takes her seat as her words reach far and wide across the globe, emboldening many that resonate with them. And for the defense, Bushu gestures to Nizu. Thank you, Your Honor. Nizu stands on his chair. I would like to bring it to the attention of the court that Horizon was not in his proper state of mind when this tragedy occurred. Had he been operating as per usual, he would avoid unnecessary destruction and strive to save everyone as he normally does. This was a ploy made by the villain specifically to target Horizon, just as Shigaraki confirmed multiple times, a trap designed to push him to his limits and kill him to leave us defenseless. I do not believe Horizon should be held fully responsible for the events that occurred, considering the magnitude of the threat he faced and exactly how much effort it took to destroy Gigantomachia. Bushu gestures for Nizu to sit as the room remains silent. The man contemplates his next words very carefully. I see, so you argue that Horizon wasn't thinking clearly, somehow adversely affected by the experience. Yes, Your Honor, Nizu says. Then please elaborate, give us all the details you can regarding this event. If what you speak is the truth, then this is not as simply as deciding a punishment for Horizon, but ruling on whether or not he should be allowed to use his quirk at all if this can be the result of him losing control. As Nizu dives into the elaborately scripted and practiced explanations they'd rehearsed, Horizon zones in and out of the conversation. Looking at the judge from behind his visor with a bored expression as he recounts all the fond memories he'd taken for granted. All the times he spent with his parents, and now surprisingly some of his moments with his new friends from UA, and even teaming up with certain pro-heroes or fighting some unique villains. All the new and interesting quirks he's been able to study and the research the Miracle Ward has allowed him to access. Is that true, Horizon? The judge asks, snapping him out of his daydream. Can you say with absolute certainty that such an incident will never happen again? Yes, Your Honor, Horizon says. As Principal Nizu said, this was caused by a defensive mechanism of my quirk, one which no longer has control over my power. I see. The judge seems to write a few notes at his desk, then glances off to the side. Horizon can sense him looking at his phone behind there before he reads his notes once again. And should we assume that you can and will return to your previous mode of operation at this current moment? The judge asks. I'm ready to resume hero work at this very moment, Your Honor, Horizon says. Hero work which is shaping up to credit him with the greatest record of public service, prior to this tragedy, Nizu says. The sooner we can get him back to stopping villains the better for everyone. Judge Bushu rubs his chin for a moment while he looks at Horizon. Yes, considering how instrumental this case is for the future of both Japan and the world at large, that would be the ideal scenario, and if the loss of life wasn't so egregious I would have already had you back to working to protect the people. But too many have died or been hurt by this for me not to peer deeper into the past, present, and potential future of both Horizon and his mental state, along with the root causes of this event. A very wise decision, Your Honor, Jisei says, as she stands up, holding a stack of 50 pages in her hands. But the public record is only the heroic side of the story, as I've recently learned. All I shift to her, including Horizon's as he's not sure what she's talking about. Permission to approach, she asks. Granted, and you may explain yourself for the record to show, Judge Bushu says. Lady Jisei begins to elaborate as she moves to hand him the documents. It appears that the scale of this catastrophe we now call the Gigantomachi was so great that some people deem it necessary to place themselves in harm's way to bring light to our so-called miracle. She turns her back to the judge after handing him the papers but remains in the middle of the floor, all cameras focused on her. Some of these people include members of public stations, namely, high-ranking members of the Hero Public Safety Commission who have been sworn to secrecy. Horizon's eyes widen as both he and Nizu stop themselves from glancing back at Pontu. Using his skin, he can feel her eyes widen for a moment as her features take a look of surprise and confusion before they return to normal unnaturally fast. These brave men and women knew they would surely be tried for treason for sharing this information, but it is necessary for the sake of us understanding exactly what we're dealing with. The documents I handed Supreme Court Justice Bushu share detailed, signed accounts of multiple acts of cruelty, brutality, and even capital murder of a surrendered foe, all done by Horizon. The crowd gasps and the judge raises his hand to silence them, then gestured for Lady Jisei to proceed. At a certain point in preparation for this case I simply had to describe the brutality at the top and have the next few pages only listing names, 3 columns per page, both sides, well into the thousands of names, Jisei says. All covered up by Hero Public Safety Commission President, Lady Pontu. As she gestures to Pontu, the doors open and a group of 8 armored police officers enter, making their way toward the woman. What is the meaning of this? Pontu asks as the men get her away from the crowd and move to put handcuffs on her. Lady Pontu, you're under arrest, the man leading the group says as all cameras shift to them. You're making a mistake, those records she has must be fake, Pontu says. Lie, both the lie detectors sitting before the judge say in unison, sensing her lie. You're under arrest for perjury, fraud, falsifying government documents, complicity in capital murder, hiding evidence, and treason, the man says as he quickly puts the cuffs on her and begins shoving her out of the room. The murmuring grows into loud chatter for a moment before the judge slams the gavel, silencing everyone. Prosecutor, please continue, he says while continuing to read the documents she handed him. Thank you, Your Honor, Lady Jisei says. The most notable examples were printed on the first page, namely Horizon's murder of Wolfram. He was admittedly a villain and the cause of the metal storm months ago which decimated Port Island. However, the sources who are here and willing to testify their accounts of what happened have all stated that Wolfram surrendered, yet Horizon seemingly became enraged and beat him and tore into him with his bare hands until the upper body looked like burger meat, to use their exact words. Pictures were also included in the documents of that specific example. As she says that the man has a disgusted look on his face as he turns the page, yes, I saw the pictures, very detailed. The second example is Horizon's excessive use of force against the League of Villains, Jisei says. Now while the League of Villains do hold the disdain of the world, this encounter simply showed how far Horizon's cruelty can stretch when he believes there isn't anyone who will stand up for his victims. He split the villain known as Mr. Compress's arm in 2, down the middle, fractured his skull and neck, left him covered in third-degree burns, and multiple broken bones all across his body. The villain known as Spinner was brutalized in much the same way but suffered extreme nerve damage in his legs, most likely permanently impairing his ability to walk. And the villain known as, well, her name, Himiko Toga. She was afflicted with a spinal injury which left her paralyzed from the neck down, along with a fractured skull and broken jaw. The judge can see the crowd go from not caring to being surprised by the brutality delivered to these villains. The records show that Horizon's brutality grows with the severity of the crimes as he must clearly think less people will care for worse criminals, but that is simply not how the justice system works, at least not in this great nation. The following pages go on to list the names of his victims, people who suffered everything from fingers and limbs being cut off, permanent disability, drowning only to be brought back at the last moment. And there are even some cases of him constantly warping people into the middle of the forest, and every time they reach civilization he'd warp them deeping into the middle, 4 days at a time. All to get answers out of them. Or warping someone to a river, and every time they try to drink he'd warp them back to their previous location, torturing them by dehydration. The documents show no end to his creativity in regards to cruelty. Yes, I've noticed that, the judge says as he keeps reading, trying his best not to show any emotion. He glances up to see the crowd unsure of what to think anymore while some are glaring at Horizon. Horizon, do you deny any of these accusations? Horizon stands up, no, Your Honor, he says. And were you aware of President Pontu's manipulation of government forces to hide your activities? Yes, I was, Your Honor, Horizon says. Then you may take your seat, the judge says. I hereby add perjury, excessive cruelty, torture, capital murder, cruel and unusual torture, misuse of QUIRK, and heroic misconduct to your list of charges. Do you believe that within the eyes of the law these charges apply? Horizon stands up, within the eyes of the law, yes, Your Honor. The judge is so surprised by this he actually looks up, noticing Nizu isn't shocked either, but Endeavor looked confused, which all the cameras saw. I see, then you may take your seat. Your Honor, may I call for a short recess to discuss this newly presented evidence? Nizu asks. Without looking up, the judge sighs and nods. It will take me at least 20 minutes to read all of this and take notes, so we shall resume in 30 minutes. End chapter. Chapter 285, Chapter 284, The People of Japan vs. Horizon 3. Chapter start. What the actual fuck was that? Law asks as he paces back and forth around the living room within Horizon Tower. Nizu was sitting on the couch typing away on his phone trying to figure out what's going on while Law kept walking. I'm making a call to the Prime Minister, Nizu says. Hopefully he can give us a hand. Yeah, I hope so. Law runs his fingers through his hair as he walks to the window, staring out at Tokyo. Those fuckers really betrayed Pontu, betrayed us. I didn't ever think she'd lose control of her own people. When someone rips a city from the earth, crumples it into a ball, then throws it at their country, that inspires enough fear and doubt to make people turn on each other, Nizu says. Law glances back over his shoulder, seeing Nizu begin talking on the phone. Ignoring Nizu, he closes his eyes, focusing on Scan, sensing Pontu being processed at a police station only 25 miles away. Her items have been removed, and now she sits cuffed to a table in the interrogation room, under heavy guard, waiting for what he assumes is her legal team. Shambles. He warps his visor onto his head before looking back at Nizu. I'll be back in a minute. Shambles. He warps away, appearing across the table from Pontu, seeing the woman staring down at the table deep in thought. You shouldn't be here, breaking into a police station, Pontu says without even looking up at him. I just want to know what's going to happen to you. Any ideas? I've been charged with everything short of treason, and since I'm not a national asset like you and Nizu, lethal injection, Pontu says. So you're definitely in no position to help me, Horizon mutters. I was hoping you'd have some way out of this. Covering for you is what got me into this. Pontu looks up at him, then gestures to the cuffs. I was so desperate to keep you in Japan that I covered up all those things you did without hesitation, because I knew that even if I lost my job, or worse, all I had to do was last until your contract was done. Then what? Then, hopefully you'd be so happy with the support I'd given you, and with some convincing from Nizu, you'd stay in Japan. Pontu sighs and leans back, rattling the cuffs. But I didn't account for you being so scary that my own people would be willing to turn on me, just to get you out of Japan, the filthy cowards. I see. Horizon sits on the chair opposite her. And all the spy games, trying to learn about me. Pontu scoffs, considering how things played out. Do you really think I was wrong for wanting to know how to bring you down if you did turn against us? Horizon nods. No, that's just you doing your job. They sit in silence for a moment before Pontu asks, was I close? I don't even know anymore, Horizon admits. You were closer than I'd like to admit. I was really starting to like this hero stuff. I spent my entire life working myself ragged, sacrificing everything to keep Japan safe. And now, when I was so close to getting some immortal war god to protect us, everything blew up in my face. At least you have someone else to blame, Horizon says. In my case, everything that happens now is all on me, and I just have to grit my teeth and deal with the outcome. Consequences, yes. Pontu reaches forward and gently touches his hand. I'm sorry, but, if you're hoping I can tell you where that facility is, I sent them to a place I don't know the location of, just in case I was compromised. Horizon doesn't detect any lies from the woman before she withdraws her hand. Sorry, standard procedure for the paranoid, Pontu says. You had good reason, but that's not why I was here, Horizon says, and Pontu doesn't detect any lies. She collects her thoughts for a moment before speaking. Then why are you here? I don't know, he lies, which she easily detects. But I suppose this is goodbye. Thank you for trying to help me. I'm just sorry it turned out like this, for all of us. Shambles. He warps away, leaving her alone in the room to face her fate. Horizon appears back on the couch in his living room, then quickly removes his visor once again. Where'd you go? Nizu asks Law. To visit Pontu, Law says. She's going to be executed, probably sooner rather than later. The Prime Minister confirmed that much, Nizu says as he continues writing some plans for their new courtroom strategy. He also said he isn't allowed to get involved in this matter, and is in the process of deciding who the next president of the HPSC will be. Already trying to replace her, huh? The country cannot function without someone in her chair, Nizu says. Do you feel bad for her? No, she knew the risks of helping me, Law says. I just never expected things to go this badly for us. What about you? How do you feel? I'm fine, Nizu says. Lives were lost but humans will mourn then move on as if nothing happened. It's what you're all best at after all. Adapting and overcoming. Wow, and they think I'm the monster. I'm not human, Nizu reminds him. My students and staff are one thing, but people who don't affect me are another story entirely. And what about me? Law asks. You turn a blind eye to all the horrible things I've done. Why? Why can you easily look past all the lives I've taken? Nizu looks at him in surprise for a moment, then shakes his head and continues writing. Because, you're Horizon, it's really that simple, Nizu says. I will guide you down the hero path as long as it takes, no matter how many times you stumble and fall, I will pick you back up, because the good you can bring to this world is boundless. And so long as you keep returning to the hero path, no matter how many times you are knocked away from it, or even if you abandon it on your own. So long as you return to it, we have endless chances to have our own guardian deity. I see, Law mutters. I also quite like talking to you, Nizu quickly admits. But you've probably noticed that. After all, you're the only other person I've met that's truly unique, so we can best understand the isolation it brings when you operate differently from every other thing in the world. Yeah, it's lonely being better than everyone, Law says. Well, I wouldn't put it like that. Law sighs, leaning back into the couch. Just me, you, and apparently Pontu, versus everything. Never would have expected this to be the outcome. Yes, we're all in this together. And I'm sorry, for whatever repercussions you'll be facing for standing by my side, and for whatever happens next, Law says as he warps his visor back on. Ready to get back into the fight? Nizu asks. I'm ready to end the fight, Horizon says as the both warp away. Minutes later Nizu and Horizon, along with everyone else, are back in the courtroom. Horizon's provisional hero license rests on the table in front of him, but as Nizu and Lady Jisei go back and forth making their points either for or against Horizon, everyone can feel Nizu's points being shredded. The odds were far too stacked against them: mass murder, government corruption, and all the smaller crimes that lay between them. For the first time it seemed as if being Horizon simply wouldn't be enough. This is all but confirmed when he gets a message on the inside of his visor from the White House, extending another offer from President Christopher Skyline. Everyone is ready to pick apart Japan's corpse. Horizon thinks as he recedes into his own mind. He thoughtlessly begins playing with his provisional hero license again, making it hover and slowly rotate above his palm as he considers his future. Even if I win this case by some miracle, Pontu is going to get executed, and my parents will soon follow. Yue will be in serious trouble when I leave too, so Nizu will have a mountain of problems to deal with. Endeavor will be the main target for Shigaraki, and at this rate he'll be dead before the end of the year. And I don't even know what I want to do anymore. I really didn't count on enjoying this hero crap, Horizon thinks. He recedes further into his mind, recalling his parents' words to him, December 24th the year before last. How they begged him to forget about them, to move on to a new chapter of his life. To simply let them go and live the life he wants to live. Horizon. Judge Bushu snaps him out of his thoughts. Yes. Horizon asks. Did you not hear the question? Horizon looks around, seeing everyone looking at him. No, I wasn't really paying attention. You are on trial for serious crimes, and you weren't paying attention. Well, yeah, Horizon takes a deep breath as he gets up, still hovering his license above his palm. It's not like I'm the one on trial here, right? He walks closer to the judge, making the men a bit nervous as he gets to the middle of the room, taking the floor. But you are, Lady Jisei says. No, I'm really not. Horizon looks at all the cameras and spectators, then points at them. All of you are. He sees some people look confused while Endeavor just nods, knowing what he meant. Because this case doesn't decide my future, it decides yours, all of you. Because if I lose, it's not like I'll be locked up, I'll just go to a different country, they've already sent dozens of offers, I just have to pick one. But all of you, well, if I leave, you're all going to die. Because when Shigaraki sends his next monster, you won't have anyone capable of fighting it, and it will leave Japan as a pile of rubble. And the very best you could hope for, is that whatever country I move to allows me to come stop them, but that's unlikely, and it'll be too late anyway. Horizon sighs and raises his provisional license to float even higher. All of this drama, to decide if I can keep this, as if you could possibly survive without me. You need me, because none of you can save you, only I can do that, because I'm Horizon, and you're not. You need me, and I. He pauses for a moment, finally coming to the realization, and accepting his parents' words. I really don't need anyone. With those words he feels a weight being lifted from his spirit. As a newfound sense of freedom rushes through him, allowing him to finally be whoever he wants to be. The room is still for a moment until he looks around, seeing most of the people here terrified of what comes next, but some such as Endeavor and Mirko are smiling, knowing this was the only way for the masses to understand. Horizon exhales and relaxes his shoulder. The fate of a nation is in your hands now. He hovers the provisional license over to the judge. But I only stay if Pontu stays, so think very carefully about what you decide. With that being said he warps away, leaving everyone stunned silent. They now realize they'd not taken a single breath since he began speaking. Fear and astonishment was so thick they couldn't drink in the air. Judge Bushu looks at the license in his fingers, unable to collect his thoughts. Everyone expected this case to continue for days, but it seems that Horizon's patience had run thin after only a few hours. Now the fate of a nation rests in his hands. So this is the pressure that child must have felt, every day as Horizon, he thinks to himself as he looks up at the crowd, into the cameras. Billions of people ready to hand onto his every word. But he is not Horizon, he is not ready to face such a daunting challenge head-on, so he retreats to collect his thoughts and the facts. Court will resume after a 2-hour recess. He slams the gavel, and the room immediately erupts into chaos as reporters rush toward Endeavor and Nizu. End chapter. Chapter 286, Chapter 285, Classroom Tension. Chapter start. Court will resume after a 2-hour recess. Judge Bushu's words are immediately followed by an uproar in the courtroom that's cut short when the screen cuts to a news update. Mina immediately mutes the TV as everyone is stunned silent by what they just witnessed. All of 1A were gathered in the common area watching the trial with bated breath, only for things to constantly escalate beyond belief. The only sound in the room is Siro eating a bag of potato chips, waiting for the case to resume as he idly scrolls on his phone. Beside him Shinso is tapping his foot nervously. And among the other girls sitting on blankets and cushions on the floor, Momo and Jiro are deep in thought, forced to consider the implications of their relationship with an admitted murderer. Is that true? Azui is the first to break the eerie quiet. If Horizon leaves, is everyone really going to die? Pretty much, Bakugo admits, surprising many of his classmates. Glassface is strong enough to scare the villains just as much as the regular weaklings. But he may have just ruined his chances at winning this case with that stunt, Ojiro says, one arm draped around Hagakure as she's clearly worried about this entire situation. I mean, causing the kind of scene after all the things he's being accused of, not smart. I don't know about that, Shoto taps his chin. The only way to make people realize the truth of the situation is to be direct in stating it, and being that blunt and graphic is the best way. Does your dad have any thoughts about this? Mina asks. I'd hope the number one hero would have an opinion at least, or are you not allowed to tell us? He's backing Horizon completely, Shoto says, surprising many of his classmates. Really? I didn't expect that, I figured he'd want to put Horizon in jail or something, Mina says. Well, maybe he's not as heroic as All Might in that kind of way. Him not being as heroic as All Might is the best course of action right now, Deku says, which definitely surprised everyone. I hate to say it, but right now only thinking about things in terms of right and wrong will hurt a lot of people. Horizon doesn't hurt innocent people as far as we know, and I really don't like the way he treats villains, and that he's so open about his kills. But I don't imagine he'd just let someone put cuffs on him without a fight. Not to mention if he really does leave Japan, everything will happen exactly as he said. Endeavor must know that and understands that we at least need Horizon here until the League of Villains has been stopped. Hearing that from Deku of all people makes Uraraki sick to her stomach, and for Deku, saying it felt even worse. I can understand how that makes sense, logically at least, Uraraka admits. But, I don't know how I feel about sharing a classroom with some mass murderer. Him being here is what was keeping the villains away, remember? Jiro asks, with a disgusted look on her face. So as much as we may hate it, it's necessary for a while. That's assuming they'd even allow it, Azui says. I mean, would they allow him to return to UA? At this point, why not just have him complete the provisional hero license time just working from Horizon Tower, or just give him a full pro hero license? Well, for the first part, they're definitely gonna let him come back to UA, Kirishima says. I mean, Principal Nizu is the only one he trusts and they'll want someone to keep an eye on him for them, so they have to keep those two close. The full pro hero license could still happen though, Shoji says. I mean, before they didn't do it because of the reformations in Japan's constitution regarding quirks and pro heroes, plus some United Nations stuff that I still don't understand. But if they allow someone to remain free in the country after all the things he's done, making him a full pro hero should be nothing in comparison. The public would fall apart if they did that, Shinso says. People are already getting ready to riot in the street, he gestures to the muted TV. If Horizon is made a full pro hero, then that means Japan has truly accepted him for the foreseeable future. Yup, Siro cuts in. But the reason we have provisional licenses is because Japan doesn't really trust us yet, and it's easier to cut someone with just a provisional license, which will obviously still be the plan. I don't get it, Mina admits. Why keep him if they don't plan to ever accept him? It's not like he can remain a provisional license holder forever, they'll have to make a decision in just over 2 years. It's like only keeping a player for 1 season, Tokoyami says. Japan essentially will keep him until he deals with the League of Villains, then he'll accept one of the offers another country has made him and the government will cut him loose. Mina snaps her fingers, right. But making him a full pro hero would be showing some form of permanent commitment, I get it now. Damn, who would have expected this to happen, just when you think you're getting to know someone, Ojiro sighs. Yeah, I know right, Mina says. I mean, he was always a jerk, but I never took him for a murderer. She eyes Bakugo wearily, anything you want to tell us, Bakugo? TCH, I'm not a killer, Pinky. I'm gonna be the number 1 hero. Alright, she raises her hands in surrender. Just making sure. If you're gonna question anyone, it should be those morons, Bakugo gestures to Siro and Shinso. They're on his team, if anyone knew it was them. All eyes immediately turn to them, with the exception of Momo who just keeps staring lifelessly at the TV. Well? Kirishima asks. Did you guys know? Obviously not. Shiro says. He's always been a bit heavy-handed with villains, but nothing lethal, at least that we've seen, Shinso says. But like they said, he wasn't in his right mind during the Gigantomachi, or versus Wolfram, and against Overhaul he didn't have much of a choice. But he was when he tortured those villains, what about that? Azui asks. Shiro frowns, knowing this probably won't end well, but he speaks regardless. Look, the kind of cases Horizon gets handed by the Commission, with the stakes that high you really can't afford any delays when getting information out of people, maybe sometimes it goes too far but it's always to save lives. Beside him Shinso nods, but the classmates look disappointed in them all the same. At this Momo finally moves, standing up with much of the color drained from her face as she lifelessly walks out of the room. I'll see you all later, I need some rest, she says while walking past them. Don't you want to see how it ends? Hagakure asks. Momo stops, and they see tears forming, at the brink of overflowing. It's Horizon, he'll win, he always wins, even when he shouldn't. Is all she says before going to her room. Nobody speaks for a minute after she leaves, then Hagakure looks around awkwardly. Well, she took that a lot better than I expected. But a lot worse than a certain someone. Shinso nods toward Jiro. Me. Jiro asks as she feels all eyes fall onto her. How come you don't seem as affected? Did you not care about him, or are you just better than her at hiding it? Shinso asks. I did care about him, a lot. She glares at Shinso, then relaxes. But I wasn't anywhere near as into him as Momo. To her he's been the symbol of perfection from the first day of UA, and now he's been proven to be some kind of psychopath. And for you? Shinso asks. It hurts, a lot, someone you've reluctantly started to like, turns out to be some kind of thing that you can't even describe. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do anymore, Jiro says as she wipes the tears the moment they start flowing. Mina and Uraraka wrap their arms around her. Well, if nothing else he owes both of you some apologies, Mina says. Yeah, definitely, Urikara says. I should go check on Momo, Jiro says as she gets up, tears still flowing down her cheeks. I'm the only person who really understands what she's going through, so I have to be there for her, she says before quickly leaving the room to find her best friend. After Jiro is long gone, Shiro leans closer to Shinso to ask quietly, so, do you think if he comes back they'll keep sleeping with him, or is it done forever? Shinso looks at him as if he's a moron. He crushed a city into a meteorite then dropped it on Japan. What do you think? Shiro thinks about it for a moment, definite no on Jiro, 50-50 on Momo. Shinso thinks about it for a moment, then sighs, 10-90 against for Momo. Yeah, that makes more sense, Shiro says. You two morons know we can hear you, right? Azui smacks them both with her tongue. And those are our friends you're talking about. We were just thinking of how weird things could get if he comes back. Geez, Shiro rubs the side of his head. The better question is, would either of you remain on Team Horizon after this? Shoto asks. Now that's the real question. The entire room freezes as Horizon walks into the common area from the hallway, looking directly at Shiro. So, what'll it be, and why are you eating my chips? End chapter. Chapter 287, Chapter 286, Classroom Tension 2. Chapter start. First of all, Shiro eats another chip while everyone is frozen, just staring at Horizon. Yes, these are your chips, but in my defense, I ran out of snaps. How is that any defense? Because it's your fault I was so stressed out, matching you in court isn't fun. Are you seriously blaming me for the fact that you're eating my snacks? Yup, Shiro continues eating. Beneath his visor Horizon rolls his eyes and sighs. Whatever, being there was less fun, Horizon says. What about the other thing, Team Horizon? Shiro shrugs, depends on how this thing goes, he gestures to the TV. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be there? Shinso asks. From where we're sitting it looked like you had a mental breakdown then just disappeared. Nisa can handle the rest without me, Horizon says as he looks around the room, seeing a few of his classmates completely stiff, as if they were too scared to breathe in his presence. I just had to put all my cards on the table so everyone understands what's really at stake. Will you really leave? Uraraka blurts out. I mean, if you lose the case. Well, do you think I deserve to be a pro hero? Horizon asks, and she frowns, looking down at her lap and clenching her fists. No, she grits out, squeezing her eyes shut as if expecting him to lash out. But more people will die if you leave, so I don't know. Deku and some of the others are watching him closely, ready to react to anything he does. But Horizon just nods, not bad floaty, saying that to my face took some real balls. But yeah, this situation isn't about true hero crap, because when the chips are down the only thing that matters is the numbers. You can't win the chips if you walk away from the table, Shinso says. You should go back to court. Nope, too late to do that now, it'll make me look weak, Horizon says. I actually just came here to check in on my team, and get my spare sword from my room. You burnt all that energy just to come get Scalpel? Zero asks. Honestly, it wasn't that much energy, only took me 2 steps to get here, Horizon chuckles. Only took me 2 steps to get here. Zero pauses for a moment, trying to do the math, but Shinso beats him to it. That makes you, what, 10 times more powerful than before the Gigantomachi? Horizon chuckles deeply. Well, that's a start. I'm still getting the hang of exactly how far my reach is now, but I'm at least 1 order of magnitude stronger, plus a little extra. Well, at least if you lose your mind again we won't have to worry, Shinso says, confusing everyone. Nobody will be alive to deal with whatever comes next. I've got perfect control now, that won't happen again, Horizon says. Now have fun watching my court case, I've got more important stuff to do. Horizon walks down the hallway toward the elevator, leaving his classmates to breathe easy once more. Well, he seems exactly the same. Zero relaxes into his seat. He acts like nothing happens, but he's a lot scarier, Azui says, wrapping an arm around Ochako to comfort the shaken girl. As Horizon is in the elevator he checks his phone, seeing a dozen missed calls and messages from Nizu, and after texting him a simple response he puts his phone back into his pocket. Getting to the top floor and walking slowly, enjoying the peaceful moment before he gets back to work, Horizon stops in the hallway and looks to the girls' side of the dorm. He senses Momo and Jiro talking in Momo's room. He considers what he should do. Then just shakes his head. I'm not in the mood for this shit, he says before turning and walking to his room. Entering his room Horizon turns on the lights and does a quick scan, not sensing anything missing aside from some snacks, and no new additions. Horizon takes a deep breath, relaxing his shoulders as he removes his visor. Walking over to his desk he picks up his backup sword. He grips the handle and draws it from the sheath, only to frown at the sight of his blade. This isn't going to work, if I try to use that super move again, you'll break just like the other one, he says while sitting behind his desk, turning on his computer. Warping his boots off he leans back into his chair while putting his feet on the desk, using tact to levitate Scalpel just above his palm, slowly rotating for him to admire. I'll probably never have to use Divine Divide, well, unless I want to cut one of Japan's islands in half, but better to have it and not need it. He leans forward and brings up the hero network. Only to see his account locked. Of course, he sighs, leaning back into his chair. I doubt any material can handle my power at this point, at least not when I really put my back into it, so you'll probably shatter too. He raises an hand and slowly starts spinning the sword like a top, dancing in the air. He glances between the blade and his hand for a moment, and an idea springs into his mind. No material can handle me, but I can handle me. He takes out his phone to make a call, but stops just before calling May. He glances down at the floor, seemingly looking at it, but truly looking past his classmates, who were most definitely discussing his presence back at UA. Hopefully May isn't as conflicted as they are, he says before calling her. To his surprise she answers on the first ring. Great timing, come to my lab, she blurts out before hanging up. Law just looks down at his phone for a moment before shaking his head. Well, at least she doesn't seem mad at me. Shambles. He appears fully suited up with Scalpel at his side, just inside her engineering room. What did you need? He asks, seeing her moving boxes around the room. Me was covered in oil and dust, clearly having been locked in here for days working on a project of sorts. Move those boxes into my dorm room, she points to a few cardboard boxes at the far side of the room. By the time she packs the box she was carrying onto the shelf and turns around the boxes are gone and Horizon stands expectantly in their place. Is that all? Horizon asks. Yup, thanks for that, saved me a few trips, May says as she walks over to her drawing table, not even looking at him. Did you need something? Ah. Horizon takes a few careful steps toward her until he's beside her at the table, watching her draw. I need some upgrades. Yeah, I know. I'm taking a bit long on the new skeleton you want in your hero costume, but the parts are taking a bit longer than expected to fabricate, May says without stopping her work. It'll be ready for the sports festival at least. Horizon is surprised for a moment, then realizes what's going on. May, when was the last time you watched the news, or left this building? Dunno, when you asked for the new upgrade I guess, May shrugs. Ah, so you don't know about the Gigantomachi. The what? That's what people are calling it, my fight with Gigantomachia, Horizon says. You win, she asked. Yeah, but a lot of people became collateral damage, Horizon says. He speaks slowly and carefully, expecting her to turn on him at any moment. I sort of picked up a city then threw it at Japan. Wow, didn't know you could do that, was all May said. Horizon takes a surprised step back. Did you hear what I said? Yeah, you dropped a city from the sky or something. Was that the quake I felt a few days ago, when that knocked over all my tools, and you owe me a coffee for that? Wait, so it doesn't bother you that I killed a lot of people? Horizon asks. Mei's hands stop working for a moment, then she resumes. I can't let things like emotions get in the way of my dreams and goals. So long as you're still in the pro hero business, I'll make your gear to get my name out there. Wait, are you expelled? Is that what you're here to tell me? The court case is ongoing, I'll know in a few hours, Horizon says. But I do have some bad news for you. Mei stopped working to look at him, narrowing her eyes at his visor. What did you do? So I got a lot more powerful very suddenly, and broke Scalpel. She immediately throws her pencil at his visor, which he stops with tact. What the hell is wrong with you, she says while punching him in the chest, not even making him move. Do you have any idea of how hard it was to upgrade that stupid sword for you? Which is why I'm here to discuss another upgrade. He gently holds her shoulders and makes her take a step back. What, so you can break another one of my babies? Beneath the visor he rolls his eyes. Look, either you can make it or I call Melissa. Mei immediately stops talking, but keeps glaring at him with obvious disapproval. TCH, traitor. She returns to drawing her designs. What was the issue with the one that broke? Energy overload. The metal can't handle my booster shot flowing through it to that level. I didn't know booster shot could flow into inanimate things. Booster shot is the basis of my new move, Divide, basically energy/projectiles, he explains. Why do you even need those? Doesn't amputate cut open everything? Yeah, but Divide does real damage from range. That's invaluable. Anyway, I need a sword that can handle it. Well, I don't even have to look at what happened to know the only thing that might be able to handle your energy is you. So, you'll need an organic hero costume, or at least just a sword. Okay, so you need me to shave my head. Horizon shrugs. I can make my hair grow pretty quick, so it shouldn't be a problem. How much? Mei stops working and looks at him, then takes one step forward and touches his jacket, feeling the material. Then does the same for his shirt, pants, tie, torso, then pokes his body, feeling the gel plates of his body glove beneath. She steps away and does the math in her head, then speaks. It'll take at least a few feet of hair for this much fabric, considering the amount of layers you have. Not to mention that the amount of unique energy flowing through them will wear it down quickly if we don't mix in enough. Will that work for the sword too? Horizon asks. Mei chuckles darkly at that. Oh no, for that I'll need something harder. Like, fingernails. You and I both know what I'm talking about. She gives him a devious look, enjoying this small revenge for him breaking Scalpel. Horizon sighs. Fine, how many of my bones do you need? End chapter. Chapter 288, Chapter 287, Switching Sides. Chapter start. In a world of absolute darkness, Law hears both his parents clearly, as if they were still here talking to him. He recalls the important lessons they taught him, things that he must never allow himself to forget. He feels weightless, untethered to the world around him. Finally, truly, absolutely, free. Focus your mind, his mother says. Steady your breathing, and focus on your own heartbeat, on the blood flowing through your veins. You must steady yourself, and understand yourself, before you act, his father says. You can't exert your will on the world if you aren't in control of yourself, Arsenal says. Your quirk is many things, Law, and it wouldn't be wrong to call it a manifestation of desire and will, Corazon says. But without a clear image and intent, that will all fall apart. You must be decisive and trust your instinct, do not falter, and do not give up, Arsenal says. See what you want clearly in your mind, then reach out and make it reality. You can do anything. People view children as balls of infinite potential, but you really are that, Corazon says. You could level cities, push the oceans away, rip satellites out of the sky and raise islands to the stars. But you have to master yourself first, she says. Boundless possibility isn't easily contained, it will collapse your mind and shatter your body if you don't work diligently to constantly improve yourself. But what if it's too much? Law asks, his voice small and terrified. What if I'm not enough? To this Kiku laughs quietly, then his father answers, you will always be enough, because you're our son, and that's all you even need to be. And if it ever becomes too much for you, that's what we're here for, to help you, Kiku says. We will be here to guide you, no matter how many times you trip along the path to becoming whoever you want to be. Most people live a full life without even discovering who they were really meant to be, you know, Corazon says. But you, well, because of who you are now, we know whoever you're meant to be must be beyond our imagination, and that's a challenge us regular people can't wrap our heads around. But don't let that deceive you into thinking the person you believe you're meant to be is where you have to end up, Kiku says. It's an even more rare thing for the person you believe you should be, to be who you must become. Think about it for a while, and tell us, who do you want to be? Corazon asks. I want to be. Law pauses for a long time, then his voice reaches out again. I want to be someone who can go anywhere, and do anything, and not be bothered by all the annoying weak little people. Both his parents laugh as they hear that, but not at him, simply because it was such a simple desire from a genius such as himself. Well, if that's what you want, you'll have to stay focused, Kiku says. If you want to be as powerful as I think you do, then losing focus could cause a lot of problems in the world around you. So you'll have to train a lot more than anyone else. And if you want to be able to go anywhere without having to hide your presence, then you'd better take your lessons with me even more seriously, Corazon adds. Doctors are loved everywhere we go, and a walking miracle like yourself will only make that more true. And if they don't love you as a savior, they can fear you as a ruler, Kiku says. Power is the ability to exert your will onto the world itself, and you have more of that than anyone else, or at least you will, so the only thing stopping you is you. That's right, Law says. Because the only rule of nature is, who's going to stop me, right? Hearing that, both his parents begin to laugh as Law opens his eyes. The bright sunset illuminates the ocean just beyond the beach at Matani Manor, causing the ocean to look like shimmering glass while reflecting orange rays directly onto Law. He stands on the water of his pool, wearing only a pair of blue swimming shorts. He takes a deep breath, filling his chest with air before exhaling and bringing his hands together. He cups his hands in front of him and focuses. Feeling the blood in his veins, the power leaping between each of his cells and rushing toward his hands. His room shrinking from the size of the pool down to just a meter around his body. He continues to shrink it, focusing his thoughts more so as he does and increasing the energy used for it. For the first time in a very long time, he deactivates the command to make his room invisible, allowing it to be its natural blue form, causing everything he sees within to have a blue hue to it. Using his quirk in its more raw and unnatural form, he realizes he'd almost forgotten what this feels like. To use room without any specific command so instinctively inlay. Now for the next step, he mutters before slowly shrinking it even more. He aims to make the room the size of a baseball and hold it in his palm, a goal he believes will be vital for his awakening. But once again, the moment the room shrinks, too small to fit his entire body, it collapses. Ah, he splashes into the water. Law swims to the edge of the pool and sits with his feet in the heated water. Still can't get past that rule of needing my entire body to be in the room. He mutters. Law lays back onto the heated outdoor tiles as the grooves between them begin glowing slightly to illuminate the outdoor area. He reaches up as if to grab the orange clouds, moving his fingers without his quirk becoming active, as if imagining he could make them move so easily. I still can't make a room that I'm not within, and I still have to make my body the center of it, so how the hell do I even get this done with impossible restrictions like that, he mutters to himself. That's it, Law snaps his fingers as he sits up. If I just make them. Beep beep beep. Law turns around and opens a room, sensing Nizu and Endeavor entering his house. There goes my quiet night, he says while getting out of the pool. Walking into the house, all the water droplets on his body seem to be held in place, leaving them floating in the air as he walks away from them before they fall to the ground behind him. You could have called first, Law says as Enji and Nizu enter the living room, both appearing tired. Enji doesn't even speak, just sighs and begins walking into the kitchen. I should have brought some of my tea, Nizu says as he gets comfortable on the couch opposite Law. What's with the visit? And why is Enji all the way out here? Because you ditched me in Tokyo and I needed someone to escort me back to UA, did you forget that? Oh right, my bad, Law says. And how'd the case go? Nizu gives an annoyed, almost pained groan as he rubs his head. Did you seriously not watch the end of it, or at least look at the results? Well, I've been trying to have a good day, so nope, Law stretches out on the couch, laying back and closing his eyes. You won. Enji walks into the room with a cup of coffee and takes a seat beside Nizu. Law's eyes shoot open and he hops out of his seat. Huh, seriously? You sound surprised. Enji says. I ripped a city out of the ground and threw it at the country, so yeah, I'm surprised, he giggles quietly as he sits back down. Nizu and Enji glance at each other, looking more concerned as each second passes. Man, this really is ridiculous, Law says as he settles down. What was the decision exactly? A 6-month suspension of your provisional hero license. 4. Training and self-assessment of newfound applications of Hand of God, Enji grumbles out before taking a sip of his coffee. Wow, Law says as he can't seem to stop smiling. I killed so many people, so many, and they gave me a little vacation, a slap on the wrist, hee 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 hee. Now I'm getting worried, Enji says. Nothing to be worried about, Law says. It's just finally sinking in that I really can do whatever the fuck I want. This really is what it meant to be Horizon, to be me. To be Horizon. Nizu asks. Law warps his phone down from his room and begins scrolling through his social media, seeing people rioting in some parts of Japan while in others they're rejoicing that Horizon would remain in the country. To be Horizon is to be able to do whatever you want, but you cannot be Horizon without first being the strongest, and damn it feels good. He sighs and sinks down in the chair, happily watching all the riots unfold. Now I'm officially concerned, Enji says, glancing warily at Nizu. That depends on what he says next, Nizu says, catching Law's attention. So, you can still be Horizon in Japan. Punto also got cleared and will be keeping her job. Your contract and parents are like it was before, so, what do you want to do? Law doesn't respond for a few minutes, but the sounds of riots playing on his phones. The sounds of fires and screams echo through the room, and NG only grows more uncomfortable as Law's smile grows. Law swipes the screen and the sound immediately changes to chanting and singing. NG and Nisa can't see it, but they know what he's watching, the people celebrating outside Horizon Tower and UA, people praising him. And that's when Nisa sees it, the shimmer in his eyes that he's waiting this long to see, the spark of desire to become a truly great hero. Nisa giggles, confusing NG, then Law speaks the words he's wanted to hear since they met. I'm going to be the greatest hero, ever, Law says with casual finality, as if he was simply stating something obvious. Nisa giggles quietly for a moment then catches his breath, you know, I think I will have some tea. Because even Law's terrible tea is good enough to toast to his victory. For on this night, Law Matani experienced the first spark of desire to be a true hero. Later that night, Prime Minister Bosa's office. Lady Pontu, you have a lot of explaining to do, are the first words Pontu hears as she enters the ornate office atop a Tokyo skyscraper. She wears her clothes from earlier in court that day, with her hair slightly messy, and walks through the ornate office to see an older Japanese man behind a large wooden desk, signing some papers. The moment she steps in, the guards behind her close the doors and she hears the locks click into place. Mr. Prime Minister, Pontu says as she approaches the desk. May I sit? No, but you can start explaining what the hell happened, all of it, now, Bushu says as he sets the papers aside and looks up at her. And stop using your quirk, that's an order, Facade is too troublesome at times like this. Hearing that Pontu complies, and her stone-cold features immediately soften to show how tired and stressed she really is. Facade is an almost entirely unique quirk, allowing the user to detect lies as well as hide their own lies and falsehoods from other lie detector quirks, even deceiving Hand of God. This quirk alone has catapulted Pontu's career to get to her current position, alongside her ingenious machinations in the political world. That's better, now, start talking, why do you want Horizon to lose the case? What would you like to know? Pontu asks, genuinely concerned, so much so that he could see the fear in her eyes. This causes Bosa to hesitate, but he steels his nerves, as much as you can tell me without further implicating Japan in whatever mess you are in. Well. Just sit down, Bosa says. I sense this will be a long conversation. How much do you know? I know you and Horizon have some sort of clandestine deal, I know he wanted you to be free from charges and retain your position, which is exactly what happened. I know you leaked information regarding your illegal activity of covering his tracks after his murders and sacrificed yourself and 3 of your top agents in order to do so. Pontu looked surprised that he knew that. And I know that not only were you willing to die for him to lose the case, but you were willing to put Japan into a crisis of magnitudes we have never conceived by doing so, and I know it would have worked if I didn't call Judge Bushu during the recess and persuade him to change his decision at the last moment. You did that. Pontu gets up and slams her hands on the desk, glaring at the man who was unfazed. After I worked so hard to get all the judges that would have sided with him to quit. Then start explaining why you did all of that, and why Horizon demanded that you be free of charges alongside him. Pontu takes a deep breath and sits back down. Before Horizon joined UA, before I knew he was a mystery class, I made a deal with him. He heals All Might and plays hero, and I give him back his parents, not anything new regarding the kind of deals we've made before. Hawks is one of the more successful ones, yes, Bosa says. And you failed to realize he was a mystery class because Nizu intentionally kept that information hidden, because he knew that our protocol is to fold someone like that into the proper chain of command, because. Pontu scrunches her face as she admits it, the words leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. Because from where Nizu was sitting, keeping me out of the loop for as long as possible was the right decision. But now you're trying to sabotage them, because, when I realized what Horizon was, and that he has a rage in him that can roll across a nation, if not a planet, and that it is an inevitability that it would fall upon Japan, the only option was to make him break the contract. Why? Because he has this warped code of honor that if he ever fails to keep his word then he won't get mad and throw a tantrum about the consequences. And why would he be mad? Because the deal was he'd get his parents back, Arsenal and the Heart Thief. Bosa shrugs, they're in a secret facility off the coast, that's easy enough. No, they're not. Bosa closes his eyes and immediately pinches the bridge of his nose, please don't tell me. Star and Stripe threatened to fly to Japan and execute them herself, Pontu says. At the time we didn't know what he was only a doctor with a warping quirk, an easy problem to sweep off the board. Bosa sits back in his chair and rolls his fingers on the desk, and how long have they been dead? Pontu sighs, 4 months prior to him entering UA, they were both executed in Tartarus. End chapter. Fun fact, Pontu translates into traitor. Chapter 289, Chapter 288, First Year Ends. Chapter Start. Within UA resides a new structure, a massive quirk gym built to accommodate training that simply couldn't be done comfortably or safely in the basement gym each dorm building has. This gym was gargantuan compared to all others and housed unique rooms and equipment, built as both a training facility and an underground shelter in case of villain attacks. But today, it was entirely full, almost every Hero Course student currently residing within UA was here. Walking through the hallway of this facility, Horizon idly scrolls on his phone, wearing his UAPE uniform and carrying a bottle of water in his other hand. He rounds the corner to the main training room to see it almost entirely full. He sees some of the third years in the firing range area, launching all manner of projectiles downrange. Thankfully the thick glass between them and the firing range spared them from the noise, especially since Bakugo was also there practicing his AP shot. He looks around a bit more through the glass doors before he enters the room, seeing some of the new first years getting pointers from some of his classmates as well as some 2B members like Kendo. Looks like they couldn't wait to get to QUIRK training, Horizon mutters as he sees a few of them floating through the air with Uraraka, clearly getting a lesson in aerial maneuverability. A few moments later she cancels her zero-gravity quirk, and two of the students hover in place, one with flames from both hands and another with a small green tornado below him. The third sprouts metallic wings from his back to stay in place, and they all share a laugh. What, so everyone else can fly? He rolls his eyes beneath the visor. Looking around a bit more, his attention is drawn back to the firing range. He sees a young boy generating an orange force field in front of him, only for a girl standing nearby to fire a thin laser beam from each eye into it. The force field absorbs the energy and becomes a brighter orange before the boy launches the laser down the firing range. That kid, he's the one I met last year. His brother was my inside man for the raid I planned. He really wasn't kidding about wanting to get into UA. He stands there for a while longer observing the quirks, eventually seeing one of the first years grow to 15 feet 3 tall, and see Kendo enlarge her hand to give him a high five which sends him tumbling backward. Each moment he sees more interesting and amazing quirks, with students excitedly helping each other figure out exactly how they work. Then a ringing starts within his visor. Do you need something? Horizon asks. I see you're enjoying the show. Well, what do you think? Nizu asks. Horizon glances up and to the side, seeing a camera facing him as he stands in front of the one-way glass doors. Lots of interesting quirks, but I see some that I'm sure wouldn't have passed the entrance exam, he says while looking at a boy turn into smoke for a few seconds before turning back, exhausted from a long day of training. That is true, but this year Eraserhead was in charge of the entrance exams, and he made sure to have special interviews and tests for those who weren't battle-focused in regards to usefulness. So we won't have another Shinso situation. Precisely, and admittedly it's been long overdue, Nizu says. We even have a telepath in 1B. That'll be useful. Are they any good? She's clearly been practicing discreetly her entire life. Are you looking for a new recruit? We'll see. Anything else I should know? Any more interesting quirks, he says while seeing a boy dissolve into liquid and reform to look like the student he was talking to. Well, that's a new one. The number of applicants was greatly reduced, down to 3,000 from our average of 10,000, but the number of applicants from overseas grew surprisingly. What do you think caused that? Horizon chuckles. Well, it could be anything, from villains becoming more and more dangerous which discourages people from wanting to be pro-heroes, to UA in particular having a seemingly unstable and psychopathic demigod walking around campus, to any number of reasons. I see. Well, at least you know the ones that are here really want it, Horizon says. And what's with this training facility exactly? Horizon sees a boy transform into a massive snake and rush across the room, surprising everyone and scaring many people. It was built at the request of Ms. Midnight and Ectoplasm, Nizu says. Usually we have facilities like these separated by year group, but in the event that UA will be attacked it's best if all the Hero Corps students know how to work together, and as you can see some of the upperclassmen like yourself aren't above giving advice and pointers to their younger peers. I noticed, he sees Momo off in a corner sparring with some of the first years using her metal staff. And right next to them is Deku giving instructions to a few students doing agility drills. Well, have fun, and try not to hurt anyone, Nizu says. No promises, Horizon says before hanging up and pushing open the doors. As soon as he steps inside the entire room goes silent and everyone stares at him. Most of the people here have only seen him on TV, a few even have posters of him and action figures in their rooms here at UA. So seeing him in person was both exciting and terrifying all at once. Until one person speaks up, Siro, from within a boxing right where he's sparring with Ojiro. Hey, you gonna get in the ring after? Siro asks, loudly since he was across the room. Horizon sighs and begins walking over. I'm only in here because it's raining outside. I've got my own training to do right now. Aw, a god who can't even stop the rain, Siro cackles, surprising most of the room. Horizon doesn't even look at him while walking by the ring. If I change the weather every time it rains the environment would suffer. Genius. Horizon raises a hand back and gives him the middle finger, and Siro's right glove suddenly punches himself in the face. He yells while falling down, rubbing his red cheek. Jerk. Ojiro immediately begins laughing which eventually spreads to a few other people, and after a few more tense moments everyone gets back to their training, trying to ignore Horizon. Some of the first and third year students were a bit uneasy with Horizon being here, but watching the second years ignoring him and getting back to training, after all, his classmates would know him the best. He makes his way over to the back of the room where there is a massive wall of solid metal with a marked area in front of it, boldly labeled "Caution" across the floor. The solid metal wall is over 200 feet minus 60 m wide, spanning the width of the entire building, and 150 feet 45 m tall, reaching almost the ceiling. Horizon drops his water bottle, leaving it to hover in the air before warping to a control panel at the edge of the steel wall, raising the plastic security case and inputting a password to activate this device. A password that only a few students knew because of how dangerous this was. Many people noticed this, as most of them made sure to inspect all the high-tech training machines when they first entered the room, but only a few people even knew what this was. And the moment he entered the password, the solid wall revealed itself to be made of thousands of pieces of oddly shaped metal, all which fit together with zero tolerance between them to appear as one piece. Horizon warps back to where his water bottle is, hands in his pockets, and looks up at the metal that was no longer being held in place by the magnets that kept it in place. The caution area just in front of his feet begins to descend into the floor to create a massive pit as all the metal objects begin falling, starting from the top. The rain of oddly shaped tungsten catches everyone's attention, and Horizon simply stands there as it begins clearly falling directly into the pit without leaving the caution area. Then suddenly, every piece stops. Not too far away, 2B student Reiko Yanagi is practicing by moving around a dozen 100-pound plates simultaneously with her telekinesis quirk, showing a new first-year how to best use this type of quirk as he's struggling to move only 3 plates at once. But both of them stop, with the first year dropping his plates as they see Horizon casually a wall of metal. Of course they've seen him do far more impressive things on TV, such as the entire Gigantomachi, but to witness this in person was an entirely different story. A summit they could never dream of reaching, especially since both of these students were told about that machine, and the 1,000 pounds of weight each segment has. Then a moment after all the weight stopped, they began zooming around the caution area, never leaving, but each time they would collide Horizon warped them around, constantly speeding them up and warping them to avoid collisions. Hundreds of pieces of metal moving in a perfectly coordinated yet random symphony all at once. Most of the newer students completely stopped what they were doing and just stared in awe, even more so when Horizon took out his phone and started texting someone. Wow, I wonder if I'll be able to do that someday. The boy mutters, only for Yanagi to gently flick his forehead. Ah, what was that for, he asks. First rule of UA, don't compare yourself to Horizon, she says flatly. We have mortal limits, and he's Horizon. Now, let's get back to our training. Right, he says excitedly, focusing on the weight he was moving once more. A few moments later Horizon puts the phone away and taps the side of his visor, which his classmates would recognize as him accepting a phone call. I got your message, Ryuko says. And aren't you forgetting something important is happening tomorrow, she asks. Well, I've got an important call about a contract tomorrow, but aside from that there isn't anything else, nope. I meant your first day as a second year in UA, the opening ceremony, did you forget that? Well, I would go, but it's my birthday, Horizon says. So let's ditch it. April 3rd is your birthday. Ryuko asks. Yeah, so let's go have some fun. What did you have in mind? Ryuko asks. And do remember I'm still at the mountain resort with my team right now. Let's go surfing, Horizon says. Babe, I don't know how to surf. Exactly, that's half the fun, he laughs deviously. End chapter. Chapter 290, Chapter 289, second year begins. Chapter start. Settle down, Aizawa says as he enters the 2A homeroom, only to notice everyone was already silently waiting for him. He glances around the room while closing the door behind him, seeing Horizon's seat empty, but he doesn't even acknowledge it. Welcome to second year, the curriculum for this year will be a lot more intense than last year, so I don't want any of you complaining about it. And it'll be more fun, right? Mina asks with a broad smile on her face. Aizawa gives her a bored look. No, he turns and begins writing on the blackboard. So have any of you noticed the changes around campus? The new gym is super cool. Kirishima yells out. And the new pool, Azui adds. And the new defenses, Shoto says. Is UA preparing for a war? At this point Aizawa finishes writing invasion defense training on the board and turns around to face them. Yes, we are, Aizawa says, worrying some students. And sadly, if it happens that UA is invaded we won't be able to safely evacuate everyone while villains with untold types of quirks are attacking, so we'll need everyone in the hero courses to fight. Midoriya raises his hand, even those without provisional hero licenses. Yes, since you're at UA, so long as you're within our walls you'll be free to engage the enemy. Hagakure raises her hand next, getting a nod from Aizawa. Sensei, you said this is in the case that we can't evacuate people, right? But how would the villains stop Horizon from just warping everyone out of here? Moron, Bakugo grumbles out. The villains won't attack if Horizon is in UA, that's why his being missing today doesn't affect this lesson. That's true, Aizawa says. Every class will be running this drill today, but the second and third year hero courses skipped the opening ceremony this morning for a more extensive breaching. Since we'll actually be engaging the villain, that does make sense, Momo says. Not all of you, Aizawa says. Most of you will be more focused on getting the students from other courses to safe places or away from UA, but the more advanced students in regards to combat will be fighting alongside the teachers. Kirishima raises his hand then immediately starts talking. Is that why that new gym was built? They mentioned something about students working together. Was that so we know how to work with each other's quirks in an emergency? Exactly, Aizawa says. So today all second and third year hero course students will be conducting this drill. After the first years get some initial quirk training, they'll be joining us too. Won't they just get in the way? Bakugo asks, glaring out the window. Not necessarily. Consider the fact that you, Shoto, Midoriya, and Tokoyami are each more powerful than the average pro hero in any country, and one or two of the new first years have even more potential than you, so don't underestimate them, Aizawa says. No way. Bakugo gives Aizawa his full attention. Is that another mystery class weirdo here now? Nothing that crazy, thankfully. One of those is enough of a headache as it is, Aizawa says. But one of them has a personal gravity field, so who knows what kind of surprises the others could have for you. Uraraka looks down at her hands. I should find that person, maybe we could help each other train. Alright, that's enough of that, go get changed into your hero costumes then meet in training ground beta, Aizawa orders before leaving the room. As he steps outside he sees Monoma standing in front of the 2B classroom scrolling through his phone. Without missing a step Aizawa walks past and simple mutters, follow me, and Monoma rushes to fall into step beside him. Am I training with you today, sensei? Vlad King will be leading the second-year hero course students through the drills. You and I will be studying a bit differently, Aizawa says as they get to the elevator and he hits the button to take them to the top floor. What kind of training? Monoma asks. This kind. Aizawa takes something out of his pocket and hands it to Monoma, revealing it to be a black metal case with Horizon's logo on it. Try to copy that. No way, last time I tried to copy Hand of God it broke my brain. That's not Horizon's DNA, he just got it from me. Monoma gives him a skeptical look as the elevator stops, and he follows Aizawa down the hallway. Opening the case he sees a piece of purple flesh, then glances wearily at Aizawa. With much hesitation he takes the piece of flesh in his hand and can feel the quirk factor within. He feels his quirk, copy, reaching out and reshaping his own body, but before it completes his quirk fails. I almost had it, but I don't think this is enough, Monoma says. I thought you could copy a quirk just by touching a single strand of hair, was that not true? It can, if the hair is still attached to a person. If I could just take hair from my classmates and walk around with it then that'd make my life super easy, Monoma says as he follows Aizawa into a screening room, set up like a private theater room. So you need more of the quirk factor in order to copy it. Aizawa says while directing Monoma to a seat. It's more like my quirk scans a person's entire body, especially their brain, Monoma says. My quirk can't change my brain to use a quirk if I can't scan their brain. My quirk is copy, not evolution, after all. That's a damn shape. Aizawa sits beside Monoma and turns on the screen. Having someone on our side with Warp Gate would have been really useful in these upcoming months. Warp Gate. Monoma looks disgusted by the piece of flesh in his hand. This is from Kurogiri. Oh yeah, Horizon captured him. And has been studying him, which is what you're here to do. Aizawa points at the screen, which shows recordings of all the hero course students training. In the case of an emergency, copying any quirk is better than no quirk if it's from a hero course student, so you need to learn all of them. And improve how long I can use a copied quirk, and how many quirks I can copy, and my own combat ability with all of those quirks, and who has the quirks, and the plan for if villains attack us, and... Yes, I get it, you already have a lot on your plate, and don't forget your academic studies, Aizawa says. Monoma groans, I miss just being a side character. How does he do this crap? Do what? Control all these working parts and have everyone depend on him all at once. He's Horizon, that's how, Aizawa says. Now focus, I'm going to explain how the staff members' quirks work, and I'd rather not say this stuff out loud too much. Oh, does this mean I get to try Principal Nizu's quirk? I've always wanted to know what it's like to be a genius. If Horizon's quirk broke your brain, Nizu's will be the same thing, except there won't be a walking miracle there to save you. Speaking of which, where the heck is Horizon? Being someone else's problem, so let's enjoy the peace and quiet. Elsewhere, later that day. Standing on an almost completely empty beach wearing only his new body glove, Horizon looks at Ryuko who was anxiously sitting on a surfboard floating in the water, waving for him to join her. This had better be good Nizu, Horizon says as the call connects. Where are you? Nizu asks. You're supposed to be in school. Don't pretend like you aren't tracking me, did you need something? I need to talk to you about the sports festival, we've moved it forward a bit. How far forward? 3 weeks, will that work for what you have planned? That's perfect actually, the sooner the better, Horizon says. So what is there to talk about? I enter, I win, I smile and wave for the cameras, then I take a vacation, perfect. Well, not exactly, Nizu says. You won't be competing this year. End chapter. Chapter 291, Chapter 290, To Be the Horizon. Chapter start. Ryuko groans as she rolls over onto her back. What time is it? She asks before even opening her eyes. Dull sunlight clashes against her eyelids before she raises a hand, resting her forearm across her eyes. The gentle ocean breeze massages her body and sends a chill through her as she pauses for a moment, listening to small waves crash against the shore. Just before 5, Horizon's slightly mechanical voice says. Had a good nap. Surfing is a bit exhausting, but it's pretty fun. Oh, are you admitting I was right, that you actually like it? Well, I never said you were right, Ryuko says. But, a custom board would be nice, if you want to make this a regular thing. Let me guess, cat-themed? Horizon asks. You know me so well, Ryuko says as she finally sits up and opens her eyes. She looks around the secluded private beach, still not seeing anyone but them here. Stretching for a moment she adjusts her blue bikini before looking at Horizon, seeing him wearing only his new body glove. Similar to the previous version but with the armor plates more pronounced and further reinforcements on the joints, as well as other changes she couldn't see, but could feel. Seeing him there leaning against their cooler she frowns and pokes him, yet he doesn't stop playing with the holographic datapad being projected from his left forearm. She pokes him a few more times, then moves closer on the blanket and continues, feeling his shoulders, sides, behind his knees. What are you doing? Horizon asks, without stopping his work. I miss the other one, Ryuko says as she gets up, and Horizon leans forward a bit for her to access the cooler. As she's getting a drink she steps out from under their massive beach umbrella to get a proper look at the magnificent sunset, then sits beside him, leaning against his arm. What other one? Horizon asks as she starts reading what he was working on, only to see chemical structures and long words she'd never seen before. The other body glove, why is this one so hard anyway? It's not like anything will hit you, Ryuko says. Cuddling this one is uncomfortable. This upgrade is a necessity, Horizon says. I now have the delicate touch I needed to pull off a trick I've been working on since I was a kid. So I have to cuddle a robot because you want to be flashy. You'll get over it, besides we usually sleep naked anyway, he says as she pushes his arms away to sit on his lap, resting her back against his chest. Horizon shuts off the holopad and relents, resting his arms on her midsection as they sit in silence, watching the sunset for a few minutes. Did anything happen while I was sleeping? Ryuko asks. Remember Judge Bushu? The guy who gave you a 6-month vacation and called it a punishment. Yeah, I remember him. Ryuko giggles at the absurdity of Horizon's punishment. Killed himself this morning, cut his stomach open in his shower. Oh God. Wife found him a bit too late to be saved, Horizon says. But anyway, how much time off work can you get? Since I've got all this free time I'd be nice to have company. Well, I can probably get a lot, but the kids need me, Ryuko says. Having a QUIRK counselor that was a pro hero is kind of important, gets them to take what I say more seriously. At least I'll have you during the summer, I get my provisional license back in September anyway, you will be spending summer with me right? Oh definitely, a free vacation like that, you couldn't keep me away if you tried, Ryuko giggles deviously. Babe, every day with me is like a vacation. Well, that goes both ways, so let's call it even, she says. Right, you pay for everything and I look amazing on your arm. And incredible sex, so yeah, it's even, Horizon laughs. A win-win scenario if I've ever seen one. Are you coming to see the UA Sports Festival this year? Nizu said he moved it up, it's in 3 weeks, and should be even bigger than last year. Yeah, spending the day with Koda and Eri at the Culture Festival last year was pretty great, and Eri will be super cute when she's cheering for you. Oh, I won't be competing this year, Horizon says in a disappointed tone. Some crap about the student morale and all that, fighting a god isn't really as inspiring as you'd think. And I'm guessing he won't be announcing that, right? Nope, because I'll still be there, he wants me to help out with the games themselves, it should be fun. But not as fun as beating up your classmates on stage for the world to see. Nothing is that fun. She smacks his leg, hard. Almost nothing is that fun, he corrects himself. Is that what you were working on? All the chemical formulas and stuff? Huh, no, that's something else, something bigger. Not sure how I feel about the sound of that, the last time you said you're preparing something big you dropped a city on, itself. Let me just show you, Horizon raises his right hand, holding a pebble he picked out of the sand in his palm. Okay, I see a rock. Shambles. The rock is swapped for a small white flower from nearby. Ryuko quirks a brow at that, I'm not really the flowers kind of girl, but you could have at least gotten me some roses, white ones. Those are only for pure maidens, and last I checked, I've done a lot to your flower. He crushes the flower in his hand. Ryuko rolls her eyes. Jerk. Hold the flower for a second, Horizon says, and she follows his lead, holding the flower that's now missing most of its petals and has a broken stem. Okay, now what? Now, this. Horizon raises a hand over the flower, hovering his index finger directly above it and pointing down at it. She sees the familiar blue mist manifest on his hand, then become more and more dense as it clings to his hand. Eventually it becomes so dense that a thin sheen of blue liquid forms on his hand. Then it all runs down his gloved hand, down his index finger, forming one bead of solid blue glowing liquid, and dropping onto the flower. Ryuko's eyes go wide. Woo-woo, she awes with barely a whisper as not only does the broken stem repair itself, but new petals bloom and a second stem begins growing out of the first to form another flower on it. You made a second one. I was only trying to fix the stem and regrow the petals, so it still needs some work before human trials, Horizon says. Yeah, I don't think people want to grow a second head when you operate on them, Ryuko chuckles. But why do you need this? Can't you already cure, like, everything? Ever heard of the panacea? Is it related to Pangea? No, Panacea was one of the 4 daughters of a god of medicine and healing. She had a tool that could cure any disease or sickness. Horizon raises his hand and lets her see a bit more healing energy flow off of him and join the wind. But in the modern age, we call it the miracle elixir. Ryuko leans forward and turns back at him, eyes wide as the realization dawns on her. You're actually making the miracle elixir? I'm working on it. Figured people already call me the miracle because they think I'm the panacea. Why not make one? Right. And this gives you more leverage than anything else in the world possibly could, Ryuko says. Enough leverage to really strong-arm the entire world into doing whatever you want. Well, I'm the only one who can make it so. That's just a fortunate, or unfortunate coincidence, depending on what mood I wake up in, Horizon shrugs. Not like I'd ever use that leverage in any way. I'm a hero, remember. Ryuko rolls her eyes. How is it that people like you, people who should never be trusted with power, always seem to get the most? Because life isn't fair. Because the devil gives men power to test if they're truly good enough, because if a man lives his entire life without power over others we never learn what his true nature is. Are you saying you're above the temptation to use the power you have for selfish and horrible things? Well, maybe you should ask me when I'm not on a private island I bought through government connections I made by healing people, Horizon laughs. Well, you never said you were fair and just. I've never even been accused of such things. They both share a laugh at that. But the public must think you are, right, since you want to actually see how great of a pro-hero you can become, if you really try. Ryuko gets comfortable in his lap, leaning her chest against his and wrapping her arms around his neck. Nobody has more power than Horizon, so nobody has more temptation than Horizon. That's true, but everyone knows that. What's your point? Well, after your last showing, will they believe that you're above the temptation, the anger, the pain that can turn even the brightest people into evil and cold things? Are you above succumbing to that kind of suffering and hatred? Are you above moral corruption and decay? And will they even believe you? Beneath his visor Horizon just smiles. Of course they will, because to be Horizon, that's exactly what you have to be. You have to be better, no matter what. End chapter. Chapter 292, Chapter 291, Desire for Justice. Chapter start. So, how does it feel being the new Big Three in Japan? Horizon asks as he sits in the cafeteria. The entire cafeteria was empty aside from Team Horizon at the moment since they'd left class a bit early to get ahead of the lines, wanting to have some of Lunch Rush's food for a change. Now they were all in full hero costume having lunch before they got back to training. Horizon has 2 steaks on his plate, while Siro has some rice and grilled fish, Juzo is enjoying a burger, and Shinso is having miso soup. I still don't get why I'm in the Big Three and you aren't, Juzo says before taking a bite of his burger. Wouldn't really be fair to compare me to other people, plus the point of Team Horizon is to get all of you in the spotlight instead of just me. And he made it a 3-person team because of this, Siro adds. Oh, what's happening with Tokoyami anyway? Horizon shrugs, told him if he does well in the sports festival I'd let him join the team, when I'm done with my suspension that is. And you still can't tell us what they're planning for the sports festival? Shinso asks. Would be pretty useful to know, and since they've got you helping with the games. How would that even help us? Juzo asks. Horizon doesn't want us competing and showing the world who we are, remember. Yeah, but I can make more educated bets if I know what the games are, Shinso says. The business and management courses put up a lot of money for this kind of thing. Juzo rolls his eyes. Isn't that technically insider trading or something? Not quite, Horizon says. But I still won't be telling you since I promised Nizu I wouldn't. Now, how was your first day as the new official Big Three? Awesome. Siro says. Those first years were totally a bunch of fanboys, just like when we met Nijire and the others last year. Feels weird being on the other side of that, Juzo says. It's annoying, Shinso says. I don't get why we need to do a presentation like that, just give them a booklet or something. Or make Horizon do it, Juzo says. He is the main attraction after all. Yeah, but he's not a realistic goal, Siro reminds them. The point is to inspire them, not depress them. They did have some cool quirks at least, Juzo says. But I'm sure you've already read about them, so that's old news. As they continue talking, students begin pouring into the cafeteria, and nobody can miss the way many of the students look at Horizon. Most of the new students stare at him with awe and amazement, almost having stars in their eyes. Others make it clear that they're trying to keep some distance between him and them, and the fear was almost palpable from them. A select few made their disgust apparent with the looks that were fired his way, but of course, nobody had the nerve to voice their disapproval of him returning to UA. After another short discussion, Team Horizon finished their lunch and immediately warped back to Horizon's training grounds, ironing out their training schedule for the next few months. Later that day. I'm still having second thoughts about this, Snipe says. Just remember, these are my first-year students, not your classmates, don't go making them quit UA this early. I'm always gentle with fellow students, Horizon bites back a chuckle. He and Snipe were standing in the observation area of one of the many new massive QUIRK gyms in UA, this particular one built to accommodate more intense sparring sessions. Looking through the glass above the control panel, they could see the main combat are 2 floors below them, massive and well lit with concrete tiled floors and cameras positioned to record everything for teachers to review. They're here, Horizon says. And looks like you were right, he is a loner, I can sense him walking in the back. I still think he just needs time to adjust, Snipe says. I mean, he still came to UA even with you being here, so it can't be that bad. I dropped a city on his family, it's probably that bad. I was being optimistic, Snipe sighs as the main doors open into the sparring chamber and the new Class 1B enters. Many of them look around curiously while most of the others are still shaking with excitement at finally getting some combat training in their hero costumes. Horizon could see many generic hero costumes, a few were inspired by obvious sources such as samurai or ninja, along with what he could only guess was a Gundam-inspired design. I don't recall anyone in your class having a quirk that needs a hero costume like that, Horizon says. Snipe sighs, he doesn't, but he likes Gundam. Ah, he's a mecha nerd. Alright everyone, time to focus, Snipe says through the speakers, getting everyone's attention. This is your first real battle drill, normally I'd start you off small, but the UA Sports Festival is in less than 3 weeks, so we have to accelerate the physical component of your hero course training. He sees most of the students' excitement only grow at the mention of the UA Sports Festival. Now, all of you get into positions, this will be a 20 versus 1 battle, Snipe says. I'll be throwing you as far into the deep end as possible with this, so just know that you'll likely never face any challenge as daunting as this in your entire life. He sees all the students spread out, but they keep looking up at the observation area, even though they couldn't see past the one-way glass. Your task is to last 5 minutes, begin, Snipe announces. All the students are immediately on edge, turning toward where a pair of large reinforced doors are, below the observation area, made for the release of Nizu's combat robots, something they're all familiar with. But nothing happens. What's going on, is this part of the test? One of the girls asks, she has both hands raised and glowing green with flames, aimed at the door. It has to be, the boy behind her says, he had one hand raised on his temple ready to use his quirk. One of their classmates, a more muscular boy, yells as he falls onto his butt, at the entrance to the facility. Everyone looks over at him, shifting their attention from the reinforced doors to see him trembling and sweating, a look of horror on his face as he breathes heavily, pointing at the far end of the facility. They all turn around to see Horizon casually standing there with one hand in his pocket as the other waves at them. So your battlefield awareness is just awful, Horizon says jokingly. It takes a moment, but quickly they all realize exactly what their test was, and their reactions are quite varied. Some begin to panic and back away, terrified. Others are excited by the challenge. More than half of them are simply starstruck, tempted to ask for an autograph of some kind. But while all of them are processing, Horizon's main focus rushes forward. The boy is wearing a simply armored bodysuit and helmet, gold and blue, and both his hands are glowing gold as he rushes forward. You're supposed to let long-range fighters start the show, well, I suppose against me would be the one exception, huh? Horizon shrugs as he casually avoids the shorter boy's wide and wild swings. The boy yells in frustration as Horizon reaches the edge of the room, and sidesteps a punch that slams into the wall. The boy's punch shakes the room and sinks his arm elbow deep into the reinforced concrete wall as Horizon casually walks away from him. Damn it, the boy yells as his arm is stuck in the wall. Well, that was dramatic, Horizon says as he slowly walks toward the students. Come on, just work together, I'll make an opening for you guys to land some hits, a boy with his fingers on her temple announces as his eyes glow white for a moment. Arg, all the veins and arteries on his face and head pop and burst as blood flows from his nose, eyes, and ears. They all look horrified as he collapses on the floor in front of them. This is why you never try to read my mind, Horizon says as he walks up to the boy and kneels beside him, starting to heal him. He should have focused on linking all your minds together to coordinate the fight. You've never worked together like this before, so that would have been more efficient. Please take him to Recovery Girl when he's stable, Snipe says through the speaker before Horizon disappears then reappears in the same spot. Done. Immediately the girl with green flames on her fists charges forward, no long-range attacks. He'll just warp us into them, she yells before leaping into the air and coming down with a fire-infused punch. Horizon steps back, which she responds to by raising the same hand in an uppercut after she scorches the concrete floor. He takes another step back, and much to the horror and amazement of her classmates, flicks her on the temple, knocking her out. Once again he steps back as he crumples to the floor, then he simply steps over her body. The muscular and bulky boy who first noticed him rushes in beside a girl who transforms into a lioness, and seeing this the boy begins to grow, gigantifying himself to be 7m-21 ft tall. The lioness jumps at Horizon, only for him to catch it and throw it to the far side of the room, where the first attacker is still stuck in the wall. Then without looking back he raises a hand and catches the Goliath's fist slamming down onto him. The impact is enough to drive him nearly an inch into the concrete floor, but his body doesn't even budge. He pushes the arm to the side and the boy's weight brings him toward Horizon's fist, which easily taps his head with just enough force to knock him out. Seeing this the other students immediately throw everything they have at Horizon, but naturally, it would all be meaningless against him. 40 seconds, Snipe says over the speakers while looking at his completely defeated students, only a few of whom were knocked out. Not bad considering who it is, but he rarely went on the offensive and didn't warp once. He was studying your quirks more than fighting you. You have some interesting quirks, Horizon admits. He then turns back to the far side of the room where the first attacker finally gets his arm free from the wall. You missed the fight. The boy begins walking over to everyone else, massaging his sore arm. Next time I'll at least hit you, he says. I doubt that, Horizon says. Why are you even at UA? This question confuses everyone in the sparring area. To be a pro hero, the boy says. So it's not to try and kill me in my sleep or anything like that. Considering, well, you know, that my parents were in the Gigantomachi, the boy says, shocking his classmates. No, revenge is not my goal, justice is. Oh, so you want to be strong enough to arrest me or something? Yeah, you're only free because the side of justice can't deal with a monster like you. I plan to change that, and if you step out of the light again, I'll be able to take you down, the boy says with a refreshing amount of conviction. As he spoke he raised his fist to point it at Horizon, then flattened his hand which began glowing once again. This time the light shifted across his hand and extended into a sword of hard plasma, radiating heat as he held it beside Horizon's visor. And to no one's surprise, when the energy blade suddenly extended forward, Horizon didn't react. He was still looking down at the boy who was more than a head shorter than him. After a tense moment, Horizon chuckles, and much to their surprise he raises a hand and grabs the blade with his fingers. You clearly don't understand how the world really works, Horizon says as the energy of booster shot begins leaking out from his finger onto the blade. The energy blade seems to crack slightly, before Horizon flexes his fingers and shatters it in his hand, holding the broken half-blade in his hand as the boy backs away, horrified. How? The boy mutters. Horizon holds the blade and inspects it while speaking. When the energy is disconnected from you it quickly fades into the environment. It loses its sentience, which means it's mine to manipulate at that point. Horizon drops the energy blade, and it dissipates before even reaching the floor. This is why your so-called justice cannot exist. Justice isn't about what's right and what's wrong, it's about who has the power. Governments decide justice because they have the military, heroes are justice because they have more power than villains, and Shigaraki wishes to have the strongest force so that his will becomes justice. And I get to walk about freely after the things I've done, because I'm probably the most powerful being on the planet. So if you wish to become whatever version of justice you want to be, I suggest you make a lot of friends. Because you aren't Horizon, you aren't strong enough to become justice while standing alone. End chapter. Chapter 293, Chapter 292, in Horizon's palm. Chapter start. Is there anything else you can tell me about him? Chitose asks. Anything I should know about? She was sitting in the back of an SUV, phone in one hand and notepad in the other as she anxiously clicked her pen. Blue skin accented by her well-fitting red dress and matching purse, legs crossed as she leans back and tries to relax, failing terribly at that endeavor. No, he's been busy these past 3 weeks leading up to today, Rikia says on the other side of the call. Hatsum did mention he got a new sword, but aside from that I couldn't get any more information out of her. And here I thought you offering a contract with his equipment girl would get us useful intel, Chitose mutters. It's Horizon, his hands are more than enough for our forces, all I needed from her was some insight into his plans, which we got. Chitose rolls her eyes, him sequestering himself to train for a few months isn't new information, that's literally what the court ordered him to do. Well, you're the professional interviewer, I'm sure whatever you gather today will be far more substantial, Rikia says. Chitose doesn't respond, just looking ahead as the driver takes her through Muzurafu. You don't have any reason to be so scared, my dear, Ryuko says in a soothing tone. Horizon doesn't know anything that would make him aware of what we are. As far as he knows, I'm just a business partner using his name to grow my company, and you're my secret girlfriend using our connection to land some interviews. That doesn't make this any less nerve-wracking. Ryuko sighs, I wouldn't put you so close to that thing if I had any other choice, you know that, but we have to see where Horizon stands. He could be a key player in helping us liberate people from this restrictive society. And what do we do if he sees us as the enemy? Chitose asks. We could leave Japan, just the two of us. We could, but that would betray the people as much as the current governing system already does. Chitose chuckles, expecting that response. Well, hopefully, whatever All for One has in motion will get him out of our way, if he refuses to join us. Our mystery benefactor says the Demon Lord's plan is going perfectly thus far, but regardless, we're too weak to stand against either of those monsters. Horizon is too strong and All for One is too connected, best to let them kill each other instead. TCH, it's too bad we aren't allowed to wipe out the League of Villains, those fools are making our jobs harder. One thing at a time, my dear, Ryuko says. Ma'am, we're here, the driver says, and she looks up to see that they're directly in front of UA. Don't park too far away, I doubt I'll be staying for the entire event, Chitose says as she opens the door and steps out of the car. At the entrance, she looked up to see gargantuan stadiums built, similar to last year, but this time the stadium in the middle was at least 5 times larger, expecting a much greater demand for seats in the second year's arena. She could see the cloudy sky moving to become overcast, and looking at the massive crowd all around the main entrance area of the school, nobody seemed concerned with rain dulling this event. Okay Chitose, you're a villain walking into the most heavily defended facility in this half of the world, you can manage this, she thinks before crossing the threshold. At the entrance, she sees people lined up to enter, but due to her VIP pass, she's allowed quick access, skipping the lines entirely. It looks similar to the previous years, but something is different, she says while looking around, slowly moving through the crowd. There was a sea of people and stalls set up, food, games, drinks, snacks, and hero merchandise as far as her eyes could see. Among the crowd, she sees Endeavor, who couldn't hide even if he tried as he towers over most of the people here, and is glowing slightly. His flames weren't active but his hero costume was bright enough. She sees him standing awkwardly beside Shoto Todoroki and Fuyumi Todoroki. Chitose quickly takes note of that as the family is at one of the game stalls. Looking around she sees families enjoying the games and a few pro heroes near the merchandise stalls signing things for younger fans. But then she realized why something felt different compared to the previous years. She looks around quickly and does a rough head count. Only 20 pro heroes in this area, she double-checks her numbers and gets the same result. Even if Endeavor and Edgeshot are here, there were at least 4 times as many last year. Did they cut back on security that much? She spends a few more minutes walking about and observing the crowd, spotting some of the more popular students walking among them, easily spotted since they were all wearing their PE uniforms for the competition. Eventually, she finds someone who she recognizes and knows is, or at least was friendly with Horizon. Itsuka Kendo is sitting on a bench in a playground area answering questions from some children who are all dressed up as different popular pro heroes. The moment they leave, Kendo leans back and takes a sip of her drink, taking out her phone to check the time, and Chitose swoops in. Hi, she says excitedly, startling the girl. Kendo looks to her left to see the woman sitting beside her, notepad ready and not blinking at all. Hi, can I help you? Yes actually, I'm Chitose Kazuku, and I was wondering if you could give me just a small interview. I promise this won't take too much of your time. Sure, I'm Itsuka Kendo, right? Chitose asks. I'm a pretty big fan of Battle Fist, so it wasn't really hard to spot you. Oh wow, this is the first time someone actually recognized me, at least for more than the modeling we did, Kendo says in a sad tone. Oh no, I'm much more interested in showing the world that girls can fight, not just be a pretty face. Kendo smiles, eyes shining at those words. Exactly. So what did you like to know? Well, mostly about whether things have changed at all on campus since. Chitose looks around and leans in, speaking in a whisper. The Gigantomachi. Oh, right, Kendo thinks for a moment. Well, UA added a bunch of new facilities for the students of different year groups to train with each other, and they're taking a lot more precautions in case of villain attacks here, but aside from that I haven't really noticed anything. And how does the student body feel about Horizon still being in UA? Chitose asks, and immediately sees Kendo recede a bit. You don't have to answer anything you don't want to. No, it's okay, Kendo says. Well, not everyone is okay with Horizon being here, but it's not like the school forces us to be okay with it exactly. We can voice our complaints and a lot of people have even told Horizon this to his face, but he understands our grievances and concerns and just lets us get it all out. So students aren't afraid of him? Chitose asks. Well, I think it's only natural to be concerned when a person with that much power exists, but we know he won't just wake up one day and decide to destroy the country. We trust him that much at least. I see, and lastly, is there anyone I should keep an eye out for during the games? Chitose asks. Will you be taking home a medal this year? Well, I'd say don't count Class 2B out of the running, we've gotten a lot stronger since last year. Chitose's mood is lifted after that interview, so much so that she's ready to go see Horizon directly. So enamored with the information she has, that she's writing in her notepad while walking through the crowd. Only to bump into a small girl, appearing to be only 10 years old, with 2 extra arms below her main arms. As she bumps into the girl, she drops her pen and notepad, while the girl lets go of her empty lady balloon, which begins floating away. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Chitose immediately apologizes, taking a step back to look at the girl. I'll buy you another balloon. The girl looked up at her, seemingly confused. Horizon will bring it back, was all she said. Chitose gives her a strange look, and before she can question what the girl means, the balloon seemingly descends on its own, with the attached ribbon coming down to the girl's hand. The girl reaches out to it, but it instead ties itself around her wrist, to prevent this incident from repeating itself. The girl looks up at the sky, a broad smile on her face. Thank you, Mr. Horizon, she says before running off into the crowd. Chitose just stands there, stunned by what she just saw. She looks around, seeing the massive crowds of people, all smiling and enjoying the festival. And suddenly the distinct lack of pro-heroes makes sense. Horizon, he's everywhere. Her eyes dart around, seeing all the people and things, blissfully aware or unaware that this force was here, all-encompassing and seemingly benevolent. She looks down to get her pen and notepad, but as she turns to where they fell, she sees them hovering, waiting for her to claim them. Her breath hitches, mind reeling in understanding at how absolute his power was. Looking around, she sees all the innocent lives, she sees Endeavor. She knows even a great hero like him would be nothing if Horizon willed it. All the speeches and rallies she's written and heard, all the years of secretly campaigning for this oppressive government to be brought down. All these years of building their forces to enact a great change. After a lifetime of work, of generation of planning. And now she's surrounded by the smiling faces of people who don't realize the situation they're truly in. Happy to be here, under his absolute control. Chitose realizes how infinitely insignificant all the power and connections they've gathered are, as she stands her, like a single grain of sand. In the hand of a god. A god that can, and will close his hand, and there is nothing the entire world could do about it. Are you all right? A voice snaps her out of her panic attack, and only now she realizes the cold sweat on her forehead and how difficult breathing had gotten. She turns to the woman, seeing a blonde woman roughly the same age as her, with a young boy beside her and a little girl with a single horn on her head. Oh, sorry, I'm not good with crowds, Chitose says as she tries to compose herself. Oh, well, inside should be a lot more quiet, until people start entering the stadium, Ryuko says. And you should get out of the sun. Right, thank you, Chitose says as she turns back to her notepad and pen. She grabs the notepad, but the pen moves to avoid her grasp, spinning slightly and pointing, then moving slowly. I think he wants you to follow it, Ryuko says. Chitose swallows nervously. Right, well, enjoy the festival. End chapter. Chapter 294, Chapter 293, Pre-game talks. Chapter start. Play Chapter 5, Law Commands. From his seat in one of the private viewing rooms at the highest level of the stadium, he could see the entire massive arena. A few people were already filling the stadium, trying to get ahead of the crowd before everyone rushed in to view the games. In the dimly lit room behind completely blacked out one-way glass, he's relaxed on his single-seat couch, feet up on a small ottoman as he eats from a tray of cookies, clearly homemade. Both his visor and the mask of his body glove were resting on the small table beside him, between both the seats as he enjoyed his snacks. People of Japan, hear me, his phone plays the recording loudly. Horizon is the only way forward for us, he is our truth, and our destiny is to follow him and be defended by his grace and radiance. Religion seems kind of appealing when you're the god, Law chuckles as he raises a hand, and suddenly a bottle of water appears in his grasp. It is clear that new monsters will arise with each passing year, the speaker says. Horizon is our shield, our light in these dark times. The speech goes on for a few more minutes, all of which seem like harmless hero worship to Horizon, until he hears something he likes. Which is why I believe Horizon should be truly embraced as our guardian deity, as the true God Emperor of Japan. Law raises a brow at that. If I'm going to be a God Emperor, I don't think I'd only settle for Japan, I'd at least claim a continent, or someplace that'll pay me for my time. Which is why I petition all of my listeners, the man says. Go onto my website and sign the petition, let us elect Horizon to governing office so. ACH. Law chokes on his water. What the fuck? He looks at his phone, seeing this broadcast was a few days old. He immediately clicks the link to the website and sees that 17 million people have signed it. You've got to be kidding me, I hate babysitting you useless fucks, I don't want to lose even more of my freedom for it. Law sighs and takes his phone, checking his social media Horizon account once more to see more growing concerns about this cult of people worshipping him. No wonder all you religious people are ignored by your gods, you're all so annoying. He locks his phone and tries to relax. Only for his mask and visor to warp back onto his head. Just come in. Horizon yells, clearly annoyed. Horizon hears the door open behind him then close once more, then Deku's voice reaches him. Hi, I've been looking for you. I know, Horizon says, still not opening his eyes. I can sense everyone moving on campus and in most of the city, remember? Oh, right, Deku takes a deep breath and walks over to Horizon. I was wondering if I could talk to you about something I need some advice for. No, ask someone else, Horizon says. Thanks, Deku sits on the other seat beside Horizon. So anyway, Uraraka asked me out earlier this morning and I'm not really sure what to do. Horizon turns his head to look at Deku, who was just sitting there in his PE uniform but wearing some new boots from his upgraded hero costume. Horizon groans as he sits up. The only reason I'm not warping you away is because this at least seems interesting, so what's the problem? I don't know what to do, Deku admits. Well, she's been into you since day one and you have a dick, so, seems simple enough. That, Deku stutters and gets red-faced as he thinks about what Horizon means. I don't think we're ready for that yet. How did All Might have the? Horizon thinks for a moment. 7th strongest quirk in the world to someone like you can non-consensually smash villains but can't smash the girl who wants you. Deku looks mortified. I really didn't think about the name of my moves, meaning that I need to change them. Focus please. Sorry. Look, for whatever reason, Uraraka likes you, that makes things super easy. Just be bold, be brave, be decisive, and be yourself. Be myself, really. I assumed you tell me to be more like you, Deku admits. I mean, it would make the most sense since you were dating both Yamamo and Jiro, and I think Mei liked you. As Deku begins mumbling, Horizon flicks him in the forehead to get his attention. Don't be stupid. Pretending to be someone else is horrible advice, just be yourself, and if women don't like who that is then self-improve until they can't not like you, but that has to be done holistically, you can't just lift weights and make that your personality. So you didn't have to change anything. Why would I do that? I'm perfect. Horizon asks, then sees Deku's dejected look. It's like this, Momo likes the idea of Horizon as the perfect pro-hero, Jiro likes how dangerous I am, and she still does, but she hates herself for liking that. And well, I've got a lot of qualities that other people really like. But they only work because I'm Horizon. You can't act like me if you aren't the strongest, or most capable, you have to be a necessity, not a person. Okay, so how does this apply to me? Deku asks. Because, Uraraka being interested in you from the beginning of UA means she clearly doesn't want someone strong, or capable, or charming, or good-looking, or rich, or... I think I get it, Deku says. I'm a loser. Yeah, but for some reason she liked you from day one, when you were an immensely bigger loser than you are now, so just be yourself. She likes that stupid part of you that always helps no matter how dangerous it is for yourself and the fact that you're a nerd who spends all his time studying quirks. But, aren't you also a nerd who studies quirks? No, because I'm a doctor who studies quirks, you're a fanboy, Horizon says. So really just be yourself, but if I have any advice, for relationships and for being a pro-hero. Be bold, be decisive, and don't be afraid to take the first step, and I suggest you keep that in mind for the sports festival too. The sports festival. Deku looks out to see people filling the stadium. Wait, was that a hint? Do you know what the games are? Focus Deku. Horizon pulls Deku's focus back onto himself. Just go out on a date with the girl, or at least do some one-on-one training with her. That's as much of a date as anything for UA students anyway. Right, Deku begins to get up, but sits back down. One more thing. No, I'm not giving any sex advice aside from don't get anyone pregnant. Not that. Deku blushes. But, is having relationships a smart thing for me, because I really want to go out with her, but will I be letting down All Might if I do? I mean, I've got a lot of people counting on me to use their power and become a great hero. Do I have time to focus on girls? Well, I think pro-heroes should be people with nothing to lose, but I'm also a bit of a hypocrite on that, because as contradictory as it sounds, what's the point of fighting that hard if you don't have any real love in your life? Horizon shrugs. I guess I've got a lot to think about. Not really, just get some pussy, it'll clear your head. Horizon laughs as Deku's face goes red. Now get out of here, something pretty is about to walk in. Deku thanks Horizon and gets up, then freezes when he opens the door to leave. With her hand poised to knock, Chitose is standing there as he opens it. Wow, Deku mutters. I'll take that as a compliment, Chitose says playfully. Yeah, you're really pretty, Deku stutters out. Don't fall for it, Deku. Horizon yells from the couch. She's worse than any villain, and far more dangerous. Deku immediately leaps back and takes a fighting stance, startling Chitose whose thoughts are racing. Oh god, does Horizon know? Did he find out? Can he read my thoughts? I thought he had to touch a person to sense lies. This is a nightmare. Ryuko is here, so maybe together. She's a reporter. Horizon yells out, shattering her thought process and allowing Deku to relax. Those things are dangerous, he laughs as they both give him annoyed expressions. As Deku leaves, Chitose closes the doors and sits beside Horizon. You almost got me punched with that joke. Nah, I would have stopped it. He sees her getting her notepad and voice recorder ready. I hope following the pen wasn't too hard. You could have simply warped me here, is there a reason you didn't? I was having a chat with my classmate there, and I figured you'd want to look around the festival on the way here. I see, and that boy, is he possibly a new member of Team Horizon? Assuming there is still a Team Horizon after the Gigantomachi. There is, and he won't ever be joining it, clash of ideals and all that. Horizon sits up properly. Ready to officially start the interview. Always, just like I see you're always eager to skip the pleasantries, Chitose says. Yes, well, you know I'm a man of action. And I'm sure the people will want to know if this man of action is still single. Well, single as can be, he lied. And the second largest concern, Chitose giggles. Your feelings after the Gigantomachi, now that you've had a few weeks to think about it. What I said in court hasn't changed, and that still reflects how I feel entirely. I see, and people being afraid of you, how do you feel about that? It's the logical response. After all, anyone with a brain would be afraid of me. I'm sure you thought twice before asking for this interview, and even now with only a small table between us, it scares you to know I'm this close. Well, I don't think this table distance matters in the grand scheme of things, Kaisto says. Everyone in UA is currently within your area of influence. Yes, I'd imagine you can feel the movement of every blade of grass. If I wanted to be that precise, yes. Quite all-encompassing, Chitose says. And your feelings regarding the somewhat religious and political zealots blooming to praise you? Horizon groans. I'd rather they didn't, but so long as they aren't hurting or attacking anyone or other groups, then it's probably, hopefully, just harmless fun. All Might had a similar effect, even if it was to a slightly lesser degree. Would you ever give in and maybe become president of Japan? Politics aren't my preferred field of battle, Horizon chuckles. After getting some more national topics out of the way, Chitose raises a question that the world has been curious about. Since you're no longer able to act as a provisional hero within Japan, and you've said you'll be staying away from the public eye to train for the upcoming months, will you perhaps be attending the Global Heroes Summit in Paris? No, I don't see that being in my plans, Horizon says. But maybe next year I can attend. That one will be held in Las Vegas, which is a bit easier to travel to from Japan. Alright, you likely can't leave the country for long, if at all, with the League of Villains running about, Kaisto says. The marked increase in crime across Japan has happened much as everyone expected. However, Muzutafu and Minato Tokyo are still almost entirely crime-free. It seems even without you being able to intervene, criminals know better than to cause problems where you work and live. Well, they aren't completely stupid, but still stupid enough to be villains when the heroes have me fighting for them. After a few more questions, and as the stadium is almost filled, Chitose gets to the final round of questions. Now, about the UA Sports Festival, since you'll obviously be claiming the gold medal again, who will be the runner-up? The polls say Shoto Todoroki is once again the favorite of the other students, but last year Katsuki Bakugo caused an upset. Do you foresee another upset this year? Well, since the games start in a few minutes, I suppose I can tell you that I won't be competing this year. Really? Chitose doesn't seem surprised. That makes sense. Many people were concerned about having other students fighting against you. It hardly seems fair after all. It's not fair, but with me being out of the picture, Horizon thinks for a moment. My team also won't be competing, which leaves only people who I haven't seen go all out in a long time, so I can't tell how much they've improved. I'd imagine so with all the time you spent stopping villains or at Horizon Tower, Chitose says. Yeah, but based on how I think people have improved, if Izuku Midoriya gets to the one-on-one stage of the tournament, it may be tough, but he'll win. End chapter. Chapter 295, Chapter 294, Second Year Sports Festival. Chapter start. Is everyone ready? Momo asks as she steps into the 2A changing room. The crowd is excited and they've started bringing out the other classes. We need to go. I don't think I'll ever be ready for this much attention, Jiro mutters as they all get up. Glancing around the room, Momo sees Kirishima and Siro chatting about something. Siro is in his full hero costume while Kirishima is in his PE uniform. She sees Nijire talking to Uraraka and Azui, and a bit farther away Izuku is saying goodbye to Eri and Kota, whom Ryuko accompanies as they came to wish him luck. Let's do this. Kirishima screams. This year I'm gonna be even more manly and bring home a medal. Are you also aiming for the gold medal? Tokoyami casually asks as they all exit the room and make their way through the stadium hallways. TCH, Bakugo scoffs. If anyone is beating Glassface and taking that gold medal this year, it's me. You aren't the only one that's gotten a lot stronger, Kaken, Deku says. I've got a lot of tricks that I held back when we were training together. Shoto breaks his silence. Nothing compared to the progress I've made training with my father. This year I have enough power to win a tournament match against even Horizon. That's pretty brave considering how it went last time, Mina says. But I bet they have a bunch of rules to prevent him from ripping out hearts again. Well, they don't allow him to use his sword, Toru says. She was wearing a bodysuit made of her DNA below her PE uniform, allowing her to go completely invisible. That new sword is intense, she mutters. I'm just hoping to get to the one-on-one stage this time, Ojiro says. Me too, Shoji says as Jiro nods along as well. As they're walking to the entrance into the main event area, Uraraka notices Midoriya's face is intense and thoughtful, and falls into step beside him. Hey, Deku, are you okay? You look like you need to use the bathroom, she says quietly. Huh, oh, sorry, it's just, Horizon said some things earlier that I can't stop thinking about. Oh, she says in a smaller voice, clearly sad. Be decisive, be bold, be brave, take the first step. Horizon's words echo in Deku's mind. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the intense blush on his face, he leans down slightly to whisper in her ear, I'll explain later, we can have dinner together to celebrate my win, just you and me. Uraraka stops dead in her tracks, face completely red. She sees everyone walking ahead, and Mina, who was standing directly beside her, just looks back and gives her a thumbs up, which makes her blush even more. She takes a moment to compose herself before jogging to catch up. Just as everyone else is stepping onto the field, she comes out last. Hey! What makes you so sure that I won't be the one to why? Her words fall away as the spectacle of the stadium stuns her. The crowd was roaring so loudly she couldn't hear herself think. Even after competing last year, she couldn't grasp the magnitude of what she was seeing. This year the stadium was at least 4 times as large, with tens of thousands of people here cheering them on. High above, fireworks were going off like thunder, but Ms. Midnight's voice cuts through it all. And there you have it, folks, the Hero Corps students take to the field, she says proudly, causing the crowd to get even louder. Most of the other second-year students were on the field wearing the PE uniforms, with the hero equipment students equipped with all kinds of gadgets. Hatsum isn't here, that's odd, Deku says as he scans the crowd. She's probably up there, Jiro points to the highest level of the stadium. There they could see a floor that didn't have balconies like the other seating areas but was separated by one-way glass. The private booths are for wealthy sponsors of the tournament or simply important people from around the world. One of which had the Detonate logo on the front of it. Oh, that's a pretty big company to make a deal with, Momo says. I hope it goes well for her. I'm more concerned about why the hell that's up there, Bakugo says as he nods toward one of the private booths in the middle section of the stadium, with Horizon's logo on the front of it. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival, second-year arena. Midnight announces as the crowd quiets down. Now I know you're all very excited for what we've got in store for you, and we know the second-year students will be the main attraction this year. So we've taken a lot more precautions for safety, and changed things up a bit for entertainment. We've done away with the traditional method of spinning a wheel to randomly decide the game, and this time we've got a game master controlling things from behind the scenes. This causes a small murmur in the crowds. The luscious and beautiful Ms. Midnight will be acting as the referee for the games in this arena, she points to the announcer's booth high above. Present Mike, Vlad King, and Eraserhead will act as the announcers and provide more specific commentary as things unfold. She looks around the crowd, seeing many people holding Manners with Horizon's symbol or dressed in his merch, waiting for his appearance. And now for a bit of good and bad news, Midnight says. It has come to our attention that Horizon would be an unfair entity to pit against the other students, so he won't be competing this year. A look of relief washes over the students as disgruntled noise begins building in the crowd. Oh, but that doesn't mean he isn't involved, Ms. Midnight cuts them off. He's been tasked with not only security this year, but with the prestigious honor of being this arena's game master. Classes 2A and 2B look at each other, visibly concerned at the implication of that, while the crowd erupts into cheers and the other students look simply confused. He's been tasked with making an entertaining and challenging first round for this arena, but before he can come down here and explain the first game, we've got Katsuki Bakugo, the runner-up from last year's sports festival, coming to the stage to say a few words of encouragement. Bakugo takes his time and walks onto the small raised stage as the entire arena goes silent. The look on his face is a mix of disappointment and rage as he tries to contain his anger. ALR. He snatches the mic out of Ms. Midnight's hand and turns his back to the students, looking directly at Horizon's booth high above. What's the point of all of this if I'm not up against the best? Bakugo yells. Glass face. Get down here so I can have a real challenge already. Looks like you were right, Eraser, Vlad King says through his mic, you know your students quite well. Yes, Eraserhead replies in a groggy voice. Which means any second now Horizon is going to shambles. Horizon suddenly appears standing in front of Bakugo, wearing a much more casual outfit of white pants and a matching t-shirt with his logo on them. He looks down at the shorter boy. Bakugo isn't surprised when Horizon appears, and doesn't even take a step back, just glares up at him. For a few seconds, the tension builds, and then Horizon sighs. If you want to challenge me, the least you could do is win the gold medal first. Bakugo gives a vicious smile at that. First I kick their butts, then yours. Horizon chuckles. It's good to dream big, but that's just delusional. Bakugo suddenly warps back to his spot among his classmates, but the mic hovers in place beside Horizon. And now Game Master Horizon will explain the rules of his game. Ms. Midnight announces. These feisty students sure don't like wasting time. The first game reflects life, Horizon says. Which means it will test every aspect of you. Power, speed, intellect, adversity, social skills, leadership, and your ability to function under pressure. It is an obstacle course like you've never imagined before. That is all the information I'll be giving any of you about it. The students and spectators look a bit confused at that. You're allowed to make teams as large or small as you'd like, so long as you hit every checkpoint along the course you'll be fine, but this year there are only 2 rounds of the tournament for our arena. But I promise you, this will be more exciting than both the obstacle course and cavalry game from last year put together, but this also means that regardless of how large your teams are, only the first 16 people to touch the flag will move forward. Some murmurs break out around the arena and even Ms. Midnight looks confused, but she trusts Principal Niza to have signed off on all of this. Kirishima raises a hand. Yes, Kirishima, what is it? If we make teams but only 16 people who touch the flag advance, what's stopping us from betraying each other during the game? Nothing, that's part of life, picking your allies carefully, Horizon says. But just like life, most people cannot make it alone. Monoma raises a hand and then immediately begins talking. How do we know you aren't going to cheat for your classmates, huh? Do you really think I value them winning this game more than my reputation? Horizon asks, as if he were talking to a confused child. Good point, Monoma lowers his hand. Shoji then raises his hand. No more questions, life doesn't come with a manual, Horizon says. You've got 15 minutes to create your strategies and teams, but remember, to win at life you must either be stronger, smarter, adapt better, or simply be first, and most of the time the person who takes the first bold step is rewarded. Good luck. As soon as he finishes speaking, Horizon disappears once more and Cementos begins moving the stage to the side, clearing the field. The students also scatter to form their teams, with most people rushing toward Momo, Shoto, Bakugo, Izuku, and Tokoyami. Much to their surprise, Izuku refused to be part of any team, stating, I want to show the world that I'm capable without always needing people to pick me up. Pro heroes don't always have backup after all. He goes off to the side and gets the same thoughtful look on his face, muttering to himself. Horizon said that twice now, once to everyone here but twice to me. What does he mean by the people who move first are rewarded? It has to be a hint at the game. He said it was life advice, but he also said the game reflects life when I spoke to him earlier, but it is Horizon. This could just become trick to make me look stupid, but then again he's been less horrible to me lately, so maybe he wants to be friends. Or at least he doesn't want me to trip and break my neck anymore. Uraraka, I think your boyfriend is broken again, Mina says as she points out Izuku muttering to himself across the field. I'm sure he's just, Uraraka stops herself. He's not my boyfriend yet. Yet? Azui asks. Uraraka hides her blushing face in her hands. Anyway, we should just focus on ourselves for now, Mina says. Shoto and Bakugo are playing solo, and pretty much everyone else that is self-sufficient doesn't want to form a team with others. Even Momo doesn't want to team up, Azui says. And Tokoyami just said, the darkness demands he works alone, whatever that means. It means Horizon told him not to form a team, Setsuna says as she walks over. Don't suppose you girls want to form a little alliance with my team, how about it? Who's on your team? Uraraka asks. Manga, Shota, Bondo, and me. What does the alliance mean? And why'd Horizon tell Tokoyami not to form a team? Azui asks. Just means our teams don't attack each other unless we're both right in front of the flag and there aren't enough spots left for all of us. And as for Tokoyami, Tokage begins whispering, he got offered a spot on Team Horizon and this sports festival is his little test. Wow, how'd you even find out about that? Mina asks. That team doesn't spill, like ever. Oh, Horizon asked me about considering joining too, but his teaching style just wasn't for me. He's kind of, very intense. I never thought he'd let girls into Team Horizon, Uraraka says. Oh no, he was considering forming a second team with just ladies and wanted me to lead it, but I turned him down. Don't tell Momo that please, he said she was too nice to be a leader during a crisis. That makes sense, Mina says. 10 minutes later. The entire field was cleared off the stage and other props to reveal simple and low lawn grass. Miss Midnight was on a raised platform attached to the spectators area above, looking down closely at all the students gathered along the far side of the arena. All the students gather and jostle each other to get their feet directly only the starting line, staring out at the tunnel leading out of the arena, which acts as the first of many checkpoints. Alright, now that everyone is in position, it is time for the game master to explain the rules of this game, Skyward. The crowd erupts in cheers as the students look at each other, even more confused. Shambles. Horizon appears in the middle of the arena only a few hundred feet ahead of everyone, holding a flag in his hand with the UA symbol on it, and stakes it into the ground. A few moments later the arena goes silent again for him to speak. The rules are simple: stick to the route and pass through all the checkpoints, then be one of the first 16 to touch the flag to move on to the next round. But we won't be announcing when someone makes it to the next round, so if your entire team gets there, well, I'm sure you'll figure out which of you gets to touch the flag first. Many of the students look at their teammates, eyeing them warily and already thinking of how a fight between them would go. And as for the obstacle, you only really have one to deal with. Horizon puts his hands in his pockets and takes a few steps forward, positioning himself between the flag and the students. Me. End chapter. Chapter 296, Chapter 295, Skyward. Chapter start. So, who's up first? Horizon asks, staring down all the second-year students in this completely silent arena. The crowd seems to hold a collective breath as the students share concerned glances. The Hero Corps students immediately have all eyes on them, and among them, 2A naturally gets the most attention. You're smart, Kendo says to Momo. You must have thought of a plan to fight him, right? Yes, live in a different hemisphere and send robots to deal with him, Momo says quietly. Shoto, Bakugo, and Deku will likely move first. Just wait until they get his attention and make a break for the flag. That's my plan. Kendo eyes the flag standing behind Horizon, MHM. This tension is insane. Present Mike says. To think Horizon himself would be the first obstacle, looks like he found a loophole to participate in the games after all. I can't imagine a more difficult obstacle than this, Vlad King says. He's effectively forcing everyone to work together without fully trusting each other at the same time. All the team planning they did minutes earlier was torn apart in one move, done directly after they likely shared some of their unique skills with their presumed allies. Attacking the bonds between comrades. How devious. Present Mike says. What do you think, Eraser? Who'd you bet on? Horizon, Eraserhead says. It's more than 100 versus 1, but this is as far from fair as those students will ever face in their lives. Luckily the goal isn't to defeat him, but to get to the flag. I see some movement from the competitors. As the announcements went off, as if a silent agreement had been made, the students waited for Midoriya, Bakugo, or Shoto to make the first move. Shoto and Bakugo had the same thought: wait for the others to charge forward, and in the moment Horizon responds to crush them, rush toward the flag. They knew this was still likely impossible, but it was a better shot than a direct confrontation. While they were somewhat confident in facing Horizon during the one-on-one section of the sports festival, at this stage there were no ring-out rules for them to use against him, so it was best to secure a spot in the next stage instead. However, Izuku Midoriya had an entirely different thought. With one brave step, he's the first person to cross the starting line. The people watching unconsciously lean forward, excited to see what's about to happen. Izuku Midoriya from Class 2A is the first to enter the course. Present Mike announces. This student made it to the final even last year before losing to Shoto Todoroki in an incredible clash of power. Now 1 year later everyone is excited to see how that explosive power provided by his quirk, superpower, has developed. Midoriya takes a deep breath, looking directly at Horizon, still standing there with his hands in his pockets. One for all, full cowling 45%. Electricity begins dancing around Midoriya's body as his hair seems to move on its own as if it were in the wind. His muscles feel tingly and his bones are almost creaking with each step, walking diagonally to Horizon so there isn't anything between himself and the flag. Eventually, Midoriya stops and faces the flag, then crouches down into a sprinter's stance, yet Horizon hasn't done so much as turn his head toward the boy. Bakugo's hands begin sweating, flexing his fingers to relax his joints and prepare for an onslaught of explosions. Frost begins gathering on Shoto's right side, cooling his body in preparation for the flames he's about to unleash as a booster. Boom. The air shatters as Midoriya launches at the flag in a green sparking blur. The ground around him shattered just as the sonic boom broke the air. Many people covered their ears and were startled at the sudden burst of power. It all happened so fast that Bakugo and Shoto didn't even have time to take more than a single step over the starting line before they came to a stop once more. They were all amazed, even and the crowd erupted into cheers as Izuku Midoriya advances to the next stage was announced. Because there at the other side of the arena, Midoriya was sweating profusely, his entire body shaking uncontrollably, and the flagpole was in his hand. The UA logo on the flag changes for a moment to show 1 before changing back. He stakes the flag back into the ground before taking a few steps away, still shaking and sweating uncontrollably. That was too much, he thinks to himself, tuning out the crowd. I can maintain 45% for a while, but pushing myself to 60% can only be done for one burst, but it was enough, he sighs in relief. Back with the students, Bakugo is furious while Shoto is completely confused. If anyone, they'd expect Horizon to use the games as an excuse to beat up Midoriya, but yet, he didn't even more while the flag was captured. He was still standing there, like a statue. Midoriya, while still panting heavily, walks back over to Horizon. I doubt I was too fast for you, so I was right, about the puzzle, he says. Hearing that everyone is confused, but Horizon just chuckles and turns to face Midoriya, leaving his back to the other students as they all begin rushing to the flag. The first to move is often who life rewards the most. Honestly, you could have just walked over here while they were all frozen in place. Midoriya's shoulders relax. I guess my usual overthinking came in handy this time. While they spoke, the other students already began rushing toward the flag, eventually parting like water around an immovable object when they got to Horizon and Midoriya, harmlessly moving around them. Strategy and problem solving is part of life, Horizon says. And this game reflects all aspects of life, or at least the ones I could fit within it. If you aren't the first to move, things usually get exponentially harder. As he said this and it was announced through the speakers and broadcasting systems, Bakugo had already made it to the flag, with Shoto flying via flames a few meters behind him. But when his fingers were millimeters from touching the flagpole, the entire thing simply disappeared. Bakugo skids to a stop as everyone else begins looking around the arena, then not finding the flag they look to Horizon. Didn't you hear me? He asks. Things get exponentially harder if you aren't the first to move. Remember to stick to the course, you've got 1 hour to get to the flag. So it's at the end of the course, one of the general studies students asks. Something like that, but I'll give you a hint, the name of this game. Horizon takes a hand out of his pocket and points to the sky. Is skyward, so. TAKT. The entire arena along with all of UA begins shaking as massive chunks of earth are ripped from the ground just outside the arena. The surrounding fields of UA are excavated, forming massive looping paths curling like a spring above the arena and toward the sky. Over 10 kilometers of track, uphill, on what seems like a massive floating spring made of earth and trees. As if he stretched out a small mountain and simply hung it in the air, the shadow cast was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, and a moment later massive rings appeared around certain sections to act as checkpoints. Each of the massive paths was at least 150 feet-50 m wide and they intertwined and crossed over each other, and the small bits and pieces of earth that fell from them simply hung in place as if they were stuck in the orbit of the track. And one last touch, Horizon mutters as part of the earth directly outside of the stadium lifts to connect to the floating track, acting as a ramp so everyone can simply run to the track. As soon as this happened, Shoto wasted no time and began skating on ice through the tunnel and past the first checkpoint. Boom. Bakugo's explosion seemed to snap everyone out of their trance and get them focused back on the event. Don't think you're beating my icy hot, he screams while trying to catch up. Both Horizon and Midoriya are warped away as the crowd stampedes through the tunnel, ready to truly begin the first event skyward. Oh, right, I'm the only student here until someone else touches the flag, Midoriya says as he appears in the almost empty seating area of 2A, above the civilian seats, high above the arena. Well done, Midoriya. Yagi says, waving his one arm for Midoriya to join him at the front row. All Might, what are you doing here? He asks while taking a seat beside his mentor. Well, I knew this is where he'd send you after you passed, so of course this is where I'd be. What an insane course. Present Mike says as the students take off. Eraserhead, how confident are you in this not going terrible for us, considering where we are, he says while looking up at the massive track floating above their arena. I don't doubt that Horizon can hold up a mountain with his brain, we'll be fine, Eraserhead says. I'm more worried about the other students, Vlad King says. If this is the course, I can't imagine what traps he has laid out on it for them. Meanwhile, in Horizon's viewing area, he has his feet up while scrolling on his phone, seeing the social media response to his latest spectacle. All the members of Team Horizon were fully suited up in their hero costumes, minus their masks, sitting on couches and seats nearby watching the games. Where'd you even come up with this idea? Seems insane and unsafe, Zero asks. Oh, I was looking up ideas for interesting racetracks and found one that everyone hated from this super old game. The thing came out over 300 years ago, Horizon says. Was it called Rainbow Road or something like that? Juzo asks. Oh, you've heard of it? Horizon asks. That's surprising. I like looking into old stuff, Juzo says. What's more surprising is you letting Deku advance that easily, Shinso says. Well, he solved the little riddle part of it, and if I'm going to be so critical of him, the least I can do is be fair, Horizon says. Besides, I'm excited to see what else he's capable of. End chapter. Chapter 297, Chapter 296, Skyward PT2. Chapter start. Out of my way, icy hot. Bakugo screams as he rockets past Shoto, making their way up the winding earth tendril course Horizon made. Watch it. Shoto yells as he uses his flames to get out of Bakugo's way, intentionally slowing down to let Bakugo get past him. As Bakugo takes the lead, Shoto smirks, then looks back to see all the other students trying to catch up. He sees Tokoyami closing in and waves his hand back, creating a blast of fire that ignites the grass behind him. That should stall high. Shoto's thoughts are cut short as Tokoyami uses Dark Shadow to dig into the cylindrical course and crawl along the underside, avoiding the flames. Attaching himself to the underside to avoid direct sunlight and my flames, looks like he'll be a bigger problem than I thought, Shoto thinks as he keeps rushing ahead, using ice to form a path and flames to push him forward. If I let Bakugo go first, he'll trigger any traps Horizon has on this course, while all I need to do is be one of the first 16 people to touch the flag. No point in revealing any of my new moves this early. Tokoyami Fumikage takes second place. Shoto hears just before the announcement gets out of range. As he completes the first loop, Shoto looks over the side, seeing the stadium hundreds of feet below him, and among the course floating out of range are drones with cameras on them. Looking above him, Shoto sees flickering light and hears the explosions of Bakugo's quirk on the loop just above him, and on this loop he sees a large red ring floating around it. So the checkpoint is a concentric circle with the track in the middle of it, allowing people crawling below it to pass that way if they want, a fight in all planes. As he realizes this, he sees that directly above him Tokoyami is flying on the underside of the next loop. TCH, just because taking the lead isn't my goal doesn't mean I'll let you two embarrass me. He puts more power into his fire and ice, rocketing forward even faster. Meanwhile, in the lead, Bakugo was enjoying the wind rushing past his face, not even feeling any pain or soreness as his explosions launched him ahead of the competition and up the track. Enjoy his freedom to unleash his quirk on the world stage, he quickly completes another loop, then reaches a junction in the course. What the hell? He mutters as he comes to a complete stop, planting his feet on the dirt track and looking ahead to see it split into 3 parts. 2 made of earth on the left and right, and 1 in the middle made entirely of what smells like seawater. Yet around each, he could see a checkpoint, all sharing the same number, 3. So I have to pick a path, and the middle is probably for people like Froggy who are faster in water, since flyers and regular people can use the normal track. Whatever, I just have to keep moving. Boom. Bakugo launches up the left path, moving faster than before as he clears another loop. This time, instead of diverging paths, he's met with what appear to be UA training robots. More humanoid in appearance, but each was now 10 feet 3 m tall, no longer inspired by animals, they simply looked like big metal people. TCH, you'll have to do better than that to stop me. Bakugo screams as he accelerates even more, moving higher, above the robots. I'm not wasting my time on this piece of trash when the real fights are in the next stage. As he screams, all the camera drones are focused on him, seeing him soar over the robots. Then suddenly all their heads turn to him, and with one massive leap 2 of the robots leap the 15 m-45 feet distance into his path. Bakugo's eyes widen for a moment, never seeing UA's training robots acting like this before. One of them spins to kick him in the side, and in response, he raises his right hand toward it while still flying with his left. As the explosion is about to go off directly into the robot, a piece of rock slams into his forearm, directing the blast upward and allowing the kick to connect to his side. Arg, he feels the metal foot slam into him, but before he can go hurtling into the ground below, the second robot that leaped at him grabs his face and drags him down, slamming him into the dirt and pinning him down with its weight. What the hell, Bakugo groans as he's pinned down. Since when did these pieces of trash fight like this? As he thinks that, he flips his hand up, palm facing the sky, and releases a massive explosion to blow the robots holding him down apart. Before the smoke could clear, Bakugo moved through the cloud, getting behind his third target and swinging with an open right palm. As he's about to connect, the explosion begins to form, and without looking the robot crouches down and spins, kneeing him in the gut and sending him out of the smoke. Gah. He tries to catch his breath after he stops rolling, then looks up to see the 5 remaining robots sprinting at him. Damn it. Bakugo punches the ground as he gets up, taking a runner's stance with his arms behind him ready to activate his quirk. So much for saving this for the next round, but since I'm fighting Horizon, then I may as well use it right now. He feels his arms becoming warmer, his muscles bulging, flexing, his bones creaking for a moment before they adjust. His months of training came together once again for him to shine brighter than anyone else on this course. CLA boom. Instead of his usual explosions, this time as he rockets forward at a new top speed, the explosive sweat is much more dense and concentrated, forming bright spherical explosions in his palm before they release the energy outward to push him forward. Each explosion is like a white-orange star as it explodes behind him with more power than one of his super moves from this time last year. Bakugo blitzes past these robots and is onto the next loop before the spectators can ever realize what's going on. He makes it to the next section of the track where the paths converge, and 24 robots are standing guard, but notices some scattered pieces about. Who the hell was already here, then must have gotten past me during that fight, freaking icy hot. Out of my way, trash. Bakugo screams as he rushes into the next swarm of robots. With each destroyed robot he feels his body become lighter, his muscles get hotter, and his mind becomes clearer and more focused. 1 year, he thinks as he clears this section and rushes on to the next. 1 entire year since Horizon and I first fought, and now I'm getting my rematch. He makes it to the next junction and sticks to the left path. But I'm not the same person I was back then. Bakugo clears some more robots, taking some hits that set him back slightly but still not disappointed by his own pace. I'm not delusional enough to think I can beat a monster like that. Someone who can make an entire track like this appears with a thought, someone who can fight all the competitors at once without even being here. I'll use him as exactly what he is, an insurmountable obstacle that pushes me to keep surpassing my limits and climb to heights that Deku and Icy Hot could ever get me to reach. That's your purpose for Nizu bringing you here after all, isn't that right, Horizon? Many loops below. Finally making it to the section of the course with the robots, Momo is leading the pack by riding a bike, followed closely by the weightless Uraraka and Azui duo as well as Tokage floating as a collection of body parts. I don't have time for Nizu's toys, Momo mutters as she creates a small grenade-like device in her right hand and throws it forward, directly into the middle of the robots. As the group is about to reach the robots, her grenade goes off, setting off an electric shock that seemingly powers them all down. Thanks, Yamamo. Tokage yells from above. I don't suppose you're thankful enough to let me touch the flag first? Momo asks. Not even with you, Bo. Tokage trips over her words as Momo glares at her. Not even with the world watching. The girls get past the awkward moment as they rush into the swarm of robots, yet the moment they're in the middle of the swarm one of the robots swings its hand out to grab Momo. Look out. Uraraka tackles her out of the way, sending them both rolling in the dirt. The Momo's words are cut off as she suddenly becomes weightless and gets thrown back down the track, losing her lead completely. I'll get you some snacks later as an apology, she hears Uraraka yell as the robots begin engaging. Momo creates a blade from her forearms and stakes it into the ground to anchor herself, looking up at the fight in time to see Uraraka touch a few of the robots, making them weightless and then throwing them into the air. She sees Uraraka taking the lead and gets up, making roller skates on her feet with larger rubber tires for the dirt track, and begins rushing back to them. I don't get it, that EMP grenade should have short-circuited those robots, they never failed before, something doesn't seem right. They waited until we were close, playing dead so they could strike, did Nizu reprogram them for this game? As she's catching on to what Bakugo had instantly realized earlier, the robots move toward Uraraka, flying with no obvious assistance toward the girl. One by one she sees all her friends quickly being overwhelmed, forced to work together, and when one of the robots is shattered to pieces and falls at her feet. Momo sees the inside of it is completely hollow. Oh my god. She mutters, looking around at over 100 students fighting these robots all at once. Horizon is controlling all of these with his telekinesis. Looks like another student figured it out, folks. Present Mike announces as Momo's shocked face is broadcast to the world. Game Master Horizon is controlling all these metal puppets from his comfy spot in the stadium, that's why it seems like they can fly and have eyes in the back of their heads, pretty cool, right? The crowd looks both astonished and horrified at the sight of one student simultaneously controlling a small army of puppets with apparent ease, only for Present Mike to snap them out of their daze as the broadcast changes. And looks like we've got another student at the flag, he says as the screens show Bakugo rocketing toward the flag, on the final stretch. Looks like he's had a rough journey but he made it after all. Making it to the flag, Bakugo stopped in front of it, his clothes were slightly torn and burnt, caked in dirt from all the times he'd been sent rolling across the floor. His hands were already aching, but nothing he couldn't deal with before the real fights began. And looking back he didn't see anyone in sight, guess I got a good lead on them after all, he says as he touches the flag, and instantly warps away. As he arrives in the 2A seating area, he sees Midoriya and All Might sitting there watching the games as Present Mike announces his name. Katsuki Bakugo secures his spot in the next round. Present Mike announces. Well, Eraserhead, are you surprised the first people to qualify are from your class? I can't honestly say I am, Aizawa says. I would have been more surprised if those three didn't qualify. Bakugo smiles at that, then a confused expression forms on his face. Wait, what the hell does he mean, those three? Bakugo looks around, only to see Tokoyami sitting in the back, clearly exhausted. His feathers were dirted and slightly matted in some places, his beak had a small crack with a bandage on it, and his left arm was in a sling. What the hell happened to you? Bakugo asks, more curious than angry or surprised. I don't want to talk about it, was all Tokoyami said before limping away from the observation area. End chapter. The chapter was a bit later because tournament arcs are hard. Chapter 298, Chapter 297, Semifinals begin. Chapter start. One screen seems to float in nothingness in a void of absolute darkness. On it is Shoto Todoroki in the UA Sports Festival arena. The boy was resting on his knees looking up at the crowd, the entire concrete stage around him destroyed, some parts frozen, others melted, and most of it blasted into dust. Most of his clothes were destroyed, leaving him topless to reveal a body of cuts, burns, frostbitten flesh, bruises, and all manner of injuries, including a broken right arm. As he breathes heavily, the view on screen changes, panning away to the far wall of the arena to show Nito Monoma in a similar state, nearly a foot deep into the concrete wall. Monoma forces his eyes open, raising a hand aimed at Shoto, and forces a small flame to form, only to be cut off by Ms. Midnight. Nito Monoma is out of bounds. She announces loudly. Shodo Todoroki advances to the semifinals. The crowd erupts into mad cheers as Monoma stops his attack. As Cementos and Ms. Midnight get Shodo to the infirmary, the screen shifts to show Present Mike, Eraserhead, and Vlad King, who was clearly upset. And there goes Class 2B's chances of getting a podium stop this year. Present Mike announces. How do you feel about your class's performance, Vlad? My students went out there and showed why they'll be phenomenal pro heroes, he says proudly. They showcased ingenuity at every stage and I couldn't be more proud of them. I completely agree, Eraserhead says. Each semi-finalist has rare levels of potential even for a place like UA. It would be hard for most pro heroes to survive any one of them in single combat, so facing them as a student is certainly no easy feat. Those kids of yours really do pack a punch. Mike yells, hyping up the crowd. We're in for some serious supercharged matches, folks, so how about a little insight from Eraserhead since all the semi-finalists are in his class? Eraser glances down at the arena to see it still being repaired and gives a long sigh. Well, since Shodo Todoroki was just on stage, I'll start with him. Looks like someone is in the festival spirit. Whatever, Eraserhead groans. Shodo Todoroki, he inherited an inferior version of his father, Endeavor, the greatest flame hero in history's quirk, Hellflame. Along with his mother's ice quirk, which made a unique QUIRK known as Half Cold Half Hot, which is a stupid name but he's attached to it. As everyone saw, and those closer to the arena felt, he's able to generate an immense amount of fire and ice. His control is nothing when compared to his father but is comparable to more normal levels pyrokinetic pro heroes usually have. This control also extends to his ice, which he's much more skilled with due to only focusing on training his fire after last year's sports festival. The benefit of his quirk that singular fire or ice quirks can't have, however, is the fact that they cancel the weaknesses of each other in his body, allowing his temperatures to reach higher highs and lower lows than most people with similar quirks. That's why he's able to fight longer than other Ice of Fire users, folks. Present Mike explains. The ice counters overheating and fire counters the frostbite that those quirks usually come with. Pretty awesome, right? All that power and those advantages, yet he's still got a serious fight ahead of him to win this tournament, Vlad King says. Just goes to show how capable this generation is, and how awesome Monoma is for almost beating a person like that. Great job, Monoma. Present Mike and Eraserhead give Vlad King strange looks for a moment, then continue the announcements. Right. Eraserhead says. Shodo Todoroki's next opponent will be Izuku Midoriya, a rematch from last year. Actually, both the semifinals will be rematches from last year. Izuku Midoriya has improved the most compared to any students from last year, well, maybe all but one student, but that one isn't competing this year. Last year he lost to Todoroki, but this year it's an entirely different Midoriya in the arena. He won't back down from anyone and he's got a serious handle on his power now. His quirk, Superpower, is a variant of the common power quirk. It really earns its name, as I'm sure everyone remembers, but has immense drawbacks that nearly crippled him last year. But now he's got that power under control and is ready to put it all into action. I've been observing his training this past year, and he's got tricks up his sleeve that his friends really won't be expecting. Sounds like you've got a favorite student, Present Mike teases him. I'm not, Vlad, I don't play favorites, Eraserhead says. Who do you think is gonna win that match? Impossible to say, Eraserhead says. They're two of strongest students UA has ever had, but that can be said about all the semi-finalists, but I'm sure both of them have been holding back some of their tricks. Respectfully, all the Hero Corps students have fought each other before and these four are well aware that they're the toughest competition in this tournament. They won't use all their tricks against anyone but each other, even as close as that last match was. Something tells me Todoroki has moves he'll only lose against the people in these next matches. Well, that covers the second semi-final match. Now how about last year's silver medalist? Present Mike asks. Katsuki Bakugo is fighting in the next match. He's not shown much new moves so far, but everyone is excited to see what he has up his sleeve. He's only shown those more concentrated type of explosions he creates, but I've never seen those before, so there isn't anything I can say about them, aside from them looking like exploding suns. But Bakugo excels in all aspects of combat, so I'm sure he's got many tricks up his sleeve for the upcoming match. His opponent is an interesting one, Vlad King says. Fumikage Tokoyami's quirk is quite strange in the way it behaves, as if it were sentient on its own, although we haven't seen much of that today. He's been doing some special training to improve and understand his quirk, Eraserhead says as he quickly glances at Horizon's observation room above. His quirk is the most mysterious of all the remaining competitors, as even he is still exploring the limits and uses it as, along with the mechanics of exactly how it works, but he is strong. None of these students will underestimate him. It looks like the arena has been repaired, so let's get ready for the first round of the semifinals. Present Mike yells, and the crowd roars in excitement. Will Tokoyami Fumikage and Katsuki Bakugo come on down to the arena so we can get this show started? As he says that, the void in which the screen appeared to be floating appears to open, a pair of eyes looming in the nothingness. Sharp, glowing red eyes looking directly at the screen. Then another pair, and a dozen more pairs of eyes all open looking at the screen, before they close once more, and the darkness retracts. It moves like a living shadow rushing away from the screen and into Tokoyami, who was sitting in this waiting room, meditating, waiting for his match to begin. Tokoyami takes a deep breath and exits the room. With his arm still in a sling, he walks toward the stage, ready to give it everything he has. As he's limping down the hallway, listening to present mic announce Bakugo at the other side of the arena, Horizon suddenly warps into the hallway, leaning against the wall just out of sight from the spectators. "Are you here to wish me luck?" Tokoyami asks as he approaches, stopping beside Horizon. "Just here to see how you felt about our deal, figured you might have changed your mind," Horizon shrugs. Tokoyami shakes his head. "The little help you've given me has already greatly increased my mastery of my quirk. There isn't much in this world that could stop me from joining your team and learning more about myself." "Well, I don't mind helping you even more, if you show me you're worth the investment," Horizon gestures to Bakugo entering the arena. "But you already know that much." "I do," Tokoyami says as present mic begins hyping him up for his entrance. "One thing has been on my mind." "What's that?" Horizon asks. "I know you focused me during the obstacle course. I expected as much since this sports festival is my test, but did you also match me against Bakugo since he's my greatest counter?" "What? Me, lying about the matches being random and rigging it to give you more difficult opponents?" Horizon feigns surprise, complete with over-the-top gestures. "I can't believe you'd accuse a hero like myself of such a thing." "Your acting could use some work," Tokoyami says flatly. "Meh," Horizon shrugs. "It's enough for when I want to convince those people of something," he gestures to the crowd. "So I was right then. My team doesn't have any place for people who don't learn from their mistakes," Horizon says. "I thought of dozens of outcomes during your match with Bakugo last year that would have let you win, but you still lost. Show me how much you've grown." Tokoyami is about to speak, but present mic calls for him to enter the arena at that moment, cutting him off. "Don't disappoint me," Horizon says, patting Tokoyami on the shoulder before warping back to his observation room. Tokoyami smiles as he walks into the arena, seeing the already familiar concrete stage, twice as large as last year's, looming ahead of him. As he ascends the stairs, expecting the same pain sensations to rack his both as the previous match, he felt lighter. He'd been so caught up in his own thoughts that he'd failed to realize until now that his limp was gone, the pain in his body had disappeared, and his arm in the sling felt completely fine. So as he ascends to the stage, he removes the slight and casts it aside, thankful that Horizon had healed him when they made contact moments ago. But as he gets to the top, standing across from him, is a fully healed Bakugo. The boy was completely silent, eyes burning holes through Tokoyami as if he were just another obstacle in his path. "Are both of you ready?" Miss Midnight asks from beside the stage, flag raised ready to begin the match. "You've got bad luck to face me 2 years in a row," Bakugo says, narrowing his eyes at Tokoyami. "Tokoyami and Dark Shadow no longer exist, Bakugo. You now face something else entirely," he says. "And it won't end like last year." End chapter. Chapter 299, Chapter 298, Semifinals. Chapter start. Begin. Miss Midnight yells as she lowers the flag. Tokoyami lunges forward, as does Bakugo. Before Tokoyami can do anything, Bakugo swings his right arm forward and releases a concentrated explosion. Tokoyami raises his arms to block with his forearms as he takes the hit directly. The force is enough to knock him out of the small dust cloud it made and send him hurtling across the arena. He's still far from the boundary of the arena, but while he's still lying on the floor trying to recover, Bakugo rockets out of the dust using his explosion to fly directly at Tokoyami. Tokoyami tries to sit up, propping himself up with his right hand as he thrusts his left hand forward. "Dark Shadow," he yells out, and the shadow creature rushes out of his torso toward Bakugo. Bakugo holds out his right hand, creating bright light by constantly setting off tiny explosions in his palm, forcing the shadow creature to retreat into Tokoyami. Bakugo lands in front of Tokoyami and holds out his bright hand. "Just like last year, I'm still a bad matchup for you," Bakugo says with a vicious smile. There is a tense moment between the two students as they glare at each other. Tokoyami sighs, "Bakugo, you." In one instant the arena below them shatters and erupts into the cloud of dust and concrete, blocking the audience from seeing exactly what's happening. From in the dust they hear Bakugo screaming and shouting, and as it clears they all understand why. He'd been wrapped tightly in a void black energy of some sort, his body was completely bound aside from his head, and both his hands were being held directly against the sides of his head. "Void body, shadow binding," Tokoyami says proudly as he's still laying on the ground. As he gets up with his forearms still damaged, his right palm that was touching the ground is revealed to have released Dark Shadow to tunnel into the ground. "Quite clever, don't you think?" he asks Bakugo. "There is no light underground, and Dark Shadow is strong enough to burrow. All I needed was to raise my mastery to expel him from any part of my body so you wouldn't notice." ARHG. Bakugo screams, struggling with all his might but unable to get out of the trap. Since when the hell could you do this, and why does your stupid quirk look so different now? You aren't the only one that's been training, Tokoyami says as Dark Shadow's head manifests out of his shoulder, staring at Bakugo with its glowing red eyes. Now, surrender. Never. I figured as much, but if you use your quirk you'll blow your own head off, so I'll just wrap this up, Tokoyami says as he waves his hand. The energy extending from his hand moves on its own and rips out of the arena, breaking apart more concrete to show the exact path it took underground to cocoon Bakugo. Then gently lifts Bakugo and turns him upside down, touching his head to the outside of the designated combat area, all while he's kicking and screaming. Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds, Ms. Midnight announces. Tokoyami Fumikage moves on to the finals. Horizon's observation room. That was over so quick, we barely even got to see anything, Siro whines as they see Tokoyami and Bakugo leaving the arena for Cementos to begin repairs. Bakugo must be beyond angry, Shinso says. First he has to fight a ways which provided no challenge, then he gets defeated this quickly in the next round. Yeah, but what did you three think about Tokoyami? Horizon asks. Honestly, that was pretty smart, Juzo says. He knew Bakugo's quirk was a counter to his, so he went where the light couldn't reach, and when he grabbed him he put Bakugo's palms against his head so explosion couldn't be used. I wonder what he said at the end that got him so mad, Siro says since the crowd couldn't hear the fighters speaking. He asked Bakugo to surrender, Horizon chuckles. As if anything could make that happen. Dark Shadow looks much different now, why is that? Shinso asks. I thought that version of the quirk was only used during the summer camp attack, and it was uncontrollable. I gave him some pointers, about not fighting as Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, but as Tsukimi instead, let two become one and realize Dark Shadow is just an energy construct. So he was using it as kind of like an imaginary friend this entire time? Siro asks. Basically, Horizon shrugs. He put some pieces of himself that he was either unaware of or ashamed of into it, that's why it would always act like a totally different person, now he should be more whole, and able to draw out more of its power. Did you actually think it was a separate living entity this entire time? Juzo gives Siro a disappointed look. Hey, that's what it said on his paper, who am I to judge when this guy has Hand of God on his quirk license, and that's apparently completely accurate, Siro raises his hands in frustration. Quirks can be weird, man. This means his quirk is more like that guy from Belgium, the one who retired a few months back, Shinso says. Lion Surge, Horizon says. Yeah, but I think Tokoyami's quirk is more complex than making energy crystal lions, but that remains to be seen. The next match is about to start, Juzo says as Present Mike begins announcing Todoroki. As he enters the arena with a fresh PE uniform, some of the marks and bruises from the previous fight are still visible on his face and arms, leading Siro to look over at Horizon. You didn't heal Todoroki, he asks. Part of the event is being able to conserve your energy and health for the next round. The only reason I healed Tokoyami was because I was targeting him during the obstacle course, and I healed Bakugo to make it even. Well, I guess that makes sense, Juzo says. So, who wants to make a bet on who wins this match? Moments later Midoriya enters the arena and is standing opposite his friend, both looking at each other as nothing but combatants in the ring. They're so focused that the noise from the crowd doesn't exist to them, only Ms. Midnight's words reach their ears. Begin, she announces and immediately is raised away from the arena by a cement construct as Todoroki's flames roar to life. Luckily Midoriya had activated One for All, 45% at the same time, allowing him to react in time to leap to the very edge of the stage. With his heels almost touching the edge of the legal area he raises on foot and stomps down onto the stage. At the moment just before impact his power jumps up to 75%, and as it makes impact returns to 45%. He felt the muscles and bones in his legs sting slightly, but easily worth the massive blast wave of wind that pushed back against the flames. Todoroki was forced to stop using his flames and instead create a massive barricade of ice from behind his back to the edge of the stadium, but even then the wind pushed him so hard he skidded off the stage. Had he not been standing on his ice he would have already been considered out of bounds and lost the match. By the time he looks up, still wondering when did Deca get this strong, Midoriya is only a few meters away with a fist reared back aimed directly at his face. Todoroki's eyes widen as the flames roar to life once again, and Midoriya pushes off the rapidly melting ice and lands back in the arena. Todoroki feels his feet sinking and looks down to see the ice melting away, revealing the grassy out-of-bounds area below, and focuses his flames with his left hand and foot to fly back to the arena. As he gets back onto the stage he lowers his flames and begins cooling off his body with ice. And the instant Midoriya notices that he rushes forward yet again, clearing the few dozen meters between them so fast that Todoroki is forced to simply push more energy into his ice rather than swapping to his flames. He's taking advantage of my inability to simultaneously use elements during intense moments like these. Todoroki realizes too late as the massive torrent of ice he creates is easily smashed through by Midoriya. Suddenly Midoriya's fist was once again closing in, this time only a meter from Todoroki's right shoulder. Todoroki tried to manifest roaring flames once again, but this time he was too slow and instead had to roll with the glancing blow. "Ack!" he yells as the graze ragdolls him across the stage. Just a mere touch from Midoriya using 45% and he could feel his shoulder and arm aching. He sees Midoriya about to fly out off the stage, but his hopes are dashed when his friend twists his body and stomps his foot into the concrete, entrenching himself ankle-deep and carving out a small trench that stops just before the out-of-bounds area. As Midoriya stops, they both take a moment to assess the battle, but Todoroki is slower to formulate a plan and is forced to react instead. He sees Midoriya raise a hand, ready to flick his finger forward just like last year. Watching the finger, he sees Midoriya flick it forward, and before the motion can be complete, a massive column of ice surges across the stage directly at Midoriya. But no air pressure collides with it. Instead, there is no response at all. Todoroki looks forward and realizes what he'd done, created an ice structure that blocked his vision of an immensely faster opponent. Exactly as Midoriya wanted. Suddenly the ice shatters, sending a sleet storm along with dust and debris toward Todoroki. In response, he manifests flames from his left side, and as they roar to life he uses them to push himself toward his right, away from his opponent. He couldn't see through the sleet and dust, so he raised his defenses and made some distance between them. But before he could realize what was going on, he noticed in the corner of his eye that something was moving toward him, not through the smoke screen of ice and dust, but from where Midoriya had launched that very attack. When he dodged to the right, Midoriya wasn't actually in the smoke screen, but still hidden behind the ice, and now he was less than a meter away from punching Todoroki's right side, his ice side, while all his energy was focused on the flames of his left side. Midoriya took the instant Todoroki dodged to the right to rush directly toward his right side and land a decisive blow. In this moment Todoroki felt a surge of adrenaline and fear, for the second year in a row matched against someone he instinctively recognized as a monstrous threat to his life. And in response, his quirk ran wild. Boom. An explosion of heat and snow erupts on the stage, destroying the entire stage, leaving parts melted and others frozen solid. Todoroki has frostbite on parts of his body and burns on others as parts of his uniform are once again ruined. He breathes heavily, sweating profusely, and with a wave of his hand creates a surge of heat that clears the air. Ms. Midnight and the crowd looks around, only seeing Todoroki in the arena. Midoriya is. Ms. Midnight keeps looking around, confused, until Todoroki explains. "It's hard to see if you weren't at the heart of it," he says. But when he saw what I was about to do, Todoroki points at the sky. He jumped away. Everyone looks up, seeing Midoriya over 200 m above the stadium and rapidly diving down toward Todoroki. He has one arm cocked back, in a very familiar pose to any All Might fan as he grits his teeth. "If I can't get close to you, I'll just blast you away with one massive attack." Midoriya screams loud enough for everyone to hear, and now they're all even more thankful that the arena was much larger to compensate for these massive clashes. Todoroki smiles, looking up at his friend. "Don't think it'll be that easy for you." He creates his most powerful flames yet, so hot that the entire stage begins melting away around him. The crowd begins feeling this immense heat for a moment before it's contained, being pulled along with the flames toward his left fist that was cocked back while he looks up at his friend. Feeling his thoughts fighting themselves, Todoroki decides to forego cooling his body with his ice, deciding that he wanted all of his focus on this attack instead of keeping his body cool to continue fighting afterward. Raising his heat to the absolute limit, the flame condenses onto his fist, heat still melting the ground directly around him, showing his lack of mastery when compared to his father. Flashfire fist, he punches toward the sky, releasing all the focused heat and flames in one pillar heading directly toward Midoriya. Jet burn. End chapter. Chapter 300, Chapter 299, The Finals. Chapter start. Jet burn. Todoroki's battle cry is barely heard over the roaring flames. UA's first ever true legacy move. Present Mike says excitedly as the pillar is about to collide with Midoriya a few dozen meters above the stage. In the crowd, Endeavor's flames dance excitedly as he laughs hysterically, filled with pride and excitement in his son's abilities, yes, but mostly because this means his relationship with Shoto has taken yet another step toward being mended. Beside him, Fuyumi is crying, already seeing her dream of having her family together and happy becoming that much more tangible. But all of that quickly changes to looks of shock as Midoriya suddenly lands on the ground directly in front of Shoto. At the last second before the jet burn hit, when he was supposed to throw his strongest punch and collide with the attack, he instead raised his hand and flicked his finger to the side, using the recoil to throw himself out of the way. Easily dodging where nobody expected him to, in midair, he then spun around and launched a powerful kick at the sky, using that to launch himself down toward the arena, directly in front of Todoroki. Shoto's eyes track some of this as a blur, but they lock onto Midoriya's as the boy lands in front of his, hunched over with his first reared back. Shoto's lack of mastery has locked him in place, breaking his control of the jet burn now is impossible, since all of Midoriya's movements to get from in the air to where he is now, happened in less than 1 second. Before Todoroki could even lower his hand, a brutal straight right connects to his gut, completely doubling him over onto the fist before Midoriya stands up and transitions into an uppercut. But instead of launching his friend into the air, he simply stopped there, holding Todoroki's body on his fist for a moment before calmly placing him onto his shoulder to be carried to Recovery Girl, completely unconscious. It all happened so fast that only a few pro heroes such as Endeavor, Miss Midnight, Eraserhead, and a few others were able to see exactly what happened, leaving the audience confused until the slow-motion replay clarified things moments later. Shoto Todoroki is unable to continue. Ms. Midnight announces to the stunned crowd. Izuku Midoriya advances to face Tokoyami Fumikage in the finals. Horizon's observation room. Oh come on. Juzo whines as he hands Shinso some money. The one time I bet against Deku and he wins, seriously. Shiro and Shinso laugh at him while Horizon just shakes his head. We haven't been in school most of the time to know what their training has been like, Horizon says. Even I didn't expect that kind of show from Deku. Yet well, we are too busy dealing with villains to keep up with the news around UA, Shinso says. But a little birdie told me Deku's been doing a lot of training with All Might lately, so I took an educated guess. And by little birdie you mean? Shiro looks at Shinso, expecting something interesting. But instead, Shinso just shrugs. I just asked Aizawa what our classmates have been up to before the festival started. Lame, Shiro says. I thought you meant a secret girlfriend or something, you know, like Juzo. I don't have a secret girlfriend, Juzo says. Tokage and I are just taking things slow. It's not like we don't know we like each other. I've just been super busy with Team Horizon stuff. Shinso just listens in and takes a sip of his drink until Horizon speaks up. Shinso is just as busy and he manages to have a secret girlfriend. ACH. Shinso chokes on his drink and begins sputtering. And she doesn't even go to UA, so stop making excuses, Horizon says. As Juzo and Shiro immediately turn on Shinso, Horizon warps away, arriving in Recovery Girl's infirmary. There he sees Shoto lying in bed, half awake as Endeavor is scolding him for being so reckless, something he couldn't deny as his left hand has severe burns on it. Across from him, Deku and All Might are having a quiet conversation while Deku is doing some stretches after his checkup. I got your message, Horizon says, drawing all eyes onto him as he approaches Recovery Girl. It's this one, he taps Shoto on the head with her cane. His injuries are too much for me to use my quirk, so it'd be best if you step in. Horizon groans, but looks between Endeavor and Shoto. Fine, but this means he's out of the tournament, which means I get the fun job of telling Bakugos he's been demoted, from silver to bronze. After a break so that everyone could go have lunch, the sports festival resumes with the stage completely repaired and the crowd excited for the final match. All the students are watching, even Bakugo, who's bitter about his bronze medal defeat and sulking behind his classmates. Let's get this show started. Present Mike yells as both Midoriya and Tokoyami are already standing on the massive concrete stage, staring each other down. Away from the stage, Ms. Midnight and Cementos are on a raised platform, keeping them away from any wide-sweeping attacks while allowing them to intervene where necessary in the match, a lesson they learned last year. Is everyone ready? Ms. Midnight asks, and both the boys nod at each other. She raises her fan high as the crowd goes silent, allowing the tension in the air to build, then quickly brings it down. Begin. Midoriya instantly dashes forward with 1 for all 45% and launches a direct kick at Tokoyami's face. He makes direct contact, causing a gust of wind to blow through the arena and reach the crowd, but to his surprise, Tokoyami isn't sent tumbling off the stage. Instead, he sees his friend's head and parts of his body shrouded in shadow energy as he tanks the kick, only having it slightly move his head. Midoriya's eyes open wide as Tokoyami swings his right hand out, launching a fist toward his chest as shadow energy erupts from his skin to make a reinforced punch. Midoriya quickly steps back, avoiding the punch and making some distance between them. He actually took that hit and activated his quirk as armor fast enough to counterattack, Midoriya thinks as he sees Tokoyami's body now fully enveloped in shadow energy, with 2 glowing red eyes layers over his own. He's gotten even stronger than we realized. That's new, you've been holding back this much in class, Tokoyami? Midoriya asks with a wide smile on his face, taking a moment to stretch his limbs as they both relax slightly. This is my power, Tsukuyomi says in a distorted voice. One with the abyss, dark shadow, Tsukuyomi. Wow, even your boy, Midoriya immediately jumps to the right as the ground he'd been standing on erupts, a large tendril of shadow energy breaking out of the floor and whipping at him. Before his feet are back on the ground he glances at Tsukuyomi, seeing him stretching a spear of shadow energy directly at him. Midoriya immediately gets his feet on the ground and spins into a kick, crashing his shoes into the side of the shadow energy construct blade, trying to knock it aside. But instead, it shifts to act as a liquid, taking the blow and swallowing his foot up to the ankle. His shape shifting it better too. Midoriya realizes as he bends and twists while the tendril tries to fling him out of the arena. I can't grapple with him since it'll be like fighting water, range or quick strikes are the only options. All for one, 60%. Midoriya's momentary sudden surge of power before returning to 45% surprised Tsukuyomi, who was intentionally avoiding breaking his friend's foot. With a strong kick he breaks out of the hold and lays flat on the ground to avoid the tendril swinging back at his head. From his prone position, Midoriya digs into the concrete with his fingers and his hands, breaking the stage to make handholds and launch forward like a missile. He moves so fast that to everyone he becomes a blur while dashing around the arena, avoiding a torrent of sharp tendrils extending from Tsukuyomi. Along many of the tendrils more glowing red eyes form, causing them to gradually become more and more accurate as Midoriya desperately tries to close the distance. To the audience they see blurs of darkness whipping about, destroying the concrete arena, with bits of green appearing all over as both students send gusts of winds and shockwaves through the stadium. He can keep up at this speed. Midoriya wonders as he deftly avoids the torrent of attacks, but after a few more moments he notices the edges of the arena are also being destroyed. Places he's been unintentionally avoiding. His quirk gives him more of those glowing eyes, but his brain still has to process dozens of fields of vision. He's only pretending to keep up. Realizing that Midoriya grits his teeth and charges directly, finding a gap in the attack, his power suddenly jumps up to 60% to close the distance before returning to 45% as he punches at Tsukuyomi directly. Boom. The first impact pushes Tsukuyomi back a few meters and he instantly retracts all the shadow energy moving about the arena onto himself, reinforcing his body with dense armor. Tsukuyomi's arms become more dense, mimicking the makeup of muscles before seamlessly merging to launch a counter-punch. But Midoriya is much faster, and matches the strike fist against fist. The shockwave cracks the stage and sends Tsukuyomi flying back, but he extends shadow energy from his legs to anchor him into the arena and catch himself, preventing him from going out of bounds. I'm stronger and faster, this is it, Midoriya thinks as he rushes in once again, but this time Tsukuyomi shifts the shadow energy to form tendrils out of his back, effectively creating a dozen arms to compensate for his lack of speed and power as he anchors himself into the stage. In a constant onslaught they brawl, blow for blow without taking a single step back, refusing to give each other an inch of ground. The audience can barely keep their eyes open with the intense winds rushing about the arena, and when they do, all they can see are tendrils rushing forward and Midoriya's blurred form matching it, his image moving so quickly he appeared to have multiple sets of arms. What an insane match, it's like they're determined to see who breaks first. Present Mike yells out over the thundering clashes from the arena. Midoriya is speeding up, while Tokoyami is getting tired. Eraserhead points out, not that most people could notice such small changes in a hectic battle. Tsukuyomi was forced to keep his quirk tough, like armor, to avoid the air pressure from Midoriya's punches from throwing him out of the arena. Even with his ability to fly, avoiding being thrown around by hurricane winds is beyond his capabilities, which is why he's decided to stay anchored during this fight. But now the constant use of that skill along with the midday sun beating down on them is wearing on him after only a few minutes. Along with that, he too could feel Midoriya getting stronger. Yet Midoriya couldn't feel it, he simply focused on breaking through the wall in front of him, the last obstacle separating him from the next challenge. He accelerates in increments, and his punches hit harder each time. At 45%, Tokoyami was feeling the punches deep within the armor, but grit his teeth and dealt with them, mostly by shifting his armor to make them glancing blows rather than direct hits. At 47%, the punches became slightly harder to see, forcing Tsukuyomi to respond by softening pieces of his armor as he felt contact was made to ease the blows. At 50%, he could barely avoid the full strength of the punches, and the determined, if not excited look on Midoriya's face had him greatly concerned for what came next. As with every hit Midoriya seemed to recover some of his stamina, instead of slowing down his was speeding up, his body was moving more responsively and subconsciously, he could track the attacks easier, and his muscles didn't feel as sore after every hit. And moments later, acting on instincts Midoriya performs an uppercut with his left hand, using the air pressure and direct contact against Tsukuyomi's arms to knock them upward, making a clear opening for a straight right into his opponent. Before Tsukuyomi could realize what was happening, faster than the cameras or even Eraserhead could see, Midoriya punched forward with all his might. No, he punched with beyond all his power. In this moment his body finally became so acclimated to One for All that it finally began acting like part of him, no longer needed to constantly activate and deactivate it. In this moment he unconsciously punched forward with 100% directly at Tsukuyomi. But not his previous 100%, no, now instead of the previous 8 users' strength, he could finally internalize his own stockpiled power and add it to the quirk. Now instead of 100% of All Might's strength, for barely a fraction of an instant, he accesses 100% of the 9th user's power. 100% of Izuku Midoriya's strength, which surpasses the legendary strength of even All Might himself. Before he can realize what's happening he strikes Tsukuyomi and feels a direct hit. All of UA shakes as if it were hit by an earthquake. The entire arena erupts into dust and stone as the walls of the stadium crack. This wind nearly rips spectators out of their seats, but their clothes seem to tether them to the earth all on its own. The sound temporarily deafened everyone and nearly permanently ruptured Jiro's eardrums as everyone tried to steady themselves, waiting for the dust to settle and reveal what remained after that attack. Moments later the dust settles, and everyone sees the arena completely cratered, reduced to a pile of rubble. Midoriya is standing in the middle of it, holding his right arm, looking around at the destruction with a look of horror on his face. He looks to where his opponent was just a few meters away, and doesn't see anything, then to where Ms. Midnight and Cementos were, and only sees more rubble. Don't look so worried, Horizon's voice calls out from the far side of the arena as the last bits of dust settled, revealing him in his casual clothes with both hands up, antibacterial curtain at its current full strength with pieces of it missing and massive cracks across the structure. And a clear trench in front of him from the force of Midoriya's attaching pushing him to the far wall of the stadium. He drops the curtain and shakes his aching hands for a moment while walking up to Midoriya. If I knew that attack would be so strong I would have warped you away instead of Tokoyami and the others. Actually I think this is better since that attack would have carved a path through Muzurafu at the very least. He looks around at the rubble. But regardless, I had to warp Tokoyami away because he was losing. He's out of bounds. So congratulations to Midoriya, you won. The realization hits Midoriya like a train. Not only had he won, but Horizon of all people congratulated him. The crowd erupts into cheers as the faint sound of angry explosions can be heard in the distance as a certain bronze medalist isn't taking this turn of events well. Shambles. A mess. Midnight, Cementos, and Tokoyami, who now had his quirk deactivated, are warped into the field of rubble to stand beside them. Looking at the celebrating crowd, Ms. Midnight frowns, announcing the winner is my job, you know, she tells Horizon. Well, you weren't here, and I did it fast to get everyone past the whole destructive finale we just had. He gestures to the destroyed arena they were standing on, to which Cementos just sighs. Ms. Midnight raises her mic and begins speaking to the crowd, turning their attention back to her for the announcements. Now that the finals are over, we'll be taking a, hopefully, short intermission before the medal ceremony, she says. We'll be back to see these incredible students claim their prize for these hard-fought and incredible victories soon, folks. The crowd erupts into more cheers as Midoriya and Tokoyami take it all in. They both know that the reporters will be waiting for them, and Tokoyami is the first to leave by strolling through the hallway to speak to them directly. While Horizon, Ms. Midnight, and Cementos are about to start discussing the state of the arena and the upcoming ceremony, instead of basking in the excitement of winning the gold medal and talking to the waiting press, Midoriya walks over to them and taps Horizon on the arm. Do you need something, Midoriya? Cementos asks as they turn their attention to him. Yes, actually, Midoriya says as he gestures to the mic in her hand. Oh, you have a message for the people. Well, I'm sure with you it'll be something quite cute. Ms. Midnight raises the mic to his mouth. Midoriya doesn't take his eyes off Horizon as he speaks, and the entire world stops to listen. You said that if Kaken won the gold medal you'd consider having a match with him, right? Midoriya asks, and many people already hate where this is going. Ms. Midnight silently shakes her head, as if begging Midoriya not to do what she's sure he's about to do. But he continues anyway. Well, I won the gold medal, so how about one more match before the sports festival ends? The crowd goes silent, waiting for Horizon's response. He looks down at Midoriya and tilts his head to the side, then chuckles happily. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? You're finally strong enough that maybe it'll be a bit of fun to knock you around. End chapter. Chapter 301, Chapter 300, the main event. Chapter start. One for all, 65%. Midoriya yells out as power flows through his body, small arcs of current dance around him as his hair begins moving wildly. Gah, he shuts off his quirk and stumbles back, sitting on the bench in this changing room as he catches his breath. I guess my new limit for constant use is just 50%, Midoriya says as he looks up at the small screen in the corner of the room, seeing the stage almost fully reconstructed as present Mike excites the crowd for the final match. As he sits on the bench he looks over at his hero costume case beside him, and opens it to reveal his upgraded costume. Then begins changing his sports sneakers into his new hero costume, books and gloves, made to enhance and protect himself while using his quirk. As he's done with his shoes and about to pull on his gloves, however, the door slams open, startling him. Huh. Izuku. His mother rushes into the room, tears streaming down her face. Mom. What's going on? He asks as All Might enters behind her, trying to catch his breath. Why are you guys here? We need to go, come on. His mother begins dragging him away, which he resists. Go where? What's going on? To call off this match, she says. I don't want you fighting him of all people, we need to hurry, we can tell them you aren't feeling well. As he hears this, Izuku becomes immovable to the woman, causing her to look back at him in surprise. No, he says, causing All Might to awkwardly stand watching this unfold. But. No, Mom, he says again. I challenged him in front of the entire world, I can't back down now. He sits back down and continues getting ready. Is that what this is about? She begins crying even more, which he ignores. This is because of your pride or something silly like that. What does that matter if he accidentally kills you, Izuku? This is bad and you know it. You don't have anything to prove, not to me, and not to All Might. He chose you above everyone else for a reason. I don't think it's that simple. All Might's words die in his throat as she glares at him. It's not just that, Mom, Izuku says. Sure, part of it is that I want Horizon to see that I'm not the same loser I was when we started UA, I want him to acknowledge how much progress I've made. But I also want to see what the top of the world really looks like. This quirk I have is supposed to be a light that can overcome any darkness, but if that light has a massive hand shrouded in darkness falling upon it, will I be enough to ever shine through? I don't get it, what are you saying, she asks. I think he's worried about the example Horizon sets, All Might says. Yeah, Midoriya confirms. Horizon is great at being a pro hero, he's probably the best there will ever be. But, if the entire world thinks like him, there won't be much of a world left. I want him to acknowledge me, not just for me, but so people can see that he isn't the only great hero they can use as an example. I want to be for people what All Might was to me. Maybe I am being a bit selfish, I know I should only care about saving people, but, I want to be more than just another pro hero saving people and never being recognized, I want to help inspire people to be better than they were yesterday. And I'm willing to fight Horizon, to be acknowledged by him, and maybe even hurt, a lot, if that's a way to make this journey easier. As Izuku and his mother cry and hug each other, All Might observes everything and smiles. Reminded of a conversation he had with the previous user of One for All, with Nana Shimura. Being a hero and saving people isn't enough, people need someone they can look up to, can be inspired by. They need a pillar to support them and let them know everything will be alright, someone who shows them a better path, a brighter path. He recalls his exact words, and the radiant smile she gave him in response. Izuku Midoriya, you can see it without me ever telling you, being a hero and saving lives isn't enough. If you can't inspire people to change on their own, then your impact will only be as long as your career. I'm proud of you, for realizing this on your own, All Might thinks as Izuku finishes getting dressed. So, do you have a plan? All Might asks as the Midoriya settle down. Yeah, I've got a few, Izuku says. But I can't say them out loud, Horizon could be reading our lips with his quirk. I doubt he'd ever do that, All Might says. He really doesn't think so much of you that he'd try to look at your playbook, also he's a man of his word. That's true, Izuku says. Can he really do that, his mom asks. Oh yeah, it'd be super easy, All Might says jokingly. Horizon is sensing every minute movement on UA and in most of Musota for right now and has complete control of everything within that range, just as an invisible layer of security. All the color drains from her face as she grabs onto Izuku. Please don't go fighting this person, Izuku. Minutes later. Walking out of the tunnel leading into the arena, Izuku immediately notices that the concrete stage was extended to occupy more of the space. It was thicker and had a greater surface area, but the floor of the game's area was lowered deeper into the earth so the combatants would be even lower than before, further from the crowd. As he climbs the stairs he takes note of all these changes. They reinforced the stage and made it larger, plus the walls of the arena as well to protect the crowd. I still have to be extra careful with my shoot style and Air Force shots. But this means I can be a lot more lenient than before since most of the air won't even reach the crowd because they put us in a deeper hole. The negatives of these changes are bad too. A larger stadium means he has more space to warp about, so getting a ring-out victory will be even harder, although I can't imagine what could be harder than impossible. But at least I don't have to worry about him trying to knock me out of the ring, knowing him that'll be an absolute last resort. Him doing that is like him admitting he couldn't make me submit, and he'd never admit that. I just have to land hits without holding contact for more than a fraction of a second each time, so no grappling, otherwise he'll electrocute me with counter shock. As he's done thinking, Midoriya is standing in front of Horizon, looking up at the boy. While Horizon was now 198 centimeters 6 feet 6 Midoriya has grown as well, standing at 175 centimeters 5 feet 9 with more lean muscle on his frame to accommodate his power. Both students wore their UAPE uniforms, with Midoriya also wearing his gloves and boots from his hero costume. While across from him Horizon had the jacket of his PE uniform open with no shirt beneath, showing the body glove directly to the crowd, and on his back is his symbol as usual. You took my offer and actually decided to use it, Horizon says. But I'm a bit disappointed you didn't come wearing the full costume. These are the main functional parts, Midoriya says as they continue to ignore the crowd. No sword. Horizon shrugs, figured I'd keep things reasonable, besides I'm still not entirely used to the new sword yet. Is everyone ready? Ms. Midnight asks, causing the arena to go silent and both students nod. She pauses, allowing the tension to build, then lowers her fan. Begin. Horizon, Midoriya, Ms. Midnights, and Cementas all instantly disappear from the arena. The cheers fade as confusion blooms in its place. Cameras turn to Ms. Midnight and Cementas who appear at the same instant in the stands, at the lowest level nearest to the stage. Both teachers turn to each other, just as confused as everyone else. Present Mike looks around, just as confused but understanding his role as the announcer. Well, if they both left the arena then. Krakum. The sound of thunder nearly deafens the crowd, but not from the overcast sky above, from the stage below. Krakum. It continues rumbling, and this time the stage itself explodes into dust and debris. The entire stadium, no, all of UA, no, all of Muzutafu and this entire stretch of Japan's coastline shakes. Over and over, like the world itself was falling apart, like an invisible force was rolling through reality to a choir of thunder. People in the crowd cover their ears, for what little that can do. Children who were cheering moments ago begin crying, begging to go home. The entire world watches, confused, as if reality itself was coming apart in the arena. Crockum. One final thunderous explosion echoes out from what's left of the stage, but instead of kicking up more dust, the dust cloud is pushed aside, revealing Horizon, looking completely untouched. His energy was visible and radiant, his entire being cloaked in a flowing blue energy vapor, that had they not known better, people would have assumed to be flames. He had one fist outstretched, clashing with the fist of Izuku Midoriya, who was also enveloped in the energy vapor as it leaked off of Horizon, but Midoriya had bruises and scratches on his body. Pieces of his PE uniform were torn, and his eyes looked more serious than his peers could ever imagine. No, at this moment, he had no peers. There is no being equal to him at this exact moment, there are only those who are above him, one of which he is clashing with. And there are those that are coming to the realization that they simply cannot keep up. One for all, 85%. Midoriya commands as his power increases by yet another magnitude, and they both disappear again. This time the clashes are more visible, if it can even be called that. The chorus of thunder echoes out as they flicker about, like floating holograms all about the arena. In every instant they clash, Horizon warps them away. They appear above the stage, Midoriya kicking toward Horizon's visor, and Horizon's hand already raised with curtain on his forearm taking the blow. The clash happens, and then they warp away, yet their afterimage stays in place. With each clash another afterimage is formed, then they warp to the next, then the next. Seeing dozens of these appear before the first begin to fade away, Eraserhead scoffs. If he can afford to do all of these little tricks while guiding the fight, he still isn't taking Midoriya seriously. He realizes Horizon cannot simply make illusions such as this, and while most people think this is a byproduct of the fight, Eraserhead knows better. He's warping them back and forth while conducting this fight like a dance, and each time moves are repeated he warps them into the exact same spot, making the illusion of dozens of frozen clashes perfectly in the air. Crockum. All the afterimages disappear and Horizon and Midoriya appear on the stage one more, and Midoriya kicks forward with everything he has. Shoot style, 85%, his metal shoe collides directly with Horizon's fist that had manifested a Kuridan on itself. The curtain instantly shatters, knocking Horizon's hand back. Shambles. He warps away, swapping places with Midoriya to avoid the follow-up punch. The moment he appears, however, the fist is millimeters away from smashing into his visor. Shambles. He warps to the other side of the stage, and the moment he appears his vision is blocked by Midoriya's fist yet again. This dance continues on for a while, with Horizon always barely avoiding a direct attack. In such a cramped space, warping and super speed are much closer in use than in a larger place, and against Midoriya, Horizon's usually invisible faults are being shown. Horizon can warp at the speed of thought, but his body cannot move at that speed. He cannot raise his hand fast enough to block a strike to his face, and Midoriya has broken his hastily made shield countless times before. He simply does not have the time he needs to contest an enemy with immense speed and instant maximum acceleration in such a confined area. While he works to solve this issue, Midoriya simply has to use his accelerated perception and capabilities to look around, and the instant Horizon appears he charges directly toward him. That goes on for a few more seconds, until Horizon begins using one of his newer moves. Shambles, Flicker. He simultaneously appears all across the stage at once. Doesn't matter, Midoriya thought. These aren't illusions, so if I connect with one, that's all I need. All he did was make himself a bigger target. With that Midoriya charges forward, fist reared to crash into the visor of a flickering Horizon. Yet as he's above to make contact, it flickers and reapers with a fist raised to meet his. He changed the position of his body while he was warping. How? This realization came to Midoriya as they collided and sent a shockwave through the stadium. Horizon's arm is knocked aside and he's sent flying away through the air, while Midoriya barely feels anything at all. In fact, he feels better than ever. One for all, 90%. He launches into the air, away from the designated fighting area and above the stadium where Horizon was still sent flying. Before anyone could blink he'd arrive below Horizon, ready to kick him into orbit. Shambles. Horizon appears on the stage, standing perfectly relaxed as he flexes his arm. Unbeknownst to most, including his opponent, with every clash all the bones in the connecting limb, and sometimes all across his body, were shattered. The shroud of energy around him was focused entirely on healing, and that was all he could do to keep up in this fight. The moment he appeared, Horizon, Midoriya was inches away yet again, a foot about to crash into Horizon's face. Midoriya has punched the air from high above the stadium to rocket back down, a mix of All Might and Bakugo's techniques, and now he unleashed his power directly toward Horizon. Smash. The entire coast shakes as the 95% one-for-all attack collides with the arena. Just as Horizon held everyone to the earth via their clothes in previous rounds, he does the same thing again to keep the ground itself from caving in and swallowing UA. The sound is deafening, the wind more intense than any hurricane, but only for a fleeting moment. And the dust cloud blocks everyone's view of the arena. In the middle of the cratered stage, Midoriya gently waves his hand, clearing the dust cloud, and looking around for Horizon. That attack was so massive it must have made contact, Midoriya thought. He couldn't have warped away and stayed within the fighting area at once. He looks around to see the crowd more scared than anything else, looking at him with fear and awe in their eyes. They knew he wanted to be a pro-hero, but in the face of such power, intent is not what stirs human emotions to the surface. How are you feeling? Horizon asks, and Midoriya's head snaps to look up, seeing the man standing in the air with his hands behind his back. He shuts his eyes and shakes his head, forcing the memories of All for One away before looking up at his classmate. Since when could you fly? Midoriya asks, still using 95%, energy arcing off of his body every few seconds. Not really flying, Horizon says. More like standing in the air. I got sick of people wondering why I couldn't fly, so I got creative. And just when I thought I did an attack you couldn't run away from. I'd be foolish to take one of your serious attacks head-on, Horizon says. I could, of course, but this isn't the time and place for that to happen. But again, how are you feeling? Midoriya raises a brow at this, better than ever, in fact. I feel like I could do this forever. He clenches his fists and closes his eyes. One for all, 100%. The earth begins rumbling, hundreds of tremors compounding onto each other as his power is pushed to its current limit. This was not intentional, but simply his muscles constantly twitching while he was standing on the ground. You should get up here before you destroy the place, Horizon says. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya focuses his mind, and with the most gentle movements he could muster, flicks his finger. The quakes stop as he appears before Horizon, a dozen meters between them as Midoriya keeps flicking his fingers at his sides to hover in place. That looks familiar, Horizon says. I got the idea from Kaken, Midoriya admits. I kept it a secret in case I got matched against him, or you. Good decision, and your quirk. I feel like I fully mastered it now, Midoriya says. I don't know why, but I feel like fighting against you brought out my full power, and I must have instinctively managed to control it. The answer will reveal itself soon, Horizon says. Just give it a few seconds. Oh, Midoriya looks slightly confused, but both students in the crowd are enjoying this moment between them. And what about you? How long were you going to save the fact that you can fly, walk on air? Well, I plan to disappear from the public eye while I get some training done, then maybe at my big reveal after the suspension is over, Horizon shrugs. But you ruined it. I had to use it to avoid that kick. Oh, sorry, as Midoriya is speaking, One for All suddenly shuts off. He feels all the muscles in his body cramp up as he blacks out from the immense pain. And Horizon watches him fall onto the stage below, completely unconscious. While he's lying face down in the rubble, Horizon raises one hand and condenses some of his energy into a single drop, then allows it to fall. It falls directly onto Midoriya, and the boy gasps back to life. The heart attack that was killing him immediately stops. Gah. Midoriya tries to sit up but just falls onto his back once again. What? Most of the onlookers are confused, so of course they turn to Horizon for an explanation. You blacked out, so you lost, Horizon says. I told you, give it a few seconds, remember? Looking up at him, Midoriya has an expression of immense pain and confusion on his face. My quirk, I didn't master it in this fight, did I? Not even close, Horizon says as his energy shroud manifests once more. This energy around me doesn't hurt people, it heals them. Every time you got close or we clashed, I healed you, hundreds of times until you were so saturated with energy that your body didn't even realize your quirk was trying to rip it apart. What? Why? Midoriya asks, but sees Horizon isn't planning on answering him. Because he had no choice, Eraserhead cuts in. This arena, these rules, the handicaps placed on Horizon by them. They made the perfect scenario for someone as powerful as Midoriya to defeat Horizon. And they left Horizon with no real way of forcing his opponent to submit. Instead, he used the fact that your own body can't handle the immense power of your quirk to his advantage, baiting you into thinking you finally got control, then he simply stopped healing you. And your quirk did the rest for him. TCH, that man refuses to just let people live with the mystery, Horizon grumbles. But, he's right, a battle with you in such a confined space is very annoying. This was the best case scenario for you to ever defeat me. Yet I couldn't even scratch you, Midoriya says. Don't be too hard on yourself for this defeat, Horizon cuts himself off. He takes a moment to collect his thoughts, and decides his next moves very carefully. Do not be dejected, Izuku Midoriya, you are strong. His words surprise everyone, especially Midoriya. I always knew your strength and speed would surpass all might, and your intellect was always ahead of his. Today we saw the true limits of those, and they were great. I am sure you'll become a great pro-hero, and your strength will grow to greatly surpass all, even All Might. This I see as an absolute truth. Horizon's words surprised the world, his classmates most of all, and as Izuku Midoriya has tears of joy streaming down his face, the entire world takes note of this incredible young man. But strength isn't everything, Horizon says. Strength and power are far from the same thing. I will never match your strength, I couldn't even truly match it today, and you will only grow more with each day. But even if you had the strength of 100 All Mights, in a world of true superhumans, there are those who simply have real power. Real power is bending the world to your whims, real power is being able to reach up and sunder the heavens. Horizon raises one hand toward the overcast sky, and everyone expects him to part the clouds, but he continues. Real power is the will to reach up and rip power from the sky. With that he takes his raised hand and grips the air, making the same motion as his now globally infamous gamma knife. But instead of the horrifying green energy the world fears, dozens of lightning bolts strike out from the sky directly at him, all gathering in his palm. He brings his hand down in front of him as a blinding white light causes everyone to look away. The sound of thunder is heard, then the scent of ozone fills the stadium. And when the light fades, they look up at Horizon to see him standing in the air, holding a crystallized lightning bolt, brimming with power. Its very presence causes everyone's hair to float upward toward it. Countershock, charged bolt, Horizon says, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. With that he stretches his hand out, still holding the object, and begins to squeeze. The absolute silence of the stadium allows the small hairline fractures in the glass-like material to be heard, and everyone feels their hearts skip a beat. Lightning smite. Crockum. The air is vaporized as a massive pillar of lightning punches a hole in the arena below it where Midoriya lays, and extends all the way to the sky, punching a massive hole in the cloud cover. Oh God, was all present Mike could say, not in a scream but in a soft mutter. God indeed, Eraserhead says as the light and pillar of lightning disappear, to reveal the area having been completely vaporized by it. A hole for hundreds of meters into the earth was glowing red, walls slick with molten rock. Yet there are pillars raised in it where the lightning seemingly didn't hit, forming Horizon's logo, the smiling face with checkered teeth. And on one of the eyes, lays Izuku Midoriya, completely untouched, smiling, with not a single drop of fear in him. This is gonna take all day to fix, Cementos grumbles while looking at the hole. The people and cameras look around, only to find no sign of Horizon. For just as he said, he disappeared from the public eye. On this day, April 23rd, Horizon made his last public appearance for quite some time, until he later emerges, to save the world. End chapter. Volume complete. Chapter 302, Chapter 301, While Horizon is Away. Chapter start. June 7th, 3 p.m. Within the MT Lady Agency, Tsukimi has his arms crossed and eyes closed. The silence and stillness of the waiting room only feed his anxiety, which is not at all helped by how casual his friend is being. Beside him sits Simon, who is busy typing something on his phone, passing the time as they wait for the others. Cellophane says they're almost here, Simon says. Good, it's almost time for the meeting, Tsukimi says. Do you know how many people will be here? Simon shrugs as Tsukimi looks over at him. How many of these have Team Horizon done before? Just a few, but we haven't done any since Horizon's been on vacation. What, you nervous? Tsukimi looks down at the floor. Hawks never took me on any of his Team UPS, we only worked with those within his hero agency, I was familiar with those people. MHM, well, welcome to the big leagues, I guess, Simon says. Well, I guess technically it's a downgrade since MT Lady isn't in the top 10 while Hawks is number 2. How are you holding up after he dropped you? He didn't drop me, we simply parted ways, Tsukimi says. Well whatever, you chose Team Horizon over Hawks, most people would think that's stupid, but it was a good move, you've already learned everything that only he could teach, Simon says. Did you ever learn what his problem with Horizon was anyway? The same thing many pro-heroes don't like, he dropped a city on a civilian population and only got a slap on the wrist for it, but it did seem a bit more personal when Hawks spoke about it. Horizon never really mentioned anything about Hawks before, maybe Cellophane will know. It doesn't matter, I've learned more about applying and growing my quirk in the past 6 weeks with Team Horizon than I did with him, Tsukimi says. I'll always be thankful for all he taught me, and he knows that much, but I do feel as though to grow I had to. Spread your wings and leave the nest. Tsukimi groans, leave the bad jokes for Cellophane. Yeah, I really should. But you don't have to be nervous about team-up events like this, really, Simon says. We've done a few of them, and even without Horizon we're more useful than most pro-heroes, that's why we're here even if half of them don't approve of us still being on Team Horizon. They aren't what I'm concerned about, Tsukimi says. Horizon expects near perfection from us, and now I'll have the entire world watching, more than usual, it's intimidating. That part never goes away, it comes with the territory. They fall back into silence for a few minutes before the door opens, and both Cellophane and Mudman walk over to them. "You're almost late," Simon says. "Almost doesn't count," Cellophane counters. "There was a car chase on the way here, so we got distracted." "Villains have been making up for lost time with Horizon gone," Mudman says. "I forgot how obnoxiously populous they were." Cellophane says. "They were just hiding, the number never really went down." "Let's go," Mudman says as he turns around and begins leaving the room. They all fall into step beside him, moving through the hallways of the Hero Agency, finally coming upon a large room with chairs and desks set up. In the front of the room was a small stage and podium with a projector shining onto the far wall. On the stage were MT Lady and Ed Shot, both speaking quietly, away from the mic. They look up for a moment as Team Horizon enters the otherwise empty room, getting away from Cellophane, then return to their quiet conversation. Mudman looks around, finds one of the long tables with their seats already reserved, and begins walking over to it. "Did Gang Orca not come with you?" Tsukuyomi asks as they take their seats. "They wanted Team Horizon, so he stayed back at his agency," Mudman says. At a glance he notices Tsukuyomi's arms crossed, one finger tapping his arm. "Quit being so nervous, they called us here for a reason, don't forget that." "Yup," Cellophane chuckles. "They called us halfway across Japan instead of just leaning on the local pro heroes, try to chill out and enjoy being important." "I rather they lean on the pro heroes from this area," Simon says. "Securing Minato Tokyo is already more than a full-time job." "You're just whiny because we're away from Horizon Tower," Mudman giggles. "Missing your girlfriend already?" TCH. Cellophane sighs, "You're so lucky she works just one stop from Horizon Tower, I only get to see Yui in school, and we're barely even there anymore." "I for one appreciate the practice," Tsukuyomi says. "Spending 4 days a week in Tokyo is good for my quirk, but school is catching up to us," Mudman grumbles. "Yeah, you're not alone on that front. Just 3 more weeks and we're done, then we can do whatever we want," Cellophane says as more pro heroes pour into the room. "If whatever we want means spending all our summer vacation doing hero work in Minato Tokyo, then yeah, whatever we want," Mudman says quietly as the seats around them begin filling up. "I think we could take a weekend and head to the beach, just us and the girls, or we could have a party," Cellophane says quietly. "Just because Horizon left us a card for expenses doesn't mean we have to use it, you do realize that, right?" "He's a billionaire, he won't notice," Cellophane says. "Besides, it's a, team-building exercise, yeah. Let's put a pin in that until summer starts," Mudman says as MT Lady walks to the podium. "Hey Cellophane, I thought the lurkers broke up after the Gigantomachi." "They did," he says. "That's why Kamui Woods isn't here, and why they don't talk anymore, but I'm guessing she has to put up with Ed Shot since he's the most high-ranking contact she has." "No wonder Horizon doesn't want girls on the team," Tsukuyomi says. "Well, he can have them now," Mudman says as MT Lady prepares to speak. "I'm the only single guy in the tower, and I'm the smart one, smart enough not to sleep with a teammate." "I'm also single," Tsukuyomi reminds him. "Oh, I thought I heard you talking to a girl the other day on your phone." "That was Ms. Midnight, feedback on an early submission of our hero history project." "Wait, the what?" Cellophane looks at him, completely surprised. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," MT Lady draws all eyes onto her, with Ed Shot and Ryuko standing nearby just off the stage. Team Horizon falls silent along with the others as she begins her presentation. "I know we normally prefer to have more time and information before organizing a raid of this magnitude, but unfortunately the criminals have gathered under a few major banners in these past few weeks. Since Horizon disappeared from the public eye at the end of the UA Sports Festival, not only have the League of Villains been making bold moves, but other criminal organizations that his presence had suppressed have banded together. They've been very careful not to cause any large-scale disasters. It seems they're aware that if anything too extreme happens, Japan can always end Horizon's suspension early, but that doesn't mean they haven't been busy. They wish to make the most of their time until he's back on the field in September. Because of this, getting intel has been much more difficult, even with the comparatively absurd amount of drugs, weapons, and other contraband they've been moving into and through Japan." She gestures to the wall behind her and the projector shows a large warehouse in a port. "This building is located 14 kilometers -8.6 mi west of here. Not only is it storing a stockpile of illegal guns and trigger, but in 2 days a boat will be docking nearby to take these items out of the country. Due to the limited information, our main objective is to secure the area, apprehend all the villains, and confiscate the illegal items. Now, before we go over the layout of the building and what kind of resistance we can expect, are there any questions?" Only one person raises a hand, Mudman. While he does that, Cellophane leans back, taking out his phone and subtly doing some searches, already knowing where this was about to go. Simon, who sits between Cellophane and Mudman, just gives a tired sigh. Tsukuyomi, who sits to the right of Mudman, doesn't react, not sure what's going on. "Yes, Mudman, what's your question?" MT Lady asks. What happens to the other stockpiles they have around the country when we raid this one? Won't they just move all of the contraband to multiple smaller places that make it harder to find? That is a possibility, but unfortunately we can't focus on that at the moment. But that will just make our jobs in the future harder to do, and make things worse locally. MT Lady and many others give him a slightly perplexed look at those words. What do you mean? Well, if the guns and stuff are leaving Japan, then we just let them go and it's not our problem for a while. All we have to do is find the person at the top and lock them up before they use the money. But if we attack this warehouse, then all the other stockpiles scatter and circulate through Japan even longer. Are you saying we should leave those weapons to go abroad and hurt people, simply because it keeps our country slightly safer in the short term? MT Lady asks. No, I'm saying if we're doing this we should hit all the stockpiles at once, while also finding the source and dealing with them too, Mudman says. It's not quite as simple as what we want, MT Lady says. This is all the information we were able to collect before our source had to get out of there. This is all we have to work with, so we're working with it. By running into a group of villains that are ready, willing, and armed with a massive stockpile of guns, Mudman says. And regardless of the outcome, it makes future raids near impossible. This is a bad plan. MT Lady glares at him as the tension in the room rises. If Horizon asked you to do this, would you have been this determined to punch holes in it? Yes, that's why I lead Team Horizon when he's not here, to think of all possibilities and outcomes, not that it matters, Mudman says. Horizon would have known better than to ask. MT Lady's eyes go wide as the pro-heroes in the room look between her and Mudman in disbelief, as does Tsukuyomi, yet Simon and Cellophane don't seem surprised. Before MT Lady can speak, Edshot steps forward, raising a hand to stop her. Can you get us the intel we need? Edshot asks. We discarded the path since the time is so limited, but if you can get it before tomorrow morning we may be able to alter our course. Hearing that, Mudman simply turns to his left, nodding toward Cellophane and Simon. 5 hours. So much for an easy team-up, Simon says in a tired voice as he gets up. When we're done we should get some dinner, Cellophane says as he gets up. Pizza, he asks Simon as they move toward the door. You decide. All the pro-heroes turn back and forth between the two provisional heroes and MT Lady, as if asking, seriously, but she simply schools her annoyed features and continues on with the meeting. End chapter. Chapter 303, Chapter 302, While Horizon is away PT2. Chapter start. What's up? Zero asks as he answers his cell phone, placing it on speaker on the desk. He was in an opulent office, sitting behind the desk and typing away on the computer. His visor was off, resting on the desk beside his phone as he worked. Any news on your search? Edshot asks. It's almost midnight, and we need the intel before 7, otherwise things get messy. I'm working on it right now, Zero says. How are things with recruiting more pro-heroes for the other locations? Indaver was busy working on bringing down a potential Nomu manufacturing facility, but we got a lot of B and C list pro-heroes. Well, we left you Tsukuyomi and Mudman, so you'll be good, Zero says as he continues working. Is MT Lady still mad at him? For embarrassing her in front of everyone? Edshot's words were drenched in sarcasm. Who doesn't want to be embarrassed in front of their peers during their first time leading a big operation like this? That bad, huh? Worse, thank you think. Luckily your team is more useful than most entire pro-hero agencies in Japan, so she can't retaliate. Aw, you'll make me blush, Zero chuckles. Has Mudman been helping to plan things? Yeah, he's better than you said, didn't think that was possible, Edshot says. What kind of training does he do with Horizon? No idea, that big brain stuff isn't really what I do on the team, Zero says. I'm a versatile hitter and utility player, Mudman and Horizon do all the tactic stuff for big projects. Can I head back to UA with you when you're going back? Edshot asks. I'd like to talk to Horizon about some plans I have. Zero tenses for a moment. That won't be possible, Horizon doesn't want to be bothered during training. Oh, I see. Yeah, but I can tell him to give you a call when we get back. Yeah, thanks, I really appreciate it, Edshot says. He hasn't been on the Hero Network in weeks, he's taking this mandatory vacation thing seriously. Yeah, he really wants perfect control of his QUIRK, he's been training non-stop every day at UA, Zero lied. I figured as much. What about your bird friend? What about him? I heard he used to work with Hawks, but now he doesn't anymore. They had a difference of opinion, Zero says as he starts downloading the files he wants. Tsukuyomi joined Team Horizon. Hawks doesn't like Horizon. Lots of people don't, but he's necessary, unfortunately, Edshot says. Well, I was just curious, think your friend would want to join us at my hero agency. Granted you four are stuck in Minato, Tokyo until Horizon gets back in the fight, but he seems like he'd be good for stealth and investigations. I assumed he would have signed up with Gang Orca after this, but I'd rather have him with us, Zero says as the download finishes and he begins wiping the security footage. Yeah, you should ask him after the raid. I'll just go ask him now, Edshot says. Really? Don't you want to see him versus real villains first? Edshot scoffs, don't you guys always say Team Horizon has no weak members? Zero smiles, that's right, we don't. Anyway, I need to go collect more intel, I'll call when we're done. Gotcha, Edshot hangs up. After double-checking the security system, Zero sees tonight's records are completely wiped and the system is still off. Taking his visor, he holds it under his arm and begins walking out of the office. He enters the hallway and is greeted by a wall of glass, showing the outside of this penthouse suite overlooking Kyoto. Walking down the hallway, he makes it to the balcony above the living room, and while walking down the stairs of this luxury penthouse, looks over the railing to see Shinso sitting on this couch. He had his feet up and mask off, idly scrolling on his phone. To his right, there was a middle-aged woman tied to a chair using the curtains. Her mouth was also gagged, but her eyes were wide and staring directly at Shinso, terrified and enraged. Tears continuously flowed down her cheeks, ruining her makeup. She was completely unharmed, just like her husband, the man in an identical situation beside her, but instead of crying, he was red-faced with anger. Did you get everything? Shinso asks, not even looking back at Zero. Almost, two of the big names at the top of the organization were missing, Zero says as he sits on the couch beside Shinso. Who do you think will talk first, Bonnie or Clyde? Shinso glances over at the couple. They're not much of the Bonnie and Clyde type, unless Bonnie was an accountant and Clyde was a lawyer, for criminals that is. The restrained man shakes in his restraints, clearly pissed off by that comment. Yeah, Zero rolls his eyes. Not criminals but respectable businessmen, or whatever you lawyers tell yourself. I must admit, I can't tell if it's smart that the criminal organization's main lawyer and accountant are a couple. We should ask, Zero says as he walks over and removes the gags. You fucking brats, the man looks up at Zero. I'm a lawyer. I know my rights. You broke into our home and tied us up, do you realize how fucked you? Zero shoved the gag back into the man's mouth, then looked over to see the woman still silently crying. He gestures to her, and Shinso nods. Accountant, Shinso's words get her attention. Tell me the two names missing from your files. The woman looks between Shino and her husband, then back at Shinso. No, I won't. Won't, or can't? Shinso asks. If they're forcing you to work for them, we can help you, you know who we are, right? I know, you're Team Horizon, she says. And I also know that no evidence you collect from us in here, in this state, will be usable against us in court. You can't do anything to us since you broke in here and threatened us, all you can do is use whatever scraps you have to arrest our clients. Criminals you were laundering money for, Zero says. You can't prove that in court, she glares at him, finding her courage after crying all night. Shinso sighs, she's right. But you see, I'm willing to bet their files will make the connection for us, and give us all the reasons we need to arrest both of you. It's a chicken or the egg situation, doesn't matter which comes first because they're both connected. We'll never tell you, she growls out. You break into our home, tie us up, and now while you do, a hero, you're out of options. So how about you just walk away, and maybe we'll only sue you and your family into the dirt for a few generations. Shinso sighs and nods toward the man. Zero quickly removes his gag, and before the man starts yelling at them, Shinso cuts him off. Do you love your wife? That catches the man off guard, and he takes a moment to respond. He scoffed, what, you expect me to believe you're going to torture her if I don't talk? You're a pro-hero boy, you don't play by those rules. We're Team Horizon, Zero says as he takes out a collapsible serrated knife from his utility belt. We can do whatever we want. But we won't be hurting her, Shinso says. You will. Partial brainwashing complete, body puppet. The man's body, everything below his neck, goes entirely numb to him. Shinso nods to Zero, and he immediately begins removing the man's restraints. What are you PLA? The man swallows his words as he tries to get up, but his body below the neck refuses to move. What did you do? I don't know what you mean, Shinso says as Zero holds out the knife. Take the knife from my friend. The man obeys, only now, while following Shinso's command, can he feel his body. Only when following the commands of his master were his senses connected to his body, allowing him to feel the hard rubber handle in his grip. What are you doing? Nothing at all, Shinso says as Zero sits beside him, taking in the show. Now, slowly, use the knife and gouge out one of her eyes, he commands. What? The woman looks up just in time as her husband holds her face and begins moving the knife toward her right eye. Wait. Stop. Please don't do this, her tears began flowing all over again. I can't. He's controlling my body, the man had tears building in his eyes. I'm so sorry. He won't let me stop. Stop, Shinso commands, and the man stops just an inch from her eyeball. Now are you willing to talk? Wait, the man gets a bright idea, you're bluffing, you can't actually make me hurt someone. Let's see, Shinso thinks for a moment. Illegal arms dealing, extortion, rape, kidnapping. Organ theft, Shiro says. Blackmail. Illegal drug smuggling and dealing. Selling kids for their quirks. Embezzlement. Assault and battery, and of course, murder. And bribing government officials, Shiro says. That's at least 13 crimes. You forgot the money laundering, Shinso says. 14. I'll round it up to 15, Shinso says. Now, slowly carve 15 tally marks into her forehead, deep enough to dig into the bone. Begin, he commands. Ah! The woman screaming drowned out their thoughts, drowned out her husband's begging for forgiveness. He begged Shinso to let him stop hurting his wife. But the command had been given, and Shinso didn't make it a habit of showing mercy to monsters. That's not how Team Horizon does things. She screamed, and cried, and bled. And her husband cried with her, forced to get a front row seat as his own body held her head in place as he carved her up. He could feel her warm blood running down to his hand. Feel the serrated blade of the knife cause the handle to bump ever so slightly as it grinds through the bone of her skull. And after the first 3 cuts, the woman is begging for it to end, for them to just knock her out. She begs and pleads, telling them that she doesn't know anything, that only her husband ever meets the clients. Yet Shinso and Shiro give her unbothered stares. And eventually, at the 7th cut, her vocal cords ruptured, taking her voice with it. The pain became so much that her body went into shock, temporarily causing her to black out. With her screams now gone, they could finally hear the man's words. I'll talk, just please let me stop. You should have said that before I gave the command. After the command was done, the man was forced to stand there, looking at his work, the love of his life, with her face drenched in blood, leaking from all the carvings he made into her forehead. Now, this is the part where you give me the names, or I'll make you start removing fingers and toes, then who knows where we'll go from there, Shinso says. Yes, please, the man rejoices. Just please don't make me hurt her again. We won't, unless you lie, then it'll get much worse. After collecting the intel they needed, Shinso waits for Shiro to send it over to Edshot while he's guarding their new friends. The man doesn't take his eyes off Shinso the entire time, burning every feature of the boy's face into his mind, already plotting the most horrific revenge possible. I don't care if Horizon is protecting them, they can't be with that monster all the time, they'll pay for what he made me do, he thought, glancing over to his still unconscious wife. All right, all done, Shiro says as he enters the room. Let's get out of here. Finally, Shinso walks over to the woman and takes out a small pen-sized taser, just powerful enough to wake someone up, which is exactly what he did to her. How are you feeling, he asks. NGH, Stngani, she yells with ruptured vocal cords, trying and failing to back away as she is still tied to the chair. Then suddenly her body goes limp and her eyes glaze over. Shinso glances at her husband, is there anything else you want to tell us? No, I've already given you everything. The man immediately falls under Shinso's control as well. He and Shiro untie them and step back, double-checking everything around before putting on their masks. Stand in the middle of the room facing the wall, Simon commands, and both people obey. When I snap my fingers you'll forget everything that happened within the last 12 hours, forever, and fall asleep. He raises a hand, then. Snap. 2 bodies crumple to the floor, with his quirk literally forcing their minds to erase those memories. Granted they weren't perfectly erased, but in all of Japan, only he could bring them back to the surface. Alright, so what did you settle on? Simon asks Cellophane as they head to the roof. Cellophane shrugs, I couldn't decide between pizza or burgers, so pasta. End chapter. Chapter 304, Chapter 303, While Horizon is away PT3. Chapter start. So how does that work exactly? Edshot asks Tsukuyomi. They were both sitting on a rooftop overlooking a massive warehouse, but even from here Tsukuyomi stretched dark shadow in a thin line through the night sky. It extended over to the warehouse roof, and was looking inside. I can extend my senses through dark shadow, but it has limits, and takes focus, Tsukuyomi says. Any movement? Edshot asks as he sees on nearby rooftops other pro-heroes begin moving in. The people inside haven't moved, it seems they're quite relaxed. Good, Edshot raises a hand to his earpiece. Our site is ready, confirm when ready. Multiple other team leaders across Japan confirm that their assault teams are ready to enter the buildings. Perimeter teams? Edshot asks. Ready, MT Lady is the first to respond, and he looks across a few rooftops to see her in position. He receives confirmation from other heroes from the various locations as well. Alright, we go loud in 30 seconds, Edshot says. He nods to Tsukuyomi as the countdown begins, and the boy retracts Dark Shadow, returning the nod. Tsukuyomi mentally commands Dark Shadow to cloak his body, acting as armor and muscle on his exposed skin and head while 4 glowing red eyes cover his organic eyes, giving him a full mask. The kids these days are scary, Edshot mutters. Only for villains, Tsukuyomi speaks, and it sounds as if two voices were crudely mixed together. I know, that's why you're working with me after this. What? Edshot shrugs. Cellophane told me you aren't working with Hawks anymore, so, why not? You don't want to? No, it's just, I'm honored, thank you, Tsukuyomi says. I'm sure you'll fit right in. As Edshot says that, the timer finishes and everyone moves at once. He flattens himself into a drill with the width of a pistol bullet and rockets through the air, almost breaking the sound barrier as he punches a thin hole through the warehouse. Moving faster than anyone else there, he was the first to get inside. Foldabody, the superior version to Tiger's pliabody. It looks a bit odd up close, Tsukuyomi thinks. The ability to manipulate your body and become paper thin, or fold yourself like origami. If I recall correctly, Egypt's #1 pro her can flatten himself as thin as paper, but he's not very useful outside of running faster. If Edshot went there, he'd easily take his title. His thoughts are interrupted as automatic gunfire goes off inside the warehouse. He focuses on Dark Shadow, enhancing its vision so he can see through the small windows, but all he sees inside is chaos. Bodies were flying about, with fire and electricity flashing ever so often. MT Lady, runners at the side entrance, Edshot says through the communicator. Tsukuyomi glances to the side in time to see MT Lady jump off the rooftop and activate her quirk, growing while falling to break her fall. Seconds later, a 20.68 m-67 feet 8, tall MT Lady is rushing to the side of the building. Tsukuyomi, the roof, Edshot commands, and he sees two villains punch their way through the warehouse roof and land atop it. Tsukuyomi leaps off his rooftop and flies over using Dark Shadow, and before they can even notice, their attention is already fixed on MT Lady at the side of the building. He crashes into one of them, kicking the men in the arm. Ah! The man yells as he goes tumbling across the large rooftop, immediately knocked unconscious. Bang! Tsukuyomi is shot in the back by the other men, but Dark Shadow resides between his hero costume and his skin. With this new hero costume that Horizon suggested, made from an extremely elastic material, he could keep Dark Shadow below the surface, hidden in the dark to act as armor and gather strength. Bang! The man shoots Tsukuyomi as he turns around and begins walking to him. Drop the gun. Bang! Many more bullets slam into Tsukuyomi's chest, but Dark Shadow seeps through his semi-permeable costume to protect the fabric, easily taking the rounds, and the boy beneath feels nothing. He simply keeps walking toward the shaking villain, four glowing red eyes staring up at the taller man as he closes in. Surrender, Tsukuyomi's haunting voice says. Never, the man flexes his arms and both hands extend blades from the palms. Annoying, Tsukuyomi says as the man rushes forward, holding the blades out to skewer him. Not even bothering to look at the men in front of him, Tsukuyomi turns to the side, seeing the villain MT Lady is confronting has grown to be slightly shorter than her. The man was standing at 15 m-45 feet, looking up at MT Lady, but they were both in a standoff. He didn't want to fight a group of pro-heroes, but he also couldn't surrender, and she didn't want to fight a fellow giant and damage the area. She's had enough trouble paying off her hero insurance as is. At least that's what Tsukuyomi assumed, until he saw a pro-hero in the man's grasp, just one flex away from being splattered. Tsukuyomi begins walking toward the giants, striding across the rooftop as the man with blades in his palms rushes at him. When the man gets within striking distance, Dark Shadow forms two car door-sized hands and crushes him between them, breaking the blades and knocking him out. All while Tsukuyomi didn't spare him a glance, or lose a single step. Large men, both the giants look over for a moment to see Tsukuyomi addressing them from the nearby rooftop, at shoulder level with the men. Huh, the man locks his eyes back onto MT Lady immediately. Anyone move and I crush him, all you heroes need to get out of here, now. The man raises the pro-hero in his grasp so Tsukuyomi can see him properly, not that he recognizes the men. We don't want anyone to get hurt, MT Lady says. Look, you're outnumbered and outgunned, if you surrender it will look better for you later, I promise. No way, the man looks between them frantically. I'm never going back. I'll die before I. For just a moment while he was speaking, waving his arms around, he moved the pro-hero close enough to the roof, and Tsukuyomi struck. Dark Shadow was lightning fast, slamming into the hand holding the hostage and then moving like liquid. Seeping through the gaps between his fingers and expanding, easily beating his grip strength and pulling the hostage away. Tsukuyomi doesn't bother to retract Dark Shadow, instead, the energy creature simply flicks the extended large arm for a moment and throws the rescued hostage toward MT Lady. Wow, she steps forward and gently catches the man, taking a few steps back to cushion the blow while cradling him in her hands. Are you okay? She asks the man. Yeah, just, really embarrassed, the man says. Being saved by a kid is gonna look really bad on my record. I don't think that's a normal kid, MT Lady says with wide eyes as she looks forward. The man follows her line of sight, and is both horrified and impressed. For how else could he feel while watching Tsukuyomi use the same shadow energy arm that saved him, to strangle the giant villain, all while holding the man slightly off the ground. MT Lady notices the noise in the warehouse has already stopped and begins walking closer to Tsukuyomi. Wow, that's impressive, she says, seeing the giant still being held aloft while Dark Shadow strangles him. More difficult than it looks, Tsukimi says with some difficulty. Even the armor on his body was now gone as all his focus was on this villain. After a few more seconds the man begins to return to his normal size and Tsukimi simply drops him into MT Lady's hands. The pro hero in her hand checks on the man while she moves one hand to unconsciously rub her throat. He seriously choked out a gigantified villain. Can I get a ride? Tsukimi asks. Oh, sure, she lowers a hand for him to step onto it. Thank you, they begin making their way to the others. So, you're a lot stronger than the other kids on Team Horizon, huh? MT Lady says. Yes, Tsukimi says. With Horizon off duty for some time, the team needed someone to fill his shoes in regards to combat power. Wow, that's a lot to live up to. Living up to it is impossible, he simply needs someone to be the heavy hitter for the team. That is why I am here. At the same time, Tokyo. Stepping out of a heavily tinted car, Shigaraki and Dobby look around the mostly empty warehouse they're in. They see two men standing behind a woman, eyeing them suspiciously. The men were wearing simple suits while the woman wore a gray dress, her striking features softened as she eyed Shigaraki. Dobby wore his standard black pants and white t-shirt, now with a new black coat. And in front of him, Shigaraki wore a similar outfit, but with a black t-shirt and a larger, fur-lined coat. You said you had something interesting for me, Shigaraki says. Yes, a very rare thing, mutual interests, she says, all while eyeing him seductively. I represent a group that wants a foothold into Japan, and you may be exactly the way we get it. Keep talking. We're prepared to fund your movement with weapons and other war materials you need, she says. And judging by the fact that you came here by car and not warp gate, I'd say you require more support. And what would we have to do? Shigaraki asks. I assume it's something impossible. For most, yes, but not for you, she licks her lips. Because you are powerful, truly powerful. Dobby looks between the woman and Shigaraki, not at all used to people being interested in his boss, at least not like this. Keep talking. We can call a meeting of top-ranking politicians, pro-heroes, and businessmen. All we need is for you to put 5 fingers down nearby and clear the board. That makes way for our people to swoop in and get a stranglehold of Japan's economy. In exchange for that, you get a large war chest to fund your plans to dominate Japan, and we get to sell off assets for many times more than we bought them for after you take over. Everyone wins. And what about you? Shigaraki asks. What do you want, personally? She pauses for a moment, never having been asked this before by anyone she's been sent to meet. They lock eyes for an intense minute before she seductively walks up to him and rests an arm on his shoulder, leaning forward. I want to see what the most powerful villain in the world is really capable of. She barely gets the words out before their lips meet. Dobby uses all the willpower he has not to react as he's forced to awkwardly stand there and endure this entire event. After they part, and she catches her breath, Shigaraki speaks. And what happens if I don't want to play along? She looks a bit confused by that. Well, I'll tell my boss we need to get someone else to do it, and hopefully, you and I can go have dinner, or skip dinner. I thought as much. Shigaraki puts both hands on her hips and pulls her body against his. You said you wanted to see what the most powerful villain in the world was capable of, right? He can feel her shivering from excitement in his arms. Yes, oh god yes. Well, that villain is Horizon. What? Form. 2 blasts of blue fire incinerated her men before they could react. What are you doing? She tries to get away from Shigaraki but he easily holds her in place. Long enough for Dobby to walk up and kick her in the side of the knee, shattering it. Ah, she screams as Shigaraki lets her fall. Tempting, very tempting, Shigaraki says. Both you and that plan, but I can't have anyone giving Japan a reason to call Horizon back onto board. The longer that monster is trapped in UA the better. Shigaraki turns and begins walking to the car while Dobby drags her by her hair behind him. We'll rip the answers we need out of your head at base, then if you're still interested we'll skip dinner, Shigaraki says as Dobby tosses her into the trunk. Right now, I just don't need anyone doing something stupid to get Horizon back onto the field. I need these precious few months to build my arm. Dobby slams the trunk shut and they both get back into the car. As the driver pulls out onto the street and they begin moving, Dobby looks over at his boss. So, is this how all your first dates go, or is she just that special? Shigaraki rolls his eyes. You'd better not tell anyone about this. We both know I'm telling everyone about this. End chapter. Chapter 305, Chapter 304, While Horizon is away PT4. Chapter start. Horizon Tower, 2 a.m. Where the hell is it? Tokoyami mutters as he searches Horizon's bedroom. He was wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, his usual sleepwear, but currently, both he and Dark Shadow were searching the room. The shadow creature was busy inspecting Horizon's walk-in closet while Tokoyami was checking the cabinets in the room. Suddenly Tokoyami receives some information through Dark Shadow that surprises him. He walks over to the closet with a curious look, then steps in to see more than half the space occupied by women's clothes. This isn't what I expected, Tokoyami mutters as he retracts Dark Shadow. Yo Tokoyami. You still in here? Shinso calls out from the bedroom. I'm in here, Tokoyami says as he walks back into the bedroom, seeing Shinso in casual clothes, sitting at the edge of Horizon's bed with a large bowl of popcorn. Why were you in his closet? Shinso eats some popcorn. I was looking for the sword, I couldn't find it in here anywhere. Oh, did nobody show you? Shinso sets down the bowl and walks over to the wall above Horizon's backboard. Show me what? Shinso simply taps a spot on the wall and then places his hand on it, and seconds later a hidden compartment opens. Tokoyami's eyes widen as he sees Scalpel resting comfortably in the hidden compartment, alongside a collection of 18 gold ingots. What in the world? Tokoyami looks both amazed and confused. Why was this necessary? Shinso removes the sword and places it on the bed before grabbing a gold ingot, straining slightly to hold it before tossing it with both hands over to Tokoyami. HNGH. Tokoyami catches it and stares down at it. Horizon keeps this stuff here, just in case, whatever that means, Shinso says. Your biometrics are in the tower database so you can open it too. I guess he expected us to explain this stuff eventually, but we kinda forgot. Explain that he keeps gold in the tower? Tokoyami asks as Dark Shadow gently returns the gold ingot. Not just that, Shinso sits on the bed eating his popcorn. Horizon Tower was broken into a few months ago. Horizon's lady friend got hurt pretty badly. That explains the women's clothes in his closet, Tokoyami says. So all that stuff about him not partaking in relationships? That's just crap, he says, for the camera, sells the whole true hero image better. Honestly, he's played around with Momo and Jiro for a bit, but he's been pretty consistent with Ryuko since they first met. Ryuko, so the rumors about him and the dragon hero were true. No, not that Ryuko, the other Ryuko, Pixie Bob, from the summer camp last year. Wow, I never would have guessed that, she always seemed so sweet, and he's... Yeah, but she's got a whole other side to her that he tends to bring out. It's kind of annoying how nice they go together, Shinso admits. But yeah, the tower got attacked, she was here, and the issue got resolved. What does that mean? It means all we get to know is that the issue got resolved, and now Horizon Tower has more security and some other emergency systems. Shinso seals up the secret compartment and gets up. As part of Team Horizon, emergency procedures fall onto you as well. I don't see how the gold plays a part in that, Tokoyami admits as he follows Shinso out of the room. If Horizon ever gives us the word, we grab the few people we care about the most and ditch Japan. Tokoyami chuckles, that's absurd, what villain could ever threaten Japan in such a way? I don't think that plan is because of villains, Shinso says as they enter the living room. Do remember who the leader of our team is? Oh, right, Tokoyami walks over and sits on the couch, drawing the sword and inspecting it. Shinso sits beside him and begins searching for a movie to watch as Siro is on the floor racking his brain to finish his project for Ms. Midnight. On the other couch, Juzo is lying across it completely asleep after writing and sending Horizon their team report after last night's raids. Can't one of you jerks just let me copy your project? Siro asks, again. You're almost done anyway, just hurry up so we can start the movie, Shinso says. We kick so much ass and then we have to come back here and do homework, this sucks, Siro says. Yeah, get over it. At least we have tomorrow off so you don't have to train, Shinso says. Aren't the girls coming here tomorrow? Why else do you think I'm trying to get this done tonight? I won't have any time later. Well, while you three are having quality time with your girlfriends, I'll be mastering the blade, Tokoyami says, methodically moving Scalpel through the air. Siro gives him an unimpressed look. You do know everyone here trained to use a sword, right? Wait, what? Tokomi looks between them. Ryuko too, she's actually better than Juzo and I, Shinso says. That knocks the spirit out of Tokoyami for a moment. Well, I'll be the only one aside from Horizon who uses it regularly in combat, so I need more practice than all of you. Why do you even want to use a sword? Can't you become a giant or something? Shinso asks as Siro gets back to work. I'm learning the technique, it will pair nicely with Dark Shadow, after I master hardening my quirk, like my armor, or in this case, blades. And he likes swords, Siro says without looking at them. That too. After a few more minutes Juzo's phone alarm goes off and he jolts awake. Turn on the Global Hero News Network, he says before opening his eyes fully. Alright, geez, Shinso pauses the movie and turns on the GHNN channel. The screen shows a gorgeous Japanese reporter, but behind her is the Eiffel Tower in the distance, basking in the rays of the setting sun. We come to you live from Paris, the reporter says. As top pro heroes from all around the world make their way through the plaza for the International Heroes Conference. Held annually, this year France won the bidding war to host this prestigious event, and now the pro heroes are showing up in force to represent the good of this world. Oh good, we didn't miss her, Juzo says. Miss who? Zero asks. Her, Juzo says as Star and Stripe gently flies into the plaza for everyone to see. Seeing her wearing her usual hero costume with a bit more flair added for the occasion, he can't help but voice his thoughts. Do you guys think Horizon could take her? Well, she's a lot more muscular than his usual women, and she's barely a hair shorter than him, so I don't know about that, Zero says. But if you mean in a fight, yeah, I'd bet on him. I wouldn't, Juzo says. I mean, he said as much. That's why he's currently working on his incomplete quirk awakening after all. After he perfects it, she won't stand a chance though. We don't even know what her quirk does, Tokoyami says. Simon nods. From the looks of it, her quirk can do anything, with even fewer restrictions than Horizon, but not all of her effects are permanent. Her ability to manipulate the world is more versatile in some regards, but his are more absolute. If two mystery-class people fight, won't it come down to whichever one snaps their fingers first? Zero asks. I mean, isn't their whole thing being able to do anything, so they could just stop the other person's heart instantly? I don't think it works quite like that, Juzo says. A year ago Horizon said she would beat him with absolute certainty, now he believes the outcome is more balanced. Well, they've got to meet eventually, so then we can just ask him, Shinso says. After 20 more minutes of pro heroes from across the world arriving at the event, the channel suddenly cuts to a different broadcast. Breaking news, a reporter says as live footage of Washington, D.C. plays in the background. As you can see, the White House is under siege by a group calling themselves the Evaluationaries. Holy shit, Juzo mutters. The first time Star leaves the United States since she became a pro-hero, and they instantly attack the White House. This group has now confirmed that they have been responsible for many attacks all across the United States of America, including the failed nuclear strike against Manhattan just over 1 year ago. Their leader has now revealed himself to be John Sev. But the world will know him as the United States' former #1 overall pro-hero, Optics. No way, he's a villain. Zero says in disbelief. He is currently personally leading the attack on the White House after uploading his declaration of war against what he deems the improper and artificial order of mankind, and sadly, he is far from being alone. Hundreds of pro-heroes all across America had secretly rallied to his cause, causing a nationwide pro-hero civil war to erupt. Wait a minute, Tokoyami says. Why would they even bother with this? Won't Star and Stripe just fly back to America and put an end to this? Think about it, Juzo says. They waited for her to leave. The head villain is a former #1 pro-hero in America, so he must have known she was leaving somehow, and he's personally targeting the White House, where the president still is. He wants to take the president hostage, Tokoyami says. You're thinking too small, Zero says. Star is mystery class. Do you think one hostage would be enough to stop her or Horizon? No, you'd have to, too. Oh god, Tokoyami comes to the horrific realization. They plan to get control of the nukes and hold the country hostage, Shinso says. End chapter. Chapter 306, Chapter 305, #1 vs #1 vs #1. Chapter start. Washington, D.C., 1 p.m. Under the midday sun, hundreds of pro-heroes are gathered around the Washington Monument. All around the monolithic white obelisk is a large fair. Pro-heroes from all across the country gathered in the Washington Mall, the massive park housing the monument. Children and fans of pro-heroes excitedly rush about, getting autographs and buying merchandise from many famous pro-heroes, but above, at the top of the monument are two men. One hovers a foot above the monument, looking out at the mall. With his eyes he can see all the way to the Capitol building, standing at the eastern end like a monolith of democracy. He can see the individual faces of each person, even from thousands of meters away. All these people relying on pro-heroes to save them, then they turn around and expect us to follow their rules. This really is long overdue, he says, turning to the men sitting cross-legged atop the monument working on a laptop. Beside him is a small briefcase-like object, entirely black. One new world order, coming right up, the man mutters as he keeps typing away. Sure you don't want to fly down there and say hi to some of those kids before this goes down? You've rarely been seen since retirement, it could make their day. If they want to meet me, they just have to climb to the top, the man says as he lands on the monument. He was an older Caucasian man with salt and pepper hair, wearing a skin-tight hero costume which showed off his muscular frame. The blue and black of his hero costume was often overlooked, however, because his eyes were glowing bright blue. John Fulton, aka the Sentinel, former #1 pro-hero of Texas, and former overall #1 pro-hero of the United States of America. You set the bar pretty high for just a greeting, the other man says, wearing baggy clothes and a full mask to hide all of his features, but leaving his hands exposed. They'll understand eventually, Sentinel says. You decided on a code name yet? Mind Hacker. Not very creative, but it'll work, Sentinel says. How long? Ended, done, Mind Hacker taps one final button. Congratulations, you just declared war on the United States of America. This country has always been at war, with others or itself. It's the only reliable thing we do, Sentinel says as he looks to the north, directly toward the White House. From atop the monument he could only see the back of the building, but within moments the security forces were evacuating touring civilians and low-clearance personnel. Sentinel then looks east, to the Capitol building, and sees the security detail of many politicians bolstering their forces, calling nearby pro-heroes from the festival inside to support them. Well, things are going as expected, scared weak people relying on us to protect them, bossing us around, and you. The White House is being cleared out, full lockdown, Mind Hacker says. All but one, right? Yeah, you were right, he's staying in the Oval Office, looks like the president is refusing to go to his bunker with the chief of staff. That much was obvious, Sentinel smiles. You don't get to be the overall #1 pro-hero by running away from fights. Yeah, but he's old and weak now, plus we outnumber him a few hundred to one, Mind Hacker says. He's not the one I'm worried about, Sentinel says. As by my count, we've got 800 people here, which means we're outnumbered, more than 2:1. Mind Hacker looks up, confused, that doesn't even make any sense. I'm keeping tabs on every pro-hero in his region, they're either all on our side or too far to respond in time. Is the message out yet? Sentinel asks. Yeah, all our people are causing chaos across the country, and the agents in Paris are keeping her distracted, we're ready to start. Sentinel smiles and looks around at the hundreds of pro-heroes gathered, talking to civilians, then lifts a finger to his earpiece. Now, my evolutionists. Rise up. On his word, every pro-hero gathered in the Washington Mall moves in unison. A mad dash begins as hundreds of bodies swarm the back of the White House. From above, Sentinel watches them like swarming ants, his loyal believers taking their rightful place, at the top of this world. How are things in Paris? Sentinel asks Mind Hacker. Getting Messier by the second, we've probably got an hour before she gets here. Good, then let's. Sentinel cuts himself off, noticing the chaos had stopped for a moment. He turns and looks toward the White House, seeing the pro-heroes have destroyed the fence and crossed into the lawn, but were hesitant to take a single step forward. Adams, Sentinel growls before turning back to Mind Hacker. Call one of the flyers to get you into position, I need to go deal with this problem. He soars over the army of pro-heroes toward the White House, and descends to hover in front of them, crossing his arms and coming face to face with a man more than a few years younger than himself. The man wore a blue and yellow skin-tight suit with a full face mask, showing off his muscular build as he stood there, daring any of the traitors to take a step toward the White House. Adams, I wondered where you were, Sentinel says in a serious voice. I tried to contact you, you're exactly the kind of person we're trying to help. Call me Legion, John, the man says with disgust. I'm only going to say this once, walk away, now. Sentinel sighs and lands, planting his feet on the grass as he relaxes his arms. I already sent my message to the world, you know I can't back down now, and neither can the people behind me since I'm sure they've all been marked as traitors alongside me, this only ends one way, you know that. Behind him the army of pro-heroes were hesitant, they'd been promised that the strongest pro-heroes wouldn't be here to defend the president, that the only #1 pro-hero they'd possibly have to fight would be the president himself, but now, things suddenly changed. Now standing before them is Legion, former #1 pro-hero of California, former #1 pro-hero of New York State, former overall #1 pro-hero of the United States of America, a man who can and has single-handedly suppressed armies of villains. So this is where you came after retirement, the Secret Service, Sentinel grumbles out. Just my bad luck today, but it's not too late. You and I, we're the same, two men more powerful than most people, but constantly asked to save people that are so weak nature itself wants them gone. Join me. He extends his hand to Legion. Legion sighs, Chris is more than just the president, he's also a friend, just like you were, and I don't betray my friends. So be it, Sentinel says before rocketing forward. He rears back his hand to punch Legion in the face, but the man raises his arms to block. He takes the hit which sends a shockwave across the lawn and shatters his arms, breaking them into blue glass-like energy with ease. As he sent backward, from the side of his body, an identical copy of himself forms in an instant and punches Sentinel in the face. The hit barely moved his head, but before he could adjust and the first body fully disappeared, the new copy began multiplying. Sentinel was suddenly surrounded by a dozen copies, each of which then began making copies of their own. They began battering him, forcing him on the defensive, and within seconds, after he'd been swarmed the copies realized they'd run out of space to get their hits in, and turned on the army of traitors. Oh crap. One of the former pro-heroes mutters as chaos unfolds. A dozen copies become hundreds, each able to match a 30% full cowling Deku. Each perfectly synchronized through all their senses and thoughts, each a perfect copy of the original body, even those made via a copy of a copy lost no power. Up to 2,000 copies can exist at any one point in time, and the creation of any more will destroy the oldest copy currently existing. This is the power that suppressed entire states before Star and Stripe came onto the scene, before Legion retired after losing interest in being a pro-hero. Arg. Sentinel unleashes 2 green energy beams from his eyes, slicing apart all the clones that were swarming him and flying into the air. You're such a damn waste. He wipes the blood from his lip before looking down at the battlefield, seeing his forces being overwhelmed by one man before feeling something grab onto his boots. He looks behind him to see Legion grabbing onto his legs, and that one copy then multiplies while on his body to swarm him. Countless blows crash into Sentinel, disorienting the men as he flies around, desperately trying to get them away from him, but the more he destroys, the more copies are made. Eventually, he unleashed an omnidirectional blast of green energy, knocking all of them away and destroying most of them, earning himself a short reprieve. Missed one, he hears, then turns around to see Legion falling to the ground hundreds of feet below. The one copy makes another, which he throws at extreme speeds directly at Sentinel. The man unleashes energy beams from his eyes, but the copy extends an arm to the side and creates another copy from his palm. This new Legion grabs its arms and swings it out of the way of the beam, before spinning and throwing 2 copies of his own at Sentinel. Sentinel stops his energy beams and tries to move out of the way, only for the copy to make a chain of copies as it rockets past him, grabbing him by the waist as it continues creating copies all the way to the ground. The copy on the ground stops his feet into the dirt while making a few more to anchor himself, then yanks the chain of copies out of the sky and down into the ground, bringing Sentinel down with it. His impact creates a crater and a small shockwave that scatters the nearby combatants, only for Sentinel to get up, hovering above the ground with a slight nosebleed after countless hits. You're being a real pain in my neck, you know that. Sentinel asks as a swarm of copies stands in front of him. That's the plan, give up yet? Never, heroes never give up, Sentinel says. You aren't a hero anymore. If that's what you think, then I'll stop playing like it, Sentinel raises a hand to his earpiece. Forget the White House, I'll deal with the president, all of you go capture the members of Congress, and capture anyone else you see. Legion's eyes widen as he sees all the pro-heroes instantly change their course of action and make a mad dash to the Capitol building. Looks like you've got a choice to make, Sentinel says. Legion shakes his head, the entire point of my quirk is to be everywhere at once, I can save the hostages, beat down your lackeys, and kick your ass, and I'm not even in the country, he shrugs. You and I both know you can't really take me down. Don't need to, I just have to protect the president. Legion, a bored voice speaks through his earpiece, and Sentinel uses his enhanced hearing to listen in. I will not have you defend me when civilians may be in danger, take the detachment of copies surrounding the White House, and yourself, and go protect the people, I can handle myself. But, Mr. President. That was an order, everything is ready, I'd like to invite my friend in for a chat, rather than have them kill each other. Sentinel grins, you heard him, go play hero, he flies over Legion and toward the White House. Legion just watches him leave while making dozens of copies from this body, I really hope you know what you're doing, Chris. End chapter. Chapter 307, Chapter 306, Number 1 vs Number 1 vs Number 1 PT2. Chapter start. The Oval Office. What's the situation at Capitol Hill looking like, a man asks. He was an older Caucasian man with a pronounced and strong jawline. His gray hair neatly kempt and short. Sitting behind his desk he holds a phone to his ear while looking at the holographic screen being projected from the desk. Even now as he sits and appraises the situation with a calm expression, his towering stature and imposing build, maintained via help from his quirk dash, gives him an aura of strength. As one would expect from the former number 1 pro hero of California, former number 1 pro hero of New York State, former overall number 1 pro hero of the United States of America. Christopher Skyline, formerly known as Captain Celebrity, now the President of the United States of America. Most of Congress is being captured and held as hostages, sir. Legion's copies are here and swarming the place, but clearly these traitors have been planning this for months, if not years, the Secret Service agent says through the phone. Yes, but so have we. Stay the course, and leave Sentinel to us, President Skyline says. And what of Star? Has she left Paris yet? No sir, Colonel Agpar's last update said there were bombings in Paris just before the evolutionists launched their attack on you. She went to help the locals before communications were jammed. Hearing that, President Skyline smiles, well we expected that much, and the bunker. Your family was moved to the bunker below the White House 2 minutes ago, they've already been moved to Safe House in New York since then. Good, now just focus on the small-time pro-heroes that revealed themselves as traitors, make me a list and raise the security on our borders, protect the civilians instead of trying to capture them. Are you sure, sir? Their regime is about to fall apart, they're only confident because Star isn't here, so long as I don't crack and give them the nuclear launch codes, they'll lose, not that they'll ever get the chance, after all. President Skyline looks over his shoulder toward the window. Modern America may be a monolith, but that isn't our greatest strength, and compared to that, you're weak. Are you really so sure about that? Sentinel asks as he opens the nearby window and hovers into the office. I don't have to be sure of it, because you're sure of it, President Skyline says. After all, that's why you waited until Star was gone before launching this attack, right? Sentinel glares at him for a moment, but then his gaze softens as he casually walks about the office, eventually coming to a stop in the middle of the room, in front of the desk. One of the things we're taught is knowing when to pick our fights, Sentinel says. Mystery-class individuals effectively hold whatever group or nation they stand in or against hostage. And, in a hostage situation, sometimes the best course of action is inaction, because when people are in danger. Timing is everything, President Skyline says. Don't quote my own words to me. You were my favorite pro-hero, I can't help it. President Skyline scoffs, don't ever say that again, this is certainly not the legacy I want, I spent my life helping people, no matter how strong or weak they were. Yes, and how'd they repay you for it? Sentinel asks. They used entrapment and other underhanded nonsense to slander you, drag you to court over and over, sued you into near bankruptcy, and they would have gotten away with it if they were a bit more careful, and you would have just sat there and let them. President Skyline raises a brow at that. What does this have to do with your actions recently? Everything, Sentinel says. You were the most powerful man in this half of the world, you could do anything you wanted and nobody could stop you. But because our society has rules and etiquette, you were bullied by weak pathetic people abusing the system you spent your life protecting. You were my hero, and I watched them throw stones made of legality that made you bleed, it really broke my heart. Yet their schemes got revealed, and all was well. You were lucky, Sentinel says. If they were more careful your wife and the triplets never would have forgiven you, the nation would have turned against you, they would have used a pen to make God bleed. How can you stomach that crap? Because like it or not, this system, while it isn't perfect, stops rampant violence caused by selfish desires like your own. But it's not fair, Sentinel says. No system is perfectly fair, which is why we have to constantly remain vigilant and keep improving the ones we have. Nature is fair, Sentinel says. The strong live, the weak die, you were the strongest of your era yet you let the weak bully you because the system kept you in chains. You'd rather I kill everyone who I disagreed with. I'd rather you have the option to, Sentinel says. When my takeover is complete, a few generations will suffer, but eventually this nation will be perfected because people will know better than to bite the hand that protects them. You'd be a dictator, President Skyline says. At least until someone stronger than you comes along. That's part of the system, and I'm fine with it. Then why not brawl it out with Star and Stripe, let power decide what happens next, you fight for your system and she fights for us. Because I can't convince people by talking about it, I have to show them, I need to make this nation an example to the world as it's always been. And that can't happen if she rips you in half on my lawn, President Skyline chuckles. Knowing what toes you can't step on is part of my new world. President Skyline glances down at this watch. Star is a bit busy, Sentinel says. I know you're stalling, but it'll be at least another 2 hours before she gets here. Her idiotic desire to protect the weak won't allow her to leave until the people there are safe, besides, you aren't the only one stalling. The doors to the room open and in steps Mind Hacker, metal case in hand. President Skyline looks at the case, and sees the all of Mind Hacker is covered aside from his hands. Let me guess, a copy of the nuclear football awaiting launch codes to be activated, and he says tactile telepathy, one touch and he rips them out of my head, right? Sentinel smiles, it's good to see retirement hasn't dulled you too much, now, let's just get this over and done with. President Skyline gets up, pushing his chair back slightly, then rolls his shoulders. You know, you never did give a reason for retiring, President Skyline says. Tell me, what was your reason? I saw how pointless the current system was, that's all, Sentinel says. The more interesting question is, why did you? You were in your prime when you retried, it really did hurt the nation. I learned something that valuable, something that your so-called new world wants to be built upon, something you're about to learn the hard way. President Skyline suddenly flips his heavy wooden desk toward Sentinel, blocking the man's view for a moment. He instantly fires 2 energy beams from his eyes, yet as they punch a hole through the desk, the entire thing shatters as President Skyline uses his flight to barrel through it. Slow, Sentinel thinks as he raises a hand and slams his fist into President Skyline as the man was rocketing past him, toward Mind Hacker. The hit sends a small shockwave through the room, knocking Mind Hacker off his feet and back against the wall. President Skyline is sent toward the ceiling but uses his flight to stop himself from slamming into it. Sentinel looks up to see a piece of the wooden desk in President Skyline's hand, which the man throws at Mind Hacker. Shit, Sentinel hits it with his eye-beams, only to break it in half mid-flight. The wood was launched with such force that he barely diverts its path, causing it to shred the side of Mind Hacker's face, removing pieces of bone and his entire left ear, instead of punching through his skull. Sentinel continues his blasts, moving his head to the slam into President Skyline as the man rockets down from the ceiling. The energy visibly interacts with President Skyline's secondary quirk, his skin-tight bioelectric force field, harmlessly dissipating it across his body. Sentinel stops the energy beam and raises his arms, taking a powerful punch to the arms that sinks him ankle-deep into the reinforced concrete floor. At the same moment he grabs onto the president and throws him back toward where the desk was, once again putting himself between the president and Mind Hacker. Sentinel pulls himself out of the ground and hovers an inch above it, glancing back to see Mind Hacker still in shock but slowly coming to his senses. Using his telepathy to dull his own senses of fear and pain, clever, Sentinel says as Mind Hacker forces himself to stand. He looks back at President Skyline to see the man land on the floor, breathing heavily. You've gotten even weaker than I thought, this is just pitiful, Sentinel says, eyes focused on President Skyline's mangled right hand. Fingers to wrist were broken, blood dripping to the floor, bones protruding through his skin, all because of the recoil in his previous punch. Yeah well, that's what I learned, that's what I was talking about before, then that's what you're about to learn, President Skyline chuckles as he stumbles backward and collapses into his chair. Mind Hacker, it's safe to approach now, Sentinel says, which causes the president to smile. When it's time to retire, to get out of the way, you'll know, because the kids will tell you, he says in a tired voice. Shambles. End chapter.